Chapter 91. Our chaotic slaughter within the training grounds. Ling Feishuang stared blankly at the black sword resting on her shoulder, momentarily lost in thought. This was her first defeat, although the circumstances were somewhat unexpected. It was indeed a loss that no one had anticipated that Murong Tian's sword would be so astoundingly swift in that fleeting moment. Just when she believed she was about to strike, the sword vanished and attacked from another direction. "You have won," she said, casting a deep glance at the young man in black before her, her tone cool and devoid of any displeasure. "Thank you, senior sister." Murong Tian sheathed his sword and bowed in gratitude. He then turned to the middle-aged man in black, standing outside the arena. His clear, bright eyes brimmed with joy and anticipation, resembling a child awaiting praise from his parents after achieving a perfect score. In response to his gaze, Shen An smiled gently and nodded in approval. "As expected of my disciple." "Very well done." Upon receiving the compliment, the young man's delight was hard to conceal that he had succeeded. He had not disappointed his master's expectations and had truly grasped the essence of the sword. He had comprehended something that countless others found elusive. Xiao Jingxue let out a breath, her face breaking into a smile. She had witnessed Murong's diligent efforts over the past days, and this outcome was a fitting reward for every grueling night spent practicing swordplay. "All right. Prepare yourself well. We depart tomorrow." As Shen An spoke, he turned and walked towards the bamboo courtyard. "Yes, master." Murong Tian nodded enthusiastically, then excitedly looked at Ling Feishuang and drew his sword once more. "Senior sister, let us continue." Ling Feishuang. System. Use the remaining 6 skills cards for the 6 Veins Divine Sword to enhance the probability and draw something that can aid my journey. Inside the bamboo courtyard. Shen An reclined in a wrought-tan chair. "Enhancement successful. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now?" Draw without a moment's hesitation. Shen An issued the command. After all, once they reached the Kangwu realm, there would be numerous powerful beings within the Earth Spirit realm. Even if they weren't flying in the sky, they would still outrun him. Without a means to pursue or escape, could he rely solely on his 2 legs? Of course, if he failed to draw anything useful, he would have to purchase a mount or spirit tool at the market. As the wheel of fortune illuminated, the pointer finally settled on the purple orb. "Rare!" Shen An's eyes lit up in surprise. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a red hair X1 and a beast pouch X1, along with 30 years of horse riding experience X1. Red hair? He was taken aback. Indeed, he had drawn something suitable for travel, and it was none other than the legendary red hair. The phrase, among horses, the red hair. Among men, Elbu had resonated through history. However, no matter how exceptional the red hair was, it was still an ordinary horse, wasn't it? In a world where a powerful individual could shatter mountains with a single punch, perceiving his thoughts, the system promptly responded. "Rest assured, host, the system's offerings are of the highest quality. The red hair has been infused with the bloodline of a demonic beast, galloping like the wind, its speed rivaling that of Earth's spirit realm warriors in flight." Hearing the system's explanation, Shen An finally relaxed. Fortunately, the system had not faltered at a critical moment. He waved his sleeve casually, and a flash of red light appeared by the stream in the bamboo courtyard. A magnificent chestnut horse, devoid of any blemish, stood before him, exuding an aura of regal authority, its gaze commanding. Its muscular form was strikingly beautiful, suggesting its extraordinary nature. "Humph!" The red hair snorted, striding confidently towards Shen An, lowering its proud head to affectionately nuzzle its owner's hand. Indeed, as expected of the red hair, it possesses an imposing presence. Shen An caressed its head, his affection for the creature growing. Now, with skill cards and a means of transportation at his disposal, everything was in place. They merely awaited their journey to the Kangwu realm the following day. The nights swiftly passed. Although Shen An had advised Murong Tian to rest well, the young man merely slept an extra hour, continuing to practice his swordplay into the depths of the night. Early the next morning, Shen An led him towards the mountain gate. Xiao Jingxue stood at the foot of Qingyun Peak, watching the 2 depart. She could not accompany them, as the medicinal garden at Qingyun Peak required supervision, and she would not enter the Kangwu realm, as it would be a waste of time. Outside the mountain gate, Xian Yuzi and others awaited. Besides him and the disciples from Qingyuan Peak, there was also Yu Jingyuan and his master, Zheng Sanshan. After 2 months of recuperation, he had removed his mask and resumed his imposing demeanor as the peak master and elder. In addition to them, there was another individual, a youth clad in a simple gray robe, appearing unremarkable, with cultivation only at the initial stage of the returning origin realm, that if Shen An had not previously briefed him. Shen An would never have guessed that this seemingly ordinary youth was, in fact, the crown prince. Regarding Xiao Tiansai's identity, Shen An had merely mentioned that he was entrusted by an old friend. Without elaborating further, it was likely to prevent Murong Tian and his companions from exposing anything. Since everyone is gathered, let us prepare to set off. Shen An waved his sleeve, and a flying vessel materialized. The group stepped aboard, soaring into the sky as Lingfu Mountain's gate swiftly dwindled into a black dot below. The Kangwu realm is located at the edge of the extreme north, within the territory of the northern Ming dynasty. It will take approximately 2 days to fly there. During this time, you may rest well. Shen An spoke softly while maneuvering the vessel. 2 days? Shen An mused inwardly, pondering how far that must be. Shen An's flying vessel was several times faster than Lu Yinqin's. On board, Murong Tian curiously observed Xiao Tiankai, while Shen An leaned closer to Zheng Sanshan, scrutinizing him intently. The latter cautiously shifted aside. "What are you doing?" "Old Zheng, tell me honestly, is the formation you set up at Qinyan Peak genuine, or have you been pulling a fast one on me?" Zheng Sanshan was taken aback. "Damn it. After spending 2 months laboring through sleepless nights to create that formation, you're now questioning its authenticity?" Just as he was about to voice his irritation, he suddenly recalled Shen An's underhanded tactics, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes without uttering a word. "Hey, old Zheng, don't play dead. Is that formation effective? If it's not, you'll have to redo it when you return to Qinyan Peak. You can't just skimp on the work." Zheng Sanshan clenched his fists tightly. Aside from the mountain protecting formation and the Qingfu Great Formation, the Qinyan Great Formation was the one he had poured the most effort into. To have Shen An accuse him of cutting corners was intolerable. He must be trying to trap me again. I can't engage with him. This guy has no sense of boundaries. Seeing that Zheng Sanshan remained silent, Shen An rolled his eyes, further convinced that he had indeed skimped on the work. Otherwise, how could Lu Yinqin have entered so easily? Shen An glanced around. Besides Murong Tian, who was wide-eyed in curiosity regarding Xiao Tiankai. The others had begun to meditate and recuperate, and he leaned in closer to Zheng Sanshan, lowering his voice to inquire. "Old Zheng, the other guardian the master mentioned before, it wouldn't be you, would it? Then when the time comes for battle, I'll leave it to you. I'll cheer you on from the sidelines that we shall engage in chaotic slaughter. Your slaughtering, my cheering." Zheng Sanshan turned to look at Shen An, feeling a sense of despair. Why did the master have to choose this guy to accompany him into the Kangwu realm as a guardian? When danger arose, he would either be killed by others or driven mad by Shen An's incessant chatter. Such a fate was truly unbearable. Chapter 92. The symbol of mountains and rivers at the edge of the extreme north. Snow fell incessantly. This place was perpetually shrouded in snow, a vast expanse of white stretching endlessly. Desolate and bleak. Crossing this snowy land led one into the true extreme north, fraught with countless dangers, not only from myriad beasts but also from tribes that dwelled within, steeped in malice, without cultivation at the third realm. One could not hope to traverse the extreme north safely and reach beyond the southern Zhu domain. This moment, within a vast valley blanketed in feather-like snow, countless individuals awaited. Some rode the wind, standing aloft in the air, while others commandeered flying vessels, moving in groups. Those privy to the secrets of the Kangwu realm included not only major sects and families, but also many wandering cultivators who had received word and rushed to arrive. Among them, 3 massive flying vessels stood out, exuding an extraordinary aura. One was adorned with cloud patterns, another with alchemical cauldrons, and the last prominently featured a large character Zhao. These 3 vessels represented the mightiest 3 factions in the southern Zhu domain. Aside from the imperial court, the Ping Tian dynasty's Qi Yun Dao sect, the Zhao clan, and the northern Ming dynasty's Yao Wang Valley. The leaders of the Zhao clan and Yao Wang Valley were peak warriors of the heavenly spirit realm, while the stooped, bearded elder from Qi Yun Dao sect emanated a pressure that far surpassed that of the heavenly spirit realm. He is the fifth elder of Qi Yundao sect. Yang Li. The young man in the flowing white robe behind him is Gu Yun, his disciple. 1819. He is at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, considered top-tier talent within Qi Yundao sect. Among the scattered cultivators hovering in the air, Zheng Sanshan solemnly introduced to Shen An, who clutched tightly to his fur coat. Fearful of falling, as they neared their destination, Xin Yuzi had dropped them off, advising them to blend in with the wandering cultivators to enter the Kangwu realm without attracting attention. Shen An followed Zheng Sanshan's gaze towards the flying vessel of Qi Yundao sect. Indeed, behind the bearded elder were several individuals, the most striking of whom was a tall, slender young man with a delicate appearance. He observed the multitude of warriors around him, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. What about Yao Wang Valley and the Zhao clan? He shifted his gaze to the other two vessels. The Yao Wang Valley is represented by the Grand Elder Qian Hai, who is not only a warrior of the heavenly spirit realm, but also a fifth-grade alchemist. The most outstanding junior accompanying Yao Wang Valley is the daughter of the Pill King, Bei Chen Xuani, a mid-stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivator and a fourth-grade alchemist. On the flying vessel of the Medicine King Valley, there sat a kindly, plump old man with hair as white as snow, perpetually smiling with his eyes narrowed in mirth, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor. Behind him stood a young girl clad in a blue dress, her long hair tied with a red ribbon, curiously surveying her surroundings with her enchanting, large eyes, seemingly in search of something. Indeed, they were Qian Hai and Beichen Wangshu. Great Elder, where is the flying vessel of Lingfu Mountain? Qian Hai gestured with his chin in that direction. Look, there is the flying vessel of Lingfu Mountain. Beichen Wangshu gazed ahead and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting a small vessel not far away. Although Xuanyuzi's vessel was more exquisite and significantly larger than the ordinary ones, it paled in comparison to the three massive vessels, rendering it rather insignificant. Were we not informed that Lingfu Mountain is the foremost sect of the Dan dynasty? How is it that they possess merely an ordinary flying vessel instead of a spirit vessel? Beichen Wangshu inspected the craft multiple times, but found no trace of the person she sought. What of Jingxue? Wasn't she supposed to enter Lingfu Mountain as well? Why isn't she here? Qian Hai sighed. Young Valley Master, Princess Qingxue is afflicted by the bone corrosion poison and cannot endure the trials. Nor can she withstand prolonged travel. Oh! Beichen Wangshu's spirits dampened slightly. I wonder what Jingxue is thinking. The most formidable alchemist in the entire South Ju domain is my father, yet she chose to seek a master at the obscure Qingyun Peak of Lingfu Mountain. I have heard that the peak master of Qingyun Peak, Shen An, is merely at the body refinement stage and carries an air of superiority, refusing to take her as a disciple. Beichen Wangshu exclaimed, feigning irritation as she waved her delicate fist. Should I encounter him, I shall demand an explanation. Qian Hai shook his head in exasperation. Young Valley Master, during its zenith, Lingfu Mountain was not inferior to Medicine King Valley. It was indeed stronger. Moreover, the Qingyun Peak you dismiss so lightly once boasted a plethora of formidable figures. With 8 at the Heavenly Spirit stage and over 20 at the Earth Spirit stage. The previous Peak Master was even at the Qinkuan stage. Is it truly that impressive? She blinked in surprise and intrigue. Then, why has it fallen to such a state, where someone at the late body refinement stage can become the Peak Master? That is due to the cataclysmic battle a decade ago, wherein 1/3 of Lingfu Mountain's gates were destroyed, and most of its powerful warriors perished, with Qingyun Peak nearly obliterated, leaving only one survivor, the current Peak Master. As Qian Hai recounted this tale, Beichen Wangshu could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Qingyun Peak. That it was astonishing that such a once mighty peak had been reduced to its current state. Yet, while sympathy was warranted, she could not forgive the current Peak Master Shen An for his haughty refusal to accept Jingxue as his disciple. If given the chance, she would certainly confront him. What could have compelled Jingxue to seek a master who was merely at the late body refinement stage? Aside from Qingyun Peak, what are the other powerful figures in Lingfu Mountain? She pondered, prompting her to inquire further. Upon hearing her question, Qian Hai's expression grew more serious, his gaze turning grave. If Qingyuan Peak was the strongest among Lingfu Mountain 10 years ago, then the most formidable individual of that time must have been Zheng Shanhe, the master of Qingfu Peak. He too was at the Qingkuan stage, and among his peers, he had few rivals, with profound mastery of the talisman path that even surpassed that of the Elder of the Heavenly Sword 2 centuries prior. He once fought the Grand Elder of the Qian Dao sect to a standstill using a single mountain river talisman. Astounding! Beichen Wangshu gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. The Grand Elder of the Qian Dao sect was a figure of great renown. Having reached the pinnacle of the Qingkuan stage a decade ago, he represented the apex of the Qian Dao sect's combat prowess. To have fought him to a draw was a testament to Zheng Shanhe's extraordinary strength, exceeding even her father's capabilities. Indeed, after the fall of all the warriors of Qingyuan Peak, he single-handedly wielded a talisman to vanquish the remnants of the demonic cult, slaying 3 Qingkuan stage priests, while countless heavenly spirit and earth spirit warriors fell before him, buying time for Lingfu Mountain to summon the spirit talisman Grand Array. As he spoke, Qianhai's expression turned somber, filled with admiration. Regrettably, such a heroic figure was drained of all vitality after that catastrophic battle. He did not live to witness the summoning of the Grand Array, yet even in death, he stood resolutely before the gates of Lingfu Mountain, bloodied and defiantly gazing towards the direction of the demonic cult. The demonic cult's members were so intimidated that they dared not advance, that it was only when the Grand Array was activated, empowering the warriors of Lingfu Mountain, that the conflict was quelled. Alas, Qianhai sighed softly, a hint of regret lacing his tone. What is regrettable? The girl pressed. Because the event occurred so suddenly, the mountain river talisman was not left in the talisman tower, and now it is likely that no one remains who can wield it. As he spoke, Qianhai appeared to recall something, uncertainly adding, "However, I have heard that he purportedly has a brother still alive. It remains to be seen whether he possesses the ability to wield the mountain river talisman." The mountain river talisman. Beichen Wangshu's eyes glimmered. Was it this talisman that the master of Qingfu Peak had once used to slay 3 Qingkuan stage warriors? How formidable must this mountain river talisman be? Chapter 93. The opening of the Kangwu realm after introducing the Medicine King Valley. Zheng Sanshan proceeded to elaborate on the conditions of other sects, while Shen An listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement. Since there is no limit on the number of participants entering the secret realm, why do various sects not bring thousands of disciples along? Shen An inquired, noting that there were already thousands of scattered cultivators present, yet the major sects had sent relatively few individuals. Would you simply send them in to be slaughtered? Zheng Sanshan shot him a sidelong glance. Sometimes, having too many people is not advantageous. It can make one a target, and, in certain areas of the secret realm, there are dangers that specifically seek out larger groups. Opportunities cannot be seized solely by sheer numbers. One must also consider their own strength and fortune. Shen An nodded. Then a look of puzzlement crossed his face. Old Zheng, why is it that although we are both elders, others are at the heavenly spirit stage while you remain at the earth spirit stage? Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched. This fellow truly knew how to pick the most sensitive topics. You are also an elder. What stage are you at? Me? Shen An blinked innocently. I am at the body refinement stage. Seeing him so unabashedly admit his stage, Zheng Sanshan turned his head away in embarrassment. This man's audacity was continuously surpassing his limits. Conversing with him would inevitably lead to frustration. Yet, he was still somewhat curious. Did Shen An truly have a hidden stage? Why could he sense no trace of cultivation aura within him, as if he were genuinely at the body refinement stage? What of his previous actions? Were they all merely the trump cards left behind by his adoptive father? In the distance, the elders of various sects were introducing the surrounding figures to their juniors. Among them were Qin Beichen and Shangguan Bao, who were seated together on a flying vessel, appearing quite harmonious. Qin Xianyuan noticed Murong Tian, who was following Xuanyuzi not far away, and her expression turned indifferent as she shook her head inwardly that a few early-stage return to origin cultivators daring to venture into the Kangwu realm for luck was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Those who would ultimately gain opportunities within the Kangwu realm would be the earth spirit cultivators. The return to origin cultivators might be fortunate enough to share in some benefits. But if their luck ran out, They risked disappearing without a trace. Shangguan Jia also noticed Murong Tian, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, but he had yet to settle the score with Murong Tian for seizing his spot in the top 3 pools last time. With Lu Yinqin and Shen An protecting him, the Shangguan family truly had no means to contend with him. However, if they entered the Kangwu realm, he had 100 ways to torment that waste to death. Xiao Tian stood quietly behind Xuan Yuzi, observing the entire scene with a furrowed brow so far. He had not detected anything amiss. It seemed no one had noticed the addition of a new face within Lingfu Mountain. Could it be that my suspicions were unfounded? His gaze flickered as he shook his head slightly. Whether or not his conjectures were correct, he decided to continue observing. Boom! Suddenly, as everyone harbored their own thoughts, the entire expanse of snow began to tremble. The wind and snow intensified, fierce as blades. Oh dear! Such strong winds! Shen An nearly found himself swept away, clinging desperately to Zheng Sanshan's arm, even wrapping his legs around him, completely devoid of dignity. Zheng Sanshan looked down at the person clinging to him like a monkey, feeling utterly humiliated. Shen An, can't you fly on your own? I can't, Shen An replied earnestly, struggling to hold onto his hat against the gusts. I already told you I'm just at the body refinement stage. I can't fly. Do you not believe me? I do not believe you, Zheng Sanshan retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Just as the two were conversing, exclamations of astonishment erupted among the scattered cultivators. The Kangwu realm, the entrance to the Kangwu realm, is about to open. Is that the entrance? It is truly magnificent. Amidst the gasps of awe, all eyes turned toward the heart of the wind and snow. There, beneath the swirling snow, the void shimmered with rippling waves, and a passage composed of dazzling rays of light appeared, culminating in a fiery red vortex, exuding rich spiritual energy. The Kangwu realm, said to be the residence of the venerable Kangwu, was in truth a small space of its own. Such a small space was rare even among the upper 3 realms, highlighting the substantial wealth and profound heritage of the Kangwu venerable. The seal has been lifted. Enter swiftly. From the 3 massive flying vessels, the leaders waved their sleeves. Following that, streaks of light ascended. The people from the Qiyun Dao sect and the Zhao family were the first to soar into the passage of light. Great Elder, I shall take my leave. Beichen Wangshu also soared into the air, accompanied by several disciples of the Medicine King Valley, her gaze sparkling with excitement. Young Master Xiao, please be extremely cautious, Qian Hai urged anxiously, his expression tinged with concern. This young lady, his own miss, possessed a spirited and innocent disposition, oblivious to the treacheries of the world. The Valley Master had sent her to the Kangwu realm, partly to earn the favor of Kangwu, as obtaining the Nirvana Divine Fire would greatly aid her future endeavors in the alchemical arts. On the other hand, there was hope that she would hone her character, maintaining such a pure heart, for in this ruthless world, one could not expect to endure for long. Qian Yu, please proceed, Qin Beishan said softly, stroking his beard. Qin Qian Yu nodded gently, soaring forward with the Shangguan family in tow. Meanwhile, Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang bid farewell to Xin Yuzi and Lu Yinqin before departing. Naturally, they were unable to fly and had to be escorted inside by Xin Yuzi and others. As for the scattered cultivators, their arrival here undoubtedly involved their own means, be it flying boats or some form of fleeting flight apparatus. After all, who could traverse such vast distances to reach the frigid borders of the extreme north? Yet there were also those who, despite their advanced age, sought to test their luck. The moment they stepped onto the radiant passage, a fierce aura of malice surged forth from within. Boom. Among the scattered cultivators, many were engulfed in golden-red flames, the searing intensity warping the very fabric of the void. Ah! Cries of agony echoed, as those unlucky souls who dared to gamble were engulfed in terror, their flames unquenchable regardless of their frantic attempts. In mere moments, they were reduced to ashes, swept away by the winds and snow. Even those in the earth spirit realm, or those concealed within the celestial spirit realm, would meet an unavoidable demise if they violated the entry rules of the Kangwu realm. This spectacle sent chills down the spines of many onlookers, dissuading them from their previous intentions. Is this the Nirvana Divine Fire? Shen An was inwardly alarmed, growing increasingly anxious. Old Zheng, does the Manti-Anden given by the sect leader truly work? I am still young, let us go. Zheng Sanshan barked, and the two braved the wind and snow, speeding away that he was eager to silence Shen An's incessant chatter. After only a short while, his ears felt worn. Oh my! The scenery blurred past, as Shen An was abruptly swept onto the radiant passage before he could even process what was happening. Fortunately, flames did not rise beneath their feet. With a sigh of relief, he felt his tension ease, grateful that the Manti-Anden provided by the sect leader was genuine. Otherwise, both of them would have turned to ashes by now. Chapter 94. Spatial Anomaly. Once he realized that the restrictions had not targeted him, Shen An felt a modicum of calm return to his heart. The two swiftly traversed the passage, successfully entering the Kangwu realm alongside others. Upon entry, they were enveloped in a void of darkness. Drifting aimlessly, Zheng Sanshan surveyed their surroundings and soon spotted Murong Tian and the others not far off that he quietly maneuvered closer to ensure they maintained proximity within the Kangwu realm, ready to observe and intervene if necessary. At that moment, among the scattered cultivators, a figure clad in black with a bronze mask fixed his gaze on Shang Wanjie. The latter subtly nodded in response. After receiving the signal, the masked figure's hand glimmered beneath his sleeve, revealing a black stone. With a decisive grip, he crushed it. Crack! A resonant sound echoed as a chaotic force of spatial energy rippled outward. Suddenly, the previously stable void began to tremble, countless fissures emerging. Boom! Deafening roar erupted as a powerful suction emanated from the cracks, ensnaring several unsuspecting cultivators. They barely had time to scream before their bodies disintegrated into countless fragments, as though severed by the very space itself. The tremors of the void caused everyone's pupils to constrict. This is bad. A spatial rift. Everyone's faces paled, and they hastily summoned their spiritual essence in defense. Yet many still fell prey to the sudden rifts, meeting their demise in an instant. This unforeseen turn of events caused Murong Tian and the others to frown, with Ling Feishuang's expression grave. We must leave this place. With that, she urged her companions to hasten towards the exit. Meanwhile, the rifts in the void continued to expand, the suction growing ever stronger. Xiao Tianqi's gaze sharpened, feeling the weight of the situation. Indeed, an unexpected complication had arisen. He cast a brief glance back at the Shangwan family's direction, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It seemed his father's suspicions were not unfounded. The Shangwan family was far more complex than initially perceived. The emergence of the spatial rift was surely no coincidence. Someone had orchestrated this ambush. Their intentions were undoubtedly aimed at him. Xiao Tianqi narrowed his eyes. His whereabouts were known only to his mother and father. The only other person privy to his movements was the Empress. If individuals from the demonic sect were to appear during this expedition to the Kangwu realm, it would confirm the Empress's covert collusion with the Shangwan family. While this course of action was fraught with peril, the reports of remnants of the demonic sect at Lingfu Mountain, coupled with the troubles at Langyuan, left him no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Purging internal threats was essential before he could confront external ones. Old Zheng, what is happening? Shen An clung tightly to Zheng Sanshan, his heart racing. Just moments ago, a fissure had suddenly opened beneath him. Had he not reacted quickly and leaped onto Zheng Sanshan, he might have suffered grievously. Indeed, this journey to the Kangwu realm will not be simple. Hold on tight. We must push through, or the spatial turbulence will only grow stronger and draw everyone in. Zheng Sanshan, with little time to dwell on the weight of Shen An's presence, raised his right hand, swiftly tracing symbols in the in a heartbeat. A complete golden talisman materialized. As soon as the talisman appeared, a gust of wind swept through the void, propelling the two of them forward like a streak of light. This spectacle caught the attention of several onlookers, including the bronze-masked figure, who squinted at the two as they surged towards the glowing exit. A void-escape talisman. So it is Zheng Sanshan of Qingfu Peak. Truly, it is a case of fate intertwining. Zheng Shana killed many of my sect in the past, and now it is time for him to repay that debt. As he spoke, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. I wonder if Zheng Shanha could withstand the might of my sect's formidable forces. Can his younger brother protect the disciples of Lingfu Mountain? After a derisive laugh, the masked figure hastened his pursuit. Within the Kangwu realm, in a shadowy, dilapidated mountainous area, two figures materialized amidst the fluctuations of the void. Sensing the surrounding stability, Shen An felt an immense sense of relief. Though he could not shake off the lingering dread, the thought of those martial artists who had been torn apart by the spatial rifts sent shivers down his spine. While he was aware of the dangers of this journey, he had not anticipated such dire threats. They had barely entered the Kangwu realm, and already lives were lost. Zheng Sanshan's expression was serious as he vigilantly assessed their surroundings. Fortunately, although the area appeared desolate, there seemed to be no immediate dangers from restrictions. Wait, why was he feeling short of breath? He glanced down sharply, furrowing his brow and grimacing. Elder Shen, we are safe now. Might you kindly dismount? Shen An sheepishly smiled, finally releasing the grip he had maintained around Zheng Sanshan's neck. With the restraint lifted, Zheng Sanshan inhaled deeply, casting a somewhat reproachful glance at him, that he had narrowly escaped both the spatial rift and the hands of their adversaries. Only to nearly be choked to death by this fellow. This is troublesome. The recent upheaval has thrown everyone's positions into disarray. Without time to dwell on other matters, Zheng Sanshan spoke sternly, his brow furrowed. Did not the sect leader provide you with a positioning talisman? Quickly ascertain how far they are from us. Zheng Sanshan nodded, flipping his palm to reveal a compass inscribed with runes. The needle trembled violently, eventually pointing towards the southeast. Its glow dimmed to the point of near invisibility. Both men frowned simultaneously. The compass's faint light indicated that Murong Tian and the others were quite far away. What should we do? Should we fly over? Shen An rubbed his hands together, feeling a flicker of anticipation. The thrill of gliding through the air was an exhilarating experience, far different from traveling by boat. We may, but there are restrictions above this mountainous region. While I can protect myself, Elder Shen, you will have to fend for yourself, Zheng Sanshan replied, casting a sidelong glance at him as he prepared to take flight. Hey, I am not afraid of dying. I merely believe it would be prudent to journey on foot for safety's sake. Shen An hurriedly interjected. Zheng Sanshan chose to ignore his protest that he had no intention of flying to seek out their companions. He needed to clear this mountainous area first. The surrounding restrictions, while manageable for him to endure while flying, would consume a vast amount of spiritual essence that if he were to expend too much energy and encounter danger, it would spell trouble. According to the sect leader, remnants of the demonic sect would likely interfere during this secret realm expedition. In a situation where the enemy lurked in the shadows, prudence was paramount. That as for Murong Tian and his group, with Xiao Tianqi present, they should remain relatively safe for the time being. After all, as the crown prince, the emperor would not allow him to enter unprepared. He surely had a backup plan. Furthermore, with Xiao Tianqi's strength, unless a formidable late-stage Earth Spirit Realm opponent intervened, he should be secure. Chapter 95. The Master has said, one must bow before departing. Let us go. Zheng Sanshan spoke softly, and the two made their way towards the edge of the mountain range. Meanwhile, another compass lay in Xiao Tianqi's hands as they hurried towards the center of the Kangwu realm. The aura over there is the most potent. It must be the place where the esteemed Kangwu has left his legacy. Not just them, but everyone entering the Kangwu realm is hastening toward that direction. Meanwhile, in an expansive and desolate canyon, the expressions of Ling Feishuang, Yu Jingyuan, and Xiao Tianzi are grave. This is bad. Junior brother Murong has vanished. The three exchange worried glances, and Yu Jingyuan's brow furrows deeply. They had just teleported here and realized they were one person short, with no sign of him nearby. He must have been transported elsewhere. We must find him quickly. A hint of concern lingers in Ling Feishuang's eyes. Although Murong Tian possesses formidable strength within the returning origin realm, the secret realm is fraught with many powerful Earth Spirit Realm experts. Should he encounter one, the odds would not be in his favor. And given Murong Tian's impulsive nature, he might easily stumble into a forbidden area. Among them, Xiao Tianzi, clad in simple attire, steps forward and speaks. Let us head toward the center. We are bound to encounter him. Ling Feishuang and Yu Jingyuan share a knowing look before nodding in agreement. This is their only course of action. They can only hope to locate Murong Tian swiftly. In a desolate and chaotic graveyard, it is evident that this locale was once a battlefield. With remnants scattered alongside the graves, that a young boy clad in black traverses the area, carrying a sword on his back, but he stops every couple of steps to bow 3 times before a nearby tomb, making a series of thump-thump-thump sounds. More intriguingly, he is adorned with an array of peculiar items hanging from his waist, strange stones, broken swords, and a filthy wine gourd, giving him the appearance of a ragpicker. Although he finds it perplexing that such a graveyard exists here, his master had instructed him before his departure that if he encounters any unusual sitting skeletons or graves in the secret realm, he must bow before departing. Additionally, if he comes across any engraved runes on a mountain or inconspicuous broken swords or books without inscriptions, he must not overlook them and should observe them carefully. The boy gazes at the remaining 100 or so graves ahead, his expression resolute. His master must be right. Bowing is the way to go. After each bow, he rummages through the nearby, scattered items, specifically selecting the most inconspicuous ones to hang at his waist. That it is not that he lacks storage rings. Rather, they are already filled to capacity. Initially, he intended to collect everything near the graveyard, even including some tattered women's clothing, into the storage ring. After bowing and scavenging, he has accumulated no less than 1,000 items in his storage ring, leaving no room for anything else. Thus, he is left to choose only the less noticeable yet somewhat special items to carry with him. After all, if his master suggested it, there must be a purpose behind it. While everyone hastens toward the central area to seize the legacy of Kangwu, the boy continues to walk and bow through the graveyard, looking travel-worn and burdened with various oddities, resembling a ragpicker. Eventually, after a short while, he arrives at the last grave, situated in the deepest part of the cemetery, that in comparison to the other graves, this one is noticeably more dilapidated. Other graves are surrounded by numerous scattered items, and their mounds are accompanied by stone tablets, though the inscriptions have long faded. Being buried within the Kangwu realm surely signifies something extraordinary. Yet this particular grave stands alone, overgrown with wild grass, devoid of any items. The only thing standing before it is a crooked wooden sign, the writing on it equally indistinct. The only 2 words that can be vaguely discerned are human. Demon? Murong Tian's expression is quite peculiar. Who erects a monument for a human demon? Furthermore, I see the character for human rather diminutive. Without hesitation, Murong Tian kneels with a thud, blinking back tears as he bows deeply. Senior human demon, may your journey be smooth. After completing his 3 bows, he rises and scans his surroundings, frowning. While other graves have scattered items nearby, this one stands solitary, its surroundings barren apart from the weeds, creating a sense of disharmony. I can't leave empty-handed. Can I? Murong Tian ponders, his gaze falling upon the crooked wooden sign embedded in the earth, his eyes lighting up. Senior human demon, it's quite dreary here. Let me take you out to reside elsewhere. With that, he reaches out to pull at the wooden sign. However, upon attempting to pull it, he discovers it is firmly lodged in place. His initial effort proves futile. Could this be the unusual object his master mentioned? Murong Tian blinks and, summoning all his strength, channels spiritual energy into the effort that he strains to pull. His face reddens as he mutters, Senior human demon, rest assured, I harbor no covetous intentions toward your legacy. I only wish to provide you with a home outside. My master has said that one must act with kindness and compassion, for it is said that human nature is inherently good. Surely, you must find it lonely and dull in this dark place. Let me take you to rest amidst the lush mountains and clear waters. And I shall even prepare beautiful paper figures to burn for you. Murong Tian's chatter continues unabated. His loquacious nature is well known to Shen An, who would often silence him with a cat toy whenever he rambled on. But in this graveyard, with no one to interrupt, the boy grows increasingly animated in his speech. If you require anything beyond the paper figures, feel free to communicate through dreams. I shall exert every effort. Within the entire graveyard, only the incessant prattle of the boy reverberates. Perhaps the powerful entity buried here never anticipated such torment and death. It is uncertain whether it was due to being unable to endure Murong Tian's incessant chatter or simply having gathered enough strength. but the wooden sign unexpectedly popped free from the ground. Murong Tian, caught off guard, plopped down onto the earth. He wiped the dust off the wooden sign, cheerfully tying it to his back with a piece of rope. Phew! Finally done! He cast a satisfied glance at the collection of oddities hanging from him, clapping his hands as he departed the graveyard. Shortly after he left, two figures arrived at the site. That it was none other than Shangguan Jie. Accompanying him was an elder from the Shangguan clan, previously concealed among the rogue cultivators, who was at the initial stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Observing the graveyard, Shangguan Jie was equally perplexed. Second uncle, why is there a graveyard within the Kangwu realm? The elder, referred to as the second uncle, pondered before responding. In the past, the esteemed Kangwu was pursued by many, with some even daring to chase him into the Kangwu realm. This place must have been the site of a significant battle that I never imagined that Kangwu would be so benevolent as to erect monuments for them. He paused, then spoke solemnly. It is said that among those who pursued him was a powerful being from the Ling clan of Zhongzhou, whose strength rivaled that of Kangwu. I believe his name was the Sword Demon. Sword Demon? Shangguan Jie repeated the name, secretly admiring Tob compared to the esteemed Kangwu, who possessed the Kangwu heart. Speaks volumes of his formidable strength. Chapter 96. A sword to the throat. It appears that someone has been here. It seems they have scavenged a considerable amount of valuable items. The elder surveyed the surroundings and reached this conclusion based on his observations. That individual should not have gone far. Let us pursue. The eyes of the Shangguan clan glimmered with intent as the two hastened through the graveyard. Moving forward, anything that had been scavenged undoubtedly held significant value. Encountering such opportunities, how could they let them slip away? Ahead, the boy in black was weaving through a dense forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees. Resembling a primordial jungle, occasionally, venomous snakes and insects made their presence known. Why has the esteemed Kangwu made his residence so shabby? A graveyard is one thing, but the insects are another, Murong Tian muttered, cleaving a centipede taller than himself in two with his sword. Nonetheless, it shouldn't be long before I find my way out. I wonder where the legacy of Kangwu truly lies. As he spoke, he continued to explore forward. Not long after, Shangguan Jie and his companion caught up to him. Observing the bisected centipede, which glimmered with a jade-like green hue, both fell into a contemplative silence. This makes 18 insect corpses, the elder remarked, squinting at the centipede. This jade centipede serves as an excellent antidote ingredient, capable of being used to concoct fourth-grade elixirs. Its exoskeleton, after refinement, could also be transformed into a piece of low-grade mystical armor. Just how many valuable items has that fellow scavenged from the graveyard? To have overlooked so many rare poisonous insects. Shangguan Jie spoke indifferently. Judging by the wounds on those poisonous insects, it appears to be a swordsman with merely returning origin realm strength. Regardless of how many treasures he possesses, we shall seize them. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, absorbing the jade centipede's corpse into his storage ring. The two continued to speed ahead, swiftly approaching a steep cliff where a solitary figure ambled along at a leisurely pace. Dressed in black, wielding a long black sword, the figure was not particularly tall and seemed somewhat gaunt. What left both men astounded was the multitude of bizarre items adorning the individual. That a string of bells resembling garlic hung from his shoulder. At his waist were broken swords, embroidered blades, and a dilapidated gourd, while a peculiar item that resembled a woman's bodice was wrapped around his head. Most alarming of all, he carried a wooden gravestone on his back. That fellow, after recovering from their shock, Shangguan Jie narrowed his eyes, quickly recognizing the familiar figure. Wasn't he at the wasteful Murong Tian who had robbed him of his position at the upper three pools on Chunyuan Mountain? It appears that the one who recently scavenged the treasures from the graveyard is none other than this waste. Shangguan Jie sneered coldly, unleashing a palm strike infused with the surging energy of the late returning origin realm. Murong Tian furrowed his brow and deftly evaded. Boom! The impact of the palm strike shattered a massive tree trunk into splinters, causing it to creak and crash to the ground. He turned, casting a vigilant glance behind him, and spoke coldly. Who goes there? Shangguan Jie and his companion stepped forward, their eyes glinting with derision. What a small world, to encounter you this way so soon. Shangguanji? Murong Tian's gaze darkened, his grip tightening around the sword hilt. The Murong family had narrowly escaped disaster, with the Shangguan family lurking in the shadows. He harbored no fondness for them. Hand over everything in your storage ring and crawl past me. I shall spare your life. The Shangguan family chuckled mockingly, gesturing to themselves. Dream on. Murong Tian spoke coldly, his expression grave as he scrutinized the duo. Shangguan's aura was manageable, still within the realm of the returning origin, but the elder behind him exuded a suffocating pressure, mid-stage Earth spirit realm. Yeah, enough with the chatter. Kill him swiftly. The Shangguan elder stepped forward, only to be halted by a hand. Uncle, hold on. I want to have some fun torturing this brat. Shangguan Jie smirked, advancing step by step, compelling the elder to relent. Murong Tian, do you know why Qin Qianyu went to the Murong family to annul the engagement? He taunted as he closed in. If it weren't for your father saving the Qin family head back then, leading to the arrangement of this marriage to support the Murong family, do you think you, a mere waste, are worthy of Qianyu? And to set that 3-year agreement, such arrogance, bringing humiliation upon yourself. Murong Tian retorted coldly. My Murong family has never sought to cling to the Qin family. If an annulment is desired, it could have been discussed privately. But she, of all people, chose to publicly announce the annulment after the unexpected death of the Qin family head, humiliating both me and my father. Humiliation? The Shangguan family laughed heartily. What you speak of is merely the truth. Your father is a waste. And you are even more a waste among wastes, a mere insect. Who would care about your dignity? What do you want to say? Murong Tian clenched his fists. What do I want to say? After their laughter subsided, a murderous intent surged in the eyes of the Shangguan family. Originally, I couldn't be bothered to deal with you, but it seems your master possesses some skill, elevating you to such a realm and stealing my opportunity. Thus, I am quite displeased and must kill you to vent my frustrations. He took a step forward, energy surging as he unleashed a punch, grinning wickedly amidst the roar of his tiger-like strike. Blame your master. Murong Tian frowned, immediately employing the floating light and shadow step, his figure blurring as he evaded. Realizing his punch had only shattered an illusion, Shangguan Jie's gaze flickered. Such profound footwork. How could it so easily evade my attack? In the next moment, Murong Tian lunged forward with his sword. Observing the sluggish motion, Shangguan Jie's expression turned to ridicule. With that speed, you think you can wield a sword? Oh, is that so? A chilling glint flashed in Murong Tian's eyes. The killer is always hunted. Through training with senior sister Ling, he had come to understand the essence of striking unexpectedly and achieving a swift kill. Hence, beneath that seemingly languid sword intent, a bolt of lightning silently brewed. In the distance, the elder Shangguan sensed something amiss, his pupils constricting as he bellowed, Jia, retreat. Shangguan Jia paused, baffled. Retreat? For this sluggish, tortoise-like swordplay, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a chill at his throat. Frowning, he reached to touch it, that a warm sensation greeted him, and a vivid splash of red in his palm was blinding. This is blood. Shangguan Jie froze, an overwhelming sense of dread surging within him. Before him, Murong Tian had unknowingly sheathed his sword, his gaze frigid to at that moment. Shangguan Jie's throat erupted with a burst of lightning. Sizzle, blood gushed forth. The lightning exploded, and his head soared high. The headless body crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from the neck like a fountain, the wide-open eyes filled with terror and disbelief. That strike, was it not supposed to be slow? Why did it suddenly become so swift? Chapter 97. The Downfall of Murong, you insolent wretch. Dare you? The elder Shangguan was engulfed in fury, charging forward. The oppressive aura of an Earth Spirit Realm expert enveloped the area as he unleashed a palm strike, the power of the Earth resonating with a thunderous roar. Murong Tian had already devised a strategy upon discovering the presence of the two, that without hesitation, he turned and leaped towards the steep cliff, below which a furious river churned, boom, though he had moved swiftly. The palm strike still struck his back. All the weapons and adornments on him shattered under the immense force, save for a wooden plaque that withstood the residual impact, remaining intact. Nonetheless, The shockwaves surged through the plaque, slamming into him, causing him to emit a muffled grunt, his internal organs feeling displaced, blood and flesh mangling on his back. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he plummeted, crashing into the turbulent waters below. The elder Shangwan reached the cliff's edge, his expression grim. Sword intent. I never expected this scoundrel to comprehend sword intent. Gazing at Shangwan Jie's corpse, his expression darkened further. Tio think that the most outstanding junior of the Shangwan family would perish in such a manner. He hadn't even lasted a full day within the Kangwu realm, nor had he truly encountered the legacy of the Kangwu elder. This was hard for him to accept, although he longed to pursue further to confirm the boy's death. He had more pressing matters at hand. Casting a cold glance towards the cliff, the elder Shangwan swept away Shangwan Jie's storage ring and tidied up his corpse before turning to leave. Having endured a full power strike from the Earth Spirit Realm, and then falling from such a height, that boy had no chance of survival. I must hasten to locate the Qin family and join them in finding the Kangwu heart, fulfilling the mission entrusted by the master. His gaze flickered as he resolved to depart this place. On the other side, in a shadowy canyon, Ling Fei Shuang and her companions encountered no dangers. Instead, coming upon a magnificent palace, the ethereal glow of treasures indicated its extraordinary nature. Though they yearned to enter and explore, Murong Ton's whereabouts were still unknown. They needed to find him first. Murong Shidi's whereabouts are unclear. We should continue searching ahead. Ling Fei Shuang decisively opted to bypass the palace. Yu Jinyuan paused momentarily, but nodded in agreement. This palace is likely warded with runic restrictions. Entering one be simple and will consume considerable time that we cannot afford to delay in finding Murong Shidi. Xiao Tian Su expressed surprise. You too. This is within the abode of the Kangwu Elder. Such a grand palace may house celestial-grade martial arts, earthly-grade techniques, or spiritual pills. Are you truly not intending to take a look inside? Ling Fei Shuang merely glanced at him. Her tone icy. The safety of my junior brother is paramount. If you wish to enter, feel free to do so alone. It's perilous here. You should join us. Yu Jinyuan advised steadily. Xiao Tiansu regarded the two with a knowing look, surprised that they would forsake the opportunity before them for the sake of a fellow disciple. In that case, I shall take my leave. Take care. He performed a respectful bow and turned away without hesitation. It was not that he coveted the opportunity, but rather that Elder Zheng and the others had yet to arrive, and he worried about the enemies arriving first that he preferred to wait and see when those individuals would come. Take care. Yu Jinyuan spoke solemnly. While the two paid no mind to his departure, for they were not closely acquainted, why would he abandon the opportunity to search for Murong Tian? As the group parted ways, Xiao Tian Su waited not far from the palace, while Ling Fei Shuang and her companion pressed onward. Before long, they stumbled upon a graveyard with dense woods ahead. Amidst the thickets, traces of venomous insects were faintly visible. This sword energy, Ling Fei Shuang furrowed her brow, her expression resolute. It belongs to Murong Shidi. He must have passed through here not long ago. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two hastened forward, continuing their pursuit. Arriving at a relatively open cliffside, a strong scent of blood wafted toward them, causing both to involuntarily frown. Ling Fei Shuang's expression turned grave as she closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. After a moment, she spoke with a serious tone. This is bad. There's the aura of an Earth Spirit Realm expert. Yu Jinyuan's heart raced. Could it be that Murong Shidi has encountered a pursuer of the Earth Spirit Realm? What about Shidi? His brow furrowed, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Even with a powerful sword technique, a beginner in the returning origin realm stood little chance against an opponent of the same level, making survival nearly impossible. Ling Fei Shuang remained silent, instead scrutinizing the nearby bloodstains. From the traces, it seems there were two enemies. Murong Shidi must have unexpectedly sealed one's throat with a single strike, and the head rolled over there. Then, her gaze followed the subtle traces toward the edge of the cliff, ultimately resting upon a footprint left by a forceful step. Taking advantage of the other Earth Spirit Realm opponent's moment of inattention, Murong Shidi leaped down here, Throughout the encounter, the Earth Spirit expert likely only acted at that moment. Yu Jinyuan listened to her analysis, momentarily stunned. How does senior sister know this? Because if a powerhouse of the Earth Spirit realm had made their move from the very beginning, junior brother Moron would have had no chance to slay even one of them and escape to the edge of the cliff. Moreover, the solitary pit created by the spiritual essence here must have been the handiwork of a practitioner from the returning essence realm. The might of an Earth Spirit realm expert, wielding the power of the Earth, would not be so trivial. Either they struck empty, or they hit junior brother Moron while he was leaping, sending him plummeting into the abyss. Otherwise, there would not be just that one pit on the ground. Both their gazes were fixed on the precipice below. The tumultuous waters concealed any trace of a figure, but if he had indeed been struck by an Earth Spirit realm expert, his chances of survival were virtually non-existent. They could only hope that the attack had truly missed. Regardless, let us descend swiftly to search for him, Yu Jinyuan spoke solemnly. Ling Feishuang nodded, but just as she was about to take another route down, she caught sight of a token embedded in the cliff. The characters Shangwan were distinctly engraved upon it. The Shangwan family. Ling Feishuang's gaze sharpened, that if it were based on Murong Tian's agility and swift swordplay, it was indeed plausible that he could have snatched the jade pendant from the decapitated enemy during the Earth Spirit Realm expert's moment of carelessness, and then embedded it into this cliff. After all, the strength of an Earth Spirit Realm expert lies in their Earth power. When it comes to mental prowess, they likely could not surpass the esteemed Master Su of the Spiritual Medicine Hall. However, upon seeing this token, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, it seemed her junior brother retained some consciousness while falling into the abyss. Yet it could not be ruled out that he had relied on sheer willpower in his near-death moments. As she had witnessed Murong Tian's tenacity firsthand, let us search for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feishuang leaped into the air. Sister Ling, Yu Jinyuan exclaimed in alarm. The opponent was neither a talisman master nor an Earth Spirit Realm expert. Was she not courting death by jumping down? But in the next moment, his jaw dropped in disbelief. For Ling Feishuang appeared to tread upon the air as if it were solid ground, enveloped by the power of the earth, despite still being at the returning essence realm. She accomplished feats only possible for an Earth Spirit Realm expert. Ling Feishuang was unsurprised by her ability to traverse the air. Her earlier endeavor to seek Elder Shen for the cultivation of earth-gathering pills was not in vain. She could truly absorb the power contained within. After all, the technique she practiced, the 9 mysterious Tao Lotus, though gentle and benevolent, would unleash a surge of power once unlocked. Utilizing merely the Earth's power was nothing of great consequence at this moment. Consumed with concern for Murong Tian's safety, she cared little for concealment. All she hoped was that he would not come to harm. Chapter 98. Are we not all at the returning essence realm? After the initial shock, Yu Jinyuan set aside his thoughts and began crafting a talisman in mid-air that a gentle breeze accompanied the swirling characters, lifting him off the ground as he soared toward the cliff's edge. Upon landing, the rushing river revealed no trace of any person. Only by the riverbank was there a piece of clothing, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a torn women's garment. Ling Feishuang shook her head slightly. It was evidently not Murong Tian's. The two continued their search along the river, their hearts growing heavier with each moment. There was no one, no corpse. Murong Tian was either still alive and had already departed, or he had been swept away by the current. Continue searching. Ling Feishuang refused to give up, and they pressed on along the riverbank. Before long, she suddenly furrowed her brow, lifting her gaze ahead at a woman clad in white. Wielding a long sword, was slowly ascending the slope, her expression one of indifferent arrogance that it was none other than Qin Xianyue. She merely cast a glance at Ling Feishuang and Yu Jinyuan before striding forward, seemingly dismissing them entirely. Under normal circumstances, Ling Feishuang would have ignored her. However, the situation was different now. She stepped in front of Qin Xianyue, her tone somewhat frosty. I ask you, where is junior brother Murong? Prior to entering the Kangwu realm, the Qin family had been quite close to the Shangwan family. Although Qin Xianyue had not exchanged a word with anyone from the Shangwan family, the camaraderie between Qin Baishan and Shangwan Bao was evident, suggesting a significant relationship between the two families. One could not rule out the possibility that the Qin family had a hand in the pursuit of Murong Tian. Morong Tian. Qin Qianyue frowned slightly. If you seek him, why ask me? Then allow me to inquire further. Where are the members of the Shangwan family? Ling Feishuang's voice turned. I see wide at Yu Jinyuan. Witnessing the exchange, felt a cold sweat break out, his heart racing. Good heavens. She was an early-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert, an Earth Spirit Realm practitioner. The two of them were merely at the returning Essence Realm. To question her like this was akin to courting death. Why should I answer you? Qin Qianyue's expression darkened. Her voice cold. Step aside. Ling Feishuang narrowed her beautiful eyes. Junior brother Morong fell into the river due to an attack from the Shangwan family. You have come from downstream. Are you not also here to pursue him? Qin Qianyue's gaze remained indifferent. You think too highly of him. To me, he is merely a minor character. Why would I expend effort to pursue a waste? To her, Morong Tian was nothing more than a practitioner at the returning Essence Realm, entirely unworthy of her interest, let alone the notion of pursuing him. What did you say? A glint of coldness flashed in Ling Feishuang's eyes. I said, why should I pursue a waste? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the valley. Qin Qianyue tilted her head, momentarily stunned, until the burning sting on her cheek brought her back to reality. She had been slapped. Yu Jinyuan's pupils constricted, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Ling Feishuang, who had suddenly appeared before Qin Qianyue, his expression one of shock. Was this instantaneous movement, such speed? Ling Feishuang's gaze was frigid, a nine-petaled white lotus mark appearing subtly on her forehead. Her aura surged steadily. Mid-stage returning essence, late-stage peak, until it reached early-stage Earth Spirit Realm. Such a filthy mouth. Did no one teach you how to respect others in your household? The chilling words fell, and Qin Qianyue finally came to her senses. Raising her hand in shock to touch her face, the prominent red handprint was glaringly evident. For years, everyone had treated her with utmost respect and flattery. The only one bold enough to slap her was Ling Feishuang. You are seeking death, no matter how proud she usually was. At this moment she completely lost her composure, consumed by rage, raising her long sword to stab at Ling Feishuang. The sword surged forth like a tempest of snow, chilling to the bone. The rushing river seemed to freeze under this frigid aura, and Yu Jinyuan felt as though he could hardly breathe. Yet, in the face of this strike, Ling Feishuang merely looked upon it with disdain. Your swordsmanship pales in comparison to junior brother Morong's. With a single step forward, amidst the flurry of palm shadows, she passed through the tempestuous sword light and struck Qin Qianyue squarely in the chest. The opponent was not junior brother Morong, so she did not hold back. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Qin Qianyue's face turned ashen, blood spurting forth as she was sent flying. Her long sword slipping from her grasp, embedding itself into the soil, she collapsed to the ground. Staring in shock at the figure before her, also clad in white, but tall and poised, with a nine-petaled Tao lotus mark on her forehead, this person was not merely at the returning Essence Realm, but an early-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert, and her strength was terrifying. She had effortlessly discerned the flaws in Qin Qianyue's sword technique and sent her flying. Moreover, what did she mean by stating that her swordsmanship was far inferior to Morong Tian's? A mere waste, unworthy of comparison? You seem to think highly of your own talents, looking down upon everyone else? Ling Feishuang advanced step by step, drawing the long sword from the ground, pressing it against Qin Qianyue's pale neck. Yu Jinyuan, trembling in fear, could only watch, dreading that she might make a fatal move. Qin Qianyue gritted her teeth, her gaze locked onto the icy woman before her. She could not comprehend why, in a place like the spiritual Talisman Mountain, there existed such a remarkable disciple. In my eyes, your so-called talent is nothing but a joke. You are not even qualified to carry junior brother Morong's shoes. I truly do not understand how you have the audacity to withdraw from the engagement with the Morong family. Ling Feishuang's gaze was devoid of warmth, as if she were looking at refuse. A 17-year-old early-stage Earth Spirit Realm, indeed impressive, but that is all. The indifferent words fell, and the mark of the Tao lotus on her forehead flickered once more. Her aura began to surge again to early-stage Earth Spirit Realm mid-stage, until late-stage Earth Spirit Realm. Anger flared within Qin Qianyue's eyes, her spirit unwilling to yield. The other party was clearly several years her senior. Had they been of the same age, she would have undoubtedly reached the heavenly spirit realm by now. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Ling Feishuang coldly laughed. I forgot to mention, I began my cultivation at the age of 15. Upon hearing this, Qin Xianyue was taken aback, her expression a mix of astonishment and daze. Tio have started cultivating at the age of 15. Whoosh! The long sword pierced the nearby bluestone, embedding itself to the hilt. I will not kill you. Ling Feishuang looked down, her indifferent expression akin to that of one gazing at an ant. And it was precisely this gaze that caused Qin Xianyue to clench her fists tightly. On the day of the 3-year agreement, I hope you will not regret your decision to withdraw from the engagement when you find yourself beneath my junior brother's heel. With that, she walked past Qin Xianyue without a glance. Continuing her search along the river, Yu Jinyuan remained dazed beside her. What was happening? Were they not all at the returning essence realm? Why was it that when Sister Ling Wush adorned her forehead with a lotus, her realm surged so dramatically? Only after Ling Feishuang had walked far away did he come to his senses, hurriedly chasing after her. Sister Ling, wait for me. As the two departed, Qin Xianyue sat frozen. Lost in thought, she absent-mindedly touched her stinging cheek, feelings of resentment and hatred bubbling to the surface. What was this nonsense about starting cultivation at 15? It must be a lie. And that Murong Tian. How could his swordsmanship possibly compare to hers? The 3-year agreement would forever remain a joke. You are indeed a rare talent within the Tianxue sect, a prodigy not seen in a century, and the disciple of the sect master. It is inconceivable that you would lose to a mere wretch. Chapter 99. Your Highness, do not panic. Their flight is no match for my steed's swiftness. On the other side, within the outer palace, Xiao Tian slowly emerged from the palace, his gaze flickering. Indeed, there were some opportunities inside, yet they were not unparalleled martial arts or precious elixirs, merely some earthly-tier martial techniques and earthly-tier spiritual artifacts. While these might be exceedingly valuable to others, for him, as the crown prince, they held little significance. He surveyed the dim surroundings and spoke nonchalantly. Since you have come, why not reveal yourselves? As his voice fell. 3 figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, their faces concealed by bronze ghost masks, each exuding the powerful aura of late-stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. Observing this scene, Xiao Tian's expression sharpened. I did not expect that your demonic sect would send 3 vice leaders to hunt me down. The masked figure at the forefront let out a cold laugh, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light beneath the mask. The most outstanding royal descendant of the Da'an dynasty, having reached mid-Earth Spirit Realm at merely 18 years of age. Had you remained in the imperial capital, we would not have had the chance to act. I did not expect you to possess the audacity to venture out. Who informed you of my entry into the Kangwu realm? Xiao Tian inquired, unperturbed. Despite his ordinary attire, his demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. The aura of a sovereign radiated from him, calm and composed, as if he regarded these 3 individuals with utter disdain. A deal you wish to know. Even if you do not disclose it, I can surmise who it was. It must be the Shangguan family. Correct? Xiao Tian replied coolly. And so what? You are about to die. The 3 masked figures sneered. Die? A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Tian's lips, his expression somewhat mocking. Did you truly believe that the Shangguan family would come to know of this information? The trio paused, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Could it be that the news had been intentionally leaked by Xiao Tian's? You are merely trying to confuse us. One of them scoffed. Swiftly exchanging glances with the others, attack. In unison, the 3 unleashed their formidable auras, coalescing into a blood-red raging lion that charged forth with a thunderous roar. The combined assault of 3 late-stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivators was not to be underestimated. Just as Xiao Tian prepared to retaliate, he suddenly furrowed his brow that a beam of talismanic light shot forth from a distance, piercing through the blood-red lion. Boom! The gale transformed into razor-sharp blades of wind, instantly shredding the lion into fragments. Who is it? The 3 were taken aback, turning abruptly towards the source of the talismanic light. What met their eyes was a scene that left them momentarily stunned. Old Jung, slow down. I've blown my nose all over the place. 2 figures sped towards them, to be precise. One figure soared through the air, while the other clung tightly to the former's body, even stopping to wipe his nose on the shoulder. Upon landing, it was none other than Shen An and Zheng Sanshan. After touching down, Zheng Sanshan cast a disdainful glance at his shoulder, while Shen An began to survey the surroundings. Waving his hand, "Oh, are we interrupting something?" The corners of the masked figure's mouths twitched. Zheng Sanshan turned to Xiao Tiance, inquiring, "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Xiao Tiance shook his head slightly. Had they arrived any later, he would likely have had to intervene himself. As the saying goes, enemies meet with particular hostility. The spirit talisman mountain and the demonic sect harbored deep-seated enmity. Zheng Sanshan now regarded the three figures before him with a frosty glare. "You just employed the blood lion palm, did you not?" The sect leader mentioned that the demonic sect would meddle in the Kangwu realm, and it appears he was indeed correct. "I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Your mastery of wind talismans has evidently improved since years past. However, your arrival will amount to nothing more than a death sentence." The leader of the masked figure sneered, patting the black pouch at his waist. The next moment, a pair of icy, slitted pupils emerged from the darkness. A serpent as thick as a water barrel slithered forth, entirely black, with a pair of wings on its back. Its aura was that of a peak earth spirit realm creature. Upon seeing the serpent, Zheng Sanshan's pupils constricted. Blackwater python. This serpent was notoriously difficult to deal with. While its offensive power was not particularly high, its speed and defense were quite extraordinary. "Enjoy your time with the Blackwater python. We shall return after we have slain Xiao Tiance." The masked figure chuckled coldly, and the three figures simultaneously flickered, charging toward Xiao Tiance. Despite the Blackwater python's large size, it moved with astonishing speed, soaring directly above Zheng Sanshan, opening its gaping maw to swallow him whole. "Take his highness and flee." Zheng Sanshan struck Shen An on the chest, summoning his spiritual energy to block the python's jaws. "Damn it. Old Zheng, are you trying to kill me?" Shen An was sent flying, his chest ablaze with pain. This fellow was undoubtedly seeking revenge. Yet at that moment, there was no time for complaints. Seeing the three figures had reached Xiao Tiance, Shen An patted his waist and shouted, "Your Highness, mount," with the sound of a steed's whinny echoing. The three figures in the air were taken aback as a red figure flashed before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Shen An had mounted a magnificent chestnut steed and hastened to Xiao Tiance's side with unbelievable speed. Seeing the three figures charging once more, Xiao Tiance hesitated momentarily at the sight of the horse, but quickly regained his composure and mounted it to go. Shen An urged, squeezing the horse's belly. The steed let out a piercing neigh, and its hooves thundered against the ground. Dust billowed into the air, and within a breath, the duo had galloped several dozen feet away. "What sort of demonic horse is this? Its speed is astonishing. Pursue them. Do not let them escape." The lead masked figure's expression darkened as he quickly led his companions in pursuit. Meanwhile, Zheng Sanshan struggled against the Blackwater python, stealing a glance back and grimacing. "Why the hell did you not reveal this mount earlier? Why did you insist on making me carry you?" In a daze, Zheng Sanshan suddenly realized something, his gaze filled with resentment. Could it be that Shen An thought of him as a mere steed? How shameless! He had never been ridden before. On the other side, as Xiao Tian sat atop the galloping steed, the fierce wind howled, causing his garments to billow. "Your Highness, do not worry. Although they are late-stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivators, their speed cannot match that of my horse," Shen An remarked as he guided the steed. Xiao Tiance glanced back. Indeed, the three vice leaders of the demonic sect were lagging far behind, enveloped in dust, seemingly resigned to trailing in their wake. This steed was indeed extraordinary, though riding it was a bit of a hassle. Xiao Tiance observed the wind-swept hair of Shen An, which was being whipped against his own face, and silently donned a mask. Shen An looked back, startled. "Damn it, did I pick the wrong person?" Chapter 100. Wind Talisman. Upon realizing that it was Xiao Tiance who wore the mask, Shen An exhaled in relief, suppressing the urge to kick him off the horse. The steed galloped like the wind, leaving the three figures far behind until they were ultimately shaken off, turning back to encircle Zheng Sanshan. "Your Highness, what about my disciples?" Shen An finally slowed the pace and inquired. "Brother Morong did not teleport with us. Miss Ling and brother you left ahead to search for Brother Morong, Xiao Tian's replied. Not with you. Shen An frowned, but thought little of it. Given that young man's strength, as long as he did not encounter late-stage Earth Spirit Realm threats, he should not be in any great danger. Your Highness, how did those individuals manage to locate you? Regarding that, Xiao Tian's lifted the talisman plate in his hand. Shen An was taken aback. Was this not the talisman used by Elder Zheng of Spirit Talisman Mountain for tracking? I acquired this from the palace, deliberately providing an opportunity for the Queen's confidant to approach. As I surmised, they indeed tampered with it. As he spoke, he casually discarded the item. Witnessing this, Shen An regarded him with deep contemplation. It appeared that those individuals were intentionally lured by this crown prince, with the aim of confirming his suspicions that it was now nearly certain that the Shangguan family conspired with the demonic sect to plot against the current crown prince. Should this matter return to the Dan dynasty, the Queen's position would likely be in jeopardy. Nevertheless, Shen An held a certain admiration for Xiao Tian's confidence. After all, he had drawn the attention of late-stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivators and remained so composed. He surmised that even if he and Old Jing had not arrived in time, Xiao Tian would have had means to handle the situation. Your Highness, since the area is secure, you should remain here while I return to assist. Upon reaching a burial ground, Shen An dismounted, preparing to head back. At that moment, Xiao Tian spoke up. Elder Shen need not worry. Left behind is the peak leader of Qingfu Peak. Mere 3 or so members of the demonic sect are no match for him. Old Zheng, is that formidable? Shen An, still mounted on the chestnut steed, looked astonished. Those were 3 late-stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivators plus a peak Earth Spirit Realm Blackwater Python. Could Old Zheng, with his frail appearance, truly suppress them? After all, Zheng Shanhe had but a single disciple. Hence he imparted all he learned in talismans. That it is regrettable that the Shanhe talisman may not have been passed down. Sighing, Xiao Tian's continued. And Shen An felt a tinge of regret. Had the Shanhe talisman been passed to Zheng Sanshan, he would have surely placed it within the talisman tower at the earliest opportunity. Since it was not there, it was likely lost to time. No, I must return to check. Shen An shook his head, instructing Xiao Tian's to wait while he turned his steed back, but he felt that perhaps Xiao Tian's had misunderstood. Zheng Shanhe is indeed Zheng Shanhe, and Old Zheng is simply Old Zheng. His brother may be formidable, but that does not imply that he shares the same prowess. The very thought of that old rascal, reduced to tears after being slapped by Lu Yunqin, renders it impossible for Shen An to associate him with the term formidable. Moreover, this old fellow's construction of the Qingyun Great Array was utterly shoddy, failing to even contain Lu Yunqin. Yet he dares to speak of restraining those at the spirit realm. That it is imperative that he returns alive to rectify his mistakes. Xiao Tianze observed the retreating figure on horseback, his eyes narrowing. Mother once mentioned that Lingfu Mountain is remarkably united, with a strong sense of camaraderie among its sections. I was somewhat skeptical, but seeing Elder Shen so concerned for Elder Zheng, it seems to be true. As the crown prince gazed at the galloping steed, he nodded in silent agreement. Meanwhile, the 3 masked figures, realizing they could not catch up to the red hair, quickly changed their strategy, opting to return and deal with Zheng San Mountain first. After all, they were currently within the Kangwu territory, where opportunities to eliminate Xiao Tianze abounded. However, upon their arrival, they discovered the peak Earth Spirit Realm Blackwater Python in a pitiful state. Its wings had been severed cleanly, and it bore countless wounds, its eyes filled with dread. Above, Zheng San Mountain stood tall, his hand deftly tracing patterns in the AI. As the fierce winds converged, they billowed his robes, and his black and white hair danced in the tempestuous currents, exuding an overwhelming aura. Command wind descend. Accompanied by the flickering azure runes before him, a colossal vortex emerged, drawing the Blackwater Python into its depths with an immense force. Hiss! The Blackwater Python, filled with terror, struggled futilely to escape, tossed about by the howling winds. Clang! Sparks flew as the blades of wind cut through the storm, and soon, a fresh, gaping wound appeared on the python's body. The 3 masked figures watched, their pupils constricting in shock. Such precise control over the wind runes, though seemingly chaotic, each blade struck with uncanny accuracy. Water can wear away stone, let alone such razor-sharp wind blades. No matter how robust the Blackwater Python's defenses, it could not withstand Zheng Sand Mountain's focus on delivering lethal blows. He has exhausted much of his spiritual energy. We must act swiftly. The three masked figures spoke gravely, charging toward Zheng Sand Mountain from three directions, unleashing their palms in unison. Roar. The sound of their fury transformed into bloodthirsty lions, their jaws wide open, lunging forward to devour. Faced with their combined assault, Zheng Sand Mountain scoffed, perspiration beading on his brow, yet betraying no hint of panic. His right hand maintained control over the winds, while his other hand swiftly sketched in the air. Almost instantaneously, a rune entirely distinct from the winds emerged. Command Wind, Azure Moon Kill. With a cold shout, the azure rune he drew pulsed with profound light that as the three blood lions charged, he waved his sleeve, manifesting a series of azure wind blades, sharp and curved, that flashed forth. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At first glance, those wind blades resembled crescent moons, tearing the three blood lions to shreds. The three masked figures were hurled backward. Tattered and bloodied, one of them, his hand severed, turned pale with terror, fixated on the scene before him. Your hidden injuries have healed. How is it possible for you to still execute the second style of wind runes? Zheng Sand Mountain sneered, bringing his hands together. Miraculously, the runes of Ascend and Azure Moon Kill merged in an instant. The tempest swelled, transforming into a deep azure, where crescent moons flickered within. Hiss! A pained cry echoed as a massive triangular head was hurled from the storm, crashing heavily before the trio, trailing crimson blood. The snake's head, with its menacing vertical pupils, radiated fear. This sight sent the three masked figures reeling back in trepidation. The peak Earth Spirit Realm Blackwater Python was dead. Shen An, riding forth on horseback, caught sight of the battle from a distance, his mouth agape in disbelief. Good heavens, old Zheng fights so fiercely. In Chapter 101, the descending finger technique, the three exchanged glances, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Zheng Sand Mountain stood resolutely in the wind, showing no signs of fatigue, while he continued to draw runes in the air. Meanwhile, Shen An, returning on horseback, caught their attention. Seeing this, the three glanced at each other, their eyes glinting with determination. Retreat! With a single command, they turned to flee, vanishing in a few swift leaps. Zheng Sand Mountain did not pursue, but instead fixed his gaze on their retreating forms, the runes dissipating from his hands. Old Zheng, you truly are impressive, defeating for while turning the tables on one. Shen An tightened the reins, looking up at the figure above, astonished that no sooner had he voiced his surprise than Zheng Sand Mountain's complexion paled dramatically. Puffed. Blood sprayed forth like mist, and he staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Old Zheng! Shen An hurriedly reined in the red hair and rushed to assist him, his brow furrowed. How could he, who had just displayed such overwhelming might against four opponents, suddenly appear so weakened? You can't be jesting with me, can you? Shen An asked, suspicion lacing his tone as he seized Zheng Sand Mountain's wrist. Upon examination, his expression darkened. The meridians were shattered, and the energy reservoir depleted. It appeared that this was a long-standing injury, merely exacerbated by the recent unrestrained use of wind runes. You've sustained old injuries? He inquired, glancing at the elder beside him. Needless to say, Zheng Sand Mountain replied with irritation. Hurry and leave this place. Otherwise, the forces of the demonic sect may return with vengeance. Shen An's frown deepened. Why was this old fool so reckless? Having sustained injuries, he insisted on holding the line alone. Surely he could have simply asked for assistance. Do not speak. I will treat your injuries, Shen An insisted, producing silver needles to employ the mystical 13 needles for healing that if left untreated, it would jeopardize his foundation. Based on his observations, Zheng Sand Mountain should have long since had the opportunity to break through to the spirit realm. However, the severe damage to his meridians had prevented him from attempting it. Over the years, he must have expended considerable resources on healing, and he should have been on the verge of recovery. Yet, that recent exertion had triggered a resurgence of old injuries, damaging his meridians anew. Leave at once. Zheng Sand Mountain stubbornly grasped his hand, his gaze somber. I am no longer capable of fighting. should they return. I will stand in your stead, Shen An interrupted, his right hand becoming a blur as he drove the needles down. Yes, the mystical 13 needles were applied. Zheng San Mountain expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood, and his internal energy began to stabilize, no longer raging uncontrollably. Zheng San Mountain felt a mix of gratitude and irritation that if those demonic sect members returned, would Shen An truly be able to hold them off alone? It was as if fate had conspired against them. Just as Shen An delivered the final needle, 3 pairs of footsteps echoed from the darkness. TSK, 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 I knew you old rascal were feigning your injuries. If it weren't for Zheng Shanha saving you back when the 9th priest left you gravely wounded, you would have perished long ago. The 3 masked figures returned, the leader's gaze mocking. What a pity. In your current state, you should be unable to execute the 3rd style, whirling clouds, right? Upon seeing the trio, Zheng San Mountain's expression hardened. Yet with the 13 needles drawing upon his energy, he dared not act recklessly. Shen An, you must flee. No sooner had he spoken than the 3 figures simultaneously waved their sleeves. 3 formation flags were planted around them, and a shimmering curtain of runes arose. Where do you think you're going? The leader of the masked figure sneered, determined not to repeat the mistake of allowing Shen An to escape on that swift steed. The water curtain formation. Zheng San Mountain furrowed his brow. This was a binding formation, and undoubtedly, it consisted of more than just 3 flags. Given its complexity once activated, it would require at least 30 flags, with more enhancing its strength. 1,000 flags simultaneously deployed by Earth Spirit Realm warriors could even temporarily trap those of the Profound Realm. If the demonic sect had brought the water curtain formation with them, it was certainly no minor array. It could be inferred that these 3 were merely one faction of the demonic sect entering Kangwu, and there were likely more lurking elsewhere. Shen An quickly removed the needles. I will break the formation, and you must escape. Zheng San Mountain's expression turned grave, his voice lowered. Shen An felt a pang of helplessness. Old Zheng, why do you always insist on having your allies flee? Taken aback, Zheng San Mountain momentarily pondered the question. In such a situation, what was the alternative? Wait for death. Can't you trust your companions just once? As Shen An pressed on, Zheng San Mountain's realization dawned upon him. His eyes flickered with intrigue. Are you planning to employ the trump card left by your foster father? It's my foster brother, Shen An emphasized once more. Rising to face the 3 masked figures. Upon seeing the middle-aged man clad in white, with silver strands cascading down his temples, they felt a sudden chill run down their spines. They had heard whispers that Shen An had seemingly acquired some extraordinary boon on Qingyan Peak, with each display of power eclipsing the last. The most formidable instance nearly claimed the life of the Qin family's elder. It was speculated that it was not merely his innate strength. Engage! The 3 forced themselves to remain calm, advancing step by step. With Zheng San Mountain incapacitated, what threat did a mere late-stage body, refining warrior pose? Could it be that he truly possessed so many hidden cards to eliminate all 3 of them in a single stroke? Old Zheng. Shen An gazed thoughtfully. Have you ever heard of a finger technique that descends from the heavens? Zheng Sanshan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is that? Just watch closely. This finger will look incredibly impressive. As Shen An took a step forward, 2 strands of silver hair danced in the wind, his white attire rustling like a hunting flag that a terrifying aura radiated from him, causing the pupils of the 3 masked individuals to constrict in an instant, their hearts racing. The great wilderness. He slowly extended a finger, his gaze piercing, and with chilling clarity, he declared, Prison of the Heavens. Buzz! Almost the moment his words fell, the sky trembled violently, that an overwhelmingly powerful presence enveloped the air, causing the 3 masked figures to look up in horror. Before them, a colossal finger, large enough to obscure the sun, manifested in the void. It shattered the darkness, its fingerprints clearly visible, exuding a suffocating and terrifying force. This is bad. This martial technique is at least of the heavenly tier. Retreat quickly. The 3 men, gripped by fear, attempted to flee. However, the enormous finger in the void suddenly accelerated, crashing down upon them. Boom. The earth quaked violently, clouds of dust swirling as fissures spread like spider webs. Zheng Sanshan opened his mouth. Utterly stunned, his mind blanked, and it seemed the only thing left in his sight was the enormous finger descending from the sky. This finger was undoubtedly far more impressive than his wind talisman. Chapter 102. How do you insult someone? As the dust gradually settled, Shen An lifted his index finger to his lips and gently blew. Before him, in the massive pit, 2 of the 3 deputy leaders had been crushed to death. Their bodies a grotesque mess of blood and flesh. Even the sole survivor was drenched in blood, his armor shattered beyond recognition. Clearly, had it not been for that piece of armor protecting him, he would not have survived. Who exactly are you? The man's mask cracked, revealing a blood-soaked face. His eyes filled with terror as they locked onto Shen and me. Shen An placed his hands behind his back and replied nonchalantly, I am Shen An, the master of Qingyan Peak at Lingfu Mountain. Impossible, the man growled, his gaze fixed intently on him. What realm are you in to wield such power? Shen An's expression remained calm. I am merely at the late stage of body refinement. The man was momentarily stunned, his expression twisting into one of rage. I do not believe it. Shen An felt a sense of helplessness. Why was it that whenever he spoke the truth, there were always those who refused to believe him? What was wrong with this world? Meanwhile, Zheng Sanshan finally stabilized his aura, channeling his energy to expel 13 silver needles from his body, and he stood up and returned the needles, fixing his steely gaze on the lone, surviving masked man. I ask you, what scheme does your demonic sect have this time? And where is your grand priest hiding? As murderous intent surged in his eyes, Shen An sighed inwardly at the stark difference in Zheng's demeanor. Zheng Shanha had faced numerous attacks, but what truly severed his heart's pulse was the Grand Priest's poisonous grip. Zheng Sanshan's questioning about the Grand Priest's whereabouts was undoubtedly linked to his brother's fate. Ha ha ha. Even if you knew, what of it? The Lingfu Mountain of today is no longer the mighty force it once was. The vast mountain gate has scarcely a few at the celestial spirit realm. When the Grand Priest emerges from his seclusion, it will be the day of slaughter for your Lingfu Mountain, and today you will all perish within the Kangwu realm. As long as our plan succeeds, none of you will escape. Zheng Sanshan's gaze hardened. What do you intend to do within the Kangwu realm? The man laughed coldly, casting a disdainful glance before spitting out a mouthful of blood, taking his own life in a fit of desperation. As Shen An stared at the slowly collapsing corpse before him, his brow furrowed. Were the members of the demonic sect truly this fanatical? Logically speaking, weren't those who joined such sects typically selfish and greedy individuals? Why was their secrecy so tight, willing to die rather than divulge a shred of information? This behavior certainly did not resemble that of ordinary demonic sect members, but rather that of trained assassins. The Pingtian dynasty. Shen An's gaze flickered that if the demonic sect indeed had ties to the Pingtian dynasty, then their incursion into the Kangwu realm likely transcended the mere pursuit of Xiao Tianche. After all, for the ever-ambitious Pingtian dynasty, the Yawang Valley of Baiming and the Tianxue sect would also pose obstacles. As he watched the enemy take their own life before him, Zheng Sanshan, unable to intervene in time, was furious enough to blow out his cheeks and unleash a palm strike that a tempest roared as it shattered the corpse into countless pieces. Old Zheng. Is it worth it to bicker with a dead man? Shen An stepped back, wary that Zheng, in his rage, might inadvertently strike him as well. Demonic sect members deserve 1,000 deaths. Zheng Sanshan gritted his teeth, his eyes tinged with blood. The demonic sect had killed so many from Lingfu Mountain, a hatred he had buried deep within his heart, never forgotten over the years. All the elders who had survived that battle had sworn that if given the chance, they would seek vengeance. Having realized his own loss of composure, Zheng Sanshan took a deep breath to restore his calm. Let us go. We must find His Highness and Zheng Yuan. There are still members of the demonic sect hiding here. We cannot let their schemes come to fruition. Wait. Zheng Sanshan furrowed his brow as he watched Shen An approach the pit. What are you doing? Shen An, half covering his eyes, disdainfully used a wooden stick to sift through the bloodied remains for a storage ring. What do you think I'm doing? I can't let this fight go to waste without reaping some benefits. Can I? Zheng Sanshan was momentarily stunned. This fellow was surprisingly adept. Shen An leaped from the pit, wiped the blood from the ring, and extended his hand toward Zheng Sanshan. Do you want it? You killed them. Iason T it inappropriate to take it. Although he said this, his hand instinctively reached out. However, upon seeing Zheng extend his hand, Shen An immediately retracted the ring. You don't want it, then I shall take it myself. Zheng Sanshan's mouth twitched awkwardly, his hand grasping at the air before retreating. A myriad of curses raging within him. Why didn't he allow me to finish speaking? This farce was progressing far too casually. Wasn't he the normal script supposed to involve some polite exchanges before I reluctantly accepted the storage ring? Claiming that everyone contributed to the battle? Why was he so decisive in his retraction? Did this brat never intend to share with me? He was overwhelmed with the urge to kick the person before him into the pit. However, after consideration, he decided against it. There was simply no way who could withstand that previous finger technique and emerge unscathed within the Earth Spirit Realm. Old Zheng, can you still fly? Shen An skillfully wrapped his arm around Zheng's neck. Zheng Sanshan felt an overwhelming urge to die, his face turning ashen as he managed to choke out 4 words. Your horse is gone? How dare you insult me? Shen An replied with a peculiar expression. If you can't fly, then don't fly. Why curse so harshly? It's your horse that's missing. As he spoke, he loosened his grip and summoned the red hair. Zheng Sanshan stood there, bewildered. Had he insulted him? When had he ever had a horse? What are you dawdling for? Get on, Shen An called as he mounted the horse. Coming. Although somewhat annoyed by the other's insistence that he had insulted him, Zheng Sanshan did not dwell on it, quickly mounting the horse to search for Xiao Tianche and the others. Giddy up. The hooves thundered, and the surroundings whirled past at a rapid pace, Shen An's long hair billowing behind him. Slap, slap, slap. Zheng Sanshan's expression darkened in an instant. In that brief moment, it felt as though he had been slapped at least 100 times. Silently, he pulled out his mask and donned it. Old Zheng, do you think His Highness has some peculiar quirks? When I pulled him earlier, he suddenly put on a mask, nearly making me think I had mistaken him for a member of the demonic sect. Almost kicking him off. Zheng Sanshan was startled and quickly raised his hand to remove the mask. As Shen An spoke, he turned his head. The moment he did, he was taken aback to see a blood-soaked masked figure. And noticing the movement of its hand, did it intend to choke him? Good heavens! Shen An instinctively gripped the horse's spine and kicked backward. Bang! The figure tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. Lying sprawled in a daze, the mask fell with a clatter, revealing a pair of old eyes brimming with unshed tears, concealing unspoken grievances. This was deliberate. This brat must have done it on purpose! Exclamation point. Oh dear! Old Zheng, are you all right? Shen An exclaimed, realizing he had kicked the wrong person, hastily halting the red hair, his voice laced with concern. What was wrong with these people? Why were they wearing masks for no reason? Chapter 103. All right then, don't choke my neck. Zheng Sanshan was on the verge of tears. He was truly at the end of his tether. Why had he been so unfortunate lately? First, he was beaten by the sect leader, then struck by Lu Yinxin, and now he was kicked off the horse by Shen, and he questioned himself. Had he really done anything heinous? I must burn incense when I return. Old Zheng, why must you insist on surprising people? If I had used my finger to poke you earlier, wouldn't you have been done for? Shen An dismounted and helped him up, slightly reproaching him for giving him such a fright. So I should be thankful for your mercy. Then, Zheng Sanshan stood up, clutching his chest, his expression resembling that of a sulking wife. Let us get back on the horse. Shen An awkwardly smiled, pulling him back onto the horse. However, this time, Zheng Sanshan dared not wear the mask again. What if this brat truly got startled and unleashed that so-called prison of the heavens again? It is highly likely that his life is in grave danger. While he hurriedly consumed medicine to regulate his breathing, he endured the relentless wind that whipped at his hair for nearly a quarter of an hour, nearly driving him to the brink of madness before the steed, red hair, finally came to a halt. Upon seeing the two return safely, Xiao Tianze felt a slight sense of relief in his heart and stepped forward to pay his respects. Elder Shen, Elder Zheng. During the greeting, he cast a peculiar glance at Zheng Sanshan's expression. Your Highness, the demonic sect harbors ulterior motives of considerable magnitude. Do you have any knowledge of the direction in which Fei Shuang and the others have ventured? Shen An inquired with a hint of anxiety, uncertain if Ling Fei Shuang and the others had located his disciple. It seems they have headed this way, though I cannot ascertain if they changed course along the way. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tianzi continued. In truth, if they have found Brother Murong, they would undoubtedly be hastening towards the heart of the secret realm. Even if they have not located him, Brother Murong might have made his way there independently. Rather than searching blindly on the periphery, it would be wiser to wait at the center. Listening to Xiao Tianzi's analysis, Shen An pondered briefly before nodding slowly. That makes sense. We can also inquire with others when the time comes. Nodding in agreement, Shen An then gestured. Your Highness, mount the horse. You are somewhat slight, so you may need to squeeze a bit in the middle. Xiao Tianzi cast a strange look at Red Hair and shook his head. I appreciate Elder Shun's kind offer, but I shall fly on my own. With that, he took to the wind. Then old Zheng Yu, as Shen An turned back, he noticed Zheng Sanshan had already flown into the air, his expression one of surprise. Huh? Old Zheng, you've recovered quite well. Come down and let me ride. No, I mean come down and take me flying. Zheng Sanshan scowled, ignoring him as he addressed Xiao Tianzi. Your Highness, let's proceed. Very well. The two swiftly took flight towards the central region. Old Zheng, take me with you. Seeing them take off, Shen An became anxious and spurred his horse to chase after them. Zheng Sanshan glanced sideways at Shen An, who was shouting below, his lips twitching in annoyance. Why hadn't he revealed such a formidable steed earlier? He had been dragging himself along for so long. Yet, what kind of needle technique did that young man employ just now? It remarkably helped him regulate his meridians and stabilize his qi in such a short span of time. Although his injuries had not fully healed and many fissures remained in his meridians, he could manage to fight without too much trouble. Once they returned to Lingfu Mountain, a period of rest would allow for gradual recovery. Alas, the breakthrough to the celestial spirit realm would have to be postponed. Meanwhile, beneath the waterfall at the cliff's edge, Ling Shiji slowed down. Yu Jinyuan gasped for breath, his internal spiritual essence significantly depleted. He relied solely on his own mastery of talismans for flight, which not only hindered his speed compared to those in the earth spirit realm, but also consumed a great deal of spiritual essence. After flying for a while, he felt utterly exhausted. Ling Feishuang paused in midair, her brow furrowed. The river had long since split into numerous smaller streams, the once torrential waters now calm, yet no trace of Murong Tian could be found, regardless of the direction they searched. Even if he has perished, his body should have surfaced by now, right? Shiji, I believe Murong Shidi is fine. He must have departed long ago. Continuing this way is futile. Yu Jinyuan seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Leaning against a stone and inhaling deeply, Ling Feishuang's beautiful eyes flickered. Given the current circumstances, this was indeed the most plausible possibility. As a talisman master with formidable mental strength, Yu Jinyuan had not detected any clues along their journey. The only explanation seemed to be that Murong Tian had never fallen but had gone elsewhere, leading them astray in their assumptions. Let us head to the central area first. If we encounter members of the Shuguan family, Shiji, you can interrogate them. That would be preferable to this aimless search. That makes sense. Ling Feishuang nodded slightly, descending to his side, her brows lotus mark gradually dissipating as their gazes met. Yu Jinyuan felt a sudden sense of unease in her cool eyes. Shiji, what is the matter? Use a wind talisman to carry me to the central region. Ah, why? Yu Jinyuan's face fell in dismay. Wasn't she at the late stage of the earth spirit realm? Why did she need him, a mere returning Yuan realm practitioner, to assist her? For certain reasons, I cannot continuously harness the powers of the earth spirit realm, so you must carry me. Observing the honesty in her response, Yu Jinyuan felt a mix of frustration and resignation. All right then, just don't choke me. I have flown before. I won't be scared enough to strangle you. Yu Jinyuan forced a smile as he swallowed a medicinal pill. Then drew talismans with both hands, summoning a gentle breeze to lift them into the air. Simultaneously, at the bottom of the rushing river they had previously searched, there lay a mystical underwater cave. Entirely unaffected by the flowing water, Murong Tian lay pale and ragged in black garments, unconscious upon the ground. Beside him, a wooden plaque flickered with light and then shattered and a wisp of green smoke rose, transforming into a remarkably handsome young man clad in a golden robe, with a youthful visage despite his white hair and sharp brows. I never anticipated that in the critical moment of my residual consciousness collapsing, someone would break the seal. He mused, his gaze falling upon the black-clad youth on the ground. The IT was this very person who had extracted the wooden plaque sealing him and severed the connection with the burial grounds formation. Subsequently, a warrior of the Earth Spirit Realm had unleashed a powerful strike, dispersing the remaining sealing force from the plaque, granting him the opportunity to emerge. Had he lingered any longer, even the last vestige of his consciousness would have been consumed by the sealing force, fading into oblivion. Yet, this young man proved resilient. Even though the plaque absorbed most of the Earth Spirit Realm warrior's might, the residual force still shattered the internal organs of a returning Yuan realm practitioner. Nonetheless, the youth had survived, albeit barely. The golden-robed man observed and noticed a glimmer of indigo armor beneath the tattered black garments of the youth. He nodded in realization. Ah, so he possesses a low-grade Earth-tier armor for protection. No wonder he remains alive. Chapter 104. The True Self Does Not Believe. Third update. Well then, you and I are fated. Since this remnant form of mine is on the verge of dissipating, I shall grant you a life-saving opportunity and impart my legacy, fostering a good relationship, lest my lifelong learning be left without an heir. The golden-robed man sighed, then waved his sleeve that a golden light entered Murong Tian's back, that in an instant his injuries began to visibly mend, shattered bones reknit, and even his cultivation hinted at an upward surge. Moments later, Murong Tian slowly regained consciousness. Upon realizing he was in a dim cave, he immediately became alert. The golden-robed man snapped his fingers. Whoosh! Several golden flames ignited, illuminating the area as brightly as day. "Who are you?" Murong Tian exclaimed in alarm, his wariness palpable. This entity is the one you carried back from the burial ground." The golden-robed man spoke indifferently, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of profound mystery. Burial ground? Murong Tian was taken aback, then noticed the shattered plaque on the ground, his eyes brightening. What his master had said was indeed true. Without a doubt, opportunities often lie hidden within seemingly inconspicuous objects. "You are the Sword Demon Senior." The golden-robed man's composed demeanor shattered in an instant. He was left flabbergasted. "Human demon?" He felt as though he had been struck with 1,000 blows to the heart. "I am Bai Li Yijian. The world reveres me as the Sword Demon Sovereign." "What human demon senior?" The golden-robed man, also known as Bai Li Yijian, twitched his lips and explained. "Oh, so that's a character with the word sword in it." Murong Tian finally understood, realizing that was why the human character appeared so diminutive. Seeing that the young man remained unfazed upon hearing his name, Bai Li Yijian felt somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, he cleared his throat, fixing his gaze intently on the young man before him. "Young friend, do you wish to possess power? Do you aspire to become a strong individual, like myself, traversing the 4 domains in one state?" His rich voice seemed imbued with a special energy that stirred the heart, effortlessly invoking a yearning within. "Senior, wait a moment. Let me recall what my master advised." Murong Tian interrupted him, furrowing his brow in contemplation before his eyes lit up. He finally remembered Shen An's warning. If confronted by someone who claimed to be a powerful figure and offered to impart their legacy, one must not trust them lightly, as they could harbor ulterior motives. "Right, Senior. I am quite lacking in talent. My meridians are narrow and blocked, and I bear a restriction left by my master in my sea of consciousness. If there is any disturbance, my master will immediately sense it and obliterate my body. Thus, if you wish to impart your teachings, it would be best not to let me open my mind to welcome you into my sea of consciousness." Observing the clarity in the youth's gaze, Bai Li Yijian fell silent, somewhat at a loss for words. What was happening? Did the lad think that the illustrious Sword Demon Sovereign was some nefarious character? One who would use deceitful words to bewitch others and seize their sea of consciousness to resurrect himself. Such an accusation was an affront. The Sword Demon Sovereign had always acted with integrity, upholding righteousness and reason, and was among the most respected figures in Central State. Now, to be doubted by a mere junior. Were these words taught to you by your master? Bai Li Jian's expression was peculiar. Indeed, Murong Tian nodded honestly. Instinctively touching the armor his master had personally donned on him before his departure, feeling deeply moved. Had it not been for this armor's protection, he would likely have been shattered by Elder Shuguan's strike. It seems you are quite obedient to your master. My esteemed master has bestowed upon his disciples the grace of rebirth. His words are sacred, and the younger generation dares not disregard them. Even if he were to command you to face death, would you not hesitate? Bai Li Jian narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on him. If my master were to demand my life, it would surely be because I have committed a grievous sin, inciting his wrath. I would embrace 1,000 deaths without complaint. Murong Tian spoke without a trace of hesitation, each word resonating with conviction. His gaze was steadfast, revealing no hint of wavering. Bai Li Jian discerned no deceit in his words and felt a modicum of satisfaction. It seemed this lad possessed commendable character, valuing his master and the path of learning. Should he inherit his teachings, it would not tarnish the illustrious reputation of the sword demon. I can perceive that you have grasped the essence of the sword, and your cultivation method is indeed extraordinary. Your master must be a figure of considerable renown. Might I inquire as to his identity? Perhaps I have had dealings with him in the past. Bai Li Jian Spukalai Jureli. In response to your esteemed self, my master is the leader of Qingyan Peak on Lingfu Mountain, Shen An. Lingfu Mountain, Qingyan Peak, Shen An. He paused momentarily, searching through his memories but finding no trace of such knowledge. Could he be a reclusive master? What realm does your master occupy? Late-stage body refinement, Murong Tian replied. Bai Li Jian was taken aback. His ears perked up. What did you just say your master's realm is? Late-stage body refinement. The youth's gaze was earnest, devoid of any intent to deceive. Bai Li Jian furrowed his brow, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he scrutinized the situation of the youth clad in black. The spiritual essence flowed like a sword, its intent sharp and piercing. The aura emanating from the internal workings of his cultivation far exceeded any techniques he was familiar with. More importantly, Murong Tian's meridians were indeed, as he had described, exceedingly narrow, previously congested but now unblocked. His innate talent was appallingly deficient. Yet, to have a practitioner of such meager talent reach the returning origin realm at this age, and to comprehend the essence of the sword while mastering such profound techniques, how could his master merely be at the body refinement stage? I refuse to believe this. Bai Li Jian shook his head. His gaze was piercing. I imagine this is what your master has conveyed to you, wishing to keep it concealed from others. Murong Tian was taken aback, suddenly anxious. I would never dare to deceive you. Esteemed elder, my master truly claims to be merely at the body refinement stage. Enough. I am not one to pry unnecessarily. Bai Li Jian waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for further elaboration. He had little time to spare. His form was gradually becoming insubstantial, beginning to fade away. It would not be long before this fragment of consciousness dissipated entirely, unable to linger. Your cultivation method is among the finest in the world. I cannot offer you much assistance. But I can. Bai Li Jian stroked his chin in contemplation, his eyes suddenly brightening. I shall impart to you the insights I have gained in the way of the sword, and also aid you in elevating your cultivation. Furthermore, I will bestow upon you the Crimson Feather Seal. With this seal, you may venture to the Dragon Ascendance Pool in the Central Continent, where you can undergo a transformation and fundamentally enhance your innate qualities. As his words fell, Bai Li Jian's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward, placing a finger upon Murong Tian's forehead, that in an instant, sword lights scattered, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Chapter 105. Has your master ever scolded you for being foolish? Within the cave, the sword aura flowed, etching countless marks into the stone surface as if it were mere tofu. The two figures' garments fluttered in the wind. Murong Tian's eyes tightly shut, he felt an ethereal light flickering in his mind, as profound and commanding voices intermingled. To be a swordsman, one must be sharp yet not arrogant, blunt yet not disheartened, wielding the heart as the sheath. I have cultivated the sword for over 40 years. Knowing the sword, holding the sword, nurturing the sword to comprehend the sword. observing the vast ocean as mere clouds, regarding mountains and rivers as fog. Only the sword can transform the myriad seas and lands, condensing the boundless cosmos. Today, I impart the hundredly sword art to you, hoping you maintain a heart of innocence, cultivate the righteous path, unravel the cosmos, and achieve rebirth in the void. Countless intricate and profound memories of the way of the sword surged into Murong's mind, causing his brow to furrow deeply, his forehead beaded with perspiration. This was unlike the teachings of his master. It was a direct infusion of understanding. Such a requirement on one's willpower was extraordinarily demanding, without unwavering resolve. One could scarcely retain any knowledge amid such agony. Yet Murong possessed a singular virtue: perseverance. No matter how excruciating the headache became, he grit his teeth and endured, striving to comprehend the hundredly sword art. Unwilling to entertain even a moment of surrender, he vividly recalled his master's words. His talent was lacking, and to catch up with his peers, he needed to endure greater suffering and exert more effort than they. Thus, he must persevere. Body observed his unwavering determination, astonished and nodding in silent approval. Such a youthful spirit was exceedingly rare that as one delved deeper into the martial path, it became increasingly evident that innate talent was merely a stepping stone. To truly gauge a person's potential, one must rely on their character and willpower. Clearly, this youth clad in black possessed the heart of one destined to become a transcendent sword immortal, albeit with slightly inferior talent. Regarding matters of talent, I shall lend you further assistance. I hope you will not lose this precious heart of innocence once you master the hundredly sword art. As his words concluded, Body withdrew his finger, his palm glowing with golden light, which he then pressed firmly onto Murong's crown. Buzz from within him, golden light surged towards his palm, gradually flowing into Murong's body. As the golden light diminished, Body form grew increasingly insubstantial. One could even see through him to the stone wall behind. In this state, Murong felt a powerful force coursing through his limbs and bones. His sword essence surged with excitement, instinctively activating the unmatched sword control technique to rapidly absorb this golden energy. Initial stage of returning origin, mid-stage of returning origin. In a mere quarter of an hour, his cultivation surged directly to the late stage of returning origin. Moreover, it was remarkably stable, showing no signs of instability. Even his mental strength experienced a significant enhancement under the golden light. Sensing that it was nearly time, Body retracted his palm, his eyes filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, as Murong's cultivation method operated, he had felt an incredibly profound aura emanating from him. Such a sensation could not even be brought forth by heavenly grade techniques. The only possibility was, this technique might even surpass the heavenly grade, a technique beyond the heavenly grade. Just who is your master? His gaze flickered, lost in contemplation. That it was absolutely inconceivable that he was merely at the late stage of body refinement as claimed. Thank you, esteemed elder, for imparting the sword art and aiding my cultivation. Murong suppressed the agitation within him, kneeling to express his gratitude. Late stage of returning origin. He had directly broken through to the late stage of returning origin. Just a step further, and he would reach the realm of the mid-tier martial artist, once thought unattainable. No need for such formalities. Your assistance in freeing my last remnant of consciousness is already a significant favor. Were it not for your aid, I might not have been able to behold the world again before dissipating. Body's form was nearly ethereal, already becoming transparent. Esteemed elder, is there any way I can assist you in reconstructing your body? Murong suddenly inquired, his gaze clear and sincere. Body was taken aback, followed by a rueful chuckle, mixed with a touch of gratitude and regret. I am but a remnant of consciousness, unless I can find the fabled 10,000-year soulwood. It is utterly impossible to reform a corporeal body from such a fragment. 10,000-year soulwood. Murong's brow furrowed deeply. Although he was unaware of what it was, it seemed to be exceedingly rare. Young man, I intend to use my final strength to help you forge the Crimson Feather Seal. With this seal, you may proceed to the Dragon Ascendance Pool of the Spirit Clan to enhance your innate qualities. Just as Bai Li Yijian prepared to extend his hand, Murong Tian instinctively took a step back, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Esteemed elder, if you do that, will you not immediately dissipate? Indeed. Then perhaps it would be best to refrain. You may rest upon my shoulders. And once we exit the Kangwu realm, I shall seek my master to find a solution for you. Murong Tian hesitated in his response, although he was uncertain whether his master could help. He was reluctant to see someone who had aided him meet such a fate. His master had often taught him to repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude, even if his master were to lose all his cultivation and become an ordinary person. He could not treat him lightly. Bai Li Yijian's gaze flickered, fixating intently on the black-clad youth. Young man, have you truly thought this through? For a chance that is nearly impossible, are you willing to forsake the opportunity to possess the Crimson Feather Seal and access the Dragon Ascendance Pool? Once my strength dissipates, only this fragment of consciousness will remain. You will have no chance to regret. His expression grew solemn, his words imbued with gravity. The favor you have granted by imparting the sword art is already a tremendous gift. I do not dare to be greedy, merely wishing to seek a glimmer of hope for you. Murong Tian knelt, clasping his hands in sincerity, observing the clarity in his gaze, devoid of any pretense. Bai Li Yijian felt a wave of relief wash over him, shaking his head with a soft chuckle. Has your master ever scolded you for being foolish? Murong Tian paused. How did you know, esteemed elder? He scratched his head, somewhat bashful, and said, My master often scolds me for being foolish and slow-witted. But I know he cares for me deeply. It's just that I am disappointing, which is why I often provoke his ire. Indeed, you are quite the foolish child. Bai Li Yijian chuckled, his demeanor more relaxed than ever. A sense of liberation washing over him that he had not anticipated encountering such a pure-hearted youth, that if only he had met him years earlier, he would have surely taken him as a direct disciple. Alas, he had already taken on a master, one who was likely far more formidable than Bai Li Yijian had been at his peak. Senior, please come in quickly. Murong Tian spoke as he noticed the figure before him becoming increasingly ethereal. All right, you may open your consciousness. I shall. No, my master forbids you from entering my consciousness. Senior, why not enter here instead? Murong Tian outright declined, then tentatively gestured towards the ring on his finger. Bai Li Yijian twitched at the corners of his mouth. This foolish boy has many admirable qualities, yet he is far too obedient. However, it is understandable. With such a pure heart, had it not been for his master's stern admonition, he might have indeed fallen prey to someone seeking to usurp his body. Very well. He did not linger on the matter, transforming into a beam of golden light and swiftly entering Murong Tian's ring, leaving behind a lingering phrase. First go outside and visit the palace of the Kangwu sovereign, for I need to ascertain something. Understood. Murong Tian, having already recovered from his injuries, did not hesitate. He grasped the black sword firmly and prepared to depart, his gaze betraying a hint of concern that he wondered how Senior Ling and brother you were faring at that moment. Chapter 106. In front of the Kangwu Palace beneath the cliff, a shadow surged through the turbulent waters, breaking the surface and sending a spray of water into the air, landing steadily on the shore. Phew! I finally made it out. Murong Tian changed into a brand new black outfit, securing the black sword behind him, that he glanced around. Seemingly searching for something, at last, he discovered a red woman's apron among the stones by the shore. There's still something left. Murong Tian's eyes brightened as he hurriedly approached to pick it up. Inside the storage ring, Bai Li Yijian frowned at his actions. You still have this peculiar habit? Murong Tian scratched his head, replying, My master said that the more inconspicuous an object is, the more likely it is to conceal mysteries. It was precisely for this reason that I inadvertently brought you out. Bai Li Yijian was momentarily at a loss for words. Stop with that nonsense. This is merely an ordinary piece of clothing. Even if it once belonged to a powerful being, its residual consciousness has long been eroded by sealing forces. Discard it quickly, lest others think you are a flower thief. Oh, Murong Tian reluctantly tossed the item into the river. He gazed up at the cliff above, took a deep breath to gather his energy, and then sprang forth, leveraging the uneven rock face of the cliff to ascend. Finally reaching the top, He felt a slight relief upon seeing that the surroundings were deserted. Curiosity crept in as he asked, "Senior, you mentioned that you and the other ancestors in the graves were suppressed. What is the reason behind that? And what was it you needed to confirm earlier?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Bily Egian began to recount the secrets of the past. 15 years ago, a thief infiltrated the Spirit Clan, stealing a millennium-old parasol tree, which granted him the Kangwu heart and the Nirvana divine fire, allowing him to rapidly advance in cultivation. Apart from being pursued by others coveting the Kangwu heart from regions beyond the central continent, the Spirit Clan has never ceased its pursuit of this individual. And that person is the Kangwu sovereign you speak of. Bily Egian's tone carried a hint of regret as he continued. At that time, I was tasked by the elders of the Spirit Clan to hunt down the old thief Kangwu. Given his 3 transformations into Nirvana, he should have been no match for me, but unexpectedly, I fell into his trap due to carelessness. Not only I, but all those who pursued him were subsequently suppressed within that grave. Murong Tian was taken aback. So that grave was indeed a suppression formation. He had thought the Kangwu sovereign was kind enough to erect a monument for his pursuing enemies. Yet now it seemed the Kangwu sovereign was no benevolent figure, having stolen the Kangwu heart from the Spirit Clan. At the moment of my sealing, I struck out with my final sword, severing that fellow's lifeline. What I need to confirm is whether he truly perished or is preparing to use the Kangwu heart for rebirth. Rebirth? Murong Tian was stunned, then quickly inquired, "Does the Kangwu heart possess such power?" "Then, Senior, you do not entertain such thoughts. Unless one possesses the bloodline of a phoenix and the Nirvana divine ability, attempting to utilize the Kangwu heart for rebirth would require dark arts, meaning exchanging their life force for their own revival. Such wicked and nefarious methods are beneath my dignity," Bily Egian stated coldly, his disdain for such practices evident. "Dark arts," Murong Tian furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Did this mean that Senior Ling and brother you might be in danger? With this thought, he dared not delay and swiftly made his way towards the central region. "By the way, Senior, you mentioned something about the Central State Spirit Realm. Is that a sect or something? I have never heard of it before. What you refer to as the Da'an dynasty in the southern Zhu domain is of little significance and thus lacks the opportunity to engage with matters of the central state. The Spirit Realm is not a sect, but the domain of the Spirit Clan." "And what exactly is the Spirit Clan? Are they a type of beast clan?" "They are a group possessing spirit beast bloodlines, such as phoenixes, dragons, and divine monkeys. Spirit beasts are spirit beasts, while spirit entities are distinct. The former is driven by primal instincts and cannot be compared." "Oh, and what about you, Senior? What clan do you belong to?" "I am of the White Snake." "Is that impressive? Has your master ever mentioned that you talk too much?" Murong Tian obediently fell silent, focusing intently on his journey. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Kangwu realm, a colossal ancient palace floated in the air, surrounded by searing tongues of fire that swirled like chains. Emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura, at a glance, it resembled a magnificent city suspended in the sky, vast and imposing. Beneath this palace, a crowd had gathered. Among them were the young prodigies of the Qiyun Taoist sect, represented by Gu Yun, the Medicine King Valley's Bei Chun Wang Shu, and Zhao Dongsheng of the Zhao family. These 3 clans had no guardians by their side, suggesting that their elders had provided them with protective items instead. Besides them, members of lesser clans, such as the Tianxua sect and the Shangguan family, had also arrived. Beside Qin Xian, you stood an elderly man in his 50s, a peak Earth Spirit Realm elder, named Chengda from the Tianxua sect. At that moment, as Qin Xianyu observed the sole remaining elder from the Shangguan family, she couldn't help but frown slightly. "Where is Shangguan Jie?" Upon hearing her question, the Shangguan elder's eyes glinted with coldness. "I carelessly fell victim to that Murong Tian's treacherous hand. I underestimated him. Not realizing that he had already mastered sword intent, that I in his carelessness, Jie lost his life." "What?" Both Qin Xianyu and Chengda's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Sword intent. They could hardly believe that the so-called waste, Murong Tian, had managed to comprehend sword intent and kill Shangguan Jie right under the nose of a powerful Earth Spirit Realm elder. What about the others? Chengde inquired solemnly, his gaze flickering. Recently, it seemed that the Murong family's waste had been quite active. Initially, everyone dismissed the 3-year agreement as a mere joke, not taking it seriously at all. Yet this boy unexpectedly rose to prominence in the final stretch. First claiming victory in the young generation competition at Lingfu Mountain, and then showcasing powerful techniques at Chunyu Mountain, coalescing qi into essence. Now, it was said that he had even grasped sword intent. Each of these events began to instill a sense of worry within him, that if he truly bested Qin Xianyu in the 3-year agreement, it would not only bring shame to the Qin family, but also to the Tianxua sect. Rest assured, Elder, that waste fell off a cliff after receiving my blow. He cannot possibly survive. Upon hearing the Shangguan elder's words, Chengde felt a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, Qin Xianyu frowned. It seemed that many events had transpired behind the scenes, explaining why Ling Feishuang and Yu Jinyuan had been searching for Murong Tian. The thought of Ling Feishuang. Her previous arrogance dissipated, replaced by a somewhat sullen expression. Sooner or later, she would return that slap. Regarding the preparations for seizing the Kangwu heart, there are no issues, correct? Chengde inquired again with a serious tone. Elder, rest assured, it is absolutely foolproof. The item is already in my possession. The Shangguan elder replied assuredly, bowing slightly. That is good to hear. Chengde nodded slightly, since Shangguan Jie has perished. The matter of the union with Qian Yu shall be set aside for the time being. However, should this endeavor succeed, my Tianxua sect will certainly not treat the Shangguan family unfairly. Thank you, Elder. The Shangguan elder's face lit up with joy, excitement evident in his voice. Yet concealed in his gaze was a hint of disdain and mockery. Chapter 107. Who dares to harm my Lingfu mountain disciples? Young master, it appears that to enter this palace, we must first find a way to break through the outer restrictions. Many have already perished beneath those fiery tongues. A disciple from the Medicine King Valley spoke gravely. Bei Chun Wangshu's delicate face showed a contemplative expression. There's no rush. Did you not notice that the people from the Qiyun Taoist sect have yet to make a move? We can wait for them to act before we enter. Following her gaze, Gu Yun stood in the air, hands clasped behind him, wearing an indifferent expression. Behind him stood over 10 disciples of the Qiyun Taoist sect, the weakest among them being in the early earth spirit realm. Gu Shixiang, how long must we wait like this? One could not help but inquire. I am not adept at the methods of restriction. We shall speak of it once the Lingfu mountain disciples arrive, Gu Yun said, his demeanor aloof and authoritative. The disciples behind him exchanged glances, unsure that if there was one clan in the southern Zhu domain skilled in the art of talismans, it would undoubtedly be Lingfu Mountain. However, that refers to Lingfu Mountain before the battle against the demon cult. The current Lingfu Mountain has long lost its former glory, with just a few disciples at the return to Origin Realm. Could they truly possess the ability to break through the palace's restrictions? As everyone awaited, figures began to approach, riding the wind. None other than Yu Jinyuan and Ling Feishuang. As they arrived, all eyes fell upon them. The two frowned, still unclear about the situation at hand. With a swift glance around, the hearts of the two sank when they realized that Murong Tian was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Murong Shitty still? The disciples of Lingfu Mountain have arrived. Quick, let them break the restrictions. A voice rang out among the crowd of scattered cultivators, prompting immediate agreement from all, who shouted in commanding tones devoid of any semblance of respect. Yu Jinyuan's expression darkened, revealing his discontent. At the same time, Gu Yun spoke with a calm demeanor. Since they are here, let us proceed to break the formation. Do not waste any more time. His words were delivered from a position of authority, carrying an undeniable weight. Why should I be the one to break the formation? Yu Jinyuan retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun slightly furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards Yu Jinyuan. Stepping forward, the pressure emanating from his late-stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivation enveloped the space. Say that again? The formidable pressure swiftly shattered the wind talisman Yu Jinyuan had conjured, causing both of them to fall to the ground. With Yu Jinyuan struggling to breathe under the oppressive force, his countenance grave. The individuals present were predominantly at the Earth Spirit Realm, with only a few scattered cultivators at the return to Origin Realm. likely either perished under the external restrictions or realizing they could not compete for Kanghua's heart, chosen instead to scour resources on the periphery. If you wish to break the formation, go do it yourselves. As Yu Jinyuan gasped for air beneath the pressure, Ling Feishuang remained unfazed, her voice icy. Simultaneously, her gaze shifted to Elder Shengwan beside Qin Qianyue, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes that in a flash, she appeared beside him, startling both Chengde and Elder Shengwan. Even Gu Yun and Beichen Wangshu were momentarily taken aback. Such speed. However, their brows soon furrowed again, for in their perception, the woman possessed only the early-stage return to origin realm cultivation. Yet for reasons unknown, she emanated an aura of danger. I ask you, where is Murong Shidi? Ling Feishuang's gaze was frigid, fixed intently on Elder Shengwan. The latter snapped back to reality, his face contorted with anger. How dare Amir Jr. from Lingfu Mountain speak to him in such a tone? Truly unaware of the gravity of the situation. A mere insect, easily crushed by my hand. Elder Shengwan sneered at the calm woman before him. What? Do you wish to avenge him? Upon hearing of Murong Tian's demise, both Ling Feishuang and Yu Zhiyuan's expressions darkened, particularly the former, whose icy demeanor intensified. Meanwhile, Gu Yun, upon learning of this enmity between the two factions, chose to remain silent, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Beichen Wangshu, witnessing this scene, frowned slightly. She recalled that Murong Tian was a disciple of Qingyun Peak, and by all accounts, should still be considered a senior to Xiao Jingshui, that it was unexpected that he had fallen at the hands of a trivial elder from the Shangwan family. You seek death. Ling Feishuang's eyes turned frigid, the imprint of the lotus appearing on her brow. Her aura surged upward, climbing to the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, before halting. The Yu Jinyuan watched this unfold, envious, while Qin Qianyue's expression darkened, as if her cheeks began to burn anew. Elder Shengwan was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of shock. Before he could utter another word, Ling Feishuang struck out with a palm, imbued with lethal intent. He hurriedly raised his hand to defend, but her strike was cunning, exploiting his momentary lapse to launch an attack. Bang! With just a single palm, Elder Shengwan was forced back several steps, his face paling as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The speed of her strike had left Chengde momentarily stunned. Yet, upon witnessing Elder Shengwan being pushed back and seeing Ling Feishuang prepare to strike again, his face contorted with fury. You dare! He swiftly positioned himself in front of Elder Shengwan. Unleashing a palm strike of his own, two powerful streams of spiritual energy collided with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves throughout the area. The fierce winds howled, scattering debris. Chengde stood unyielding, while Ling Feishuang was forced back a step. Facing a peak Earth Spirit Realm opponent, she was slightly outmatched when relying solely on her spiritual energy. The Shangwan family and my Tianxue sect share a bond of alliance. How dare you attack Elder Shengwan? Chengde's voice boomed. Ling Feishuang remained unfazed, her icy demeanor intact. A life for a life. Today he must die. With that declaration, she struck forward once more, countless palm shadows flaring, both real and illusory. Indeed, a martial technique of the Earth tier. The Mirror Moon Palm. You are utterly unaware of your own limitations. Chengde snorted derisively, raising a hand sharply. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. Ice spikes descended like rain, carrying immense power. Ling Feishuang frowned, striking out with her palms to intercept the attacks of the peak Earth Spirit Realm expert. However, she paled slightly, nearly sustaining injury in the process. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson on behalf of your Lingfu Mountain Elders. Chengde's voice was cold as he punched forward. The earth trembled, snow and ice converging into a massive fist imprint. The terrifying aura within sent shivers down the spines of all present. It was the Cold Sky Fist. Who would have thought that an elder from Tianxue sect would resort to an earth-tier martial technique against Amir Jr.? All eyes turned toward the cold woman beneath the fist imprint with sympathetic gazes. Given that she only displayed mid-stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivation, even someone at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a blow. Should that fist land, she would not just be injured, she would certainly perish. Ling Feishuang's brows furrowed in concentration as she prepared to elevate her cultivation once more. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from afar, imbued with overwhelming authority. Who dares harm my disciples of Lingfu Mountain? Chapter 108. One finger cannot crush, then let it be crushed by 100. Accompanying the voice was a piercing sound of wind. A tempest swept through, causing the onlookers to struggle to maintain their footing. Then a whirlwind erupted around Ling Feishuang, crashing into the massive fist imprint. Boom! Following the explosion, the icy fist imprint shattered, and the whirlwind dissipated, leaving Ling Feishuang unscathed, her hair not even ruffled amidst the storm. Only then did the crowd react, turning to gaze in the direction of the authoritative voice. Two figures descended from the sky. At the forefront was an elderly man in a plain robe with hair of black and white, accompanied by an unremarkable young man. Even more astonishing was the sight of a middle-aged man in white galloping below, his speed rivaling that of the two Earth Spirit Realm cultivators in flight. Master! Elder Shen! Upon seeing the newcomers, Yu Jinyuan was filled with elation. Ji Yun narrowed his eyes, sensing that the situation had grown increasingly intriguing. Chengde furrowed his brow, recognizing the technique just executed as one from Lingfu Mountain's Wind Talisman Triad. Qingfu Peak. Zheng Sanshan. Beichen Wangshu also recalled Yu Jinyuan's earlier mention of Elder Shen, her gaze settling on the galloping middle-aged man in white, assessing him intently. This was the master of Lingfu Mountain's Qingyan Peak. His cultivation, could it truly be only at the late stage of body refinement? Zheng Sanshan and Xiao Tianxi descended from the air, standing before Ling Feishuang, while Yu Jinyuan hastened to join them. Meanwhile, Shen An put away his steed, rubbing his rear as he caught up. Chengde, on what grounds do you dare strike my disciple of Lingfu Mountain? Zheng Sanshan's voice was icy as he questioned. Humph. This girl is utterly ignorant of her place, disrespectful of authority. I merely sought to teach her a lesson on behalf of Lingfu Mountain. Chengde scoffed, showing no hint of courtesy. My disciple of Lingfu Mountain needs no instruction from you. Tianxue sect. Zheng Sanshan stood his ground unwaveringly. Shen An approached, scrutinizing the lotus imprint on Ling Feishuang's brow, astonished he hadn't realized that his disciple had been concealing her cultivation all along. Ling Shizhu, are you unharmed? Where is my disciple? He glanced around, noting the absence of Murong Tian, prompting his inquiry. Upon hearing his question, Ling Feishuang and Yu Jinyuan exchanged a glance instinctively, then bowed their heads in silence. Shen An furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss, and pressed further. Where is he? Yu Jinyuan stepped forward, his expression complex. Elder Shun Murong Shidi was killed by that man. What? Not only Shen An, but Zheng Sanshan was taken aback as well. Their gazes immediately fell upon Elder Shangguan, who was hiding behind Chengde. Feeling the weight of their stares, the latter's heart raced with trepidation. System. What has happened to Murong Tian? Admiration value has not reached level 10. Unable to sense life or death. Receiving this answer, Shen An's expression darkened visibly, his gaze fixed intently on that direction. I demand to know, where is my disciple? Elder Shangguan felt a twinge of guilt. He had heard of Shen An's reputation. Though uncertain why someone who could cleave through the formidable Qin Laozu could enter the restricted Kangwu realm, he had no choice but to brazenly state, he killed my family's young master. So naturally, I must exact retribution. Killed Shangguan Jie. Both Zheng Sanshan and Yu Jinyuan were momentarily stunned. Murong Tian had only just entered the early stage of return to origin. How could he have killed Shangguan Jie? Shen An's gaze turned increasingly frigid. My disciple possesses a pure heart. He could never kill without cause, and it must have been your Shangguan family that sought to end his life first, forcing him to retaliate. Although Elder Shangguan felt guilty, he recalled that here, he could only display peak Earth Spirit Realm strength, and with Chengde standing before him, his confidence swelled slightly. And what if that is the case? He doubted that Shen An would dare to strike him down in front of Chengde. Very well. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Shen An's fury surged. He had shed all semblance of his usual carefree demeanor. Now, his gaze bore an icy chill that sent shivers down spines. Humph. Do you think a mere body refinement cultivator can speak so brazenly? I shall see how you intend to kill Elder Shangguan with me here. Chengde scoffed, flicking his sleeves. Shen An is present. I shall take action. Zheng Sanshan's expression darkened as he stepped in front of Shen An. Upon seeing him advance, Chengde displayed a similar contempt. You, Zheng Sanshan, are hardly worth my attention unless you can master your brother's river and mountain talisman. I need no river and mountain talisman to defeat you. Zheng Sanshan replied coldly. Just as he prepared to draw a talisman, a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. He furrowed his brow and turned back. Shen An was stepping forward, the coldness in his eyes seemingly solidifying. Old Zheng, step aside. You are still injured. I shall handle this myself. The former hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. What? Do you still wish to avenge your useless apprentice? Chengde mocked. With your mere body refinement cultivation and those martial techniques of unknown origin? Within the Kangwu realm, all techniques employed could not exceed the Earth Spirit realm. Otherwise, one would invite the devastating force of the restrictions that as a peak Earth Spirit realm martial artist. He remained confident in his invincibility. Are you certain you wish to protect him? Shen An countered, gazing at him. And if I do? Chengde placed his hands behind his back, utterly indifferent, looking down upon him. Very well. Shen An slowly nodded, without hesitation, directly utilizing a skill duration card that in an instant. Everyone frowned, for they sensed a terrifying aura brewing within Shen An. Here it comes. This is the feeling. Zheng Sanshan's eyes gleamed. As Shen An pointed forward, the void trembled violently. Chengde was momentarily stunned, then reacted by looking up sharply that a colossal finger, vast enough to obscure the sky, descended with overwhelming pressure. Not good. Fall back. The nearby loose cultivators or clansmen, standing close to the Tianxue sect, changed their expressions and quickly retreated. However, Chengde, locked on by the great wilderness capturing heaven finger, found his legs as heavy as lead under the immense aura. Unable to move, his expression darkened as he coldly snorted. It's merely a finger. I fear nothing. As the words fell, his robe billowed, and amidst the swirling snow, it transformed once more into a massive ice fist imprint. Boom, boom, boom. He struck several punches towards the descending finger's phantom, as a fellow peak of the Earth Spirit realm. Though the great wilderness capturing heaven finger was formidable, it could not obliterate someone of the same realm. Under this barrage of attacks, the finger's shadow shattered. Ha ha, is that all? Chengde laughed heartily, his disdain evident. Though the consecutive punches had taken a toll on him, the finger had not harmed him in the slightest. As previously stated, among the peak Earth Spirit realm, he was confident in his invincibility. Is that so? Shen An retorted with a mocking smile. Raising his finger once more, the great wilderness capturing heaven finger was a duration card, not a consumption card. This meant that within these 5 minutes, he could use it without any expenditure or restrictions. Continuously. If one finger could not crush you, then let it be 100. Chapter 109. Whose good person unleashes such a grand move? As Chengde laughed, believing he had withstood the finger's attack. Shen An moved his finger again. Suddenly, the observers Gu Yun and Beichen Wangshu felt a tremor in their hearts and looked up that in the void. Another colossal finger's phantom pressed down. Another one? Such martial arts must be at least of the celestial rank. How can he continuously use it? Gasps erupted. Everyone was somewhat astonished. Chengde was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening, yet he did not panic. He gathered the earth's power and spiritual essence to counter. When he managed to disperse the finger's shadow once again, a cold smile appeared on his lips, but his expression froze. For in the void, movement stirred once more. This time, Shen An extended 3 fingers. 3 enormous fingers pressed down in unison, their combined pressure escalating with each layer. Faced with this scene, Chengde dared not be careless any longer. His expression serious, he summoned a top-grade mysterious armor to protect himself, while simultaneously unleashing Tianxue Sect's unique martial art. The Earth-grade intermediate fist technique, Northwind Fist. The fist surged like a sudden storm, howling with wind and snow. Open for me, he roared, unleashing his full strength in a single punch. Boom, with a resounding clash. The fists collided, producing a deafening explosion. Shockwaves surged forth, causing many lower-tier martial artists to be pushed back by the force. This depicted the intensity of their confrontation, that as the three-fingered shadows dissipated, Chengde's complexion paled. His feet sinking into the ground, creating deep craters that swallowed his ankles. His chest heaved as he anxiously glanced at Shen An. Surely this was the end. Contrary to his expectations, Shen An remained calm. Lifting his hand once more, Chengde's pupils contracted. Another one? His throat tightened. Regret began to surface as he lamented. Who on earth is this person, to continuously unleash such powerful martial techniques without even a hint of fatigue? In the void, an even more terrifying hand appeared, fingers together, descending in tandem with Shen An's movements that as they beheld the overwhelming pressure of this hand phantom. Both Gu Yun and Beichen Wangshu, as well as Xiao Tiance, were left in astonishment. Who unleashes such grand moves? Bang! Another strike fell, and this time Chengde could no longer maintain his nonchalant demeanor, his mouth bleeding from the impact, his hair in disarray. Damn it! If you have the guts, come again! Chengde roared, his spiritual essence nearly depleted. As you wish, Shen An replied coolly, and once more, 5 fingers appeared in the sky, their power no less than before. Chengde was dumbfounded. Elder Shangwan was bewildered, and everyone else was left speechless. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times could be understood. But what is this endless repetition of the same move? Elder Shangwan, assist me! Chengde's face turned pale, panic creeping into his eyes. Having endured so many fingers, he could hardly withstand any longer that if this continued, he might be crushed alive. Elder Shangwan hesitated for a moment, then rushed forward to assist in blocking the 5-finger phantom. Upon witnessing him dare to step forward, a chilling intent surged in Shen An's eyes as he repeatedly extended his hand to crush, even creating afterimages. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the void, one enormous finger shadow after another emerged, rushing downwards with terrifying might. Everyone inhaled sharply, and under the onslaught, Chengde and Elder Shangwan were left utterly dumbfounded. Chengde felt bitter. Had he known calling him up would provoke Shen An's wrath, he would have preferred he stayed behind. Yet now, they had no choice but to join forces in a desperate stand. Boom, boom. As deafening roars echoed, Ling Feishuang and Yu Jiwan were also momentarily dazed. Staring blankly at the middle-aged man in white with frosted hair, his figure not particularly imposing, in utter disbelief. Elder Shen, when did he become so formidable? Zheng Sanshan narrowed his eyes, thoughts swirling in his mind. Such a method could be employed continuously. It seemed Shen An's adoptive father treated him like a biological son, endowing him with countless hidden cards. Boom! Under the astonished and dazed gazes of everyone, the final finger shadow descended. The earth formed an extensive pit, dust swirling, the pressure yet to completely dissipate. Within the pit, the two lay like beaten dogs, ragged and spitting blood. Chengde's armor lay shattered, and he was no longer as composed as before, now appearing utterly disheveled. Qin Xinyue's mouth fell open in shock at this scene. The loose cultivators exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The esteemed elder of the Tianxue sect had been crushed to such a state. If this got out, who would believe it? Just when everyone thought Shen An must be exhausted, he noticed the faint breathing of the two in the pit and raised his right hand once more. What? Again? Everyone was taken aback. Chengde and the other were terrified, their eyes wide with fear that if this continued, they would be turned into pancakes. Elder Shen, he is an elder of the Tianxue sect. If you kill him, think carefully about the consequences. Qin Xinyue spoke coldly from the side. Not only will I kill him, but I will also eliminate you. Shen An's gaze turned frigid as he prepared to press down while the 5-minute duration was still active. The former's pupils constricted, and his heart quaked as he withdrew. At that moment, a sudden exclamation of joy echoed from nearby. Master, you're here too? Hearing that familiar voice, the crowd from Lingfu Mountain froze for a moment before turning to look. A black-clad youth was running towards them, beaming with joy, with a long sword slung across his back, appearing entirely unscathed. Morong shitty! Ling Feishuang and Yu Jingyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Shen An was also taken aback, his finger hovering in the air, not descending. No way. This kid is still alive. Master, Murong Tian excitedly approached him, grinning foolishly as he said, "Master, I've had some fortunate encounters and have already broken through to the late stage of the returning origin realm." Hearing his words, everyone realized that his aura was no longer that of the early returning origin realm. That Yu Jinyuan blinked in confusion. Wait a minute, didn't everyone enter at the same realm? How did one person's cultivation soar to the earth spirit realm after a tattoo, while another returned after some time as a late-stage returning origin realm? What does this mean? Is he the only one genuinely at the early returning origin realm? In the pit, the ailing Elder Shangwan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his voice, before an incredulous cry of impossibility echoed in his heart. How could this brat, who had clearly suffered a blow from him, still be alive? Moreover, his cultivation had seemingly advanced to the late stage of the return to origin realm. Chapter 110. The opening of the Imperial Palace. By the time Shen An regained his composure, 5 minutes had already elapsed that he cast a cold glance at Qin Qianyue and the others. Retracting his finger, Murong Tian also discerned that the pit ahead appeared to be the work of his master, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Master, what is this? Your master heard that you were killed by someone from the Shangwan family and was on his way to seek vengeance." Forcefully striking those two with over 100 fingers, Zheng Sanshan interjected at this moment. Upon hearing this, Murong Tian was initially shocked, then his face lit up with gratitude. "Master, admiration 5, your cultivation," Shen An frowned, sensing that Murong Tian seemed somewhat peculiar. "Oh, my disciple fell from a cliff and obtained some fortuitous opportunities," just as Murong Tian was about to reveal the matter of the sword demon. The latter interjected within his mind. "Hold on, there are too many eyes here. It might lead to an ambush." Upon hearing this, he hastily covered his mouth, blinking and shaking his head. Shen An's lips twitched. With that expression, anyone could discern that the opportunities he had gained were quite substantial. At this moment, Bai Li Yijian, who was within Murong Tian's ring, was also frowning as he scrutinized Shen An. "Strange. I cannot fathom his true realm. Could he be in existence beyond nirvana?" As he pondered, Shen An hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to utilize his spiritual vision to observe. He feared that this young man might have been possessed by someone else. As the light in his eyes flickered, Murong Tian's aura became distinctly visible. Eventually, Shen An's gaze settled on the ring he wore, his expression laden with meaning. Bai Li Yijian felt a shiver run through him within the ring, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. That gaze, his expression turned grave, secretly relieved that he had not chosen to possess Murong Tian for rebirth. Otherwise, he would have certainly died without understanding how. Enough of this. We shall discuss other matters later. I have something to attend to, Shen An declared, feeling a slight relief upon confirming Murong Tian's safety. Yet his expression turned cold once more as he turned away. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The two individuals in the pit felt a chill in their hearts, struggling to rise, their faces bloodied and filled with terror as they gazed at him, but he wouldn't dare. "My disciple is fortunate enough to be alive, but your luck may not be so favorable." Shen An's gaze was frigid as he raised his finger, preparing to use another time-sensitive card. Elder Shangwan was filled with dread and panic. Could this fellow be so protective to this extent that he would dare to strike against him? Did he not fear inciting the wrath of the Tianxue sect and the Dun Empress? A madman. This individual was undoubtedly a lunatic with an extreme penchant for protecting his own. As Shen An took a step forward, the void trembled violently. Yet he suddenly paused, for he had not yet begun to use the skill card. Turning back, he noticed the celestial palace above manifesting strange phenomena, with the surrounding ceiling flames dissipating in waves. The enormous palace doors slowly swung open, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy akin to an ocean. "The Kangwu Imperial Palace is open. Hurry and enter. Opportunities are limited, and it is first come, first served." At this moment, everyone's attention shifted, with many soaring into the air towards the vast Imperial Palace. "Let's go!" Gu Yun and the Zhao family's members waved their hands, leading their people onward, down on the side of the Medicine King Valley. Beichen Wangshu blinked her big eyes in curiosity at Shen An and his disciple, before also departing with her group. After all, competing for the Kangwu heart was of paramount importance. Other matters could wait. Bugi Formation. In Shen An's moment of distraction, Chengde hastily produced a formation plate from his bosom that as the mysterious light radiated, it transformed into an illusory turtle shell that enveloped the entire deep pit, rendering it impervious. Clearly, he was genuinely fearful that Shen An would poke him hundreds of times again. Seeing this scene, Shen An furrowed his brow, intending to forcefully break the formation. Elder Shen, that is enough. Zheng Sanshan stepped forward to restrain him, his gaze serious. We must proceed into the palace. The true opportunities belonging to the Kangwu Venerable lie within. It is crucial to escort them inside to secure them. After pondering, Shen An nodded. The turtle shell appeared quite sturdy, and breaking it would undoubtedly take some time. Since Murong Tian was unharmed, there was no need to kill these two in front of so many people. He could always find another opportunity to act in secret. Let us go. Zheng Sanshan waved his sleeve, a gentle breeze carrying everyone swiftly towards the majestic palace in the sky. Meanwhile, Qin Xinyue and the other disciples of the Tianxue sect hurried to the edge of the pit. Elder Chang, are you all right? I am fine. You all enter the palace first, that I will tend to my injuries shortly and join you. Chengde's face was flushed with embarrassment, having lost all dignity, as he waved them off. All right, Qin Xinyue and the others nodded, turning to leave as they flew into the palace. With that, only the two individuals remained in the pit. Once everyone had departed, Chengde let out a gasp, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his expression darkening. What a wretched Shen An. He dared to humiliate him so. Once he got out, he would ensure that Shen An would face the consequences. With that thought, he turned to Elder Shangwan, his tone grave. Elder Shangwan, quickly tend to your wounds and use that item to assist Qianyue in drawing out the Kangwu heart and obtaining the inheritance. Hurry and heal. Elder Shangwan brushed the dust from his robes, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning somewhat shadowy as a smile crept onto his lips. Elder Shangwan. Chengde frowned in confusion as he saw him approach. The next moment, a shocking sight unfolded before him that a sharp sword pierced his chest without warning, blood gushing forth. Elder Shangwan, his eyes were bloodshot, grasping the hand of the person before him who held the sword. Weren't you the one who told me to heal quickly? Elder Shangwan's eyes glimmered with mockery as he extracted the long sword with a poof. Streams of blood energy dispersed, converging towards Chengde, visibly mending his injuries until he no longer appeared weak. Chengde's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. What a waste, unable to deal with a mere Shen An. Elder Shangwan scoffed. Flicking away the blood from the sword, that moment, figures appeared from all directions, over 30 in total, each wearing bronze masks, their gazes chillingly cold. Master, what shall we do now? Someone respectfully inquired. I asked the leader of the demonic sect. One either possessed a cultivation level of the celestial spirit realm, or had a beast companion of that level. It was unexpected that this Elder Shangwan's hidden identity was that of the demonic sect leader. Elder Shangwan tore away his facade, revealing an aged and shadowy visage. He gazed towards the palace, speaking indifferently. Xiao Tiance is not dead. Old Nine and the others should have encountered some mishap. Follow me into the palace. We cannot allow any of them to escape. Understood. Master, the crowd nodded, their expressions respectful. Elder Shangwan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on the palace. Once he obtained the Kangwu heart, he would no longer be bound by the restrictions here. And he could release the little creature from the beast pouch. With it present, the myriad of Earth spirit realm beings within the Kangwu realm would undoubtedly be unable to escape, all destined to become nourishment for the resurrection of the Kangwu Venerable. Chapter 111. Come help me dig for treasures. Within the Kangwu Imperial Palace, the intricately carved columns adorned with dragons and phoenixes exuded a resplendent opulence. The dazzling brilliance seemed to proclaim the treasures concealed within. Treasure light flows. Rivers reverse. These paintings are actually spatial spirit artifacts, at least of a mysterious grade. Who would have thought such treasures would be used as mere wall decorations? There are so many wall paintings. As the crowd entered, they beheld 13 wall paintings adorning the walls, each exclamation filled with astonishment. Not only were there paintings, but weapon racks were also positioned nearby, each weapon being at least of the mysterious grade. This sword is mine. Nobody dare snatch these 13 paintings from me. A group of unsophisticated wanderers immediately became envious, rushing forward in a frenzy. However, those from the prominent clans remained unfazed, for they understood that these items were merely the most inferior within the Kangwu realm. The true treasures undoubtedly lay deeper within. Earth-grade spirit artifacts, 6th-grade medicinal pills, Earth-grade martial techniques, and even celestial-grade cultivation methods were highly likely to appear. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yun and the Zhao family's prodigies led their people deeper into the palace. The disciples from the Medicine King Valley and the Tianxue sect followed suit. Disciple, we should also advance. Shen An placed his hands behind his back, leading the group forward. Along the way, Zheng Sanshan stepped up alongside him, speaking in a low voice. Just now, I counted outside. There were over 200 Earth Spirit Realm wanderers, but at least 30 are missing. Shen An's gaze flickered slightly. So you suspect they are affiliated with the demonic sect? Not necessarily, but it is highly probable. They may either be waiting outside or hiding, waiting for us to obtain the treasures before emerging to seize them once the fighting has subsided. What a bunch of cunning scoundrels. Shen An furrowed his brow, checking his skill cards that he still had 3 time-sensitive cards for the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger and 1 indestructible card. After using the indestructible divine skill, he could withstand attacks from a stronger opponent for 10 seconds without sustaining any damage. Although it was only for 10 seconds, it would undoubtedly be crucial for survival at a critical moment. Given the current situation, he could only take it step by step, as the Kangwu Heart and the Kangwu Venerable's medicinal inheritance must be fought for. If he could acquire the experience of a 7th-grade alchemist, he would have the opportunity to assist Xiao Jingxue in detoxifying her affliction. The crowd pressed onward, traversing through numerous grand halls and edifices, until they unexpectedly encountered a vast expanse ahead that was a long-abandoned medicinal garden, where the surrounding spiritual energy was astonishingly dense, even surpassing the upper 3 pools of pure Yuan Mountain at times. The nearby spiritual herbs appeared to have been extensively harvested, a consequence of the Kangwu elder's fervent alchemical endeavors following his injury, which ultimately proved futile at this moment. Only a handful of dozens of plants remained in the medicinal field, each over 300 years old. Upon seeing these herbs, Beichen Wangshu's eyes initially sparkled with excitement, but then he shook his head in disappointment. The number of spiritual herbs over 300 years old in Yaowang Valley was quite limited. Regrettably, these herbs had been neglected for far too long and were on the verge of withering. Their medicinal properties nearly depleted. To harvest them now would likely result in their immediate desiccation, rendering them useless. Thus, the gazes of the crowd lingered on these herbs for merely a second before shifting deeper into the medicinal field. There stood a towering ancient tree, its trunk a brilliant crimson. Devoid of any leaves, exuding an air of desolation, it seemed as though it had been dead for many years, imparting a sense of melancholy. However, even in its apparent demise, the oppressive aura emanating from this ancient tree struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers, especially the searing heat waves radiating from it, which made them feel as though they were in a furnace. This is the Millennium Wudong. The eyes of everyone instantly ignited with fervor, their breaths becoming slightly hurried. Upon the Millennium Wudong tree, within its trunk, a long dormant flame resembling a heart could be faintly discerned. Though it did not flicker, the waves of mysterious energy and immense pressure it exuded revealed that this was indeed the coveted treasure sought by all. Kangwu Heart, onward, with a sweeping motion of his hand. Gu Yun surged forward. The Zhao family, Yaowang Valley, and Tianxue sect members were unwilling to be outdone, charging forth with equal fervor. Gu Yun, you belong to Qiyun Dao sect, a place not lacking in treasures. Why not leave this to me? A young man from the Zhao family, in the late stages of Earth Spirit Realm, wielded a spear that shot forth like a dragon, directly thrusting towards the foremost Gu Yun. Meanwhile, a group of Zhao family juniors joined forces to attack the disciples of Qiyun Dao sect. Zhao Feihong. Fortune favors the capable. If you desire it, then prove your worth. Gu Yun scoffed coldly, unleashing a palm strike that transformed his spiritual essence, infused with the power of the earth, into a roaring wave. Crashing heavily against his opponent, boom, A deafening sound echoed as both combatants staggered back. At that moment, a figure seized the opportunity to dart forward, reaching for the Kangwu heart within the ancient tree. It was none other than Qin Xinyue. However, just as her hand was about to touch the trunk, a whip of flame coalesced in a purple struck down. Her gaze sharpened, and she retreated several steps. Crack! The purple whip struck down, leaving a scorched mark on the ground, wisps of purple flames rising. I truly do not comprehend why you all, who do not concoct pills, are so eager to snatch the Kangwu heart. Beichen Wangshu flicked her whip, her lively eyes blinking slightly. The whip retracted, transforming into purple flames that danced in her palm, radiating intense heat. Though her visage appeared pure and sweet, the aura she exuded demanded respect. I never expected the leader of Beichen Valley would pass on the purple fire to you. Qin Xinyue's gaze narrowed slightly. Though this fire did not compare to the Nirvana Divine Fire, it was still immensely powerful that a mere touch could incinerate flesh and bone. The Kangwu heart harbors Nirvana opportunities. It is not solely for alchemical use. Qin Xinyue spoke coldly, unwilling to underestimate the situation, directly employing the trump card left to her by the Tianxue sect master. With a wave of her delicate hand, a long sword shimmering with icy brilliance and exuding an aura of frost appeared. Upon seeing this sword, Beichen Wangshu's eyes widened in astonishment. A half-step heavenly weapon. After the initial surprise, witnessing Qin Xinyue rush toward the ancient tree again, she felt compelled to act swiftly and join the fray for the Kangwu heart. The crowd became embroiled in a fierce melee, the sounds of battle echoing incessantly. Murong Tian observed this scene with fervor, turning to exclaim, "Master, we!" Before he could finish, he froze in place. Not only he, but Zheng Sanshan. Xiao Tiance and others were also momentarily stupefied, staring blankly at the individuals bustling about in the medicinal field. "Oh dear, here is another!" Shen An was bent over, excavating a withered spiritual herb from the ground, his face beaming with delight. Yet as soon as the herb was uprooted, it rapidly shriveled, its medicinal efficacy dissipating entirely, rendering it worthless. Even so, this master of Qingyun Peak displayed no signs of regret, his smile widening as he hurried to another herb nearby to dig it up. While digging, he called out to Murong Tian, "Disciple, why are you dawdling? Come help your master unearth these treasures." Chapter 112. Framing and the Unveiling of Hidden Trump Cards. Oh! Murong Tian snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving a shovel from his storage ring to assist in the excavation. Zheng Sanshan and the others watched this scene with a mix of incredulity and embarrassment. What was with these two? What value did these worthless herbs hold? Shouldn't they be pursuing the Kangwu heart instead? Bailey Yijian, observing from his storage ring, was equally bewildered. How could this master-disciple pair be so adept at foraging for herbs? While fierce battles raged nearby, these two were leisurely gathering herbs. Zheng Sanshan and the others were left at a loss. "Master, what should we be doing now?" Yu Jinyuan inquired, frowning. Zheng Sanshan glanced at the battlefield and replied solemnly, "Patience. Let us observe the developments." Regardless of whether it was Qiyun Dao sect, Tianxue sect, or the Zhao family in Yaowang Valley, they had sent their elite talents here, undoubtedly with hidden cards up their sleeves, that IT would be wiser to wait until their resources had been sufficiently depleted in the struggle before stepping in to reap the benefits. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the demonic sect had yet to reveal its presence, making it inadvisable to act rashly. Meanwhile, in other side halls of the Imperial Palace, chaos reigned. Numerous corpses lay strewn across the ground. Lifeless and unblinking, one by one, bronze-masked figures emerged from various quarters, employing ambushes and assaults, almost wiping out these scattered cultivators. Strangely, however, the bodies of the fallen did not bleed. Even when severed, the wounds showed no signs of blood. Instead, upon death, they inexplicably transformed into wisps of blood energy that merged into the ground, vanishing without a trace, as if absorbed by some unseen force. Observing the withering corpses beneath him, Elder Shangguan's expression remained impassive. "It is nearly time." He glanced at the reassembled masked figures behind him and spoke coldly. "I will proceed first, once I obtain the Kangwu heart. You may act." "Yes." The group responded in unison, Elder Shangwan donned the human skin mask once more, disguising himself and feigning injury as he made his way toward the depths of the palace. Upon his arrival, Shen An was just finishing his thorough plundering of over 30 herbs, clapping his hands in delight. His presence caused a brief pause in the ongoing battle, noticing that he was the only one approaching. Qin Qinyue frowned. "Where is Elder Cheng?" To her surprise, Elder Shangwan spoke through gritted teeth, his expression filled with anguish. "Elder Cheng, he sustained grave injuries and was killed by Shen An." The revelation stunned everyone momentarily, even the members of Lingfu Mountain. Qin Qinyue's gaze trembled before turning icy. "Shen An, you truly dared to be so ruthless as to kill an elder of my Tianxue sect." Shen An furrowed his brow. Bewildered, this was not right. Although he had severely injured that old man with his great wilderness prisoner finger, it should not have resulted in a fatality. After all, as a Tianxue sect elder, he surely possessed several high-grade healing pills. Beichen Wangshu also frowned, her expression tinged with doubt that the air of Yaowang Valley. Her knowledge of medicinal techniques was certainly formidable. She had previously noticed that although Chengde was gravely injured, his heart meridian remained intact. His death was implausible. How could he have suddenly died? Furthermore, under Shen An's fierce assault, how had the more powerful Chengde perished while this elder Shangwan had survived? It was suspicious. "Qinyue, I will lure out the Kangwu heart. You must swiftly retreat and have elderly seek vengeance for Lingfu Mountain." Elder Shangwan gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals, as a mysterious force began to circulate. The distant withered Kangwu tree suddenly trembled. To be precise, it was the heart within the tree, pulsating like a flame. Thump, thump. The dull sound of a heartbeat resonated, causing everyone's gaze to momentarily freeze. "Kid, keep an eye on that old man. Things are not as simple as they appear." Bailey Ejian seemed to sense something, urgently transmitting a warning to Murong Tian. The latter nodded, his expression grave. Qin Qinyue's demeanor also turned serious. The reason she had chosen to cooperate with the Shangwan family was that the latter possessed a mysterious method purportedly capable of summoning the Kangwu heart to choose its master. Though she was unsure of its authenticity, she felt it worth a try. Now it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. As the heart's rhythm intensified, the others had yet to react when the Kangwu heart suddenly cracked, bursting forth from the tree and flying directly toward Qin Qinyue. "Not good." Gu Yun's brows furrowed as he immediately attempted to snatch it. Beichen Wangshu also swiftly wielded her whip of purple fire, aiming to ensnare the Kangwu heart. Yet, the Kangwu heart appeared to possess its own consciousness, deftly avoiding them and landing in the outstretched palm of Qin Qinyue. With the Kangwu heart in her grasp, she beamed with joy. Collaborating with the Shangwan family had indeed proven to be the right choice. Unable to store the Kangwu heart in her storage ring, she turned and soared back the way she had come. "Stop her!" The expressions of Zhao Feihong, Gu Yun, and Beichen Wangshu darkened as they simultaneously pursued her, confronted with the combined assault of 3 adversaries. Qin Qinyue dared not act carelessly. She retrieved a snow-white token from her storage ring. As she activated it, the token trembled and radiated light that a middle-aged phantom clad in a pristine white robe, wielding a long sword, materialized, his expression one of haughty authority. Zheng Sanchen's gaze flickered. The sect master of the Heavenly Snow sect. The imposing middle-aged figure immediately launched an attack, thrusting his sword forward. Countless phantoms of long swords, formed from condensed ice and snow, manifested and cascaded down like a torrential rain. A terrifying pressure enveloped the area. Although it remained beneath the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm, the profound intent contained within caused everyone's pupils to constrict. This was the Heavenly Snow sect's sole celestial tier martial technique, the Wind and Snow Sword. Moreover, it harbored the essence of sword intent. The dense barrage of sword-like raindrops encompassed the entire medicinal garden, ensnaring everyone within. "Stand behind me!" Zheng Sanchen's expression turned grave as he stepped forward to shield Ling Feishuang, Yu Jingyuan, and Xiao Tiance. With one hand, he drew a symbol in the air, invoking the second style of the wind symbol. The Azure Moon Kill. Azure wind blades shot forth like crescent moons, colliding with the dense rain of swords above, producing a cacophony of metallic clashing sounds. However, his complexion rapidly paled, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that despite his strength, resisting this sword rain proved somewhat arduous. Shen An immediately pulled the still-dazed Murong Tian behind him, pointing a finger forward that a colossal finger phantom emerged, attempting to shield against the incoming sword rain. Yet, under such formidable sword intent, even the great desolate capturing heaven finger began to crumble inch by inch. After all, this was a technique left behind by a powerful figure of the Qinquan realm. And although it only held the strength of the Earth Spirit realm, its sword intent was undeniably terrifying. It was enough to effortlessly annihilate dozens, if not hundreds, of peak Earth Spirit realm experts. Though it remained within the bounds of the Earth Spirit realm, its will alone could undoubtedly shake the Celestial Spirit realm. Gritting his teeth, Shen An continuously urged the great desolate capturing heaven finger, its phantom dissipating and reforming, barely protecting the master and disciple from the onslaught of sword rain. That in light of these developments, Gu Yun, Beichen Wangshu, Zhao Feihong, and others also refrained from underestimating the situation, each summoning their trump cards to shield their companions from the lethal rain of swords. That in an instant, 3 phantoms emerged, each equally formidable as the means employed by Qin Shi. It was evident that these 3 phantoms were all protective measures left behind by their respective elders, at least of the Qinquan realm. Chapter 113. The demonic sect strikes. Meanwhile, at the Medicine King Valley, a scholarly young man clad in a green robe, with flowing black hair, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. As he stepped forward, the lush grass and towering vines intertwined beneath his feet, firmly protecting Beichen Wangshu and the others. Behind Gu Yun stood a burly elder with leopard-like eyes and a white beard, who suddenly stomped the ground. The medicinal garden trembled as countless earth energies surged forth, forming stone walls to block the sword rain. The golden-robed middle-aged man behind Zhao Feihong swung a long spear, and a deafening dragon's roar erupted, a golden dragon phantom coiling and exhaling golden light. That moment, the entire Kangwu realm began to tremble, cracks slowly appeared, and fiery portals re-emerged in the sky. The Kangwu realm is about to collapse, someone exclaimed in alarm, as Gu Yun and the others successively utilized their trump cards. Elder Shangguan's eyes glinted with coldness, but he maintained an impassive facade as he quickly stepped forward. "You go ahead. I will cover you." Upon witnessing his actions, Qin Xinyue furrowed her brows. When had the relationship between the Shangguan family and the Qin family become so amicable? Yet, she had no time for hesitation and hurriedly ascended into the sky. As the torrential sword rain dissipated, several suffocating phantoms exhausted their power and vanished from sight. The Jiu Yun and the others, seeing her intent to take the Kangwu heart and leave, narrowed their brows, preparing to pursue and seize it. Once she escaped, reclaiming it would be incredibly difficult. However, at that moment, Elder Shangguan suddenly erupted with strength, unleashing a palm strike that genuinely pushed them back a step. This scene caused both Shun and Zheng Sanshan to change their expressions. That wasn't he merely at the mid-level of the Earth Spirit realm. That palm strike had felt like that of a peak Earth Spirit realm expert. In the mere second it took, Qin Xinyue's figure had vanished into the portal. Seeing her depart, Gu Yun and the others felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. That it seemed there was no hope of obtaining the Kangwu heart anymore. All eyes fell upon Elder Shangguan, whose sudden palm strike had left everyone with an uneasy feeling. "Do you dare to obstruct me? Seeking death?" Gu Yun's expression darkened as he stepped forward to attack Elder Shangguan. Yet Zhao Hongfei sensed something amiss and, with caution, quickly pulled the Zhao family members upward, swiftly heading toward the portal in the sky. As they ascended, he suddenly noticed a shimmering curtain of water appearing beneath them. Had they been any later, they would have been ensnared within it. Just before entering the portal, he glanced down, and his brow furrowed. Outside the palace, there lay a multitude of desiccated corpses, devoid of life, while a group of masked figures in black raced toward the medicinal garden. "Kid, quickly tell your master to take you away," Baili Yijian suddenly urged in a deep voice. Murong Tian was taken aback and quickly replied, "Master, let's hurry." Shen An was at a loss for words. He wished to flee, but he couldn't fly. At that moment, Zheng Sanshan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura waning. Clearly, he had sustained injuries from forcibly blocking such a powerful sword rain. Master, are you all right? Are you hurt? Yu Jinyuan anxiously supported him, asking with concern. I'm fine. Zheng Sanshan wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly raised his head. Yes, a 5th grade talisman master. He had now sensed the aura of the massive formation enveloping them. At least over 30 Earth Spirit Realm experts have formed the Water Curtain formation. His expression grew grave. Shen An and Murong Tian rushed over to assist him, while Gu Yun's expression turned one of horror. The person before him was not merely at the mid-level of the Earth Spirit Realm, but was indeed a genuine peak Earth Spirit Realm expert. Boom. He was forced back several steps by a palm strike, his face pale as he stared at the figure before him with unyielding intensity. Who exactly are you? Me? Elder Shangwan's demeanor shifted from the previous weakness to one of shadowy intent. A cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded the now vanished Zhao family members with a hint of regret. Who would have thought they would flee so quickly? I am the one who will kill you. He sneered, and at that moment, a group of black-clad masked figures surged forth from the entrance of the medicinal garden, each emanating the aura of the Earth Spirit Realm, with at least half being of the late stage. The sudden turn of events caused both the Medicine King Valley and the Qi Yuan Dao sect members to change their expressions, an ominous feeling rising within. Run! Beichen Wangshu spoke in a low voice, leading her companions upward. However, just as they ascended halfway, they were blocked by a curtain of water, impervious to her whip's attempts to break through. Witnessing the rapidly spreading cracks in the void, the entire Kangwu realm trembled. Clearly on the verge of collapse, she felt a surge of urgency. If they were caught in the chaotic void, not even experts of the Qianquan realm would have a chance of survival. Medicine King's Valley Girl. Don't waste your efforts. This is the Water Curtain formation, set up by over 30 people simultaneously. Unless one is of the Celestial Spirit Realm, it is nearly impossible to disrupt. Zheng Sanshan wiped the blood from his mouth and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, both Beichen Wangshu and Gu Yun felt a tightening in their chests. Did that mean they would only be trapped here to die? You seem remarkably unperturbed, Elder Shangwan remarked with a smile, mockingly observing the scene. Unperturbed? Zheng Sanshan's eyes glinted with coldness. We have awaited your demonic sect for many years. Now that so many remnants appear, I can hardly contain my joy. Master. Yu Jinyuan observed the stark difference in his master's demeanor. Worry etched on his face. Yet Zheng Sanshan coldly regarded the masked figures, stating in a frigid tone, Today, I shall avenge my fallen comrades from Lingfu Mountain by slaying you. Ha! Overestimating yourselves, Elder Shangwan sneered, once again forming the hand seals that summoned the Kangwu heart. Upon witnessing his actions, both Gu Yun and Beichen Wangshu were momentarily stunned. Could it be? Bai Li Yijian's expression grew solemn. Yes, Elder Shangwan's hand seals moved. A disturbance arose from the Kangwu tree. Thump, thump. A blood-colored heart, sinister and pulsating like flames, reappeared within the trunk that it soared directly into his grasp. Observing this scene, everyone furrowed their brows in confusion. Why was there still a Kangwu heart? What had Qin Qinhua taken earlier? The heart that girl took earlier was indeed a fake. Bai Li Yijian's voice echoed in Murong Tian's mind, tinged with realization. Yes, Elder Shangwan grasped the Kangwu heart. His laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. Devoid of any reservations, he patted a black bag at his waist, and in an instant, a thunderous roar of a tiger resounded that a colossal, blood-marked tiger, towering at 8 zhong, emerged, its teeth like blades. Simultaneously, an aura far exceeding that of the Earth Spirit Realm enveloped the area. This was undoubtedly a Celestial Spirit Realm demonic tiger. Chapter 114. A product of the system, guaranteed quality. This is Celestial Spirit Realm. Blood Fiend Tiger. Everyone's pupils constricted in shock as they gazed at the immense tiger that had suddenly appeared beside Elder Shangwan. That wasn't the appearance of Celestial Spirit Realm beings prohibited within the Kangwu realm. Soon, all eyes turned to the Kangwu heart in his hand, providing them with the answer. Attack! Elder Shangwan commanded coldly, with a wave of his hand. Roar! The Blood Fiend Tiger let out a furious roar, dashing forth like lightning, shaking the earth with each step as it transformed into a streak of blood, charging toward the Qi Yun Dao sect. Boom! With a single strike, a disciple of the Qi Yuan Dao sect at the Earth Spirit Realm, was reduced to a mere pulp, unable to even emit a cry of despair. The overwhelming might of the blood fiend tiger left Bei Qinhuang Shu ashen-faced. The rift in the void expanded relentlessly, and with the water curtain array in place, escape seemed futile. They could only await their grim fate. The blood fiend tiger roared ferociously, spewing forth a torrent of blood-red light that engulfed everything. That moment, Gu Yun, confronted with the tiger's onslaught, managed to hold out for a brief moment, but ultimately, he found himself unable to withstand the ferocity. With a grim expression, he produced a token that as he activated it, the apparition of an elderly man reappeared, accompanied by an awe-inspiring celestial might. It was a trump card from the celestial spirit realm. Just as the crowd's hope flickered, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A blazing fireball descended from the heavens, enveloping Gu Yun entirely. Ugh! A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the elder had yet to make a move. Gu Yun was already reduced to charcoal, lifeless on the ground. Thus, all disciples of the Qi Yuan Dao sect in the Kangwu realm perished. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers turned pale. The Nirvana divine fire restriction. It was over. Against the celestial spirit realm's ferocious tiger, they were powerless to utilize their own trump cards. Did this mean they could only await death? Next, who shall we slay? Elder Shangguan's eyes glinted with mockery as they fell upon the Lingfu mountain direction. You shall be next. With his indifferent words, the blood fiend tiger abruptly turned its head, its eyes gleaming with a savage light, and with a roar, it lunged forward. Whether it was Shao Tiansu, Yuzheng Yuan, or Zheng Sanshan, their pupils constricted in fear. The immense pressure rendered them nearly breathless. When the blood fiend tiger's paw descended, it seemed certain that nothing would remain of them. Murong boy, hand over your sea of consciousness to me. Bai Li Jian's stern voice rang clear. Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback, about to grit his teeth in agreement when he noticed the middle-aged man step forward, willingly facing the ferocious tiger. Master, Elder Shen, the crowd exclaimed in shock that I in this realm, where only Earth's spirit realm powers could be exerted. There was absolutely no possibility of blocking the blood fiend tiger's attack. Overestimating oneself, Elder Shangguan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Since the opponent was so eager to court death, he would oblige. As the blood fiend tiger roared and soared into the air, its massive paw came crashing down towards Shen An with tremendous force. System, if you deceive me, you shall lose such a handsome host as I. Shen An murmured to himself. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the colossal tiger and slowly raised his hand. That in his grip was a stick with a feather and a small pom-pom tied to its front end. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. What on earth was that? Murong Tian was equally dumbfounded. Wasn't this the very item his master often used to beat him? Did his master intend to use it against the fearsome tiger? Elder Shangguan, upon seeing the bizarre object, could hardly contain his laughter that if such a trinket, not even worthy of being called a spiritual artifact, could withstand his celestial spirit realm beast, then he might as well not exist. Amidst the varied thoughts of the onlookers, Shen An swung the cat toy. The blood fiend tiger froze midair, seemingly in a daze. The crowd assumed even the tiger found the situation absurd, hence forgetting to attack. However, in the next moment, boom! The blood fiend tiger was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground, its blood-red eyes filled with confusion. The spectators were left speechless, mouths agape. What was happening? Zheng Sanshan rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. That stick, with just a flick, a celestial spirit realm beast was sent flying. Elder Shangguan's grin vanished, his brain momentarily unable to process the scene. When the blood fiend tiger struggled back to its feet, his expression darkened. It must have been a fluke. Quickly crush them, he barked coldly once more. Roar! The blood fiend tiger nodded, its body recoalescing with killing intent, roaring as it charged forward again. Shen An merely raised an eyebrow, and once more gently waved the cat toy. Boom! The blood fiend tiger had barely taken to the air when it was sent crashing down again, creating a massive crater amidst a cloud of debris. It rose from the pit, shaking its head, its once ferocious eyes now glimmering with a hint of wisdom, stunned into stillness. Ah! Whether it was Ling Fei Shuang or Bei Qinhuang Shu, they all blinked in disbelief. The once fearsome celestial spirit realm tiger was now being so effortlessly toyed with by Shen An. Was that peculiar stick of his truly some unparalleled treasure? Shen An sighed in relief that it was true. A product of the system is bound to be top tier. As he breathed easier, excitement welled up in his eyes, and he raised his hand again, swinging left and right. The hapless blood fiend tiger, caught in an unseen force, was flung first to the left and then to the right. As Shen An's swings quickened, the tiger even left after images in its wake. Boom, boom, boom. The massive form soared and crashed repeatedly. The ground trembled continuously, and enormous craters were carved into the earth, debris flying everywhere. While the crowd was still in shock, the blood fiend tiger was battered senseless, frothing at the mouth, its gigantic body twitching. And as Shen An raised his hand once more, the tiger trembled in fear. Curling into a ball, its once fierce gaze replaced by sheer terror. Observing this scene, Yu Yuan cast a lingering glance at his master, muttering softly, "How is it that both are masters of Lingfu Mountain? Yet my master seems so vastly inferior to Elder Shen." Zheng Sanshan's mouth twitched, and he turned to deliver a sharp rebuke. That Yu Yuan covered his forehead, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "There is hope." Bei Chen Wang Shu's eyes lit up with joy as a glimmer of hope reemerged. Murong Tian inhaled deeply, his gaze now filled with reverence. That it turned out that the object his master often used to chastise him possessed such formidable power. Admiration value 10. Murong Tian's admiration value has surpassed level 9. Earning him a lottery chance X1. Red gourd contains a cutting immortal flying blade. X1 Baili E Jian 2, momentarily at a loss, stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Even he could not discern the secret behind that stick. Chapter 115. Who truly excels in the art of talismans? Shen An had no time to heed the system's voice, shaking his somewhat numb arm, inadvertently causing the cat toy to sway. The blood fiend tiger's eyes widened in terror. But it was too late. It began spinning rapidly in midair, only to crash down once more, legs flailing as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen An blinked, a hint of apology in his voice. "My apologies. My hand was numb just now." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes twitched. "Numb? Old Zheng, do you still have strength left?" Shen An turned slightly. "Yes, why?" Zheng Sanshan replied, puzzled. "Can you break this water curtain array?" Shen An glanced around at the crumbling void. "It can be broken, but finding its flaw might take some time." The former hesitated, his tone grave. "No need. The flaw is right there. You find a way to break it, and then hurry out." "Huh?" Zheng Sanshan looked up in confusion, following Shen An's pointed direction. There, amidst the rippling water upon closer inspection, certain runes appeared to be misaligned, but a flaw. Zheng Sanshan initially felt joy, but then furrowed his brow and questioned, "How did you know?" As the mystical light in Shen An's eyes faded, he felt a bit fatigued. This was the second time he had utilized his spiritual gaze in this secret realm. The first time was when he glimpsed the remnants of consciousness within Murong Tian's ring. "I just took a glance and found it. You hurry and break the array. I'll handle things here." Just a glance. Zheng Sanshan felt somewhat dejected. Who was truly the master of the talisman art, him or Shen An, since this fellow had such high expertise in talisman crafting? Why did he still need his help to build the Qingyun Great Array? Especially after sensing the evident doubt in Yu Yuan's gaze, he felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. But there was no time for such thoughts. Having identified the flaw, his gaze sharpened, and he soared into the air, his hands rapidly sketching in the void. Waves of azure runes materialized at his fingertips, forming a complete talisman. Upon witnessing this, the elite members of the demonic sect finally began to react. "Not good, he can still perform the third style of the wind talisman." Elder Shangwan's expression shifted dramatically. If this move truly struck the flaw in the water curtain array, it would surely fall. "Kill," he commanded, leading over 30 masked individuals directly toward them, intent on halting the attack. "Not a chance." Xiao Tian Su grunted coldly. Soaring into the air and launching a punch to a resounding dragon roar echoed as he struck, accompanied by a golden dragon head, its internal might formidable, radiating an air of superiority. It was the true intent of the imperial dragon. Boom! In an instant, several masked individuals were sent flying by the force of the punch. Ling Feishuang was equally unyielding. The lotus seal on her forehead glowed, her aura surging to the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm. With a single step, she conjured multiple clones, like reflections in a mirror, directly smashing through a dozen Earth Spirit Realm members of the demonic sect. This is the illusionary moon intent. Both Xiao Tiansu and Yu Zhengyuan, as well as Murong Tian, were momentarily stunned, casting deep glances at Ling Feishuang. Swish, a long whip wreathed in purple flames lashed out from afar, Beichen Wangshu similarly taking down several enemies. One sword opened the heavenly gate. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Murong Tian's eyes as he abruptly drew forth his black sword, unleashing a dazzling arc of sword light at an astonishing speed. However, a masked individual from the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm bellowed, "Get lost!" and shattered the sword light with a single palm strike, the force of which surged towards Murong Tian without abating. At this critical juncture, Shen An raised a finger, conjuring a colossal finger-shaped phantom that not only dispelled the oncoming force, but also sent all remaining members of the demonic sect, including Elder Shangwan, crashing to the ground. Murong lad, what are you contemplating? Even if your swordsmanship is formidable, do you truly believe you can cleave a late-stage earth spirit with your mere late-stage return to origin? Bai Li Yijian remarked with a TSK. Murong Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head that he merely wished to lend a hand now that his senior sisters had begun to engage. Elder Shangwan waved away the swirling dust, his expression dark as he glared at Shen An and shouted at the unconscious blood fiend tiger, "Stop sleeping. Get up at once." His voice thundered, causing the blood fiend tiger to shudder and rise. "Oh, you can still stand," Shen An observed with some surprise, extending the cat toy behind him. "Disciple, have some fun, but don't overdo it." "Thank you, Master," Murong Tian exclaimed with excitement as he grasped the cat toy and began to swing it energetically. Boom, boom, boom. Poor blood fiend tiger, just awakening, was subjected once more to inhumane torment. Murong Tian seemed insatiable, channeling energy into his legs and leaping high, bringing the cat toy down with force. Utterly thrilled as he reveled in his amusement, the blood fiend tiger found itself soaring skyward before crashing violently against the shimmering barrier of the water curtain array, only to plummet back down at a dizzying speed. With a resounding crash, it created a massive pit, its legs flailing as it closed its eyes once again, no matter how Elder Shangwan called out. It remained unresponsive. "Now it is your turn." Shen An spoke dispassionately, raising his finger to unleash yet another relentless barrage. Massive finger phantoms descended, startling all members of the demonic sect. Elder Shangwan dared not underestimate the gravity of the situation. Summoning his defenses, these finger strikes had nearly crushed Chengde, who was also at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm, to death. The air was filled with thunderous booms as Shen An continually unleashed the great wilderness prison heaven finger, preventing the demonic sect from retaliating. Meanwhile, Zheng Sanshan meticulously crafted the final azure talisman, his complexion pale and eyes tinged with disappointment that in the past, would this scroll of vanishing clouds have required such an extensive investment of time to manifest. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently. The azure talisman erupted forth, transforming amidst the howling winds into a surging tide resembling a vast ocean, akin to clouds rolling and shifting under this overwhelming force. It charged directly towards the flaw in the water curtain array. Buzz! The immense power caused the very sky to tremble violently. The might of this talisman far surpassed that of Fu Yao and Qing Yu's attacks, even faintly reaching the level of the ancestral phantoms conjured by Gu Yun, Zhao Feihong, and their ilk. Under the tempestuous onslaught, the shimmering curtain of water quivered incessantly, soon fracturing along the lines of weakness. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, it shattered completely. "The formation has been breached. We must flee." Zheng Sanshan's lips bled as he waved his hand, swiftly lifting everyone below into the air, also bringing along the members of the Medicine King Valley. Heading towards the fiery passage amidst the countless fissures, Elder Shangwan, having been relentlessly bombarded by the great wilderness prison heaven finger, spat blood as he watched them escape, his expression darkening with frustration. He never anticipated that the plan would fail. Just as he believed he could not hinder their escape, he felt the Kangwu heart in his hand suddenly pulsate violently. Elder Shangwan's face lit up with joy. "Honorable Master, you have awakened." In the next moment, a colossal blood-colored hand surged forth, reaching for the crowd, shattering the void of the Kangwu realm where it passed, unleashing torrents of chaotic energy. Zheng Sanshan and the others sensed the terrifying aura from behind. Cold sweat trickling down their brows as despair enveloped their hearts, for the presence of that blood-colored hand had reached the peak of the celestial spirit realm. Chapter 116. Seizure. Upon witnessing the emergence of the blood-colored hand, Elder Shangwan's expression transformed into one of elation. Although his restored power was limited, the peak of the celestial spirit realm was more than sufficient to obliterate everyone on that side. "This is disastrous." Zheng Sanshan and Yu Jingyuan's hearts trembled. The overwhelming celestial might contained within that blood-colored hand was immensely potent. Not even their sect leader could withstand such a strike. Were they truly to perish? A sense of sorrow filled the hearts of the crowd. "Disciple, stand behind me." Just as Murong Tian gritted his teeth, prepared to relinquish his consciousness to allow Bai Li Yijian to seize control, a calm voice suddenly resonated. The crowd paused, their expressions shifting to one of hopeful anticipation as they gazed at the white-clad middle-aged man. Elder Shen. Could he truly hold back a strike from the peak of the celestial spirit realm? Under the gaze of all, Shen An boldly approached the blood-colored hand. In that moment, a resplendent golden light enveloped him, transforming his very being into a golden statue akin to those found in temples. Buzz! The blood-colored hand descended with a thunderous crash, striking Shen An directly. The surrounding void splintered inch by inch, a testament to the sheer magnitude of this blow. As he appeared to be entirely engulfed by the crimson light, Murong Tian's eyes reddened, and he cried out, "Master, what are you shouting for? I'm not dead." A mildly reproachful tone emerged, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Beneath the intense blood light, a more radiant golden glow erupted forth. Buzz! With a resonant sound akin to a temple bell, Shen An remained standing amidst the fiery passage. Completely unscathed, the golden light gradually receded as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wisps of white frost adorning his temples, while the blood light dissipated, the hand dissolving into nothingness. Elder Shangwan's blood-red, Kangwu heart emitted a sound of incredulity, seemingly astonished that a mere late-stage body refinement martial artist could withstand his attack. Zheng Sanshan, Beichen Wangshu, and Xiao Tian were equally taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. A strike from the peak of the celestial spirit realm had landed on Shen An without even ruffling his garments. "Truly worthy of being my master." Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even Bai Li Yijian was momentarily taken aback, never expecting such a powerful strike to be thwarted so effortlessly. Below, Elder Shangwan was momentarily at a loss. Just moments ago, he had sensed no formidable fluctuations in Shen An's cultivation. How could he have so easily withstood a palm strike from the peak of the celestial spirit realm? "Ah!" A shriek suddenly pierced the air as he whipped around. The members of the demonic sect were stricken with terror, clearly witnessing their life force and vitality rapidly draining away, all flowing towards the Kangwu heart held by Elder Shangwan. Even Elder Shangwan himself began to panic, as his own flesh visibly shriveled at an alarming rate. "This, honorable master, he stammered, only to receive a cold response. "Almost there. With just a bit more blood essence, I shall obtain the power of seizure." As Elder Shangwan and others panicked, the Kangwu heart pulsed rhythmically, transforming into a beam of blood light that shot towards the individuals within the fiery passage. Zheng Sanshan and the others, upon witnessing this scene, wore grave expressions and swiftly turned towards the exit. Yet, no matter how fast they were, they could not outpace the Kangwu heart. Indeed, he intends to absorb blood essence to reincarnate. Bai Li Yijian's expression turned serious, that he had suspected this before, and now it seemed his conjecture was correct. The so-called secret realm of the Kangwu master was merely a ruse. He aimed to utilize the blood essence from the ensuing slaughter for his own rebirth. "It has been decided. You shall be the one." A cold, domineering voice echoed, causing the eyes of the crowd to widen in horror as they witnessed the blood light darting towards Shen An's brow. This sudden turn of events took Shen An completely off guard. "Master!" Murong Tian and the others exclaimed in alarm, acutely aware of the tremor that coursed through the white-clad, middle-aged figure. "Senior Bai Li, quickly save my master," he fervently implored in his heart. However, Bai Li Yijian, seeing the blood light converge upon Shen An, felt a wave of calm wash over him, speaking nonchalantly. "There is no need for concern. Your master's cultivation is inscrutable even to me. The old thief Kangwu is still lacking in the requisite essence to seize your master." Meanwhile, as the blood light enveloped Shen An, his mind fell into a void that a shadowy middle-aged figure clad in a red robe, marked by a fiery insignia on his brow, appeared, surveying his surroundings with a frown. Such a feeble consciousness, lacking even the three realms, how can it possibly withstand my palm? Enough. Once I devour you, all secrets shall be revealed. He shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, and surged towards a faint light at the center of Shen An's consciousness. In his eyes, that soul power, no larger than a quail egg, presented no challenge for seizure. Thus, Shen An could only watch helplessly as the figure approached, utterly unable to respond, under the oppressive aura of the Kangwu master. He felt as insignificant as a speck of dust beneath the mountains and seas. However, just as the Kangwu master reached out to grasp Shen An's soul, an unforeseen twist occurred. His eyes widened in sudden terror, as if he had glimpsed something horrifically powerful within that soul. "No, it cannot be." Overcome with fear, the Kangwu master spun around, attempting to flee. Yet, at that moment of turning, his form abruptly began to wane, dissolving into glimmers of starlight that merged into Shen An's soul, much like a ferocious shark being consumed by a tiny shrimp. While Shen An remained in a state of shock, he suddenly felt his soul power begin to amplify. In the depths of his consciousness, his soul manifested as a mere orb of light, yet now it gradually took on a humanoid form. In stark contrast, the venerable Kangwu, after a piercing scream, was utterly reduced to ashes. His spirit shattered. Within his consciousness, Shen An furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unfolding events. What had Kangwu truly perceived within his soul? Could it be the system? With this thought, he hastily inquired, "System, did you just save me?" However, this time, the system offered no response. The absence of a reply served as an answer in itself. Within his consciousness, Shen An suddenly clutched his head and let out a cry of anguish. Countless fragments of knowledge regarding the path of medicine flooded his mind, including numerous memories of the venerable Kangwu. Furthermore, he felt a heavy, crimson heart within his chest begin to thud ominously. The pain was swift to arrive and equally swift to depart. By the time Shen An regained his senses, he had already exited the confines of his consciousness. Opening his eyes to the anxious faces around him, he spoke softly, "Let us depart." The expressions of Xiao Tiance, Bailey Yijian, and Beichen Wangshu tightened. It wasn't that the act of a formidable being seizing control of another. How could he appear so unfazed? A true master. Undoubtedly a master. Chapter 117. Audacity in the Extreme North. Outside the Kangwu realm, the onlookers watched as the passageway slowly closed. Aside from the already emerged members of the Tianxue sect and the Zhao family, the other factions displayed evident concern. The passage is nearly closed. Why has no one else emerged? Xian Yuzi's palms were slick with sweat, his expression grave. Inside, there were not only the two esteemed elders and several disciples of his Lingfu Mountain, but also his nephew, Xiao Tiance, that if they were to meet their demise within, it could spell trouble for the Graydon dynasty. Moreover, Xian Yuzi glanced towards the Tianxue sect's direction. Elder Li, standing before Qin Qianyue, also cast a look in his direction, snorting coldly, a glint of frostiness in his gaze. The former had already recounted the events that transpired within upon exiting. Elder Qingde had been brutally slain by Shen An of Lingfu Mountain, a grudge that could not be overlooked. Furthermore, he had questioned Zhao Feihong, who nodded in affirmation, confirming that Shen An indeed displayed formidable prowess, inflicting grievous injuries upon Elder Qingde and Elder Shangwan. Viewed from this perspective, it seemed he truly possessed the capability to slay Elder Qingde down on the flying vessel of Yaowang Valley, Qian Hai paced back and forth anxiously. Occasionally tugging at his beard and adjusting his sleeves, his demeanor was so frantic that he seemed ready to dash into the passageway to search for someone. "Oh dear, my young valley master. Please do not meet with any misfortune. Otherwise, the valley master shall surely flay my skin from my bones." His brow furrowed, his heart racing. They have emerged. People are coming out, just as everyone awaited with bated breath. An exclamation rang out at that moment. The Kangwu heart in Qin Xinyua's hand suddenly turned to ashes and vanished. Both she and Elder Li's expressions changed dramatically. What is happening? The Kangwu heart, which had seemed within reach, suddenly encountered such a turn of events? Over there, at the entrance to the now minuscule Kangwu realm, several beams of light flickered in the next instant. Shen An and the others appeared in the air. While the entrance to the Kangwu realm fully closed, vanishing from sight, the world returned to tranquility. Upon witnessing their emergence at the last moment, both Qian Hai and Xian Yuzi exhaled in relief. Their tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing as long as they were unharmed. All was well. However, the expression on the side of Qin Dao's sect shifted dramatically. Elder Yang Li's countenance turned ashen upon realizing that Gu Yun had not emerged from the passage. Nor had a single disciple of Qiyun Dao's sect. A terrifying aura began to envelop the surroundings, causing all present to feel a chill run down their spines. The mere presence of a Qian Kuan realm expert sent shivers down their backs. "Young Valley Master!" Qian Hai exclaimed with delight. Upon seeing him, Beichen Wangshu's previously taut nerves finally relaxed, and she soared towards him, accompanied by the remaining disciples of Yaowang Valley. In the void, only the members of Lingfu Mountain remained, just as Zheng Sanshan prepared to lead everyone back to Xian Yuzi's side. A figure suddenly darted forth, blocking their path. It was none other than Elder Li of Tianshua's sect. That moment, his expression was grim, and his gaze fixated on Shen An. "I ask you, did you murder my sect's deacon elder?" As he spoke, an aura characteristic of the pinnacle of the Tianling realm subtly emanated, an imposing pressure that was terrifying. "You were the last to emerge. Where are the members of my Qiyun Dao sect?" Yang Li also arrived at that moment. His gaze frigid. It seemed the only one likely capable of slaying Gu Yun, and the others was none other than Shen An after all. He had been rumored to possess considerable skills, having previously wounded the venerable Qin with a single strike. Hearing the condescending tone of the two, Shen An's brow furrowed in displeasure. "I did not kill them. Dare you to deny it?" No sooner had he spoken than Elder Li let out a furious roar, the pressure radiating from him causing Zheng Sanshan, positioned at the forefront, to stagger back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "The murder of my Tianshua sect's deacon elder was witnessed by the Shangwan family. What more do you have to say?" As his furious shout resounded, he reached out a hand toward Shen and behind Zheng Sanshan. The overwhelming force caused Shen An's heart to race to AT present. He lacked the protection of the indestructible card, and the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger was merely at the level of the Dilling realm. It could not withstand an assault from a peak Tianling realm warrior. Just as he prepared to summon the red gourd, the oppressive force before them suddenly dissipated, like a spring breeze sweeping away the dust. Unveiling the clouds, that a middle-aged man clad in plain robes stood before them, hands clasped behind his back. It was none other than Xian Yuzi. "Master." Zheng Sanshan, Yu Jingyuan, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Xian Yuzi cast a brief glance back, giving them a reassuring nod, then turned his gaze back to the two individuals before him. "Elder Li, let us speak calmly. You cannot recklessly assault my people from Lingfu Mountain. Are you truly disregarding my authority?" Elder Li fronut. A flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes that he had indeed heard of Xian Yuzi's reputation. Among the upper echelons of Lingfu Mountain, he was the most enigmatic figure during the battle against the demon cult. When the enemy was already at the Tianling realm level, he had managed to navigate through the siege of several Qian Kuan realm priests with ease. Although his true strength remained unclear, it was evident he was far more formidable than he appeared. "Your mountain master has slain my sect's deacon elder. This is an undeniable fact. What else do you intend to assert?" "Master Xian?" His gaze turned frigid as he continued. "Moreover, the members of Qiyun Dao sect have yet to emerge. Among the multitude present at that time, it seems only this peak master Qin Yun possessed the strength to slay them. Upon hearing this, Yang Li's expression turned icy, and the pressure of the Qian Kuan realm intensified. Yet before such overwhelming force, Shen Yuzi remained unperturbed, speaking calmly. "Where is your evidence?" "The evidence lies in the fact that the Zhao family members witnessed Shen An grievously injuring Elder Qingde and Elder Shangwan, and he had even harbored intent to kill. Only he possesses the capability to have slain Gu Yun and the others." Qin Qianyue interjected from behind. With her testimony, Yang Li's gaze turned cold as he shifted his attention to Shen An. "As for the truth of this matter, I shall personally apprehend him for interrogation." As his words fell, he reached out a hand toward Shen An. The strength of a Qian Kuan realm expert was incomparably superior to that of a Tianling realm warrior. As he made his move, the entire sky seemed to hum, as if boundless cosmic power converged, instilling a sense of dread. Shen An's pupils constricted, an icy chill racing to his mind, the looming threat of death enveloping him. This was the first time he had experienced such a sensation. However, just as everyone believed Yang Li's strike was inevitable, a voice cut through the air like thunder. "Audacity!" Shen Yuzi's gaze turned frigid, his robes billowing despite the absence of wind, a terrifying pressure radiating outward. Even Yang Li was startled into retreat, his expression darkening. "The people of Lingfu Mountain are not to be trifled with." The chilling voice resonated. As Shen Yuzi raised a hand, in an instant, the heavens and earth shifted color, and a fierce snowstorm erupted. A colossal talisman, vast enough to encompass the entire snowy plain, ascended into the sky, exuding a magnificent pressure that left everyone breathless. Such power. Chapter 118. I do not believe you. You said the same last time. This immense strength was not merely derived from cultivation level. Shen Yuzi's cultivation still rested at the pinnacle of the Tianling realm, unchanged. Yet, the enormous talisman that enveloped the entire icy expanse emanated a pressure rivaling that of the Qian Kuan realm. Under this pressure, Elder Li's forehead beaded with cold sweat. The Lingfu Grand Formation. His complexion paled slightly. Even Yang Li, Qian Hai, and others were taken aback. They had not anticipated Shen Yuzi would integrate such a complex formation, composed of nearly 1,000 talismans, into a single talisman. The mastery of talismans exhibited by Lingfu Mountain was indeed unparalleled in the entire Southern Domains clans. His talisman skill had likely reached the 6th rank. Shen An is the peak master of my Lingfu Mountain's Qinyun Peak. If he claims he has not killed anyone, then I shall believe he is not. Shen Yuzi's usual demeanor of approachability transformed into one of stern authority, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the two individuals before him, particularly fixating on Yang Li. "Should you dare to lay a finger on him today, I assure you, you shall not leave this extreme north realm." His words, though calm, bore a formidable weight of intimidation, leaving no room for doubt among those present. Witnessing Shen Yuzi's unwavering protection of him, Shen An felt a sense of gratitude that it was also a reason he chose to stay with Lingfu Mountain. In contrast, Yang Li's expression darkened that if one were to evaluate pure cultivation, he indeed surpassed Shen Yuzi. However, what made the latter formidable was his mastery of talisman techniques. With such a talisman in hand, his combat prowess rivaled that of the Qian Kuan realm. That if a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. But did he truly intend to back down? Yang Li's complexion shifted between shades of green and red. After all, the Qian Dao sect was the foremost sect in the southern realm. A TO concede so easily was somewhat disgraceful, was it not? I can attest that Gu Yun and the others met their demise at the hands of the demon sect. And furthermore, Elder Qingde was not slain by Elder Shen. It is likely a ploy by the demon sect to frame him. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a young woman's voice suddenly resonated from the direction of Yaowang Valley. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, turning towards the source of the sound. Qian Hai looked at the girl beside him in surprise and whispered, "Young Valley Master, you must not jest about such matters." In response to his words, Beichen Wangshu spoke up. "Elder, if it were not for Lingfu Mountain, we would all have perished there. Even if there is no debt of gratitude, we cannot allow others to be wrongfully accused. Can we?" Upon hearing this, Qianhai was momentarily stunned, then nodded in agreement, refraining from further objections. Beichen Wangshu then turned to the assembly and declared loudly, I, Beichen Wangshu, as the young valley master of Yaowang Valley, vouch that during this expedition to Kangwu Realm, Elder Shangguan is a member of the demon sect who infiltrated our ranks. Although Elder Shen injured Elder Qingde, the wounds were not fatal. I can guarantee this without a doubt. The certainty in her tone caused the attendees to exchange glances, murmuring amongst themselves that if it were anyone else speaking, they might have dismissed it, but this was Beichen Xuani's daughter, the young valley master of Yaowang Valley. If she stated that Shen An's injuries to Qingde were not life-threatening, it must indeed be the case that to doubt her would be akin to questioning the medical prowess of the apothecary king himself, especially since Beichen Wangshu was personally tutored by him. The demon sect. Yang Li furrowed his brow, glancing at Qin Qianyue behind him. He had heard of the demon sect from the Dan dynasty. They were not to be taken lightly. Elder Li's expression also shifted as he turned to look at Qin Qianyue, who wore a shocked expression, unable to believe it. The Shangguan family. How could they possibly be in league with the demon sect? Then, recalling that Elder Shangguan had little connection with him, yet was willing to remain behind. His brow furrowed deeply. As for the matter of the demon sect, this prince can also attest. Just as uncertainty prevailed among the crowd, Xiao Taiyan stepped forward, tearing away his facade to reveal a sharp-featured countenance imbued with noble bearing. Your Highness. Qin Qianyue was taken aback. In the presence of so many formidable figures, Xiao Taiyan maintained an air of confidence, neither humble nor arrogant. This prince took a risk to follow Lingfu Mountain into Kangwu Realm to ascertain whether the Shangguan family had any ties to the demon sect. And indeed, the facts align. Numerous practitioners of the demon sect appeared within Kangwu Realm. Had it not been for Elder Shen's decisive action, their nefarious schemes would likely have succeeded. With his testimony, the assembly began to believe the reports of the demon sect's remnants in Kangwu Realm. Coupled with the lingering Lingfu above, Yang Li's face darkened as he turned to board the flying vessel. Elder Li, too, found himself at a loss for words, his expression grim as he clasped his hands in apology. It appears there are numerous doubts surrounding this matter. I acted rashly. Xian Yuzi cast a cold glance at him, but offered no response. Were it not for his formidable strength, they might not have so easily acquiesced. As the farce concluded, Xian Yuzi waved his sleeve, retracting the Lingfu. The world returned to tranquility, the oppressive aura dissipating. The flying vessels of Tianshu sect, Qiyundao sect, and the Zhao family departed in unison. The expedition to Kangwu Realm had reached its definitive end. Even the Kangwu heart, which Qin Qianyue had brought out, turned to ashes, while countless martial artists lay dead or wounded. Kangwu Realm itself had been shattered by the void, leaving no possibility of emergence. In the end, what was purported to be a quest for fortune devolved into a tragedy due to the emergence of the demon sect. Once everyone had departed, Qianhai personally approached the members of Yaowang Valley to express his gratitude. In the face of their amicable demeanor, Shen An responded courteously. The young valley master, Beichen Wangshu, seemed particularly intrigued by Qingyun Peak, expressing a desire to visit Lingfu Mountain at the earliest opportunity. Ultimately, all took their leave aboard their flying vessels. On the vessel, the group closed their eyes to recuperate, while Xian Yuzi's gaze remained fixed intently on Shen An. He had heard of the events that transpired within Kangwu Realm. Under the weight of that gaze, Shen An felt a chill creep up his spine, offering a wry smile. Master, if you have any requests, I can procure some performers from Furong Pavilion later. Ahem. Upon hearing Shen An's characteristically flippant remark, Xian Yuzi coughed lightly twice. He was now thoroughly convinced that this fellow had not been possessed by the Kangwu Venerable. After all, which formidable figure of the upper three realms would be so shameless? Elder Shen, regarding your adoptive father, he is my elder brother. Oh, then how many trump cards did your elder brother leave you? Shen An's mouth twitched as he abandoned the notion of correcting this misunderstanding. Raising his hands in surrender. None. I've used them all. Really? Indeed. Xian Yuzi scrutinized him suspiciously before shaking his head. I don't believe you. You said the same last time. Shen An chose to ignore him and fervently began examining the rewards previously bestowed by the system. The red gourd and the celestial slaying flying dagger. Such legendary artifacts were said to be invincible. If the system was not deceiving him, then this item was practically unbeatable. He could already envision the scene of himself in battle, casually uttering, "Please, dear treasure, turn around," and severing an opponent's head with ease. How magnificent! Chapter 119. Celestial Slaying Flying Dagger. As Shen An immersed himself in the system interface with joyful anticipation, the attributes of the Celestial Slaying Flying Dagger materialized before him. Red gourd contains Celestial Slaying Flying Dagger. Slaying effect. Disregards realms. Obliterates souls. Conditions for use. The enemy must be within the host's line of sight, that if the enemy harbors even a trace of fear, hesitation, or apprehension towards the host, it can be deemed as slaying. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. Note: cannot be used consecutively. Each use requires a month of sword nurturing before it can be wielded again. Due to the host's inherent soul strength, this item is ineffective against beings above the 9th realm. Above the 9th realm? Shen An was momentarily taken aback that he was unaware of the realms beyond the true ancestor. However, given the current circumstances, this treasure was undeniably a weapon that could slay gods and Buddhas alike. As long as the conditions were met below the 9th realm, he could effortlessly claim their heads with a mere flick of his hand. Shen An stroked his chin thoughtfully. The middle 3 realms would be manageable. With the skills he could draw from the lottery, it should be easy to intimidate them. However, the upper 3 realms would likely prove more challenging. His tricks would probably seem like child's play in their eyes. Regardless, I still have one more chance to draw. Let's see what good fortune awaits. Shen An's eyes gleamed as he summoned the lottery wheel. The wheel glimmered and spun. The pointer ultimately settled upon a purple orb of light. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Heavenly Spirit Realm Pinnacle Consumption card, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus X1. Shen An was utterly dumbfounded. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus? This item could truly be drawn, and it appeared just as he was about to head to Tianshu sect. This is a bit too dramatic, isn't it? He couldn't help but wonder if the system was deliberately placing obstacles in his path. He had merely mentioned it before, and yet here it was, appearing before him. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Spirit Realm was capable of obliterating Tianshu sect, unless their sect master intervened. Moreover, Shen An felt the surging heat within him, greatly satisfied. This expedition to Kangwu Realm had truly bestowed genuine fortune upon him and his disciple. His disciple's cultivation had improved, and an elderly man had joined his ring. Meanwhile, he had not only obtained fragments of memories from a 7th-tier alchemist, but also acquired the Kangwu heart. Now, he merely had to return and digest the alchemical knowledge in his mind, and he believed he would soon become the only 7th-tier alchemist in the Dan dynasty. Most crucially, the presence of the Kangwu heart meant that he could manipulate the Nirvana divine fire. And with his current mental strength, he would no longer need firewood to refine pills. He would no longer produce a soupy, unrecognizable mess. That stuff wouldn't even be fit for a dog. Shen Yuzi observed Shen An, who was standing nearby with a silly grin while stroking his chin, and turned to Murong Tian with a look of skepticism. "Does your master often behave this way?" Murong Tian scratched his head and replied with an endearing smile. "Perhaps he has thought of something amusing." "Something amusing?" Shen Yuzi remained half-convinced, then shook his head, choosing to ignore Shen An's antics and instead addressed Murong Tian with gravity. "In 2 months, your 3-year agreement with Qin Xianyue will come to pass. Although you have gained much from the secret realm, you must not let your guard down. Qin Xianyue is a practitioner of the Earth Spirit Realm, wielding the power of the Earth, which is not something the lower 3 realms can withstand. If you wish to have the means to contend with her, it would be best to comprehend the sword intent as soon as possible." Listening to his earnest words, Murong Tian scratched his head, then suddenly drew his black sword. The motion was slow, yet it was accompanied by a flickering sword light, the interplay of speed and slowness making it difficult to anticipate. "Master, is this what you mean?" Murong Tian sheathed his sword and blinked innocently. Shen Yuzi was momentarily stunned, glancing down at the flying vessel marked with numerous sword scars. The sharpness emanating from it left him momentarily dazed. The sword had not yet been drawn, yet the blade had arrived first. This must be the interplay of speed and slowness within the various sword intents. When had Murong Tian grasped sword intent? Faced with his utterly bewildered expression, Murong Tian sheepishly stated, "Last time, My master casually pointed something out to me, and I comprehended it that very day. Casually pointed out, comprehended the same day. Shen Yuzi's mouth twitched. It seemed that this master and disciple duo truly were cut from the same cloth. Both enjoyed expressing the most astonishing words and performing the most jaw-dropping feats with the most mundane of tones and expressions. After all, this was sword intent. The entirety of the Da'an dynasty's understanding does not exceed a mere handful. Master, is something troubling you? Are you unwell? Murong Tian, noticing Swan Yuzi's prolonged silence, hurriedly retrieved a basin of yellowish mud from his storage ring. Would you care for a bit of this? It is a healing concoction specially formulated by my master. When he was refining it in the kitchen that day, he complained of a stomach ache and feared it might not turn out well. Yet he ended up producing such a large batch that I have yet to finish it. Swan Yuzi glanced at the basin of elixir, his eyelids twitching involuntarily as he averted his gaze, saying, "Such a fine remedy should be kept for yourself. It is best not to let the gatekeeper's spirit hound catch sight of it." "Why not?" Murong Tian scratched his head in confusion. "You can ask your master about it later." "Oh. By the way, you just damaged my flying boat, so this year's monthly stipend from Qingyan Peak will not be issued, but be sure to inform your master." "What?" Murong Tian's expression turned to one of shock, and he furtively glanced at Shen An, who was still grinning foolishly nearby. His face instantly grew solemn that it was over. Given his master's frugality, he would surely face punishment upon returning. News of the events in Kangwu realm spread swiftly. Before Shen An and the others returned to Lingfu Mountain, Xiao Qianqi had already sent word back to the imperial palace. Upon learning of the situation, Emperor An did not display extraordinary anger. Rather, he seemed to have anticipated it, merely sighing as he issued a pre-prepared decree. He commanded General Baiyu to lead 5,000 silver-armored soldiers and 5 golden-armored warriors immediately to the Shangwan family. The patriarch of the Shangwan family was merely at the initial stage of the Tianling realm. How could he possibly contend with General Baiyu? The moment Shangwan Bao and others witnessed the iron cavalry arriving at their gates, their faces turned ashen. Realizing their impending doom, they pleaded desperately for a chance at survival. However, General Baiyu, being the emperor's trusted confidant, remained unwavering. Aside from the senior members, the entire Shangwan family, be it kin or descendants, was executed without exception. The reason for sparing those high-ranking members was not due to Emperor An's leniency, but rather to extract more information regarding the demon sect from them. After all, the stakes were high. This was no trivial matter. Should the demon sect make a resurgence, the Tian dynasty might very well dispatch troops to re-enter the Wolf Abyss. Such threats could not be ignored. Emperor An regarded this situation with great seriousness. Not only the Shangwan family, but even the current empress was directly imprisoned in the heavenly prison, guarded by several formidable experts of the Tianling realm. Chapter 120. Return to the sect at Lingfu Mountain. Qingyan Peak, Da'an, the medicinal herb garden on the back mountain. A delicate young girl was diligently tending to the spiritual plants, watering and weeding, occasionally lifting her jade-like hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. After a morning's labor, she had managed to tend to the 20 acres of the herb garden without missing a single spot. Once finished, she sat beside the bamboo grove, resting her chin on her hand, gazing expectantly into the distance. How much longer until the Peak Master and Senior Brother Murong return? I have many questions regarding herbalism to ask the Peak Master. And I also wish to refine some restorative elixirs for Senior Brother Murong. Xiao Jingshu murmured softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the clouds drifting by. Suddenly, her brows furrowed as dark blue-black threads began to creep up her neck. The excruciating pain caused her to break into a sweat, her silver teeth clenched silently. Despite the agony forcing her frail body to curl up on the chair, she refrained from uttering a sound. Repeatedly reminding herself, the Peak Master once said, "Do not perceive suffering as torment. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it favors." In the midst of this near self-hypnotic mantra, the girl stubbornly endured the excruciating pain. However, this latest outbreak of bone-corroding poison was far more intense and longer-lasting than any prior episodes that it persisted for a good half hour. Unlike past occurrences that would resolve more swiftly, the intensity of the pain continued to escalate, becoming increasingly unbearable. Even with Xiao Jingshue's growing resilience, Her curled form began to tremble slightly, her consciousness wavering. This is bad. A more violent wave of pain surged through her, as if someone were methodically shattering her bones inch by inch and then pouring molten iron into the fractures. No matter how steadfast she was, there existed a limit, and at this moment, she could no longer endure. Her vision darkened as she slumped to the side, on the verge of unconsciousness. Yet, just as she was about to collapse, she felt herself being enveloped by a pair of warm hands. Though not particularly broad and slightly lean, the embrace instilled an instinctual sense of safety within her. "Master, the little junior sister's poison has flared up again. You must come quickly." Xiao Jingxue managed to open her eyes, just enough to see Murong Tian. Clad in black, his expression fraught with urgency. "Senior brother Murong," she glanced down the mountain path to see a middle-aged man in white with silver-streaked hair, hurriedly running towards them, muttering, "You little rascal, relying on your superior cultivation to dash about so quickly. Have you forgotten your master? What are you dawdling for? Hurry and help your junior sister inside." As Xiao Jingxue saw the middle-aged man approach, her heart eased slightly before she lost consciousness entirely. The peak master had arrived. Murong Tian nodded vigorously, then hurriedly carried the unconscious Xiao Jingxue, whose blue-black lines continued to spread, into the bamboo grove. Once she was laid down flat, Shen An first employed the Xianmen 13 needles to stabilize her heart pulse, then immediately grasped her wrist. Closing his eyes to sense her condition. Observing this, the sword within Murong Tian's storage ring, by Li Jian, was taken aback that he was taking her pulse. Using such a primitive method, as a powerful figure, shouldn't he be able to ascertain another's condition at a glance? Yet, the needle technique he just executed seemed exceedingly profound. "Master, how is the little junior sister? Is her life in danger?" After taking her pulse, Shen An exhaled slightly. "There is no immediate danger to her life. It is simply that her mental fortitude has progressed too swiftly, leading to signs of condensation in her qi, which triggered the outbreak of the bone-corroding poison." As he spoke, he withdrew the silver needle, then proceeded to puncture several acupoints on the girl's body. To the naked eye, the dark blue-black threads on her neck rapidly faded, retreating in her body as her breath returned to a steady rhythm. Both men anxiously watched the girl, drenched in a fine sheen of sweat, lying on the bed, and before long, she let out a soft moan, her lashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the two men before her, she spoke in a weak yet joyful tone. "Peak Master." Senior brother Murong, seeing her regain consciousness, both men sighed in relief. Shen An gently reassured her, "The Peak Master is here. There is nothing to fear." And Xiao Jingxue nodded feebly. "Senior sister, ouch master, what are you doing?" Just as Murong Tian was about to inquire about Xiao Jingxue's condition, Shen An pinched his ear. "Do not disturb Jingxue's rest. Quickly take the medicinal seeds from Kanwu realm to the fields. And as for the monthly stipends the Peak Master has deducted, you will only be eating pickled vegetables this month." "What, master, why is that? The 5 spirit ducks won't cost us anything." Murong Tian's face was a picture of despair, his mood dampened, when they arrived at the herb fields. He was about to begin planting when Shen An raised a hand to stop him, his expression calm. "My friend, you have been hidden away for long enough. It is time to show yourself. There are no outsiders here." As expected, I could not hide from Peak Master Shen. A rich, magnetic voice resonated, and from Murong Tian's storage ring, a golden light flashed, transforming into a strikingly handsome young man clad in a golden robe. His hair white as snow, yet his visage youthful, that a golden sword mark could be seen on his brow, and his eyes held an otherworldly allure. Murong Tian scratched his head, realizing his master had known all along, and he had intended to bring it up at a later time. Shen An stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no surprise at the sudden appearance of the individual before him. "I am by Li Jian from the Lingjing of Zhongzhou. It is an honor to meet you." Peak Master Shen. Bai Li Jian bowed respectfully, devoid of any arrogance, and refrained from referring to himself in the first person that I in his eyes. The man before him was likely stronger than he had ever been at his peak. To act presumptuously now would be courting death. Zhongzhou. Shen An's brow furrowed slightly, that he had read about this place, known as the homeland of the spirit race. teeming with clans and powerful figures that is the heart of the continent. Zhongzhou's overall strength surpassed that of the Nanja domain by a wide margin. Even the Qiankuan realm there was considered ordinary, with only those in the upper three realms classified as true powerhouses that as for this by Li Jian. Shen An's gaze flickered as he suddenly recalled another title associated with him, the Sword Demon Sovereign. It was said that he was a prodigious sword cultivator who mastered the art of the Bai Li Sword Dao, yet had mysteriously vanished for many years. Tio think he had encountered an unexpected incident within the Kangwu realm and had been inadvertently rescued by his own disciple. With narrowed eyes, Shen An contemplated. Though the Sword Demon Sovereign belonged to the spirit race, his reputation had always been commendable. Moreover, seeing him assist Murong Tian in enhancing his cultivation without forcibly seizing his consciousness, it seemed his character was trustworthy, which allowed Shen An to breathe a sigh of relief. By Li Jian found himself under Shen An's scrutinizing gaze. A sense of unease began to creep over him. Chapter 121. The astonishment of Bai Li Jian. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Shen An was deep in thought, while Bai Li Jian awaited his words. Meanwhile, the oblivious Murong Tian shifted his gaze back and forth between his master and Bai Li Jian, scratching his head in confusion as to why neither spoke. Master, do you think you can help Senior Bai Li to reconstruct his physical form? If it weren't for his assistance, I might have already perished. Reconstruct his physical form? Shen An frowned. Bai Li Jian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Unfortunately, that is not possible. Shen An shook his head. Soon his expression darkened once more. It was merely a fleeting moment before he returned to his usual self. It mattered not. Every individual has their own destiny, that if one cannot restore their physical form, then it is advisable to take advantage of the present, while the soul has yet to dissipate entirely. To behold the wonders of the world outside, as for the other method of seeking the legendary thousand-year soul would. Perhaps it is best to abandon that notion. That place remains one from which no one has ever emerged alive. Master, is it truly beyond your capabilities? Murong Tian expressed a hint of reluctance to concede. Did you not mention that in the past, when one's physical body was destroyed, one could forge a new body from the lotus in the pond or the roots beneath the mud? Observing the young man's earnest plea, Bai Li Jian felt a surge of emotion. This foolish lad. Yet, amidst his affection, doubts crept into his mind. The ability to recreate a body from lotus or roots was unfathomable, achievable only through mastery of the Tao of life and death. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible. After casting a glance at the youth, whose gaze was sincere, Shen An hesitated and inwardly inquired, "System, is there a way?" Regardless, Bai Li Jian had indeed saved his disciple and bestowed upon him a rare opportunity. If there was a chance to save him, it should be taken. The host is currently unable to obtain such advanced rewards. Please strive to enhance the disciple's adoration value and complete more tasks. Upon hearing this, Shen An shook his head once more. The transformation into lotus and roots is beyond human capability. Even I have no means to accomplish it at present. However, I can refine some elixirs to nurture the soul and solidify its essence. He then turned to Bai Li Jian and continued. This will allow your soul to endure longer, preventing it from gradually fading into nothingness. Thank you, Master Shen. Bai Li Jian expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, his eyes gleaming with hope, but he keenly noted that Shen An had stated, "I have no means at present," rather than "I have no means." This implied that the latter indeed possessed a solution, albeit hindered by certain circumstances at this time. With this realization, his respect for the enigmatic master of Qingyun peaked deepened. Taking a cautious breath, he tentatively asked, "May I inquire as to your true level of expertise?" Master Shen? Shen An cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "I am at the late stage of body refinement." Bai Li Jian was momentarily taken aback that he was aware of this, but his inquiry was directed at the true depth of Shen An's prowess. "Then what is your actual level of expertise?" "What true level?" "I am merely at the late stage of body refinement." Bai Li Jian fell silent, turning to Murong Tian beside him. "Do you believe him?" "I do not," Murong Tian replied. "What about you, Senior?" "I do not either." Watching their exchange, Shen An couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Well, It seems that speaking the truth garners no belief. Enough of this, foolish lad. Go tend to the herbs. Remember to distinguish the spiritual herbs as Jing Shui taught you last time. Do not plant them haphazardly. Understood. Master. Murong Tian nodded eagerly, promptly taking up his hoe and trotting off to the herb field. Thus, Shen An and Bai Li Yijian were left alone. Would you care to share why the renowned sword demon of Zhongzhou finds himself trapped in the Kangwu realm? And why my disciple was able to rescue you? Shen An inquired calmly, though he was aware that the man before him had once been a powerful figure in the Nirvana realm. He now existed merely as an ethereal form, scarcely even a true soul, but rather a remnant of consciousness. After all, the mental strength of a Nirvana expert was formidable, with merely his soul's power. He could easily annihilate a practitioner of the Qinkuan realm. The title of renowned is too grand for me. I cannot claim such respect before Master Shen. Bai Li Yijian first offered a humble response before elaborating on the misdeeds of the Kangwu sovereign, who had pilfered treasures from the spirit realm and orchestrated ambushes against others that he had inadvertently fallen victim himself, becoming sealed within that grave. At the time, I intended to pass on a Chi-Yu seal to the young Muro, to aid him in his rebirth at the dragon pool of the spirit realm. However, this foolish lad refused, knowing it would lead to the total dissolution of my remnant consciousness, insisting that such a minor favor deserved a great repayment. Bai Li Yijian sighed, shaking his head. Listening to his words, Shen An glanced at the industrious youth in the herb field, smiling as he did so that it truly aligned with the character of this foolish lad. I appreciate your assistance in helping my disciple enhance his cultivation. I shall prepare some soul-nurturing elixirs. Shen An expressed his thanks with a bow. Bai Li Yijian hurriedly waved his hand. You flatter me. With Master Shen here, my humble skills are unworthy of mention. Shen An smiled but remained silent, allowing him to wait before turning towards Xiao Jingshue's alchemy chamber. As he walked away, Bai Li Yijian finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. The fact that he could not perceive Master Shen's true level of expertise from such proximity was indeed alarming. His strength must be formidable beyond measure. He marveled inwardly while surveying the herb garden, feeling increasingly astonished. I never imagined that this small Da'an dynasty could possess such abundant spiritual energy and vibrant life, observing the rate at which vitality gathers around. It won't be long before this place becomes a treasure land. Bai Li Yijian mused, his gaze falling upon Murong Tian, who was diligently planting spiritual herbs. The lad was handling the withered remnants of herbs that had been retrieved from the Kangwu realm. As he carefully placed a spiritual herb into the ground, the dark soil seemed to possess a life of its own, enveloping the roots with a gentle embrace that a miraculous scene unfolded before him. The previously wilted and lifeless herb began to revive, standing tall and vibrant, shedding its previous limpness. How is this possible? He gasped that if Shen An had personally planted these herbs and such a transformation occurred, he would not have exhibited such astonishment. But now, the one planting was merely a foolish lad at the returning origin realm. His technique appeared somewhat clumsy. How could the spiritual herb come back to life? Soon, his gaze fell upon the expanse of rich, dark soil, and he inhaled sharply. This soil, it connected to the energies of the celestial and terrestrial veins. Such a treasure, even in Zhongzhou, would be a rarity classified as a congenital treasure. And now, Bai Li Yijian surveyed the vast field of black soil, feeling a sense of dizziness wash over him. Could it be that this was merely a small, obscure peak of a sect within the Da'an dynasty? A congenital treasure measured by acre. Chapter 122. Senior. What are you doing within the alchemy chamber? Shen An regarded the ancient alchemical furnace before him, taking a deep breath as his expression turned serious. Thump, thump. The dull rhythm of his heartbeat began to resonate. As he focused his intent, a wave of scorching heat surged from his heart. Radiating throughout his limbs, he extended his hand, a cluster of crimson flames rising, swirling joyfully as if a divine phoenix danced in the air, embodying immense power. Is this the Nirvana divine fire? Shen An's eyes sparkled with curiosity. That it was said that possessing the Kangwu heart would grant one access to the Nirvana divine fire and the opportunity for rebirth. Regrettably, he was a congenital failure, unable to transcend. The Kangwu heart, in his possession, served only to allow him to manipulate the divine fire for alchemy. With no other utility, it is worth noting that without sufficiently robust mental strength, one could not adeptly control this divine fire. However, after absorbing the mental energy of the Kangwu sovereign, Shen An's soul had undergone a remarkable transformation. The manifestation of the soul is a feat achievable only by those in the Qinquan realm. To witness such a phenomenon in a mere late-stage body refiner is unprecedented. Shen An chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Though he possessed mental strength, he lacked the realm to harness the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, his mental prowess alone would suffice to obliterate any practitioner beneath the Qinquan realm. The system forbidding him from undergoing a transformation to improve his physical condition was a source of frustration. Otherwise, he would seek an opportunity to remedy his congenital failure. Bound by fate, he was destined to remain a late-stage body refiner for life. The TO break through would equate to altering his fate, and according to the system, such actions would lead to annihilation. System, why have you bound me to the fate of a congenital failure, preventing my breakthrough? He voiced his frustration. Because the host is different from the people of this world, that a higher realm would draw attention, leading to a loss of freedom. Rest assured, the system will not harm the host. Attract attention? Shen An was taken aback. Attention from whom? The host will understand in due time. He furrowed his brow, that he had always felt that the system within his mind was not merely a cold, lifeless entity, but rather possessed its own consciousness. The prohibition against his advancement was aimed at preventing unwanted scrutiny. Gazing at the flickering flames in his palm, Shen An fell into deep contemplation. The attention the system spoke of could not merely refer to the ordinary fame that might arise. It hinted at something far more profound, perhaps upon reaching a certain level of expertise. He would attract the attention of specific organizations. Moreover, the system indicated that he was different from the people of this world. Was this due to his transmigration? System, aside from me, are there other transmigrators? Please seek the answer for yourself. Shen An raised an eyebrow, adopting a serious demeanor. The system's lack of denial suggested that he was not the only transmigrator in this world. However, who were those individuals and where had they gone? Perhaps he should devise a means to communicate with them covertly. Perhaps something like, the tiger covers the earth, the palace is jade liquid wine, 3.14159. Sensing his thoughts, the system quickly issued a warning. Please do not expose your identity lightly. Shen An shrugged. He was merely contemplating. If it were revealed that he hailed from another world, would he not be skinned and dissected for study? Furthermore, even if there were others who traversed here, it would not necessarily imply that they share the same benevolence or remember the bonds of their homeland. In summary, until one's true strength is significantly enhanced, one must refrain from revealing it easily. Taking a deep breath, Shen An dismissed these thoughts and waved his sleeve to channel the nirvana divine fire into the alchemical furnace. This fire possesses an exceedingly high temperature, even if not utilized for alchemy. It could effortlessly reduce practitioners of the lower three realms to ashes. Even those of the earth spirit realm, if caught unawares without harnessing the power of the earth for defense, would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand. This is under the premise of lacking martial arts cultivation. Were one to possess such cultivation, the fire's potency would only amplify. In other words, his current strength is already sufficient to dispatch lower three-realm practitioners in an instant. Perhaps these external forces represent his sole means of augmenting his power without ascending in rank. Purple vine, 3 mountain snow, phoenix wing, golden leaf, as Shen An retrieved various spiritual herbs from his storage ring. His formidable mental prowess ensured precise measurements without the slightest error. With each herb added to the furnace, his expression grew serious as he controlled the nirvana divine fire to continuously refine the medicinal liquid. The temperature within the formula rose significantly, and after a quarter of an hour, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was not refining ordinary pills, but rather fifth-tier elixirs. After an entire hour had passed, 10 pill bottles stood neatly beside him, each containing 10 fifth-tier pills. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shen An hastily picked up the bottles and exited the alchemy room. Passing by the herb garden, he noticed Murong Tian still diligently planting herbs with a HOEAT that moment. Bai Li Yijian exhibited none of the dignified demeanor befitting a nirvana sovereign. Instead, he crouched on the ground. playing with soil, and even, when Murong Tian was not paying attention, licked a bit of dirt from his hand. This scene caused Shen An's eye to twitch. How could the illustrious sword demon appear so naive, even resorting to licking dirt? Upon seeing Shen An emerge, Bai Li Yijian quickly stood up, coughed a couple of times to regain his dignified presence, and bowed solemnly. Master Shen, thank you for your efforts. As he spoke, his face lit up with joy as he moved to seize the pill bottles from Shen An's hands. Truly, what a remarkable being, to have produced so many elixirs in such a short span. Furthermore, judging by their aura, they should all be 5th tier, with a fragrance so delightful that even the bottles could not conceal the brilliance within. Undoubtedly, these are exquisite 5th tier elixirs, just as his hand reached out. However, Shen An abruptly took a step back, regarding him with suspicion. What are you doing? Bai Li Yijian was taken aback. The elixirs. Who said they were for you? I will refine yours later. Bai Li Yijian paused. Then who are these for? Naturally, they are for Jing Shui. Shen An cast him a peculiar glance before shaking his head and hurriedly departing. Bai Li Yijian, observing Shen An's receding figure, awkwardly withdrew his hand. He had assumed these were intended for him. Once Shen An had walked far away, and Murong Tian remained absorbed in his planting, Bai Li Yijian glanced around to ensure no one was watching before crouching down to grab a handful of dirt and shove it into his mouth. Well, in the absence of elixirs, consuming some innate treasures would also be beneficial for solidifying his soul body. As he munched, Bai Li Yijian furtively glanced at Murong Tian, relieved to see he had not noticed his little indulgence. This innate treasure, if devoid of special methods, would lose its efficacy once it departed from the Earth's vital energy here. However, having been a Nirvana sovereign in life, he certainly would not allow the essence of the treasures to dissipate so easily. After all, no one would notice if a little were taken from this 20-acre plot, right? Casting a glance at his soul body, which had solidified a few degrees more than before, Bai Li Yijian swallowed hard and quickly grabbed another handful of dirt to consume. His movements swift. Yet, just as he lifted his head, he locked eyes with the black-clad youth, who bore an astute expression and was instantly stunned. Elder, what are you doing? Matters of adults, children should not inquire. Oh, Murong Tian scratched his head, casting a doubtful glance at him before resuming his digging. Bai Li Yijian's lips twitched. Why did that boy's gaze just now carry a hint of sympathy? Did he truly think he had stooped so low as to eat dirt? Chapter 123. Do you see that acre of land? In the bamboo courtyard, Xiao Jingshui lay upon her bed, her complexion having regained its rosy hue, the sense of weakness gradually dissipating. Rising from her bed, she placed a hand over her heart, feeling a lingering dread. Oh no, my mental prowess has been advancing too rapidly lately. The spiritual energy has begun to uncontrollably transform into spiritual essence. Her brows knitted together in concern. With such high talent, she was on the verge of being unable to suppress her urge to break through. Once she does break through, the potency of the bone erosion poison would also escalate, making it even more challenging to expel later. She needed to devise a way to once again cripple her cultivation. As Xiao Jingshui pondered this, her expression clouded with difficulty. The last time she had to cripple her cultivation was due to the special method from the Medicine King Valley, which allowed her to do so without harming her foundation. She wondered if the Peak Master possessed such a method. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Creak. Just as she furrowed her brows, the wooden door was pushed open from the outside. Upon seeing the visitor, Xiao Jingshui hastily rose to greet him. Peak Master. No, just stay seated. Shen An waved his hand, signaling her not to move, and stepped forward to place several vials of elixirs on the table. Jingshui. These are the elixirs I just refined for you. This vial is the heart-guarding pill, to be taken once every 7 days, which will protect your heart meridians from deterioration. This vial contains the Jade Spirit Snow Cicada pill, to be taken daily, which will help to invigorate your channels and suppress toxicity. This vial, as he presented each vial, Xiao Jingshui was taken aback, her mouth agape. These were all 5th-tier elixirs, and each one was extraordinary and exceedingly difficult to concoct. Feeling the residual warmth of the bottles, it was evident they had been freshly refined. Did the Peak Master immediately set to work refining these numerous elixirs upon witnessing her bone erosion poison flare up? Peak Master, observing the middle-aged man with silver strands at his temples earnestly explaining the usage and effects of each elixir, especially noting the deep weariness in his eyes. Xiao Jingshui felt a warm current flow through her heart. Deeply moved. What's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Is it hurting again? Upon noticing her reddened eyes, Shen An quickly reached out to take her pulse. No flare-up. Is it perhaps a matter of mood? Otherwise, should I call your senior brother over to give you a good beating? Gazing at the concern in the middle-aged man's eyes, Xiao Jingshui wiped her eyes and smiled, shaking her head. Peak Master, I'm not in pain. I'm fine now. Hearing her response, Shen An sighed in relief and instructed, Jingshui, refrain from alchemy for the time being. Your realm is somewhat unstable. After a while, I will refine a 7th-tier detoxification pill for you to help expel the toxicity. 7th tier. Xiao Jingshui was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the Peak Master's alchemical skills surpassed even those of Medicine King Baichen Xuani. The young girl felt a surge of emotion. After biting her red lip, she hesitated to speak. Peak Master, when can I officially become your disciple? Shen An was taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. Upon seeing him shake his head, Xiao Jingshui's heart sank, a hint of disappointment creeping in. Did this mean she still could not truly become a disciple of Qingyun Peak? Your senior brother is foolish. Why would you follow his example? Since you have joined Qingyun Peak, you are already my disciple, Shen An's apprentice. It's merely a matter of procedure. Shen An gently patted her shoulder, smiling warmly. Once I resolve your senior brother's matters, I will formally accept you as my disciple. Without the system's approval, he could not officially accept disciples, nor could he activate the disciple panel or utilize inheritance cards. Yet, this did not preclude him from teaching her personally. Upon hearing this, the young girl's eyes brightened, a hint of joy illuminating her features, her eyes glistening once more. Master, Shen An shook his head with a wry smile, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Silly girl, what is there to cry about? If your senior brother sees this, he will nag you for a lifetime. All right, you should rest well. I will take a stroll to the herb garden. Having said this, Shen An reminded the young girl to rest before turning to leave. Watching the middle-aged man depart in haste, Xiao Jingshui felt a surge of respect. Her master truly was the best master in the world. Having just returned from the Kangwu realm, he tirelessly tended to her needs and was now headed to the herb garden to keep an eye on her senior brother. Upon arriving at the herb garden, Shen An soon spotted Bai Li Yijian squatting on the ground. Ahem, Bai Li Yijian hurriedly stood up, gazing skyward. Brother Bai, what are you doing? Shen An cast a suspicious glance at the soil clutched in Bai Li Yijian's grasp. The latter appeared somewhat embarrassed. This substance helps me stabilize my soul body, so I couldn't resist. Oh, Shen An suddenly understood. What was aiding him in stabilizing his soul body was likely not the spiritual soil itself, but rather the celestial spirit spring liquid contained within, that if it weren't for Murong Tian filling that soil with the celestial spirit source, he could have simply drunk the spring liquid instead of resorting to this. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that the fusion of spiritual soil and celestial spirit liquid would possess the effect of nurturing the soul and solidifying the spirit. If it weren't for Bai Li Yijian, it would have indeed been difficult to discover. After all, who would be so destitute? In that case, I won't bother refining you any soul-nurturing pills that do you see that acre of land over there? Shen An pointed towards a less densely planted area nearby. I see it. Why? Bai Li Yijian blinked. Feel free to take as much as you like. Consider my treat. Shen An clapped his chest, exhibiting a grand demeanor. After all, he was the one who saved his disciple. What was the harm in allowing him a little soil? Besides, the spiritual soil would not be depleted. It would grow back. Wait, you're giving me an entire acre of innate treasures. Bai Li Yijian's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. That was an entire acre of innate treasure. A treasure indeed. To give away a whole acre just like that? Master Shen, your great righteousness has left me profoundly grateful. Bai Li Yijian rose with solemn respect, clasping his hands in a gesture of reverence. Although his act of eating dirt somewhat tarnished his esteemed image, he resolved that he could always sneak away at night to indulge himself. Brother Bai Li, you exaggerate. Shen An waved his hand dismissively. indicating that he did not take offense that a moment later, a flicker of thought crossed his mind, and he feigned a sigh. Observing this, Body Refinement immediately furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something troubling you, Master Shen?" "It is a long story." Shen An's gaze drifted to the young man clad in black within the medicinal fields. "My disciple lacks exceptional talent, though his comprehension is acceptable that he made a pact 3 years ago, and the date of fulfillment is fast approaching. Yet, he remains at the late stage of the returning origin realm, while his opponent has already ascended to the earth spirit realm." As he spoke, a look of regret crossed his features. Even if he grasps the essence of the sword, he can only match the earth spirit realm in battle, not secure victory, unless he can comprehend the unparalleled sword art from the techniques I have imparted. Regrettably, I have been weary of late and possess scant expertise in the sword path, making it difficult to assist him in achieving comprehension within a short span of time. The 3-year pact. Alas! Body Refinement, listening intently, felt a glimmer of inspiration. Sword? Was that not his forte? For he was indeed the sword demon. If Master Shen does not find it distasteful, I possess some knowledge of the sword path and may lend a hand tomorrow. It would be my way of repaying your generosity regarding this precious land. Shen An's lips curled into a smile upon hearing this. Excellent. With a true Nirvana expert providing guidance, Murong's stage tasks could indeed progress to the next step. Chapter 124. Exaltation. "Then I shall trouble you, Brother Bai." Shen An replied with a smile before glancing at the boy wiping sweat and turning to descend the mountain. He was headed not elsewhere, but to Qingfu Peak. Upon arriving, Shen An was taken aback to find Zheng Sanshan sprawled out, completely resembling a hedgehog. Lying in bed with only his eyeballs able to move, Su Huan was frantically disinfecting and administering injections beside him. "Master, what has happened?" Shen An raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward Xian Yuzi, who shook his head gently. He already bore hidden injuries, and while in the Kangwu realm, he forcibly summoned all his spiritual energy to execute the third form of Wind Talisman. Now his hidden injuries have worsened. "By the way, what brings you here?" Xian Yuzi inquired, perplexed, looking at Shen, and the latter chuckled wryly. "Of course, I came to see old Zheng. Would I sneak over to pilfer the 5 spirit ducks instead?" Xian Yuzi blinked in astonishment, replying, "There are no 5 spirit ducks left. They've all fled to your Qingyan Peak. Recently, the disciples of that peak have had to subsist solely on the golden-scaled fish from the pond." Golden-scaled fish? Shen An raised an eyebrow, realizing he had yet to try that. "Master, his condition has stabilized, but full recovery will be challenging without 3 to 5 years of rest. With new wounds compounding old ailments, we are fortunate to have preserved his cultivation intact." At that moment, Su Huan completed the last injection, exhaling deeply and wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. 3 to 5 years, Xian Yuzi furrowed his brow. The demonic sect had already begun to stir. It was feared that they could not wait that long. "No need. I shall take a look." At this juncture, Shen An interjected that Su Huan regarded him with disbelief. "If I cannot heal him, what can you do?" He gritted his teeth, as the sight of the Qingyun Peak disciples reminded him of his ravaged 20-acre medicinal garden, causing his heart to ache. "Do you have a solution?" Contrary to Su Huan's skepticism, Xian Yuzi's eyes lit up. Shen An nodded gently and then patted Su Huan's shoulder. "Pay close attention and learn well." Su Huan's lips twitched, his brow furrowed in lingering doubt. Yet, seeing that even the master did not object, he chose not to intervene. After all, if Shen An could indeed heal Zheng Sanshan, it would be a resounding success. If not, the situation could hardly worsen. Upon noticing Shen An's approach, Zheng Sanshan's eyes flickered with anticipation that in truth, had it not been for Shen An's marvelous acupuncture techniques in the Kangwu realm, he would not have had the strength to execute the third form of Wind Talisman thereafter. Thus, he held a fair degree of faith in Shen An's medical skills. However, his expression soon transformed into one of horror as Shen An extended his right hand, and a cluster of crimson flames materialized instantaneously. The intense heat enveloped the entire room, warping the very air around it. Nirvana, divine fire. Both Xian Yuzi and Su Huan's pupils constricted, their eyes wide with disbelief. None could have anticipated that amidst the many prodigies who returned in defeat from the Kangwu realm, this fire had been acquired by Shen An. Old Zheng, take a deep breath that a little pain is normal. Do not be afraid. Shen An, cradling the divine fire, approached the bed with a gentle smile. Offering words of reassurance, Zheng Sanshan, ensnared by countless needles, could only move his eyes from side to side, cold sweat trickling down his face. Already severely injured, the prospect of being scorched by fire was nearly fatal. No! Su Huan exclaimed in alarm. This fire, being exceedingly fierce, must never be recklessly introduced into the body of an injured person, for it could spell doom. Yet before he could step forward to intervene, Shen An had already removed the silver needles from Zheng Sanshan's chest and struck his palm down. In the next moment, a piercing scream erupted, reverberating through the air, causing pain to the eardrums of those present. That as Shen An infused the nirvana divine fire, Zheng Sanshan's body immediately flushed crimson, his garments turning to ash. Yet Su Huan and Xian Yuzi were left in stunned silence. Under such extreme heat, Zheng Sanshan's body bore no signs of burn injuries. Fiery patterns spread across his skin, clearly revealing the pulsation of his meridians, flames swirling within. Zheng Sanshan's expression gradually shifted from sheer terror to astonishment, as he realized that although the flames burned him with excruciating pain, they rejuvenated his previously battered meridians as if they had come to life once more. This transformation astonished both Su Huan and Xian Yuzi. Shen An's brow furrowed deeply, entirely focused on guiding the nirvana divine fire through Zheng Sanshan's body, not daring to relax for a moment. For if anything went awry, Zheng Sanshan's organs would surely be reduced to ashes. That as the seconds ticked by, a quarter of an hour later, Shen An, drenched in sweat, withdrew his hand and exhaled. Phew! The man on the bed coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood, leaping to his feet in exhilaration. All healed, both new and old wounds. Ha ha ha! Zheng Sanshan laughed heartily, his joy palpable. That as his clothing had been incinerated, the eyes of the three instinctively glanced downward, where a little bird trembled in tandem with Zheng Sanshan's laughter. Master! Suddenly, Yu Jingyuan burst through the door, his face a mask of urgency. Having heard his master's earlier scream from a distance, he rushed over in worry. However, upon pushing the door open, he was met with the sight of Shen An and the others turning to look at him. Yu Jingyuan stood transfixed, gazing at Zheng Sanshan, who stood on the bed with a smile still adorning his face, then instinctively glanced downward. Master! Outside the door, a throng of Qingfu Peak disciples gathered with anxious expressions, only to be left dumbfounded. The atmosphere became momentarily serene as all gazes converged upon a single spot. Zheng Sanshan was equally taken aback that it was Shen An who first regained his composure. Seizing a small teacup from the table and tossing it over, just enough to cover the area. Master, you all carry on. Yu Jingyuan snapped back to reality, hastily shutting the door with a loud bang. Inside the room, the four exchanged glances. Zheng Sanshan's face flushed crimson as he wrapped himself tightly in the bedding. Shen An regarded him with a peculiar expression. Old Zheng, how about I give you a good beating and then claim you are a disguised demon? Scram! Zheng Sanshan's face burned hotter than when the nirvana divine fire had entered his body moments before. Meanwhile, Su Huan and Xian Yuzi had also come to their senses, sharing a serious glance. All right, all wounds, both new and old, are truly healed, they exclaimed in unison, turning their fervent gazes toward Shen An, their eyes ablaze with expectation. Shen An's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Surely they did not intend to subject him to the same fate they had just inflicted upon old Zheng. Chapter 125. The 3-year pact approaches Elder Shen. What exactly did you do to Elder Zheng just now? Xian Yuzi inquired in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Shen An breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, thankful that their intentions did not lie with him. Clearing his throat, he began to explain, I did nothing extraordinary, merely utilized the nirvana divine fire to aid in his meridian recovery. As he spoke, he opened his hand once more to reveal the crimson flames. Continuing, this fire, known as nirvana, is indeed scorching, yet it harbors hidden vitality. Earlier, Su Hall Master successfully stabilized old Zheng's injuries and administered several spiritual medicines. I merely harnessed the fire's properties to facilitate the rebirth of his meridians. Nirvana. The two exchanged a glance, both inhaling sharply, their eyes sparkling with realization that if this were true, did it not imply that the hidden injuries of the other peak masters could also be alleviated, significantly shortening their breakthrough time? Elder Shen, the masters of the other peaks also bear hidden injuries. Could you perhaps assist them as well? Shen An pressed earnestly, observing the fervent glimmers in their eyes. Shen An hurriedly waved his hands. Employing this fire is extremely taxing on my spiritual energy. I will need time to recuperate before I can use it again. Is that so? Shen An glanced at the beads of sweat on Shen An's brow, slowly nodding in contemplation. Before suddenly turning away, Su Huan met his gaze, a sense of foreboding rising within her, and she furrowed her brows, saying, "Sect Master, why are you looking at me? I recall that your spirit herb hall possesses 300-year-old herbs that nourish the soul. Do you not?" Shen An's eyes sparkled with interest, that Su Huan's lips twitched slightly. "Sect Master, I have a few matters to attend to, so I must. I will help you collect the debts that Elder Mu has accrued at the Spirit Herb Hall over these past years." Su Huan halted her steps, her expression revealing her internal conflict. "Sect Master, I have tended to those herbs with great care for many years. They are as dear to me as my own kin. I shall allocate a small peak rich in spiritual energy for you to cultivate your herbs. As disciples of Lingfu Mountain, we must possess a spirit of sacrifice. Fear not, Sect Master. I shall return promptly to gather the herbs." Su Huan immediately adopted a righteous demeanor, patting her chest as she strode out. Shen An then turned to Shen An with a serious expression. Speaking in a low tone, "Elder Shen, this matter is of utmost importance that if Elder Zhao and Elder Mu can recover from their injuries, they will undoubtedly experience a breakthrough to AT that time, whether we confront the Tianxua sect or face the resurgence of the demonic cult. We shall not be caught off guard." Listening to his words, Shen An's eyes widened in surprise. "Tianxua sect? Will the sect master allow someone to accompany me and my disciple?" Shen An nodded. "Naturally, we of Lingfu Mountain cannot allow outsiders to bully us, regardless of our ability to win. We must not appear inferior to the Tianxua sect." Upon hearing this, Shen An slowly nodded. "In that case, once my spiritual energy is restored, I shall begin preparations." Shen An smiled slightly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. As long as their injuries could be healed, their cultivation would surely advance significantly. After conversing with Shen An for a while longer, Shen An took his leave and on his way down the mountain. He encountered Yu Jinyuan, who respectfully greeted him. Shen An nodded with a smile, intending to approach, but suddenly remembered something. "Nephew Yu, your master has only just recovered from his injuries and needs to recuperate. Please catch some more golden-scaled fish." Yu Jinyuan was taken aback but nodded and went to prepare it a moment later. Shen An, carrying a basket of fish, left Qingfu Peak, heading towards Qingyun Peak. Dozens of precious spiritual herbs had already been planted by Murong Tian and were gradually regaining vitality. Meanwhile, he practiced swordsmanship in the martial arts arena. Strike with intention, not with sight. Abandon the tangible in your hands to comprehend the realm of an illusory sword that feels real. This is the essence of the sword. The sword resides in the heart, not in its form. Murong Tian practiced his swordplay, while Bailey Yijian attentively guided him from the side. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingxua sat nearby, propping her chin in her hand, obediently watching her senior brother practice. When she first saw Bailey Yijian, she had been quite astonished, but after listening to Murong Tian's explanation, she understood his background, yet still found it hard to believe. She never expected that Qingyun Peak would gain a former Nirvana expert as an addition. Upon noticing a middle-aged man approaching slowly, the young girl blinked and called out, "Peak Master, you have returned?" Murong Tian and Bailey Yijian turned their heads in unison. Shen An smiled and nodded, tossing the fish basket to Murong Tian. "Stop practicing for now. Go cook the fish to nourish your junior sister." "Oh, of course." Murong Tian scratched his head, eagerly running towards the kitchen with the basket. Watching his retreating figure, Shen An's expression grew serious as he turned to inquire, "Brother Bailey, what do you think? Do you believe this foolish lad can comprehend the essence of the sword in a month's time?" Bailey Yijian, hands clasped behind his back, confidently replied, "Murong possesses exceptional comprehension of the sword path. With my personal guidance, grasping the essence of the sword will not be an issue. Hearing his unwavering confidence, Shen An nodded gently, feeling a sense of reassurance to as long as he could help Murong Tian fulfill his 3-year agreement. His admiration value would surely reach its peak, as the first disciple to achieve a level 10 admiration. Shen An eagerly anticipated the precious rewards the system would bestow upon him. At Tianshua's sect, in the main hall, a composed middle-aged man was tapping his fingers on the table, his expression grave. He was the sect master of Tianshua, Yun. If Elder Li's words hold true, then Murong Tian must have received clandestine assistance from a formidable figure, which is why his strength has progressed so rapidly. Indeed, although Shen An is merely at the late stage of body refinement, his array of powerful techniques is astonishing that I suspect that they are not solely his own abilities. Elder Li clasped his hands, hesitating to speak. The 3-year agreement is fast approaching, and with Murong Tian's current display of strength, there will surely be many spectators at the ceremony. Qin Qianyue must not lose to a former waste. Otherwise, the reputation of Tianshua's sect, built over centuries, will be tarnished. The other elders exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Yun narrowed his eyes, contemplating thoughtfully. After a moment, he spoke slowly. We shall send Qianyue into Tianshua Valley in advance. If she can gain even a hint of heavenly might from within, it will be sufficient to deal with a mere returning origin realm cultivator. His tone was remarkably assured. The other elders exchanged glances, all agreeing. Heavenly might is a force that only those of the celestial spirit realm can wield. Not to mention a mere returning origin realm cultivator. Even earth spirit realm cultivators would struggle to resist it. To comprehend the sword intent that rivals the might of the earth is still insufficient to contend with the overwhelming heavenly might. A martial artist hailing from a minor herbal family, once deemed a waste. If he were to defeat the most talented disciple of Tianshua's sect in a century, it would be a source of great ridicule. They could not afford to lose face in front of the gathered guests. Qin Qianyue listened to the sect master's arrangements, her gaze flickering. The farce of the past 3 years was due for a conclusion. She, Qin Qianyue, would never be outdone by someone she once trampled upon. Chapter 126. I already said I was covering my eyes in the following days. Qingyun Peak experienced no significant events. Murong Tian practiced swordsmanship with Bailey Yijian, while Xiao Jingxue diligently nurtured her health. However, Shen An advised Bailey Yijian to stay within the ring when he had nothing to do, to avoid frightening others that he had also heard of movements from the royal family. The Shangwan family had been thoroughly eradicated, and it was said that the Qin family had been implicated and investigated. However, the Qin family appeared bewildered, having discovered nothing during the inquiry. Thus they were not subjected to confiscation, especially old Master Qin, who turned pale with fright upon realizing he nearly arranged for Qin Qianyue to be married to a family with ties to the demonic cult, as for Lu Yinqin. She had not been seen at Qingwan Peak recently, leaving her whereabouts unknown. Otherwise, she would have visited him as soon as he returned to the peak. After that day, Su Huan indeed delivered 300-year-old herbs that nourished the soul to Shen An, who directly handed them to Bailey Yijian, stating that he had no need for them. Perhaps due to having absorbed the soul of the Kangwu Venerable, his spiritual energy recovered much faster than that of ordinary individuals. Notably, in the following days, Xian Yuzi, Zhao Cheng from Qingxi Peak, and Elder Mu from Qingling Peak all personally visited Qingyun Peak for a pilgrimage out of course, while Shen An was not a selfish person. He still needed to collect the medical fees that it wasn't much. Since Qingxi Peak was wealthy, he requested 1,000,000 gold DAS for Qingling Peak. With many female disciples, he asked for, well, nothing at all. Ultimately, under Shen An's subtle hints, Elder Mu still paid the medical fees. 1 high-grade Xian-tier concealment garment, which could assist martial artists in concealing their cultivation realm from prying eyes. Even mid-level 3 realm experts would find it ineffective unless they were specialized spiritualists or alchemists, who might see through the garment's concealment. In the martial arts arena, Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue exchanged glances as they watched Elder Mu, who was descending the mountain with an expression of utmost satisfaction while adjusting his robes. They shared a look of bewilderment in recent days, including the sect master. Both peak masters had visited their master's quarters, and shortly after each visit, the sounds of anguished cries would emerge. After the cries, they would emerge with expressions of unparalleled delight. No one knew what transpired within. Junior sister, what on earth is our master doing in there with the peak masters? Why do they all look so happy when they come out? Murong Tian scratched his head. Utterly perplexed, Xiao Jingxue blinked and shook her head. It's best for us not to speculate on the sect master's affairs. Only Elder Lu remains absent from the 5 peaks. Once she emerges, I shall ask her, Murong Tian remarked with curiosity, contemplating. Seeing his demeanor, Xiao Jingxue shrugged and said nothing further, as if summoned by his words. The moment he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through the sky. A figure in azure robes floated down gracefully onto the martial arts arena, her features strikingly beautiful. Where is your master? Returning to Elder Lu, he is in the bamboo garden, they replied in unison. Good. The former nodded slightly, her delicate feet moving towards the bamboo garden. After she departed, Murong Tian looked up at the Qingyun Grand Array, puzzled. Why is it that even the sect master cannot fly through the air? Yet the array seems ineffective against Elder Lu? Has it malfunctioned again? Xiao Jingxue watched him with an amused expression, stifling a laugh. Of course, it's because Elder Lu possesses the array entrance token. Array entrance token? Murong Tian gazed toward the bamboo garden, his eyes gleaming with understanding. It must have been given to her by our master. I knew it. It seems our master still harbors ambitions beyond his reach, even granting the entrance token to Elder Lu. The young man blinked excitedly. Xiao Jingxue, who had been sipping tea, suddenly spat it out upon hearing this. Senior brother, do you even know what a toad wanted to eat swan meat means? Of course I do. Many in Fuling City used to say that about me and Qin Xinyue. However, my father said it was to praise my lofty aspirations and great ambitions. Both Bailey Yijian and Xiao Jingxue fell into silence upon hearing his response, that if one must interpret it this way, it seems perhaps it is not entirely impossible. However, Murong Yunlei surely intended to comfort him, which is why he spoke so deliberately. Senior brother, I suggest you refrain from mentioning this in front of the peak master, Xiao Jingxue said earnestly. Why? The youth's eyes sparkled with clarity and intelligence, curiously probing. Well, it's best not to, otherwise master might invite you to enjoy bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Xiao Jingxue emphasized the phrase with particular weight. Yet this was misconstrued by the astute Murong Tian, who brightened at the suggestion. His thoughts racing. Ever since master learned that he had damaged the sect leader's spiritual vessel, the sect leader had withheld a year's worth of monthly stipend from Qingyun Peak, leaving him without meat for days. Even the golden-scaled fish from 2 days prior had been entirely consumed by Xiao Jingxue, and he, the cook, had not savored a single bite, merely watching forlornly. Ah! Just as Murong Tian was about to inquire further about bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, a man's anguished scream suddenly echoed from the direction of the bamboo courtyard. Both were momentarily stunned. When did Elder Lu's voice become so sonorous, reminiscent of a man's? No, wait. Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue exchanged knowing glances. That wasn't that master's voice. Inside the bamboo courtyard, Shen An was clutching one side of his face. A vivid palm print glaringly visible upon it. He gazed at Lu Yunqin, who frowned and withdrew her hand, his eyes brimming with tears as he stood there, feeling somewhat wronged. Scoundrel! Lu Yunqin's cheeks flushed slightly, her red lips parting to utter those 3 words in anger before she turned away and left. She had barely entered when Shen An had raised his hand to shield his eyes, suggesting she remove her clothing to expedite matters. She had been utterly bewildered, processing the situation when she saw Shen An's fingers spread apart, his eyes blinking at her, which incited a rush of indignation. Who would dare to suggest such a thing without even having established a relationship first? In a reflexive motion, she had slapped him, her heart racing. Watching Lu Yunqin depart, Shen An sighed, covering his face. If you don't remove your clothing, won't I just incinerate it all with divine fire? I told you I was covering my eyes, not looking at you. Shen An felt quite aggrieved, his good intentions mistaken for something sinister, since Ling Feishuang had been accompanying Murong Tian in sword training. He had not intended to ask for remuneration from Qingyun Peak, planning instead to treat Lu Yunqin for free. Yet, she had not only failed to appreciate his intentions, but had slapped him instead. Ouch! A sharp sting radiated from his face, causing him to gasp in surprise. amidst the pain, he felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, she didn't use the flower and leaf palm. Otherwise, I might end up like old Jung, having to wear a mask for the next few days. Chapter 127. Don't move. There's a bug. Thus, a month swiftly passed. Under the tutelage of Bai Li Yijian, Murong Tan diligently continued his sword practice. Yet in the end, he was unable to grasp the unparalleled sword heart that in the rear mountains. Shen An stroked his chin, observing the scene before him. One patch of medicinal herbs stood a finger's breadth shorter than the other 19 acres. Bai Li Yijian's form had become increasingly solid, now resembling a corporeal being. Brother Bai Li, are you truly proficient in the sword arts? Shen An glanced at the herb field, and then skeptically at the young man in the golden robe with white hair beside him. The latter scratched his head awkwardly. I have a rudimentary understanding, just a bit. He deeply regretted having confidently asserted that Murong Tian would comprehend the unparalleled sword heart within a month. That it wasn't that his swordsmanship was lacking. Nor was Murong Tian dim-witted, but rather, the unparalleled sword technique was exceedingly profound, with sections even he struggled to comprehend. For instance, the introduction to the unparalleled sword heart in the technique merely stated 2 words. Unparalleled. How could that be explained? How could he teach it? Must Murong Tian truly achieve the unparalleled status to refine this unparalleled sword heart? Shen An cast a peculiar glance at him, shaking his head. Well, it didn't matter. The spiritual soil could regenerate. So it wasn't a loss. Never mind, time is of the essence. Tomorrow we must set forth to Tianxua's sect. I'll have to personally guide him along the way. He sighed, speaking with resignation. His innate proficiency panel had already seen improvement. His martial arts proficiency had reached level 4, while his alchemical arts proficiency had reached level 6 by the time he returned from Tianxua's sect. He estimated he would fully master the understanding of Kangwu the Venerable's alchemical arts. Reaching level 7 to 8 that point, he would be able to concoct a 7th-grade detoxification elixir for Xiao Jingxua. Didn't Peak Master Shen say he was an adept in swordsmanship? Bai Li Yijian inquired with a blink. I have a slight understanding, but I am not proficient, Shen An replied softly, then turned to leave for his room to read. Just as he opened the book, Xian Yuzi and a group of others arrived, including Lu Yunqin. Their gazes toward Shen An were tinged with a hint of apology. They had already learned that Shen An had mistakenly believed she, like the sect leader and other peak masters, bore old injuries and intended to help her with treatment. Hence his earlier remarks about her removing her clothing. Sect leader, Old Zheng, Elder Mu, Elder Zhao, why are you all here? Shen An set down his book, surprised as he approached to greet them. The group sat down, and Xian Yuzi spoke solemnly. We have come today to discuss something with you. Tomorrow, you are to set off for Tianxua's sect, but I am afraid I cannot accompany you. Noticing his serious demeanor, Shen An frowned. Is there news of the demon cult? Yes, Xian Yuzi nodded gravely. The royal family has uncovered some information from the Shangguan family. The demon cult has 3 strongholds, one of which is hidden near the Wolf Abyss. But it cannot be confirmed if it is a trap. So, what about you, sect leader? For the other strongholds, His Majesty has dispatched others to investigate. That I plan to meet with the King of Southern Town at the Wolf Abyss to investigate that stronghold. The information there is most likely to be credible. Listening to his serious tone, Shen An furrowed his brows that if it truly was a demon cult stronghold, it likely harbored many powerful individuals. After all, among the 10 high priests of the demon cult, 3 had escaped heavily injured and were not dead. 3 formidable beings at the Qingquan realm, along with the altar masters, posed a significant threat. Sect leader, both you and the King of Southern Town are at the heavenly spirit realm. Isn't it a bit too dangerous to go there just like that? Shen An hesitated. I also find it somewhat perilous, Xian Yuzi admitted, his gaze fixed intently on Shen An. Otherwise, could you lend me some of your trump cards given by your adoptive father? I have none left, not a single one, Shen An replied earnestly. I don't believe you unless you show me. I truly have none. Shen An chuckled wryly. He genuinely lacked any Qingquan realm skill cards. And even if he had, he couldn't give them to others. Otherwise, he could simply hand over the cards to Murong Tian, and that would solve everything. Well, I came merely to inform you that I cannot join you, and also to discuss matters regarding Tianxua's sect. Shen An once again assumed a serious demeanor, his gaze stern. I have heard that this time, during Murong Tian and Qin Qinyue's 3-year agreement, various factions will attend to witness the event. The Yaowang Valley, Qian Dao sect, and the Zhao family will all be present. Such a grand occasion. I fear you cannot manage it alone, so I shall have them accompany you. Shen An glanced back at Zhao Cheng and Elder Mu, who wore amiable expressions, nodding cheerfully. However, Old Zheng, standing in the back, had been casting him a resentful gaze from the very beginning. Old Zheng, what is with that look? It's as if I've slept with you and didn't pay. Shen An remarked, somewhat bemused. Shen An, where are the fish in my pond? Upon hearing the question, Zheng Sanshan finally spoke up, sounding forlorn. Ah, that, Shen An blinked, looking up at the sky. The weather is quite pleasant today. His shameless demeanor had become a familiar sight to everyone. Zheng Sanshan felt as though he could weep. After recovering from his injuries, he had secluded himself for a time, remaining ignorant of external affairs. Upon emerging from seclusion, he discovered that all the golden-scaled fish in his pond had vanished. And even the water had been drained. Only after inquiring did he learn it was Shen An who had been catching fish regularly, claiming it was to nourish him. Indeed, Shen An had visited him once, delivering some nourishing pills, and had urged him to focus on his seclusion and refrain from venturing out in recent days. All right, prepare yourselves well. Leave early tomorrow and return swiftly. After conveying what he needed to, Shen An concluded. Before departing, Zheng Sanshan cast a lingering glance at Shen An, resembling a slighted lover. Shen An felt quite helpless. Shen An, after everyone left, Lu Yanqin raised her delicate hand, but before she could finish speaking, she noticed the other person shrink back, covering his face with a wary expression. If you want to hit Old Zheng, his face feels better now. The latter was taken aback, then chuckled lightly, feeling somewhat helpless. All right. Last time I acted impulsively. I thought you were going to... As she spoke, Lu Yanqin's pretty face flushed, her voice dropping a notch. I thought you were going to do that sort of thing. Shen An felt like crying. Was he that kind of person? Well, perhaps he was. Shen An surreptitiously glanced at Lu Yanqin and noticed that her fitted green attire accentuated her figure exquisitely. Wait, why did it seem like there was a hint of dark aura there? Frowning, Shen An activated his spiritual eye, immediately spotting a completely black creature resembling a centipede, but without legs, writhing on Lu Yanqin's delicate collarbone. As if sensing his gaze, the creature began to slide down the curb below. Don't move. There's a bug. His sudden exclamation startled Lu Yanqin. In the next moment, her body trembled, and as she looked down at the large hand descending towards her, her pretty face turned crimson, her ears aflame. Shen An, slap! The anguished scream resonated from the bamboo courtyard that on the training grounds. Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue exchanged glances, their eyes revealing profound significance. Chapter 128. Did Master also wish for a toad to feast upon a swan? A vivid red handprint once again graced Shen An's face. Lu Yanqin took a step back, breaking free from the clutches of the dark enchantment, her typically composed and gentle demeanor now tinged with a hint of embarrassment and anger. Her fair cheeks flushed. Shen An, she pointed an accusatory finger at the middle-aged man who was covering his face, momentarily at a loss for words. Just yesterday, he merely asked her to undress, yet today he audaciously dared to reach out and grasp her inappropriately. And he had the audacity to claim there was a bug. As a third-level martial artist, how could she possibly fail to notice a bug crawling on her? There really is a bug, Shen An protested. A look of grievance etched upon his face as he pointed towards her chest. Lu Yanqin, still simmering with anger, noticed his earnest expression and furrowed her brows, recalling her visit to a peculiar insect den just days prior. After a moment's hesitation, she instructed, "Turn around, don't look." Oh! Shen An obediently turned his head away, covering his face. Once he had his back to her, Lu Yanqin, her cheeks aflame, turned to pull down her collar and glanced downward. To her astonishment, on the pristine skin where Shen An had grasped, there lay indeed a small black bug, exuding a faint aura of dark energy, lifeless. It had already succumbed to death, her brows furrowed deeply. Her expression grave. With delicate fingers, she pinched the creature, her gaze contemplative. She had not anticipated that the bug would be so intricately hidden, seemingly fused with her skin, rendering it undetectable even when it crawled. The only plausible explanation for its presence on her body was her recent excursion to the eerie insect den on the outskirts of Wolf Abyss. "You can turn around now," she spoke softly, her eyes fixated on the oddly shaped bug between her fingers. Shen An turned back, scrutinizing it more closely. It resembled a jet-black centipede, devoid of legs. Even in death, its segments twitched grotesquely, evoking a sense of repulsion. "What kind of bug is this?" Lu Yinqin inquired, her eyes now on him. After a moment of contemplation, he stroked his chin and replied, "If my memory serves me correctly, it is documented in the record of strange insects as a rare creature from the far north. Known as the thousand-eyed bug, they live in the same nest and are known to prey upon their kin. With each one consumed, an eye sprouts on their bodies. They can parasitize human hosts. The one on you is likely still in its larval stage and poses little threat." Shen An continued gravely. "Once it matures to the thousand-eyed stage, it will seek out a powerful martial artist to consume, at which point the power of countless bugs will erupt, and the consumed martial artist will lose their self entirely, becoming a walking source of poison. Why would a bug from the far north appear in the Great An Dynasty?" Lu Yinqin frowned. "I do not know." Shen An shook his head, looking at her intently. "Where have you been recently?" After a moment's hesitation, she replied solemnly, "Wolf Abyss." Instantly, Shen An's eyes glinted with realization. Once again, Wolf Abyss, the borderland where the Great An Dynasty meets the Ping Tian Dynasty. In this case, the appearance of the thousand-eyed bug cannot be mere coincidence. It is likely that someone deliberately brought it here for breeding. The two exchanged serious glances, both understanding the gravity of the situation. They promptly resolved to inform Xian Yuzi, urging him to exercise caution when he next ventured to Wolf Abyss. Lu Yinqin departed from Qingyan Peak, while Shen An, after applying medicine to his face to erase the handprint, made his way to the training grounds, curious about what his two disciples were up to. However, upon his arrival, he found them looking at him with peculiar expressions. "What is it? Does Master have flowers on his face?" Shen An raised an eyebrow, touching his face, still believing the handprint had not entirely faded. Both shook their heads in unison. Perplexed, he took a seat on a nearby bench and sipped from a cup of cool tea. "Master, so you also wish for a toad to feast upon a swan?" he spluttered, spraying tea in shock at the sight of Murong Tian, who had leaned in with a beaming smile. "Alas!" Xiao Jingxue sighed softly. Her eyes turned skyward, adopting an indifferent demeanor. "What did you just say?" Shen An asked incredulously, doubting his own hearing. Murong Tian scratched his head. "As expected of Master, a toad feasting. Rebellious disciple, how dare you defy me?" Shen An set down his cup and, before the boy could finish, brandished a teasing stick towards him. "Ouch! Master, why do you keep hitting me?" Murong Tian yelped, his face contorted in pain as he fled sideways. "Rebellious disciple." "Halt!" Shen An's frustration boiled over, one hand gripping his hem while the other wielded the teasing stick in pursuit. Having learned from previous encounters that had left his hand aching, he had become wise to target only the boy's acupoints. This way, he could both relieve his tension and ensure the boy cried out in pain. It was truly a twofold benefit. "Master, please stop. Do you understand your mistake?" "I understand. I was wrong." "What was your mistake?" "Everything." "Then what exactly was wrong?" Smack! Ouch! The cries of pain echoed throughout the training grounds as Murong Tian, a late-stage return-to-origin martial artist, was chased around by Shen An, desperately seeking refuge. Xiao Jingxue sat quietly nearby, observing the scene. The setting sun cast a warm glow. With the evening breeze gently blowing, the fiery remnants of the sun stretching the shadows of the master and disciple into lengthy silhouettes. The delicate girl by the side smiled faintly, her eyes filled with sympathy for her pleading senior brother. This scene was as poetic as it was picturesque, the setting sun casting a warm and cozy light over the moment. As the night slowly passed, the next morning saw the peak masters of Qingyan Peak, Qingwan Peak, and Qingfu Peak gather outside the mountain gate, riding flying boats into the sky. Murong Yunlei was similarly brought along by Murong Tian, heading together to their destination. Xiao Jingxue remained behind at Qingyan Peak. whereby Li Yijian tended to the medicinal garden. Being in a spiritual state, he was not suited for running around and needed to nurture his spirit, so it was better for him to stay at Xinyan Peak to oversee the garden. He was quite pleased with this arrangement. After Shen An and the two disciples departed, he simply lay in the medicinal garden, occasionally nibbling on soil and tending to the spiritual herbs. Relishing the tranquility down on the flying boat, Murong Tian gazed at the receding Lingfu mountain, an involuntary sweat forming in his palms, his heart filled with trepidation. The 3-year agreement. He never imagined that he would one day truly catch up to the steps of that celestial beauty. Yet this realization also filled him with anxiety and fear that if he were to lose again, the humiliation would not fall solely upon the Murong family, but also upon his master, Xinyan Peak, and even the entirety of Lingfu Mountain. As his heart raced with unease, a warm hand gently rested upon his shoulder. Turning to look, he found a kind-hearted middle-aged man with silver strands dancing in the wind, smiling reassuringly at him. "Do not be anxious. Your master is here. Senior brother, you will definitely win." Xiao Jingxue raised her fist, softly encouraging her senior brother. "Murong Tian, there is no need to worry. With me and your master by your side, you may fight with all your might." Lu Yanqin also smiled, offering her encouragement. Whether it was Zheng Sanshan, Zhao Cheng, Elder Mu, or Murong Yunlei, who had never lost faith in him, all spoke gently, offering support. Murong Tian's gaze swept over these familiar faces, his heart heavy yet resolute as he clenched his fists. After nodding, he turned his gaze toward the distant sky, determination etched upon his features. "Tian Shui sect, Qin Xinyue, I, Murong Tian, am coming." Chapter 129. Lingfu Mountain, Xinyan Peak, Murong Tian arrives for the appointment. In the northern Ming dynasty, a vast expanse of snow blanketed the mountains. Though the snow here paled in comparison to that of the far north, it fell in a continuous flurry, never ceasing. This was the very entrance of Tianxue sect. As one of the two major sects of the northern Ming dynasty, it was naturally grand and prosperous at this moment. The mountain gate was bustling with guests, each presenting invitations to pay their respects. Snow and wind fell from afar, and one could faintly hear discussions regarding the 3-year agreement. After the passing of the Qin family head, the Qin family opted to call off the engagement. Now that the two families are at odds, having established this 3-year agreement, I wonder who will ultimately emerge victorious. If I were in their position, I would have also called off the engagement. That Murong Tian is a natural-born cripple with blocked meridians, while Miss Qin is a rare talent, a once-in-a-century prodigy of Tianxue sect. The disparity between them is akin to that between the heavens and the earth. How could Murong Tian ever be worthy of becoming Miss Qin's husband? Some expressed disdain, agreeing with the Qin family's decision to end the engagement, believing that Murong Tian was unworthy. However, others held a different opinion. Hey, don't underestimate him. Although Murong Tian's talent is lacking, this 3-year agreement could very well swing either way. "Oh, you are from the Great and Dynasty. Do you possess some inside information?" someone inquired curiously. The speaker cleared his throat and began to elaborate. "It is said that Murong Tian has become a disciple of the master of Xinyan Peak, and with his guidance, Murong Tian's cultivation has rapidly reached the late stage of return to origin. Even mastering celestial-level martial arts, he could very well contend with Qin Xinyue. Is that not absurd? I have heard of the master of Xinyan Peak. Shen An, a waste of a body. Isn't he merely at the late stage of body refinement?" Some expressed skepticism. The first speaker chuckled and replied, "Ah, you do not understand. During the battle between Lingfu Mountain and the demon cult, only Master Shen survived on the entire Xinyan Peak. The ferocity of that battle was such that how could a mere late-stage body refiner have escaped unscathed? And there is something else you may not have heard of recently, the Rift of Heaven, which extends for several dozen miles beside Chunyuan Mountain, that was cleaved open by Master Shen with a single sword strike." As this individual spoke earnestly, many exchanged glances, still somewhat incredulous, as more and more individuals from the Great and Dynasty nodded in acknowledgement. They too began to waver, caught in a state of ambivalence. The martial arts arena in front of the Tianxue sect, spectator seats had been established along the floating peaks, and most guests had already taken their places. In the center of the arena stood Qin Xinyue, clad in white, her demeanor cold and proud, holding her sword with eyes closed in meditation, an extraordinary aura subtly enveloping her got on either side of the audience. Numerous influential families, including the Medicine King Valley, the Zhao clan, and the Morong clan of the Qiyun Dao sect, were seated. "Father, do you think Morong Tian can win?" asked Beichen Wangshu, tugging at the sleeve of a middle-aged man in green beside her. Beichen Xuanyi shook his head with a wry smile. "That I cannot predict the future. How could I possibly know if he can win?" "Just give it a guess," the girl implored, shaking his arm playfully. With a sigh, he considered his words before speaking. "You know that the greatest difference between the middle three realms and the lower three realms lies not only in the richness of spiritual essence, but also in the earth spirit realm warriors possessing the power of the earth. The power of the earth is dense and formidable that a lower three realms warrior would struggle to even breach this force, let alone withstand its overwhelming pressure. Although you say Morong Tian has grasped the essence of sword intent, that merely gives him a meager chance to contend with the power of the earth, the To win. That is simply insufficient." Listening to his earnest analysis, the elder Qian Hai beside them nodded in agreement. However, Beichen Wangshu was not pleased, pouting her lips. "Father, why do you bolster his confidence while undermining our own?" Both men were taken aback, with the former perplexed. "Since when did Morong Tian become one of us?" At his question, the girl earnestly explained, "Look, Jingxue has been in the Medicine King Valley for 2 years, and you have personally guided her. Thus, she is at least half a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Now that she has joined Qingyan Peak and is Morong Tian's fellow disciple, by all accounts, ISNT Morong Tian also half a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. If you say he cannot win, ISNT that just boosting his confidence while diminishing our own." Seeing her earnest reasoning, Beichen Xuanyi and Qian Hai exchanged wry smiles. "What absurd logic is this? Jingxue is Jingxue, Qingyan Peak is Qingyan Peak. And Morong Tian is certainly not a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Young Valley Master, do not conflate matters," Qian Hai reminded. Beichen Wangshu, however, stuck out her tongue. "Then, Elder, let me ask you, if Morong Tian were in peril, do you think Jingxue, with her character, would stand by him in adversity?" "Yes, and we, as the Medicine King Valley, have always upheld the principle of camaraderie and mutual support among disciples that if something were to happen to Jingxue, would you offer assistance?" Beichen Xuanyi and Qian Hai were simultaneously stunned, then nodded. "Yes." Beichen Wangshu spread her hands, a sly smile gracing her innocent face. "Then that means Morong Tian's affairs are our affairs." Both men were taken aback, their expressions filled with exasperation. This girl, while speaking her absurd logic, had a point that if Xiao Jingxue were truly in danger, they would indeed not turn a blind eye. "Wangshu, weren't you just voicing discontent about sect leader Shen, thinking Jingxue was deceived by him when she became his disciple? How come after a trip to the Kangwu realm, you've changed your opinion about Qingyan Peak?" Beichen Xuanyi teased. "That was because I genuinely believed he only possessed the cultivation of the late body refinement stage. But that is not the case. His strength is certainly beyond the lower three realms, and it is evident that he cares deeply for his disciples." Beichen Wangshu hurriedly clarified. "When I heard that Morong Tian had died, he nearly killed everyone from the Tianxue sect and the Shangguan family right before our eyes. Far more impressive than your calm demeanor." The girl muttered quietly, "Did I in the past, when I was bullied? You two always said it was because I was inferior and locked me away to practice." The two men exchanged glances, rendered speechless and amused. This girl, how did she start to turn her elbows outward? Being bullied and being killed are not the same concept, are they? If such a thing truly occurred, they would undoubtedly mobilize the entire Medicine King Valley to intervene. Nonetheless, judging from the events in the Kangwu realm, this Shen An was indeed remarkable. A fine mastered, and oh wonder Xiao Jingxue was willing to remain at Qingyan Peak. As they engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere around them suddenly grew raucous, with discussions echoing. "They arrived. The people from Lingfu Mountain are here. I didn't expect them to actually come to fulfill this 3-year agreement. They truly are unaware of their limits." In the martial arts arena, Qin Qianyue abruptly opened her tightly closed eyes and looked up on the mountain path. A group of figures slowly emerged through the swirling snow. At their center stood a resolute young man in black, his back adorned with a black sword, but he stepped steadily onto the snow-covered steps, leaving deep footprints until he reached the platform. surveying the gathered guests and the proud girl standing at the center of the arena. He took a deep breath and proclaimed in a voice that resonated like thunder, Lingfu Mountain, Murongton, I have come to fulfill the agreement. All eyes turned to the upright figure of the young man in black. Whispers erupting. Is that Murongtian? He doesn't seem to be the weakling as rumored. I wonder who will emerge victorious in today's battle. Didn't they say his master only has the cultivation of the late body refinement stage? Why can I sense none of his aura? On the main seat, Yin Yun scanned the arriving crowd. Aside from Lu Yunqin and Shen An, whom he was seeing for the first time, the other elders had been heard of and seen many years ago. However, he furrowed his brow slightly, for apart from Murongtian and his father, he could not discern the cultivation levels of anyone else. Meanwhile, at the Medicine King Valley, Baichen Xuanyi narrowed his eyes. His formidable mental strength allowed him to effortlessly pierce through the concealing garment worn by Shen An. Could it really be the late body refinement stage, he pondered, then shook his head that it was impossible. There must be other hidden methods at play. Since you have arrived, please take your seats. Yin Yun said indifferently. Disciple, remember what I taught you on the way. The unmatched sword heart lies not in realm, but in the heart, Shen An said, patting the young man's shoulder earnestly. Yes, master, Murongtian replied with a solemn nod. Xiao Jingxue also smiled gently at Baichen Wangshu, who was waving at her from the direction of the Medicine King Valley. Subsequently, the members of Lingfu Mountain clasped their hands in courtesy and, after exchanging pleasantries, took their seats in the empty floating peaks. Only Murongtian and Qin Xinyue remained in the arena, their gazes locked, emotions contrasting sharply. That I did not expect you to truly dare to come to fulfill this so-called 3-year agreement. Qin Xinyue said, her grip tightening around her sword, her expression as indifferent and proud as ever. I have come solely to prove that I, Murongtian, am not a waste, and the Murong family is not the opportunistic faction you depict. He replied, his demeanor becoming remarkably calm upon his arrival. Today, I have come not only to fulfill the 3-year agreement, but also to declare to the world that it was not your Qin family who called off the engagement with me, but rather I, Murongtian, who looks down upon you. Qin Xinyue at his declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This fellow has quite the audacity to openly speak such words in front of the Qin family and Tianxue sect. Does he not fear for his life? Both Yin Yun of the Tianxue sect and Elder Li, as well as Qin Baichen, all wore grim expressions, clearly displeased. Qin Xinyue's brows furrowed, her anger palpable. Witnessing the change in her typically aloof demeanor, Murongtian continued, Today I, Murongtian, call upon all present as witnesses that he withdrew a prepared divorce decree from his storage ring and cast it forward, his tone grave. With this decree, I hereby sever all ties with your Qin family. Oh. Qin Xinyue glared at the divorce decree that fluttered down amidst the snow, her fury mounting. The audience erupted in uproar, utterly shocked that Murongtian had come prepared with a divorce decree. This could even be seen as a provocation towards the Tianxue sect and the Qin family. How audacious! Elderly slammed his table and rose, his brows furrowed in anger that he had accompanied Qin Xinyue to call off the engagement and had been the one to disparage the Murong family as ants unworthy of dreaming of swan meat. Both Yin Yun and Qin Baichen wore equally grim faces. Yet, Baichen Xuanyi silently nodded, secretly impressed by the young man's audacity. Now you understand how my father and I felt when you called off the engagement in front of the entire city of Fuling? Murongdong glared at the girl before him, his gaze icy that you're courting death. Qin Xinyue, enraged and humiliated, could no longer contain herself and charged forward, sword raised. How dare he come to annul their engagement? She was a daughter of heaven. Why did he dare to bring such shame upon her? The sword flashed like snow, the wind howling as the blade transformed into streaks of icy light. That is the earth-level inferior Tianxue sword technique. Someone exclaimed that as the battle commenced. The audience was transfixed, fearful of missing any thrilling moments. Murongtian's gaze sharpened, and the black sword behind him was instantly unsheathed. With a roar, lightning flashed, resembling thunder striking the earth, as arcs of lightning surged from below the martial arts arena that in an instant, the icy sword light shattered, and the two combatants separated. Qin Xinyue stepped back, while Murongtian retreated 3 steps. Although it appeared that the former held the advantage, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, for they understood one crucial truth. Murong Tian was fighting beyond his realm. To be able to match a late-returning origin stage warrior with the spirit of the Earth realm was a testament to his formidable strength. After regaining their footing, the two charged forward once more. Lightning and snow flashing as their swords clashed, sparks flying with every strike. Yang Li of the Qian Dao sect, Zhao Mancheng, the head of the Zhao family, and Bei Chenxini, among others, squinted their eyes in astonishment as they observed the black-clad youth draw his sword. Each strike accompanied by a formidable and sharp spiritual essence. This spiritual essence is truly peculiar, resembling a blade, and is far more potent than ordinary spiritual essences, murmured Qian Hai. If I am not mistaken, he must be practicing a celestial-level swordsmanship technique, condensing a rare sword essence. Bei Chen Xuan Yushpulka in Agavatona. Celestial-level technique? Sword essence? Both Qian Hai and Bei Chun Wang Shu gasped in surprise. The rarity of celestial-level techniques far surpasses that of celestial martial arts by several times, even a dozen times. The two exchanged a profound glance at Shen An, who stood on the floating peak. Exuding an air of nonchalance, there was no doubt that this celestial technique had been imparted by him. Amid the astonished crowd, the two combatants had exchanged dozens of blows, the arena illuminated by flashing sword lights. With swirling snowflakes around them, the thunder and snow clashed. A sharp, resonant sound echoed, and the two fighters retreated once more. Qin Qianyu furrowed her brows, intently watching the black-clad youth before her. She could hardly believe that his strength had already reached such heights. His sword techniques were as mysterious as thunder and lightning, extraordinary in their execution, and combined with his remarkably swift movement. He could indeed contend with her at the late stage of the returning essence realm. Undoubtedly, he wielded Earth-level martial skills and Earth-level movement techniques. I concede, you have indeed undergone a remarkable transformation since those years past, she spoke slowly, her gaze still imbued with pride. But that is all there is to it. The gap between us cannot be bridged merely by external techniques and martial arts. Taking a step forward, Qin Xian, you caused the arena to tremble, as countless brownish energies surged forth, swirling around her, merging with her spiritual essence in that moment. She stood there, exuding an aura as weighty and grand as mountains and rivers. A powerful sense of oppression enveloped the area, making the very air feel as if it had grown several times heavier. It is the power of the earth, the hallmark power of an earth spirit realm warrior, wielding such force. Murong Tian will find it nearly impossible to budge Miss Qin even a fraction. The outcome of this battle is all but decided. The onlookers sighed and shook their heads as they witnessed Qin Xianyu finally cease holding back, revealing her true might. Chapter 131. You are by no means the waste you claim. Unleash your sword intent, or you won't even be able to move. Qin Xianyu stated coldly, her expression indifferent as she regarded the youth before her. As you wish, Murong Tian replied, his gaze tranquil, the black sword in his hand vibrating slightly with a low hum. The next moment, the crowd heard a melodious sword chant resound. With a powerful swing, the earth's force enveloping the arena was suddenly cleaved apart, and a soaring brilliance erupted beside Murong Tian, standing in stark contrast to the heavy earth energy. It is sword intent. Murong Tian has actually comprehended sword intent. The spectators gasped in astonishment. The last person to comprehend sword intent in the Da'an dynasty was none other than the renowned General Shao Ao Hai, currently stationed at Wolf Abyss. Very well, you have indeed not disappointed me, Qin Xianyu remarked, unfazed, as her jade finger traced the sword's blade. Frost spreading forth, and an overwhelming aura of frigid ice surged into the sky, the howling winds intensifying, and the entire arena became shrouded in a layer of frost. It is the essence of ice. Qin Xianyu has also grasped this intent, truly deserving of being the most talented disciple of the Tian Shui sect in a century, achieving the mid-third realm before even reaching the age of 20, and moreover, comprehending intent. Hearing the exclamations from the audience, Yin Yun and Qin Bashan exchanged nods, their expressions reflecting satisfaction. though their gazes towards Mu Rong Tian were tinged with disdain. Even if he managed to catch up, this boy was still not on the same level as Qian Yu. After this strike, you will realize just how ludicrous it was for you to cast aside the marriage contract, Qian Yu declared with a cold tone, soaring into the air as her sword descended. Ice heaven slash. In the next instant, the essence of ice surged forth like a tidal wave, coalescing into a massive ice sword imbued with biting coldness. Descending from above, under the weight of that colossal sword, the figure of the black-clad youth appeared diminutive and fragile. This is the ultimate skill of Sect Master Yin, a celestial-level sword technique. Mu Rong Tian is bound to lose. On the spectator's platform, Xiao Jing Shui clenched her fist, her face displaying a hint of tension. Zheng Sanshan and others also wore furrowed brows. That it was already astonishing that Mu Rong Tian had grasped sword intent. Yet, to their surprise, Qian Yu had also mastered the essence of ice. This meant that the distance Mu Rong Tian had just covered had once again widened, with both the essence of ice and the force of the earth augmenting a celestial-level martial technique. Its power was undeniably formidable. Could a late-stage returning essence realm warrior like Mu Rong Tian truly withstand it? Facing the enormous ice sword descending from the heavens, imbued with chilling coldness, the black-clad youth remained calm. Betraying no hint of panic, that he took a step forward, his voice low yet resolute. You have a master to teach you. I have one as well. The black sword trembled slightly, the sword intent gathering within it. The degree to which the sword vibrated suggested it was on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming will. Endless sword intent radiated outward, carving myriad intricate patterns into the arena. The sword my master taught me can open the celestial gate. The youth's voice rang out with clarity, his eyes brimming with sword intent. Did I end the next moment? His hand moved, slicing horizontally towards the enormous ice sword in the sky, a brilliant sword light ascending. The heavens dimmed, and the swirling snow fell silent, as if everything beneath that resplendent sword light was rendered insignificant. This is Bei Chen Xianyi, Yang Li, Yin Yun, and the others felt their pupils constrict, rising to their feet simultaneously. Meanwhile, Qin Bashan's heart raced, a sense of dread creeping in. He had nearly perished under this very sword technique wielded by Shen An. To think such a powerful technique could also be executed by Mu Rong Tian. Although it lacked the fullness of sword intent, the might of this strike was undeniably formidable. Buzz! The sword chant echoed, the brilliant sword light soaring into the sky, leaving behind a long scar in the air. Qian Yu's gaze sharpened, her expression shifting dramatically. She felt a life-and-death crisis looming beneath this strike. Whoosh! The sword light flashed by in an instant. The massive ice sword that had previously astonished the crowd was effortlessly shattered, disintegrating into a shower of icy shards. Struck by the overwhelming sword intent, Qian Yu spat blood, her face a mask of shock as she fell to her knees. The wind stilled, and the momentum ceased. Only the swirling snow, now divided by that strike, lingered in the arena, a testament to the sheer power of the earlier blow. Impossible! Qian Yu stared in disbelief at the black-clad youth, standing with his sword. Her most powerful strike had been so easily vanquished. How could this be? That was a celestial-level sword technique passed down by the sect master. On the viewing platform, Shen An looked on in astonishment. This boy has quietly perfected this strike. It seems my earlier concerns were unfounded. As he spoke, he shook his head in relief, a sense of satisfaction settling within him. Xiao Jing Shui's face glowed with joy. Over the past few days, she had witnessed Mu Rong Tian's relentless dedication to sword practice. And thankfully, his efforts had not been in vain. What a formidable strike! This strike is even stronger than Sect Master Yin's Ice Heaven Slash. The audience instinctively rose to their feet, their faces filled with awe. Could the one who executed this strike truly be the so-called waste once mocked as a toad yearning to eat swan meat? Mu Rong Tian sheathed his sword, though his eyes bore the frost of Qian Yu's icy intent. He remained unperturbed, that he gazed at the kneeling Qian Yu, his voice calm yet resolute. You have lost. The truth is I, Mu Rong Tian, do not need to aspire to your Qin family, nor is there any necessity for it. His tone grew solemn. His gaze unwavering, that was as if the pent-up frustration of the years had been released in the wake of that sword strike. The spectators exchanged glances, many nodding in agreement. Indeed, with such insight and opportunity, why should Mu Rong Tian aspire to the Qin family? With such a sword immortal demeanor, there was simply no need. So you, Mu Rong Tian, have come today solely to humiliate me. Qin Xian Yu gritted her teeth, her expression dark as she spoke, a hint of anger evident. Her words. The youth suddenly smiled, his tone unruffled. In that moment, he seemed no longer the naive disciple of Qin Yun Peak, solely devoted to sword practice. What? Can you not tolerate this? 3 years ago, you came to annul our engagement, proclaiming before so many that I was a waste, that my father was an ant, and that my Mu Rong family was merely aspiring to your Qin family. Such humiliation endured for 3 long years. Wherever I went, I was met with mockery, derision aimed at me, my father, my master, and the Mu Rong family. Qin Xian Yu paused, taken aback, while the youth continued. Even just now, as I ascended the mountain, those voices persisted. To you, as the favored daughter of heaven, it is no shame to annul an engagement with a so-called waste. Yet had you chosen a different approach, I, Mu Rong Tian, would have wholeheartedly agreed. But you deliberately chose the most condescending method. With the most hardline attitude, compelling my father to tear up the marriage contract in front of the elders of the Tian Shui sect, allowing everyone in the city to mock him, pointing fingers and calling him a coward, a petty man who aspired to power but fell short. Mu Rong Tian spoke, his tone carrying a sense of relief. My 3-year vow to you was not an act of childishness, nor was it an attempt by the Mu Rong family to cling to the Qin family. It was my desire to vindicate my father and my master. His voice grew stronger, each word resonating with sincerity. I aim to prove to everyone that their son, their disciple, is absolutely not the waste you claim. Chapter 132. 8,000 swords under heaven is absolutely not the waste you claim. The youth's resolute voice reverberated through the snow-laden air at the entrance of the Tian Shui sect, ringing clear in the ears of all present. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Shen An gazed with satisfaction. Undoubtedly, the young man's opportunity to redeem himself today was greatly tied to his influence. Yet one must not overlook the latter's own relentless efforts. Mu Rong Yunlei's eyes were already brimming with tears, his gaze trembling with emotion, in stark contrast to the smiles of those from Lingfu Mountain. The expressions of the Qin family and the Tianxue sect were grim. However, just as everyone believed the outcome of this 3-year agreement was decided, Qin Xianyue spoke once more, anger etched upon her face. Stop boasting. I have not yet lost. The crowd fell silent, only to witness the clouds above swirling ominously. Qin Xianyue ascended once again, looking down from her elevated position at the black-clad youth in the arena, her voice icy. When you realize that all your efforts have been in vain, you will understand just how laughable your words are today. Moments ago, she had merely been taken aback by Mu Rong Tian's sword strike, not truly losing her combat prowess. Now, a formidable aura emanated from her, as if she commanded the heavens. Those present were left in shock at this sight. The power of heavenly might. It is the heavenly might of the celestial realm. Is Qin Xianyue not of the earthly realm, but rather of the celestial realm? Under the overwhelming heavenly might, all were but ants beneath that immense pressure. Mu Rong Tian's complexion turned ashen, his body weighed down to the ground with a resounding thud as he knelt on one knee. The resilient stone floor shattered beneath him as he gritted his teeth, using his sword to prop himself up, refusing to succumb to the overwhelming force. Yet, how could the unique heavenly might of a celestial realm expert be resisted by a mere warrior of the Return to Origin realm? Under such immense pressure, the sword intent and essence that enveloped him shattered completely. He bit down hard and stubbornly raised his trembling head, fixating on the girl in the sky, her aura as vast as the heavens. In the stands, Beichen Wangshu furrowed her brow, remarking, "Father, she clearly possesses only earthly realm strength. How can she wield heavenly might?" In response to her query, Beichen Xuani swiftly provided an explanation. Qin Xianyue must have entered the Tianxue Valley. the place where the essence of heaven and earth converges most densely within the Tianxue sect, aiding peak earthly realm warriors in their breakthrough to the celestial realm. Given the current situation, she has likely employed a special technique, temporarily borrowing the heavenly might present in this arena. Strictly speaking, it is akin to cheating. Not only Beichen Xuani noted this anomaly, but others from various clans also sensed something amiss. However, upon seeing the grim expression on Yin Yun's face, they shook their heads in silence. What a sore loser the Tianxue sect is. Zheng Shanshan scoffed, preparing to rush forward to retrieve Murong Tian. Yet, before he could take flight, a hand grasped his shoulder. "Why are you stopping me? Under such heavenly might, it may be too late. Your disciple could be severely injured." Zheng Shanshan turned, puzzled, as others' gazes converged upon them. Shen An's eyes gleamed as he intently watched the struggling black-clad youth in the arena, slowly speaking. "I believe in my disciple. As long as he does not concede, he shall not lose. Shen An, this is not the time for blind determination. Everyone has witnessed Murong Tian's strength. He has proven himself and need not persist any longer," Lu Yinxin advised, concerned for Murong Tian's safety in this unnecessary endeavor. Shen An shook his head, his gaze resolute. He is not merely holding on, he is forging his heart. Forging his heart. The crowd was taken aback, confused. Shen An offered no further explanation, continuing to focus on the scene before him. He could sense that the youth, under the immense heavenly might, was undergoing a profound transformation. Concede, beneath the heavenly might, you cannot even stand to fight. Qin Xinyue, looking down from her height, resumed her indifferent demeanor. Murong Tian, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, trembled as he struggled to rise, slowly straightening the knee that had been on the ground. Though he wavered, seemingly on the verge of collapsing under the heavenly might. He refused to fall. Instead, he lifted his sword with great effort. Though no words escaped his lips, his actions spoke volumes that he, Murong Tian, would not only stand but also strike. One sword, to open the gates of heaven. A resplendent sword light ascended once more. Yet this time, devoid of the backing of sword intent, it lacked the potency of the previous strike. Overestimating oneself. Observing his obstinacy in daring to strike again, Yin Yun, Qin Beichen, Elder Li, and others displayed expressions of derision. Qin Xinyue frowned, also drawing her long sword, once more executing the ice heaven slashing technique. The enormous icy sword, empowered by the overwhelming heavenly might, descended as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, a tremendous spectacle. Before the sword even reached, the entire arena began to fracture inch by inch. The brilliant sword light was extinguished under the weight of the heavenly might, while Murong Tian's face turned pale as frost covered his features. "Concede, or else with this strike, you shall die," Qin Xinyue spoke again. "Shen An, what are you waiting for?" Zheng Shanshan, Lu Yinxin, and Zhao Qing all frowned in unison. Murong Yunlei anxiously watched the middle-aged man in white. If he did not act soon, Murong Tian would be in grave danger. "Peak Master," Xiao Jingxue called out in distress, only to be silenced by Shen An raising his hand. Without uttering a word, he remained focused on the trembling, black-clad youth, who seemed ready to collapse beneath the overwhelming heavenly sword, his spirit already in communion with his skill card, prepared to act at any moment. Crack! The entire arena could no longer withstand the immense power and shattered explosively. The colossal sword fell, shattering the black sword in Murong Tian's hand into countless fragments. Under such powerful force, he knelt once more, his right knee crashing to the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Everyone shook their heads to withstand the heavenly might with a cultivation of the late return to origin realm, though this heavenly might was far inferior to that wielded by a celestial realm expert. It was still overwhelmingly powerful. To endure this attack for the sake of pride was utterly unnecessary. Just as everyone believed Murong Tian was destined to be obliterated by the heavenly sword. An unexpected turn occurred. Why is my sword? What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel my heart racing? Many were taken aback, gazing in astonishment at their swords, which were now clanging uncontrollably, becoming increasingly restless. These were spirit artifacts they had bonded with. How could they suddenly exhibit such abnormal behavior at this moment? Whoosh from all directions, swords unsheathed themselves uncontrollably, clanging together to form a swirling river of swords. A myriad of blades suspended in the air. Observing this scene, Shen An exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, host, for completing the second phase of the mission. Murong Tian has successfully comprehended the unmatched sword heart. Please select either Celestial Realm Temporal Card X5 or a self-selected attribute X1. Chapter 133. Disciple, do not panic. Self-selected attribute, Shen An declared without hesitation. Please select from the following randomly refreshed attributes. Ultimate version of the Heavenly Star Lone Body. Host's own fortune X 10,000. Probability of causing demise to those nearby X 999999. Ultimate version of the Innate Charm Body. Host Charm Attribute X 10,000. Applicable to all genders and species. Child of the Wind. Grants the host the ability to harness all winds. Enhancing sensitivity to wine perception. Bad luck. Host's bad luck reaches its peak. Choking while drinking water, tripping on flat ground, alchemy accidents, encountering insurmountable obstacles. Upon seeing the words ultimate version of the innate charm body, Shen An's eyes lit up. But upon noticing the specification of applicable to all genders and species, his lips twitched. Never mind. If only women were attracted to him, that would be fine, but if even old Zheng were to fall for him, he'd have to wear iron underwear to bed. Just as he perused the attributes, the surging river of swords trembled slightly, a cacophony of ringing filling the air. What is this? Everyone's pupils constricted, including Yin Yun, Beichen Xuani, and other powerful figures, who were all struck with shock, their eyes glued to the vast river of swords swirling in the arena. The enormous icy sword descended from above, carrying the overwhelming heavenly might, as if it intended to crush the ants below to death. Yet, in the face of such a formidable strike, the black-clad youth suddenly looked up. Though he held no sword, he was surrounded by an aura of sword intent, unmatched in the world. At this moment, confronted by the pressure of the overwhelming heavenly might, he finally understood what his master meant by unmatched in heart. It meant that at all times, regardless of the opponent, one must possess a heart that is unparalleled. Only with such unwavering conviction could one remain undefeated. Even without a sword in hand, one could slay 1,000 generals and stand atop the clouds. One sword to open the gates of heaven. Murong Tian shouted, his robes billowing. With his finger pointing to the heavens, empowered by the unmatched sword heart, he unleashed not just one sword, but 100, 1,000, 10,000 swords. In an instant, the sky filled with the excited humming of countless swords. Each blade transformed into a radiant sword light, converging into a surging, tumultuous river of swords, brilliant as the blazing sun, flowing upward against the current. Such a powerful sword. This is definitely beyond the power achievable by mere sword intent. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, all eyes wide in fear of missing this moment. The colossal icy sword clashed with the magnificent river of swords at that instant. The overwhelming heavenly might faced off against the unparalleled sword intent, neither yielding to the other. The sounds of clashing resonated continuously, the two formidable forces colliding, causing shockwaves that scattered the snow across the mountains. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering rang out clearly, echoing in everyone's ears. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the massive sword descending from above began to show signs of cracking. The moment the crack appeared, it rapidly spread like a spiderweb, covering the entire sword body with a dense network of fissures. Boom! In the next moment, a tremendous noise erupted. Qin Xianyue stood dumbfounded, watching as the shattering ice sword and the collapsing heavenly might crumbled into disarray. She appeared somewhat dazed, her mind a blank slate. Why? Why did even the mighty celestial power here seem to shy away from the soaring sword intent exuded by Murong Tian, as if it were afraid? Why, as the direct disciple of the sect leader of the Tianxue sect and a paragon of the Qin family, did she, in that fleeting moment, feel fear? Impossible. How could I possibly lose? Qin Xianyue's eyes reddened, disbelief flooding her as she shouted in fury, her earlier indifference and haughtiness completely dissipated. The surging river of swords continued unabated, cleaving through the clouds and snow in the sky, leaving only this resplendent river of swords surging upstream. If struck directly by this river, Qin Xinyue would be gravely injured, if not killed, just as everyone held their breath in uncertainty. A booming voice suddenly erupted from the spectator stands. "You seek death." In an instant, a figure flashed forth, accompanied by an even more overwhelming celestial might than if Qin Xinyue had merely mobilized the power of the martial arts arena. This individual summoned the earthly pressure of a significant portion of the Tianxue sect. Under the immense weight akin to the falling of the heavens, the dazzling river of swords could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed with a thunderous roar, shattering countless swords within in that moment. Puff! Murong Tian, struck by a heavy blow, spewed forth blood. Even his bones emitted a grating sound under the pressure, with more than half of them shattered. This figure shattered the river of swords, rescuing Qin Xinyue, and then appeared before Murong Tian in an instant, raising a hand to strike at his head with lethal intent. That it was none other than Elder Li. His gaze was icy. Given the swordsmanship talent Murong Tian had just displayed, he could very well become a Sword Immortal in the future. He had to be extinguished, otherwise the repercussions would be endless. This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, unable to react. All their attention had been on the resplendent river of swords unleashed by Murong Tian, never anticipating that Elder Li would erupt in violence and strike with intent to kill. It was over. Murong Tian was doomed. This thought simultaneously rose in everyone's minds. Facing a strike from a peak celestial realm cultivator, Murong Tian was undoubtedly facing death. However, just as Xiao Jingxue, Lu Yunqin, and others' expressions changed dramatically, a white figure flashed in the distance. Accompanying it was a cold voice. "The one seeking death is you." In Murong Tian's moment of despair, a middle-aged man in white had already positioned himself before him. His back, though not broad, now stood firm against the terrifying celestial might, unmoving as a mountain. Lu Yunqin and the others were taken aback, glancing sideways to find that Shen An had vanished from where he had been blocking them. At this moment on the martial arts arena, Shen An extended his palm, a blue and green flame lotus blooming before him, directly confronting Elder Li's attack. Though the flame lotus was small, the terrifying aura it emitted left everyone present in shock. Especially Elder Li, who was closest. His pupils constricted, and his heart raced that a profound sense of impending death enveloped him at that moment. "Shen An, how dare you?" Yin Yun, sensing the power of the fire lotus, shouted in rage as he rushed down from the stands. Yet the middle-aged man's gaze was icy, showing no sign of retreat. The fire lotus in his hand had fully bloomed, the next instant. A deafening boom resounded, causing the entire Tianxue sect to tremble violently. The flames engulfed Elder Li in an instant. His expression was one of sheer terror, his voice trembling. "No!" A massive fire lotus blossomed at the center of the martial arts arena. The sky was ablaze with fiery light, illuminating the area with an almost blinding brightness, while the destructive force began to shatter the surrounding floating peaks. The powerful, searing waves of heat swept over a 5-mile radius, melting the falling snow and shattering the sect's entrance. Had it not been for the sect's defensive array activating, the aftermath would have undoubtedly spread far beyond just 5 miles. When the waves of heat subsided and the fire lotus vanished, the area before the Tianxue sect had become a wasteland. The ground shattered into ruins, a massive pit carved into the earth, and Elder Li had vanished without a trace. Hiss! Those standing protectively around their disciple, Beichen Xuani, Yang Li, and others, all inhaled sharply that a peak celestial realm powerhouse had been reduced to nothingness beneath that fire lotus. This demonstrated just how formidable that strike had been. Shen An stood aloft, a gentle breeze swirling around him, supporting both himself and Murong Tian. This breeze was none other than the Wind Child attribute he had hastily selected from the rewards of his system. Wind Child grants the host the power to control all winds, enhancing the host's sensitivity to wind perception. Master. Upon seeing the middle-aged figure, the youth could no longer hold back, his nose tinged with bitterness, his eyes reddening. Had it not been for his master's appearance, he would have perished in that fleeting moment. Even so, more than half of his bones had been shattered, and he was now drenched in blood. His long black hair disheveled, appearing utterly wretched. Witnessing his disciple in such a pitiful state under the celestial might, Shen An felt a pang of sympathy, smiling gently as he spoke to comfort him. "Do not panic. My disciple, I am here." Chapter 134. Madman. Yin Yun, dispersing the barrier, glanced back at Qin Qianyue, who seemed unharmed, feeling a slight relief that he then turned his gaze toward the center of the deep pit. And upon discovering that Elderly had left no trace behind, his expression darkened ominously. "Shen An, you dare to kill an elder of the Tianxue sect. You possess great audacity." With a step forward, the pressure of the Qian Kuan realm instantly enveloped the area. This power was no longer merely human. It was truly vast as the heavens and heavy as the earth. Under this oppressive force, Shen An furrowed his brow, as the winds around him began to howl mournfully. Your Tianxue sect lacks martial ethics. In a spar, an elder resorts to sneak attacks and attempts to kill. This is a death well deserved. Zheng Sanqian's voice rang out first, standing beside Shen An to resist the Qian Kuan pressure. Following him were Lu Yunqin, Zhao Cheng, Elder Mu, and others. Only Xiao Jingxue and Murong Yunlei, too weak in strength, remained on another small floating peak. At this moment, the guests were finally coming to their senses after the horrific fire lotus released by Shen An, astonished. They had not expected that the Qingyun Peak Master Shen An, rumored to be only in the late body refinement stage, possessed such terrifying power. He had effortlessly slain a peak celestial realm powerhouse. Whispers of discussion began to arise. Just now, the celestial power Qin Qianyue employed seems to have borrowed from the Tianxue sect's mountain gate. Isn't that akin to cheating? If Murong Tian could utilize the powers of the spirit symbol mountains formation, he could easily contend with even those in the Qian Kuan realm. Indeed, if one cheats and loses, it's one thing, but to almost kill someone's disciple in the process. No wonder sect Master Shen acted so violently. Listening to the rising murmur of discussions, the expressions of the Tianxue sect members darkened, as one elder after another appeared behind Yin Yun, glaring with murderous intent at the spirit symbol mountain group. Meanwhile, Murong Tian, hearing the discussions around him, couldn't he help but find it amusing. Indeed, this was how it had always been. This world revered strength above all. Without power, there was no dignity to speak of. Had he been the one to lose today, they would still have reveled in his downfall, mocking him with disdain. If it were not for his master's presence, if not for his master's might, how could the crowd's murmurs have ever spoken in his favor? It was both laughable and tragic that it was laughable how quickly these people could change their tune, and tragic that Murong Tian now relied on his own strength and his master's backing from the spirit symbol mountain to redeem himself. Just as Qin Qianyue had once come to the door to break off their engagement before a full house of guests, that it was very realistic, yet also quite dramatic. But he did not feel he had done anything wrong. Just as Qin Qianyue's actions years ago had not been wrong either, it was merely a reversal of strength between the two sides, 3 years ago and 3 years later. This world had always been one where only the strong had their words counted. The weak were merely fodder for laughter. Murong Tian clenched his teeth, gazing at those standing before him, his fists tightly clenched, nails digging into his flesh, blood dripping that he must grow stronger than anyone else in this world. Looking at those blocking his path, Yin Yun's expression darkened. Xin Yuzi has not arrived. How dare you mere earth realm cultivators act arrogantly in my Tianxue sect? He bellowed, stepping forward. The winds and snow howled, and an even more powerful pressure surged forth like raging waves crashing forward. Who told you we are merely earth realm cultivators? Zheng Sanqian retorted coldly, stepping forward, drawing symbols with one hand. Simultaneously, Zhao Cheng and Elder Mu placed their hands on his back. In an instant, 3 peaks of celestial realm energy surged into the blue talisman in Zheng Sanqian's hand. The howling winds transformed into blue wind blades, swirling like a hazy crescent moon before them, collectively blocking the Qian Kuan pressure. Witnessing this scene, both Yang Li and Beichen Shuani, as well as Qian Hai and others, were left astounded. 3 peak celestial realm cultivators. The leaders of the spirit symbol mountain had all broken through to the peak celestial realm. Hadn't they been suffering from hidden injuries since the battle against the Devil's sect, trapped in the earth realm for years? Shen An also looked on in astonishment, he had only helped them treat their hidden injuries a little over half a month ago. He and T expected their cultivation levels to rise so swiftly. It seemed their innate talents had not been lacking, and after 10 years of accumulation, once their hidden injuries were gone, breaking through was a natural progression. Yin Yun's gaze sharpened. Three-peak celestial realm cultivators simultaneously channeling their power into Zheng Sanshan's wind talisman could indeed barely contend with the Qian Kuan realm. The guests exchanged glances, astonished by how this 3-year agreement had evolved into such a situation. The second elder of the Tianxue sect had attempted a sneak attack, seeking to kill Murong Tian, only to be retaliated against by his master, Shen An, the Qingyun Peak Master, in a fit of rage. Someone had died. The situation had escalated beyond mere grievances between two juniors, growing into a conflict between two sects. Does Xian Yuzi truly believe that with just a few of you, you can provoke the dignity of my Tianxue sect? Yin Yun's voice was cold, and his aura surged once more. The oppressive force of the late stage of the Qinkuan realm enveloped the area, causing the winds to shift and the mountains to resonate ominously. Zheng San and his companions paled slightly, but showed no intention of retreating. The former quickly drew a talisman, and in an instant, a tempest arose, shrouding the remnants of clouds, accompanied by the waning green moon, exuding boundless sharpness. This was the third form of the wind talisman, Whirlwind Cloud. Nevertheless, faced with a formidable opponent at the late stage of the Qinkuan realm, the force of the wind began to falter. The disparity in realms was simply too vast. Holding out for this long was already an impressive feat. Lu Yunqin observed the trio's growing struggle. Her delicate brows furrowed, a glimmer of mysterious light flickering in her eyes. Just as she prepared to step forward, Shen An moved ahead of her. Insect Master, do you not think you are being a bit too overbearing? You merely need your sect's elders to order a strike against my disciple, forbidding me from protecting him. What sort of reasoning is that? Yin Yun's hands were clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent. Even if I were to act with arrogance, what could you do about it? His words dripped with disdain, as though he held no regard for those before him. He could not fathom that Shen An could slay a being at the Tianling realm. Could he truly contend with someone at the Qinkuan realm? If that were so, the losses suffered by Lingfu Mountain during the previous conflict with the demonic sect would have been far less severe. What could I do, huh? Shen An suddenly laughed, fixing his gaze upon the assembly of Tianxue sect elders. His voice cold. Then allow me to offer you a chance to be overbearing. Let all of Tianxue sect come at me together. I shall face each and every one of you alone, with life and death at stake, the consequences to be borne by yourselves. Do you dare accept? The resounding challenge hung in the air, plunging the space into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Everyone stood frozen, staring incredulously at the middle-aged figure clad in white, his demeanor calm and composed, questioning whether they had truly heard correctly. He intended to challenge an entire sect alone. Madness. Undoubtedly madness. This peak master of Qingyun Peak. Shen An was a lunatic. Chapter 135. Please turn around, my dear. Silence. The atmosphere was as still as death. All present gaped in disbelief at the silver-haired middle-aged man in white. How could he dare? The elders of the Tianxue sect numbered at least 10. All at the late stage or peak of the Tianling realm. And aside from Yin Yun, the grand elder Sun Su was also a formidable presence at the early stage of the Qinkuan realm. If he alone were to confront them, it would be madness. Shen An, do not act rashly. Lu Yunqin's expression hardened as she spoke. Zheng San rushed forward, attempting to cover his mouth, but was deftly avoided. Shen An, this is a grave matter. Do not seek to be a lone hero. Indeed, Elder Shen, do not act impulsively. Zhao Cheng and Elder Mu stepped forward to dissuade him, their tones grave. Master, Murong Tian's face also bore signs of anxiety. And despite the excruciating pain in his bones, he reached out to grasp Shen An's sleeve. Ignoring the concerns of others, Shen An turned solely to the worried black-clad youth, smiling gently as he spoke. Disciple, do you trust your master? The youth hesitated, taken aback. This time, he refrained from an immediate response that he understood that if he affirmed his trust, his master would face the entirety of the Tianxue sect. He did not wish for his master to take such a perilous risk on his behalf, as it could lead to death. Observing the lingering worry in the youth's eyes, Shen An chuckled and lightly tapped the boy's forehead. "Foolish child, fret not. Even if it were merely a Chinquan realm, today, even if the Nirvana sovereign were to arrive, I would still demand his life." His tone shifted from gentle to resolute and powerful. Everyone present was taken aback. How could Shen An dare to disregard even the Nirvana sovereign? Shen An turned his gaze, icy and piercing, addressing the elders of the Tianxua sect as he proclaimed, "Disciple, do you believe in your master?" Hearing his master's inquiry once more, the youth no longer hesitated. His gaze firm, he echoed loudly, "Disciple, believes." His voice rang clear and strong, reverberating throughout the silent Tianxua sect. All present were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. This master and disciple. From whence did they draw such courage? Yin Yun's expression darkened, his eyes fixated intently ahead. "Are you serious?" Shen An stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression unruffled. "I, Shen, have never spoken falsely. I shall face all of you alone, with life and death at stake. Do you dare accept?" The chilling words echoed, and the elders of the Tianxua sect exchanged glances, their confidence wavering. They could not discern the depths of Shen An's cultivation, but from the fire lotus he had unleashed earlier, it was clear he could annihilate even those at the peak of the Tianling realm with ease. Yet, did he truly possess the strength to contend with someone at the Chinquan realm? They were uncertain. Yin Yun and Grand Elder Sun Tzu exchanged glances, both wearing solemn expressions, observing Shen An's imposing presence. It seemed he was not merely bluffing, that if such words had come from Xian Yuzi or Xiao Aohai, they might have dismissed them. But it was Shen An who spoke, the very man rumored to possess only the cultivation of the late stage of body refinement, yet had casually dispatched a peak Tianling realm warrior. Moreover, no one could ascertain his true strength. It was precisely this uncertainty that rendered them hesitant, reluctant to gamble. Detected that the enemy harbors trepidation towards the host, the immortal slaying flying knife has been activated. Lasting 5 minutes. Please utilize it promptly. Shen An raised an eyebrow. Why did you not mention the activation when I inquired earlier? Why only now, when it's too late? This is infuriating. The system vanished without a trace, leaving him exasperated. 5 minutes. Could he truly eliminate so many from Tianxua sect? Moreover, the Grand Elder had yet to reveal himself. If he appeared after 5 minutes, wouldn't he simply be crushed? Ahead, Yin Yun was still in doubt. To utter such words, he either possessed genuine strength to face 100 or was simply deluded. Yet, did Shen An appear deluded? Not in the least. Who had ever witnessed a body refinement warrior, considered to be of the late stage, challenging an entire sect of Tianling and Chinquan realms? To utter such words, he must have his own confidence. If you dare not accept, let this matter be laid to rest. Perhaps we shall meet again. Shen An's gaze reflected contemplation, and he waved his sleeve, a gentle breeze swirling that a feigned retreat was necessary. He must not strike first, lest he be pursued for his actions later. "Disciple, we shall take our leave." Morong Tian was taken aback, as was Lu Yinqin. Everyone present stood in shock. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence. How could he now turn to leave? Yin Yun furrowed his brow at this sudden shift, his mind racing with suspicion. Could it be that he was merely toying with him? As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly glanced at Grand Elder Sun Tzu beside him. The two exchanged knowing looks, and upon receiving a nod, Sun Tzu shouted, "Shen An, you dare to kill our Tianxu sect elder and think to escape unscathed?" Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Xiao Jingxu paled, exclaiming, "Peak Master, be careful." Lu Yinqin and the other's expressions shifted. Another ambush. Yet, sensing the surge of power behind him, Shen An merely smirked. Had they taken the bait? He turned sharply, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "You have sought your own demise. Do not blame Shen for showing no mercy." In the next moment, a red and yellow ancient gourd appeared in his palm. Its lid opened. Whoosh! The heavens and earth suddenly changed. The very mountains of Tianxua sect trembled, as if some terrifying entity had emerged amidst this tumult. Sun Tzu paused, wary, halting his advance. However, upon realizing no immediate danger surrounded him, and seeing Shen An make no further move, he burst into laughter. I thought you, Shen An, possess some genuine abilities. It seems you merely excel at bluffing. Prepare to die, he guffawed, ready to advance once more, but suddenly froze, his expression morphing into one of terror. What is happening? Why can I not move? Shen An smirked, his tone indifferent. Bluffing. If you wish to consider it as such, then so be it. A low hum reverberated, drawing everyone's gaze downward. Below, in the deep pit, a peculiar flying knife trembled gently atop a shadow beneath Sun Tzu's feet. The knife was strange, its handle resembling a human head with wings. Shen An's gaze sharpened as he softly commanded, "Please turn around, my dear." In the next instant, the flying knife erupted into a streak of light, soaring skyward in an instant. Thud. Yin Yun's pupils constricted, his heart racing. All present beheld as a severed head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The overwhelming pressure of heaven and earth shattered in that moment, unable to impede the strange flying knife in the slightest. As the headless corpse crashed to the ground, the area was once again engulfed in a deathly silence that a powerful being of the Qinquan realm had perished. Chapter 136. Su Yuan's suspicions. The headless body grew cold, reflected in the eyes of all present. The silence was suffocating. Whether it was Yang Li of Qiandao sect or Bei, Chen Xian, and other powerful figures, they all held their breath, gazing incredulously at the middle-aged man cradling the red and yellow gourd. The Grand Elder of Tianxua sect, a formidable warrior of the Qinquan realm, Sun Tzu, had perished just like that, with a single strike. Shen An's strength had escalated to a point where he could eliminate even a Qinquan realm master in an instant. Shen An, with two elders slain before so many eyes, Yin Yun was consumed by fury, his aura roaring like a tempest, yet he dared not advance. Shen An's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward. It appears that Tianxua sect has accepted my prior words. Then I shall oblige you. As his voice fell, the immortal slaying flying knife emerged once more, instantly pinning Yin Yun's shadow in place. The latter's expression turned to shock as he realized he could not move at all on the viewing platform of the Qi Yundao sect. Yang Li observed the unfolding scene with narrowed eyes, a faint, inscrutable smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Shen An, fully aware of the adage to capture the leader first, felt a coldness in his gaze as he prepared to summon the incantation for the immortal slaying flying knife, intending to kill and compel the elder of the Tianxua sect to reveal himself. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Spare your hand, sect leader Shen." The voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the mountain gate of the Tianxua sect. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tianxua sect were visibly elated. The elder of the Tianxua sect, was a formidable power. Standing at the threshold of nirvana, 1 foot poised to enter the upper 3 realms. With his presence, Shen An was doomed. Lu Yinqin, Zheng Sanshan, and Beichen Xuani exchanged worried glances at Su Yuan, the elder of the Tianxua sect. At the venerable age of 100, was merely a step away from nirvana, his strength tenfold that of Yin Yun. Upon hearing the thunderous voice, Shen An's heart surged with delight that if he dared to emerge, he would be able to slay him. Unfortunately, as he surveyed his surroundings, he could only hear the voice, but not see the figure. The judgment effect of the immortal slaying flying knife not only instilled trepidation in the user, but also required the target to be within his line of sight. "Who dares to howl from the shadows? Step forth and reveal yourself," he intoned coldly. Yet the hidden figure remained obstinately concealed, clearly intimidated by Shen An's earlier proclamation. Just now, Elders Li and Sun acted out of personal motives, and they have paid with their lives. I beseech sect leader Shen to overlook their indiscretions. Let us put this matter to rest. The Tianxua sect is willing to offer a millennium-old spiritual herb and visit in good faith. A resonant voice echoed from the void once more. The assembly, including Yin Yun and others, was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Su Yuan's intervention was aimed at resolving the conflict with Shen An rather than escalating it. "Elder Yu," Yin Yun frowned, ready to speak, but was abruptly silenced by a sharp rebuke. Silence. After the admonition, the voice resumed. Sect leader Shen, what say you? All eyes turned to Shen An, eager to discern his response. His expression darkened. The enmity with the Tianxue sect had already been established. Reconciliation was utterly impossible. If he did not seize this opportunity to eradicate the threat, future troubles would be inexhaustible. Yet Su Yuan's continued concealment left him feeling somewhat helpless. I could consider it, but I must request Elder Su to show himself. Otherwise, it would seem rather insincere, would it not? As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the space. I beg your pardon, Sect Leader Shen, but I am currently in a critical period of seclusion and cannot make an appearance. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuan provided his response. Hearing this, Shen An snorted coldly, inwardly cursing the other as a cunning old fox, while the others silently shook their heads that Su Yuan's implication was clear to all present. By remaining hidden, he was prepared to flee at any moment, that if Shen An dared to kill Yin Yun and the others, he would simply retreat and launch surprise attacks on the Lingfu Mountain clan. Moreover, his claim of being in a critical period of seclusion hinted at an important revelation to those gathered. He was already at the cusp of nirvana at this juncture, unless he was truly commencing his nirvana phase to ascend to an upper three-realm warrior. There were no other possibilities. Shen An's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze on the motionless Yin Yun. The immortal slaying flying knife had already locked onto his life force. His very existence hinged entirely on Shen An's thoughts. What to do, to kill or not to kill. As 5 minutes elapsed, he ultimately chose to relent. The objective of establishing dominance had been achieved. Continuing further would only suffice to kill a single Yin Yun, which would not be enough. Even if he were to slay everyone present from the Tianxue sect, it would still fall short that if he were to kill, he must seek an opportunity to uproot the entire Tianxue sect. With Su Yuan's demise being of paramount importance, were he alone, he could act with reckless abandon. But now, as the peak master of Lingfu Mountain, his disciple Murong Tian's family remained entrenched in Fuling City, even if they all relocated to Lingfu Mountain. He could not oversee them day and night, that he needed to remain vigilant against the lurking Su Yuan. With a decisive wave of his hand, the immortal slaying flying knife, along with the gourd, was stored within the system space. Since Elder Su has stated thus, it would be unbecoming for me to press further, Shen An declared, raising his head and then turning away. Disciple, the feast is over. We shall take our leave. Yes. Master, Murong Tian nodded enthusiastically. Zheng Sanshan and the others cast a deep glance at him, taking Xiao Jingxue along as they departed in their flying vessel, all under the watchful eyes of numerous factions. As Yin Yun felt the strange sensation binding him dissipate, he instinctively exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to him, his back was already drenched in sweat. Beichen Xuanyi cast another glance at the departing figures of Lingfu Mountain before rising to clasp his hands in farewell. Sect Master Yin, we too shall take our leave. Wang Shu, let us go. Beichen Wang Shu responded, still in a daze, struggling to come to terms with the recent events that no one had anticipated that Shen An, the peak master of Qingyun Peak, would slaughter those of the Qinkuan realm with such ease. Yang Li shook his head slightly, a fleeting hint of regret flickering in his eyes. We too, from the Qiyun Dao sect, bid farewell. Farewell. As various factions took their leave, only remnants of shattered walls and the members of the Tianxue sect remained. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept by, and an elderly man in a gray robe suddenly materialized. Upon seeing him, Yin Yun and the other elders of the Tianxue sect spoke in unison. Elder, why did you allow the people of Lingfu Mountain to leave? With today's events spreading, what face will our Tianxue sect have left? Indeed, Shen An is being excessively tyrannical, listening to the cacophony of voices. Su Yuan's expression darkened as he rebuked. A bunch of fools, be silent. The crowd fell silent in confusion, but complied to Su Yuan, then directed his gaze toward the vast pit created by the explosion of the fire lotus. Casting a meaningful look behind Yin Yun at the somewhat dazed Qinyue. This was originally just a simple contest among juniors. Have you considered who is responsible for the escalation to this extent? Yin Yun frowned, pondering whether he was referring to his disciple. However, Su Yuan swiftly provided the correct answer. That second elder, Li Jin, is rather suspicious. though he has been part of our Tianxue sect for many years. He has never shown such concern for our sect's reputation. Moreover, Qian Yue is not his disciple. Why would he be so enraged as to resort to a sneak attack? Hearing this, the assembly was struck by realization, their anger subsiding as they began to reflect. Indeed, it was merely a 3-year agreement between juniors. Qin Qianyue was neither his daughter nor disciple. Why would he be driven to such fury as to resort to murder? He must have intended to provoke a confrontation between our Tianxue sect and Lingfu Mountain, possibly even to the point of life and death, but we must ascertain who incited him and send someone to investigate immediately. Chapter 137. Rewards received. Listening to Su Yuan's words, the crowd exchanged glances. Some appearing skeptical that Li Jin had been with the Tianxue sect for many years. It seemed unlikely, but Elder, Shen An has killed Elder Sun Su. Do we truly intend to let bygones be bygones? Someone spoke up. Still indignant, that Su Yuan shot him a cold glare. Fool! Use your brain and consider who struck first. Shen An retaliated. Who can fault him for that? Now that Zheng Sanshan and the others have recovered from their hidden injuries, can you guarantee that Xian Yunzi won't break through? Moreover, with Shen An involved, do you think Lingfu Mountain is merely a small sect that can be easily controlled after suffering significant losses in the battle against the demonic cult? Faced with Su Yuan's fierce reprimand, Yin Yun and the others furrowed their brows. And let us not forget, there is another person on Qingyun Peak, the daughter of the Southern King, Xiao Ao Hai, who has close ties to the Medicine King Valley. Even if I had complete confidence in killing the people of Lingfu Mountain just now, do you think the Medicine King Valley would stand idly by? The crowd fell silent, then slowly nodded, their expressions grave that I end their previous fury. They had not considered these factors that I end retrospect. Even if they had been stronger than the people from Lingfu Mountain, they would not have been able to kill them. After all, Xiao Jingxue was nearby, and the Medicine King was also present, that if the lives of those from Lingfu Mountain were truly at risk, Xiao Jingxue might refrain from intervening. But if she did step in, the Medicine King Valley would undoubtedly protect them. In other words, had they chosen to completely sever ties just now, the Tianxue sect would have inevitably offended Lingfu Mountain, the Medicine King Valley, and the Southern King, Xiao Ao Hai. No matter how powerful the Tianxue sect was, it would be impossible to gain any advantage against the combined forces of these three factions. If there was indeed a hidden hand manipulating events, then tearing the mask off would have certainly played into the hands of the puppet master. For regardless of whether it was Lingfu Mountain or their Tianxue sect that was annihilated, the hidden figure would undoubtedly revel in the outcome. What a clever ploy to use the knife of another! The members of the Tianxue sect finally came to this realization, glancing in disbelief towards the direction where Elderly had fallen. Feeling a chill of apprehension, they had not anticipated that what seemed to be a simple matter of defending the honor of the Tianxue sect could entangle them in such a web of grievances and rivalries among numerous factions. Su Yuan coldly regarded the gaping pit left by the Fire Lotus's explosion, his eyes narrowing slightly. I fear that Li Jin himself did not foresee the extent of Shen An's power, which ultimately cost him his life. You should consider yourselves fortunate that Shen An intervened at the last moment to save Morong Tian. Otherwise, had he truly perished at Li Jin's hands, there would have been no room for reconciliation between the Tianxue sect and Lingfu Mountain. The elders exchanged glances, and one elder grit his teeth, saying, "Are we to simply swallow this humiliation?" "Certainly not," Su Yuan replied, shaking his head. The crowd's gaze immediately converged upon him. The demonic sect is once again stirring. Let them give Lingfu Mountain and the Da'an dynasty their share of headaches that if they cannot weather this calamity, we need not intervene. If they can, they will surely be left severely weakened, and it will provide me with an opportunity to gauge Shen An's true strength, granting me some time to make my own breakthrough. As his words fell, the crowd nodded in realization, their gazes ignited with excitement that it turned out that the elder was indeed on the verge of breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Their hesitation stemmed from the enigma that Shen An currently presented. From his initial display of the return to Origin Realm against the head of Lingfu Mountain's Law Enforcement Hall, to later showcasing his prowess in the pure Yuan Mountain's Celestial Spirit Realm, and now being able to slay those in the Qingquan Realm. How could one who accomplished so much merely be at the late stage of body refinement as he appeared? No one knew where his limits lay, without clarifying this. It was indeed unwise to act hastily. After all, knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is paramount for victory in 100 battles. This girl is a promising talent. However, her Tao heart is currently damaged. So take good care in her upbringing. All right, let this matter rest for now. Remember to send someone to investigate Li Jin. You may disperse. Su Yuan waved his sleeve, his figure vanishing from sight. Elder, take care. The crowd bowed, watching him depart. In the air, aboard a swiftly traveling flying vessel. Congratulations to the host for assisting Muron Tian in completing the 3-year pact, earning spatial Dao Mansion X1. Muron Tian's admiration level has surpassed 10. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 lottery chances X5, life and death token X1, and a mysterious gift pack X1. As he completely exited the realm of the Tianxue sect, the voice of the system echoed in Shen An's mind. 5 lottery chances and a mysterious gift pack. His lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he hurried to check the rewards. Dao Mansion exists in another space, where one can enhance their comprehension tenfold and receive tenfold returns on cultivation. Life and death token. Bound to Muron Tian, can sense the life signs of the disciple from a distance and can teleport a doppelganger to the disciple's side for 5 minutes. With a cooldown of 1 month. Upon seeing these 2 rewards, Shen An was overjoyed. The life and death token needed no elaboration. It could sense the life and death of his disciple and teleport a doppelganger at will, albeit for just 5 minutes. Nonetheless, it was immensely valuable. The Dao Mansion was even more terrifying, enhancing comprehension tenfold and returning tenfold on cultivation. It was as if for every year of another's cultivation, a practitioner within the Dao Mansion could achieve 10 years' worth. Muron Tian's swordsmanship comprehension was already monstrous. If he were to comprehend swordsmanship within the Dao Mansion, how formidable would he become? Shen An dared not imagine. The 3rd phase task might be completed in no time. System, does the Dao Mansion restrict entry? Shen An suddenly recalled something and inquired. As long as the host consents. Anyone can enter, but a maximum of 10 individuals is permitted, and for each additional person, the effectiveness decreases by 1 level. If 10 enter, the enhancement is halved. Listening to the system's response, he nodded discreetly. Even so, this was a rare and extraordinary treasure. Open the mysterious gift pack. After reviewing the introductions of the Dao Mansion and the life and death token, Shen An softly commanded. Gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supreme cultivation method. One Poison Heart Sutra. Shen An was taken aback, curiously examining it. One Poison Heart Sutra can absorb and refine all poisons in the world, aiding in the enhancement of cultivation. When practiced to perfection, one can attain the Wan Poison Sacred Body, impervious to all evils, leaving deathly silence in their wake. Note: practicing this Heart Sutra will cause 1 month of uncontrollable poison overflow each year before achieving the Wan Poison Sacred Body. During the full moon, there will be a backlash of poisons, resulting in immense suffering, loss of all strength, and an exceedingly ugly appearance until the technique is perfected. Initially, upon seeing capable of absorbing and refining all poisons in the world, he displayed a hint of joy. However, as the subsequent words unfolded, his brows furrowed. This One Poison Heart Sutra was a peerless cultivation method, on par with the unparalleled sword control technique, perhaps even stronger. Yet the cultivation process was vastly different from the sword control technique. The mere fact that one's appearance would become exceedingly ugly before achieving success was enough to deter many. Not to mention losing all strength during the full moon each year that I end this world. Losing power equates to death. Shen An shook his head. It seemed this method was unsuitable for Xiao Jingxue. As for the bone-corroding poison, he could always return and thoroughly digest the experiences of Elder Kangwu to concoct a 7th-grade detoxification pill for her. He had ample opportunities to empower Xiao Jingxue. There was no need for her to endure such torment. After shaking his head, he took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. Next, it was time for the eagerly anticipated lottery draw. Chapter 138. Why apologize for something you did not do? Just as Shen An was preparing for the lottery, he suddenly felt a sense of discomfort, frowning as he looked up. Several pairs of eyes were fixated on him. Having stared for a full quarter of an hour, Shen An could no longer bear the scrutiny and involuntarily smiled wryly. If a few elders have something to say, please do so. Why stare at me? Zhao Cheng and Elder Mu exchanged envious glances and remarked, Elder Shen has truly found a remarkable foster father. It's a foster brother, Shen An emphasized for what felt like the umpteenth time. Oh! They nodded, then curiously asked, is it true that the trump card your foster father left you can even slay Nirvana Realm Masters? Shen An's eyelid twitched as he pretended to reach out. Why don't you give it a try? No need. No need. They hurriedly waved their hands, retreating slightly, that if even the Qingquan realm could not withstand Shen An's peculiar flying knives, they were no match for him. The two fell silent, yet their gazes remained fixed on him. Shen An glanced sideways and caught sight of Zheng Sanshan's resentful expression. Old Zheng, what kind of look is that? Shen An, were you being deliberate in the Kangwu realm? You could fly on your own, and you even had that demonic horse. Why did you have to cling to me? Zheng Sanshan's gaze dropped, glancing at a certain part of Shen An, then suddenly took a step back. His eyes filled with wariness. You wouldn't have any thoughts about me, would you? Shen An nearly spat out his drink at that. What kind of person was this? Did he have such poor taste? Old Zheng. Rest assured, with your appearance, you're quite safe. My standards aren't that low. As he spoke, Zheng Sanshan finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, this guy didn't have those kinds of thoughts about him. He stroked his beard, suddenly frowning. Wait a minute. What did he mean by you're quite safe? Was this guy insulting him? In his youth, he was a handsome figure adored by countless young men and women. But now, having aged and gained some weight, he was merely a victim of time. Why did he think so little of him? Fuming with indignation, he suddenly noticed Shen An turning to converse with a graceful and elegant woman in plain attire, and his spirits deflated. Well, compared to Elder Lu, he was indeed somewhat lacking. Zheng Sanshan pinched his beard, his brow knitted in confusion. Why was he feeling so dejected? Shen An, Lu Yanqin's red lips parted, her gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man before her. What is the matter? Shen An blinked, meeting her gaze, that as she looked into his eyes. Lu Yanqin's beautiful eyes flickered with an unusual light, but she ultimately shook her head. It's nothing. Just take good care of your disciple. Oh! Shen An felt somewhat bewildered as he bent down to examine Murong Tian, who had been bandaged like a mummy by Xiao Jingxue. He would discuss the lottery later upon returning to the sect. Watching him attentively tending to Murong Tian, Lu Yanqin's eyes narrowed slightly. Shen An had previously claimed that his foster father was merely in the Nirvana realm, but that was likely just an excuse. For both Murong Tian's cultivation methods and the ability to open the heavenly gate with a single sword strike, or the blooming fire lotus at the gates of the Tianxue sect, all were above the heavenly tier. Even a Nirvana master could not possibly wholesale such heavenly tier techniques and martial skills. Though there were many Nirvana masters in the Central State and countless sects, most heavenly tier techniques and martial skills were closely guarded secrets. The fact that Shen An could freely acquire so many things pointed to two possibilities. Either he never had a foster father, and these treasures came from another source, or his foster father was undoubtedly more than just a Nirvana master, especially the peculiar flying knife he had deployed at the end, although unremarkable in appearance. It instilled fear in the very essence of the universe. Even a heavenly tier spiritual weapon could not achieve such a feat, though unaware of the true intentions behind the powerful benefactor's generosity towards Shen An. One thing was certain. There was a purpose behind it, and no one would be so benevolent to a stranger without reason. Even she had gradually come closer to him because of the pill Shen An had gifted her. After spending time together, she found Shen An to be quite interesting and genuinely kind. Yet, regrettably, there was a hint of regret and reluctance in her eyes. Previously, when she had passed through the Wolf Abyss on her way from Lingfu Mountain, it was not out of boredom. She had received news from her family and had to travel far to avoid detection. She had to leave this place, observing the middle-aged man tending to Murong Tian with such care. Lu Yanqin hesitated before calling out once more, Shen An, ah! Shen An turned around, blinking at her. Their eyes locked, and Lu Yanqin slowly spoke, her tone slightly serious. If one day you encounter something you cannot resolve, be sure to seek me out. Something I cannot resolve. Shen An scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Yes, whatever it is, I can help you solve it. Lu Yinqin nodded slightly, deliberately emphasizing the phrase, whatever it is. As she spoke, she carefully considered whether she might be exaggerating. However, upon reflection, Shen An should not encounter any insurmountable challenges in the southern Ju domain. Below the ninth realm, as long as Shen An speaks, she can settle matters with ease. Even in the realms above the ninth, she harbors no fear. Nonetheless, some truths are best left undisclosed to Shen An for their own benefit. Their capabilities are too limited, lest it brings them harm. Very well. Shen An's heart stirred, and he nodded slightly. Regarding Lu Yinqin's identity, he had long suspected the truth. The fact that her disciple, Ling Feishuang, could ascend from the return to origin realm to the late stage of the earth spirit realm in quick succession suggested that the master of Qinghuan Peak was certainly not an ordinary individual. It was merely due to certain circumstances that she had taken on the role of a peak master at Lingfu Mountain. With this thought, he felt a sudden thrill. Could it be that Lu Yinqin was a disciple of a prominent family or a holy maiden of a sect, soon to be coerced into an arranged marriage? Perhaps there would be a window for him to intervene, to heroically rescue her. In front of the world's formidable powers, he would embrace Lu Yinqin and declare, if she does not wish to marry, who dares to force her? I shall slay whoever attempts it. Then, inevitably, some foolish lackey would seek death, allowing him to unleash a skill card and astonish the crowd, resulting in Lu Yinqin viewing him with newfound respect. Nestled like a little bird in his embrace, as he entertained these fantasies, he felt a surge of excitement, unconsciously tightening his grip. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. Shen An and Xiao Jingxue both lowered their heads. Murong Tian stood frozen, staring at his contorted wrist, glancing at his master, blinking as he hastily spoke. Master, I was wrong. Completely wrong. You did nothing wrong, so why admit to a fault? Then, Master, why did you crush your disciple's hand? Chapter 139 Lottery. Lingfu Mountain, Qingyan Peak's back mountain. On the tip of the peach leaf, the willow leaves cover the sky. Bai Li Yijian lay leisurely beside the medicinal garden's bamboo courtyard, crossing his legs and humming the tune that Shen An often hummed. While admiring the verdant mountains and waters, he occasionally scooped up handfuls of soil from the plate beside him and indulged in the earthy taste, utterly content. For the past half-month, he had not ventured far. Each day was spent tending to the flowers and waters, or rather consuming soil. Just as he noticed that his plot of soil was nearly depleted, an astonishing turn of events occurred. Awakening from slumber, he found that the barren medicinal field had miraculously regained its vitality. Brimming with spiritual energy, it was indeed a treasure of rebirth, such a marvelous asset, as long as no formidable being forcefully severed its connection to the heavens and earth, could provide an inexhaustible supply, freeing him from concerns of depletion. No wonder Peak Master Shen is so generous. I had no idea this medicinal field's spiritual soil was a treasure of regeneration, Bai Li Yijian exclaimed. Smacking his lips, after days of consuming soil, his soul form had stabilized remarkably. Though he had lost his physical body, he could still wield power without issue. This meant that, as long as no Nirvana realm expert appeared, with him present, no one could breach Lingfu Mountain. Staying here feels far more comfortable than in the spiritual realm. At least I don't have to endure the incessant nagging of the old dragon head. Bai Li Yijian dug at his ears and stretched contentedly. A gust of wind stirred, and he raised an eyebrow, quickly gathering the soil beside him. Standing up to survey his surroundings, in the sky, Shen An descended with his two disciples, their presence unassuming. Peak Master Shen, you're back. He clasped his hands, stealing a glance at the tightly wrapped Murong Tian behind him. Meeting the youth's gaze, he felt a jolt that as a fellow sword cultivator, he could distinctly sense that although the boy was gravely injured, his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to when he left Qingyan Peak. That if previously he had merely possessed a heart unblemished and eyes filled with sword intent, now it was a sword heart untainted, with thoughts unmatched. It was the unparalleled sword heart. Bai Li Yijian was astonished. He had not anticipated that in just over half a month, Murong Tian had comprehended the unmatched sword heart from that extraordinary technique. Amidst his surprise, he cast a bittersweet glance at Shen An, who truly understood the sword path better. Hadn't this peak master previously claimed to be unskilled in sword techniques, merely having a slight understanding? You're back. It seems Brother Bai has been recovering well lately. Shen An glanced at him, smiling as he spoke. So, in the state of my soul form, I can only recover to this extent. Bai Li Yijian chuckled. Shen An nodded, then instructed Xiao Jingxue to gather some spiritual herbs while he took Morong Tian back to the bamboo courtyard. The latter's injuries were severe, necessitating a period of recuperation. Under the sudden assault of Elder Li's overwhelming celestial might, half of his bones had shattered, and his meridians were riddled with injuries that, if not properly treated, it would leave lingering issues. While waiting for Xiao Jingxue to bring the medicinal materials, he laid Morong Tian on the bed and opened the system panel once more. He still had 5 lottery chances remaining. System. Draw! Beep, beep, beep. As the roulette spun, under Shen An's watchful gaze, the pointer gradually came to rest on a white zone. Congratulations, host. You have 1 master-level proficiency in music theory. Shen An's lips twitched. Are you suggesting I descend the mountain to perform? Draw again. Congratulations. Host, you have won a Qian Kuan Realm Go Whip X1. What kind of whip? Draw again. Congratulations, host. You have 1 level 3 mastery in Refining Tools X3. Shen An raised an eyebrow as a flood of refining experience surged into his mind. Compared to the previous 2, this proficiency in Refining Tools X3 was indeed somewhat useful as a 3rd-grade weapon refiner. He could already forge mystical-grade spiritual artifacts that, if the materials were of good quality, combined with his Nirvana Divine Fire, creating a high-grade mystical spiritual artifact would be no challenge. Just in time, his disciple's sword had been shattered, and the earth-grade inferior armor he wore had also sustained damage. It would be prudent to craft a sword for him and repair his armor, saving the trouble and expense of seeking others. With 2 chances left, system, do you dare to produce something golden? Shen An internally shouted. Spinning the wheel once more, a dazzling golden light suddenly caught his eye. Congratulations, host. You have won the Heavenly Slashing Blade Technique. Top-tier technique, contains martial skills. The Heavenly Slashing Blade Technique. The blade moves without a shadow, killing without form. Once the blade is drawn, all immortals bow, and all demons tremble. This technique emphasizes the gathering of momentum. If perfected, it can cleave the heavens and rend the earth. What the hell? He was astounded. The stingy system had actually granted him a golden item. However, it was another technique, and a blade technique at that, which was currently of no use to him. The 10,000 Poisons Heart Sutra could not be passed on to Xiao Jingxue, and this Heavenly Slashing Blade technique certainly could not be. The latter's gentle and soft nature would not suit such an overwhelmingly domineering blade technique, would it? It's a pity I cannot cultivate it, nor can I pass it on to anyone beyond my disciples. Shen An shook his head with a sigh, resigned to waiting for the opportunity to find a suitable disciple for blade cultivation. As he lamented, the final lottery chance was also expended. Beep, beep, beep. The wheel spun rapidly, and Shen An remained fixated, closely watching the pointer. As the pointer slowed, the golden light glimmered prominently before him, and he felt a surge of tension. Could it be that another golden item was about to emerge? Ha! Indeed, I am the child of fortune, striking gold twice out of 5 draws. Congratulations, host, you have won a 9th-grade medicinal pill. The Resurrection Pill. Ultimately, the pointer failed to land on the golden light, settling instead on purple. That a 9th-grade medicinal pill being only purple indicates the existence of even more precious pills. Shen An couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment as he opened the Resurrection Pill's description, expecting yet another golden prize. Resurrection Pill. 9th grade revives the dead from flesh and bone, as long as the body is intact and the time of death does not exceed 1 day. Consuming this pill will instantly restore life. This, is it not a revival coin? Shen An couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Its effects were undeniably comparable to golden items. System, can this pill dispel toxins? No. This pill merely restores life. Even if one is poisoned to death, the toxins will remain in the body upon revival. I see, he nodded slowly, feeling a hint of regret. That is so there were these limitations. No wonder it could only be classified as a purple rare item. If it could restore one to their original state after revival, cleansing all negative conditions. It would surely be a golden item. Nevertheless, even so, the efficacy of this pill was terrifying with this pill in hand. It was tantamount to possessing a second life. Peak Master, the medicinal materials have arrived. Would you like to head to the kitchen now or later? Just as Shen An was pondering, a young girl's voice resounded. Xiao Jingxue had entered, carrying the spiritual herbs. No need to go to the kitchen. This will suffice. Shen An waved his hand dismissively. Ah! The girl appeared visibly taken aback, glancing around in confusion. Just this. There were neither knives nor stoves here. How could one refine pills? Chapter 140 with a senior brother around. Who would dare to bully you? As Xiao Jingxue was lost in thought, Shen An gently waved his hand. A gentle breeze swirled, lifting the spiritual herbs into the air, circling around. Then, with a flick of his fingers, several barely visible wind blades zipped past. The herbs were precisely divided into several portions, neither more nor less. Xiao Jingxue's mouth fell agape, unable to believe her eyes. What a precise manipulation of the wind. Her own peak master possessed such remarkable skills. In the next moment, her astonishment deepened. Shen An raised one palm, and a cluster of crimson flames erupted. Despite the overwhelming heat radiating from the flames, she felt no discomfort. Clearly, her peak master was deliberately controlling it. Shen An directed the flowing wind, guiding one portion of the spiritual herbs after another into the flames, gradually transforming into medicinal liquid. Xiao Jingxue's eyes widened. Refining pills with bare hands. Her peak master's alchemical prowess had reached the level of hand-refining pills. This was something even the Medicine King would find challenging to accomplish. Right? As she watched in amazement, time ticked by. After a short while, 5 perfectly formed azure pills emerged. 6th grade rejuvenation pill. Xiao Jingxue felt somewhat numb. Not only was he refining pills by hand, but he had also managed to create 5 6th grade pills in one go. Foolish boy. Wake up. It's time for your medicine. Shen An gently patted Murong Tian's face while holding the pills in one hand. Murong Tian awoke, and upon seeing the 5 pills in Shen An's hand, he was momentarily taken aback. Master, what are these? Pills. You refined them? Who else would? The young man's eyes were filled with skepticism. But they looked different from the ones you made before. The ones you made were like that. Murong Tian stammered, his gaze full of doubt. Are you really that picky? Shen An paused for a moment. Then with a swift motion of his right hand, the 5 green pills shattered, mingling with the tea on the table. The rich aroma of the pills wafted through the air, and Murong Tian watched the green concoction with a twitch at the corner of his eye, wishing he could slap himself. After all, it was Master who took them out. Why complicate things? Xiao Jingxue stifled a laugh at her senior brother's awkwardness. Senior brother, go ahead. I'll feed you. She picked up the tea and playfully leaned closer to Murong Tian. Reluctantly, he nodded and drank the green medicinal tea. Upon swallowing all 5 6th grade pills at once, he felt a rapid tingling sensation throughout his body, as if his bones were being reborn. This boy still dares to be picky. He needs his junior sister to feed him. Shen An shook his head and waved his sleeve as he departed. Focus on your recovery. You cannot miss the disciple initiation ceremony a month from now as the eldest senior brother. Oh! Murong Tian obediently nodded, then suddenly froze, his eyes shining with excitement. Master, are you truly willing to accept junior sister as a disciple? Xiao Jingxue's eyes also brightened, biting her lip in anticipation as she looked at the middle-aged man in white standing with his back to her at the door. The gentle breeze fluttered his white robes and silver strands at his temples. Shen An slightly turned his head. Sunlight illuminated half of his face, casting a warm and serene expression. Indeed, from now on, you will have the added responsibility of protecting your junior sister. If I'm not around and she gets bullied, I won't spare you. With that, he hesitated no longer and stepped out, the breeze gently closing the door behind him. Junior sister, did you hear that? Master is willing to accept you as a disciple. Murong Tian shouted in sheer delight, but the sudden movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to wince in pain. Xiao Jingxue looked at the overly enthusiastic young man, unable to suppress a smile, her eyes slightly reddening. Initially, she had come here solely to seek a remedy for the bone poison afflicting her. Yet, at some point, she had come to see herself as a part of Qingyun Peak. The foolish yet remarkably determined eldest senior brother, alongside the seemingly unremarkable yet fiercely protective and powerful master. Not to mention, now there was also the addition of the elder Bai Li, who secretly ventured into the herb garden at night to dig up roots for a snack. As a child, due to her illness, she had wandered aimlessly and had never experienced the warmth of a home. After arriving at Yaowang Valley, although everyone treated her well, it was primarily due to her status as the daughter of the Prince of Southern Town. Even so, she never felt at ease, constantly watched for her bone poison. Only at Qingyun Peak did she find a place where her identity didn't matter, where Master never restricted her because of her condition and even encouraged her to refine pills. Now, she was finally about to become the direct disciple of the Peak Master, to truly belong to Qingyun Peak. Junior sister, don't worry, your senior brother is here for you. Although Murong Tian was bandaged like a mummy, he bravely thumped his chest, vowing earnestly, "As long as I'm alive, who would dare bully you? I'll take care of them." Seeing the young man, despite wincing in pain, still making such a bold promise, Xiao Jinxue felt deeply touched. "Silly senior brother, with Master around, do we need your protection?" She smiled, channeling her spiritual energy to help Murong Tian heal. "All right." Murong Tian scratched his head, belatedly understanding, with Master by their side. Who would dare to bully them, unless... One day Master was no longer there. Suddenly, the young man shook his head vigorously. What was he thinking? Master was so powerful. How could he ever leave them? Outside the herb garden, Shen An surveyed the well-organized space tended by Bai Li, nodding in satisfaction. The 300-year-old medicinal herbs brought back from the Kangwu realm had fully revived, flourishing with vitality while also nourishing the nearby spiritual herbs, promoting their growth. Xian Yuzi had gone to the Wolf Abyss and had yet to return. He wondered how things were going there. He hadn't heard any significant news from the outside world. So it seemed they were still searching and hadn't encountered any danger. After taking a final glance at the herb garden, he decided to head down to Fuling City while it was still light. Lingfu Mountain specialized in talismans. Although it had a spiritual herb hall, it lacked a weapon refining hall. Thus, he needed to go down the mountain to borrow space from a specialized weapon shop to forge a spirit sword for his disciple. An ordinary place wouldn't suffice, considering the sword he intended to forge would be at least of the low-grade Qian class. He had just acquired a Qian Kuan Realm Go whip, which could be used for forging in addition to its other uses. During the days he spent relaxing at Furong Pavilion while listening to music, he had inquired about this. Fuling City had an old-fashioned weapon refining pavilion known as Iron Hall, which not only had all the necessary facilities for forging, but also employed skilled artisans and offered various materials for purchase. Besides forging, he also needed to consider what gift to present to Xiao Jinxue at the disciple initiation ceremony in a month. After all, she was his disciple, and he couldn't give her something too shabby or common. He needed to think carefully. Chapter 141. Iron Hall Forging. In Fuling City, Shen An, dressed in white, strolled through the bustling streets. Observing the throngs of people and listening to the cries of vendors and the laughter of children playing nearby, he felt a fleeting sense of anonymity amidst the crowd. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. What was he thinking? As a mere body refining realm cultivator, he was in essence just an ordinary person. How could he think of living in seclusion? Standing at the street corner, he oriented himself and headed down another alley. As he entered the street, the sound of hammering metal echoed from afar, relentless and resonant. Both sides of the street were lined with various blacksmith shops. The bare-chested men stood at the entrances, wielding hammers to shape iron ingots, their bodies glistening with sweat. However, the techniques employed by these artisans were generally of the first grade, suitable only for crafting mundane weapons or low-grade spiritual tools. Truly skilled artisans, capable of crafting high-grade weapons, faced complexities in their work that rivaled alchemy. It was far from a matter of simply hammering out shapes. Iron Hall. Eventually, Shen An came to a halt before a much grander establishment than the others. Although this building appeared to be wooden, its luster resembled that of iron, exuding an extraordinary hardness. Even a Guoling realm cultivator would find it challenging to shake this structure. Truly impressive for a chain store from the northern domain, it looks distinctly different. Shen An marveled, stepping inside. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you here to forge or to purchase materials?" Upon entering, a burly yet clever-looking young man approached him. "How much does it cost to forge a high-grade spiritual tool?" The young man's eyes lit up, sensing a potential big client. "Not expensive, just this amount." The young man extended 5 fingers. 50,000 gold. Shen An was taken aback. It was so cheap. In that case, he could have someone else forge it without issue. "No, it has 500,000 gold," the young man clarified, and Shen An fell silent immediately. Well, that was out of the question. He had only spent 9,000 gold on the low-grade Xian-class black sword he had purchased previously. Now, to buy a high-grade Xian-class sword, it would cost 500,000 gold. It would be better to forge it himself. This price is not unreasonable, considering our renowned artisans personally handle the work, and it's custom-made with materials and labor included. The young man, noticing Shen An shaking his head, hurriedly explained, fearing he might lose this opportunity. "How much does it cost to rent your forging hall?" The young man paused, looking doubtful. "Are you planning to forge it yourself?" "Yes. The forging hall is divided into 3 types. One with ordinary spiritual fire, another using demon bone fire, and the last is the earth fire array. The prices vary. Just the ordinary spiritual fire. How much for half a month?" Shen An inquired. The young man sighed slightly but replied, 15,000 gold. 15,000 gold, which amounted to 1,000 gold per day. Shen An nodded and promptly produced a pouch of coins to hand over. Although it was still quite expensive, it was much cheaper than hiring someone to forge it.as for the bone fire and earth fire. Could they possibly compare to his Nirvana divine fire? "All right, esteemed guest, please follow me to select a hall." The young man accepted the pouch and led Shen An into the iron hall. Soon, they arrived at a wall displaying the layout of the entire forging hall. "This area is designated for spiritual fire. Please take a look and see if there's a spot you fancy." Shen An's gaze swept across the halls. Pondering briefly, since there was an earth fire array, it would naturally be best to choose a location closer to the center. Even ordinary spiritual fire would benefit from the earth fire's influence. However, his Nirvana divine fire didn't require such proximity. He preferred a more secluded spot to avoid the sight of bare-chested men outside. "I'll take this one." Shen An selected a location at the edge of the iron hall, separated from the bustling street by just a wall. "Are you sure you don't want to look around a bit more?" the young man asked, slightly astonished. "This place is rather remote, and the soundproofing effect may not be ideal." "I won't be picky. This will do. Please take me there." The young man nodded, casting a peculiar glance at him, before leading him to the most secluded forge. "Guess there are some discarded iron ingots inside. If you need them, you can use them to warm up your hands." After speaking, the young man left, closing the door behind him. Only Shen An remained, gazing at the quenching platform and the glowing red furnace that he casually picked up a discarded sword blank, igniting it with the Nirvana divine fire until it glowed red. Then placed it on the anvil. "Wow, this is heavy." Shen An, gripping the nearby hammer, felt his face flush as he struggled to lift it in desperation. He had no choice but to summon the gentle breeze around him for assistance. With the breeze aiding him, he managed to lift the hammer effortlessly on his second attempt. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on the sword blank before him and struck down with force. Clang! Sparks flew and the sword blank quivered, developing a slight indentation in the center. Ordinary forging merely involves the basic shaping and sharpening of materials. However, to forge a spirit weapon of higher quality, not only are the materials crucial, but it also requires constant tempering and various nurturing techniques throughout the forging process, while elixirs might be concocted in a matter of hours or days. Spirit weapons are entirely different. Some spirit weapons demand several months or even years of meticulous refinement before they can finally radiate their unique brilliance in the world. This explains why the cost of hiring someone to forge higher-tier weapons escalates. It is far more economical to purchase a pre-forged spirit weapon from the market. Clang, clang, clang. As Shen An shed his white garments, he swung the hammer once more, the gentle breeze swirling around him as he struck down repeatedly. As a third-tier blacksmith, he certainly did not hammer as an ordinary blacksmith would. Instead, he closely observed the impurities settled on the sword blank, ensuring that each strike was executed with precision. Too much force might break it, while too little would inadequately remove the impurities, potentially compromising the material of the sword blank itself and rendering it fragile upon completion. Within the vast forge, the sound of Shen An's hammering echoed repeatedly, a dull and resonant clang. The entire forge radiated intense heat, the air slightly distorted. Outside the walls, a rustling sound emerged, followed by a small hand grasping the wall. And then a tiny head peeked out. That it was a child who appeared to be no older than 8 or 9, but he leaned against the wall, straining to listen to the varying sounds of hammering emanating from inside. With each distinct sound, he tapped his finger against the wall, seemingly mimicking the rhythm of the blacksmith's strikes. His actions were remarkably skilled, as if he had engaged in this practice multiple times before to eavesdrop on others' forging weapons. The reason he leaned in to listen rather than simply look was that the child's eyes were hollow and grayish-white, devoid of life, that he was blind. Chapter 142. The name of the Lord of Qingyun Peak Shen An. Engrossed in his forging, had all his mental energy concentrated on the sword blank beneath his hands, completely oblivious to the child outside the wall. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike of his hammer, the child's finger gently tapped against the wall. Gradually, he even began to synchronize his taps with Shen An's hammering, as if he had mastered the rhythm from the sounds alone. The child's ears twitched slightly, and his lifeless grayish eyes remained vacant. "Not you again. Little blind boy, get down here and don't disturb my guest." Just as he was listening intently to the sounds of forging, the burly young man who had previously attended to Shen An appeared outside, grabbing the child by the foot and pulling him down. Upon hearing the commotion, Shen An furrowed his brows and used the wind to soar outside. "I warn you, don't let me catch you here again, or I will have to teach you a lesson," the young man threatened, raising his hand as if to strike, but the child remained expressionless, protecting his head with his arms. "Stop!" A deep voice resonated from the wall. The young man's hand halted just a palm's breadth from the child's head. Realizing he wasn't struck, the child turned and fled, quickly disappearing from sight, moving with a familiarity that belied his blindness. "Hey, you little rascal, you run fast," the young man cursed before turning back to the wall, offering an apologetic smile. "Guest, I apologize for my negligence. This little blind boy always likes to lean against the wall to listen to the blacksmiths at work. I have warned him countless times that if you are troubled by his presence, I can arrange for you to have a different forge." Shen An did not respond immediately, but instead gazed in the direction the child had fled. His brow slightly furrowed, that he had seen the child's lifeless gray eyes. Why would a blind child want to listen to the sound of forging? "Guest," the young man tentatively called out when he received no reply. Shen An finally turned back, speaking softly. "Let him be. If he wishes to listen, allow him to do so. If you find him bothersome, please do let me know that I will handle this little rascal for you. So you won't need to get your hands dirty." The young man nodded eagerly, smiling as he spoke. Hearing this, Shen An regarded him thoughtfully, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. The two seemed to be acting in concert. The blind child clearly possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing and could not have failed to notice the young man approaching. Moreover, when the young man had raised his hand, the child did not flinch or appear fearful. Even if Shen An had not called out "stop," the young man's hand would likely have never struck the blind child. In essence, the two had established a kind of partnership and understanding. The blind child came to listen, while the young man pretended to chase him away, putting on a performance for those inside, that if the individuals within reacted with undue anger, the child would likely refrain from returning, as martial artists can sometimes be hot-tempered and lethal, potentially leading to harm. Conversely, if they were benevolent like Shen An, the child would continue to sneak back to listen to the forging, while the young man appeared to chastise the blind boy. He was, in fact, protecting him. What is wrong with his eyes? Shen An, not concerned with the duo's hidden motives, inquired curiously. "I don't know. When he appeared in the city a year ago, he was already like this." The young man shook his head, watching as the child ran off, his eyes filled with pity. Sensing that Shen An did not seem malicious, he slowly began to explain. "This boy is quite pitiful. Being blind is one thing, but his tongue was also cut out by someone. When he first arrived in the city of rejuvenation, he nearly starved to death on the streets. For the past year, he has been scavenging for leftover food, and no one knows where his parents have gone. People see him as a pitiable child and want to help, but he is extraordinarily wary. He refuses to eat anything offered to him and does not allow strangers to approach. Shen An furrowed his brow in concern. This child was truly unfortunate. He was blind and had his tongue severed. Where does he live now? Is he sleeping on the streets? He resides in a dilapidated shack in the southern part of the city. The young man sighed again, recalling how the blind child had once nearly been abducted by human traffickers while sleeping under the shack, only to be saved by him just in time. That he had considered taking the child into his own home. But the boy had refused. However, perhaps due to the young man's earlier intervention, the child did not regard him with as much suspicion. In a dilapidated shack, Shen An murmured, then looked at the burly young man below the wall and asked, "What is your name?" Replying to the guest, "My surname is Zhang, given name Ija." The young man bowed respectfully, sighing internally. His performance had been commendable, and soon he would be reassigned back to the Northern Territory. He worried about what would become of the child after that. Shen An nodded, then inquired further, "Do you know the name of that child?" Zhang Ija shook his head. Even though he had the closest relationship with the blind child in the entire city of rejuvenation, the boy had never revealed his name to him. "All right, from now on, if he comes around, you needn't chase him away, that if he enjoys listening, let him listen." Shen An spoke gently, though he did not understand why a blind child would want to listen to the sounds of forging. It did not affect him, and there was no need to dwell on it. Understood. Zhang Ija respectfully nodded and then withdrew. Shen An cast one last glance at the corner of the wall before returning to the forge to continue his hammering. As the clanging sounds resonated once more, the small hand reappeared atop the wall, the blind child once again leaning in to listen intently. For the next several days, Shen An devoted his daylight hours to honing his forging techniques, descending the mountain to practice, and returning to Qingyun Peak in the evenings to check on Murong Tian's injuries, while also absorbing the alchemical knowledge in his mind, striving to expedite his advancement to a 7th-tier alchemist. By the third day, Murong Tian was barely able to stand and was eager to resume sword training. Yet, it was the rare tenacity of Xiao Jingxue that kept him confined to bed, each time he attempted to rise. She would firmly press him back down, sternly admonishing him not to move. During this time, news of the Tianxue sect had gradually circulated. When it was revealed that Murong Tian had indeed triumphed over Qin Xinyue, astonishment rippled through the three dynasties, especially upon learning of his master Shen An, whose fiery lotus had erupted at the gates of the Tianxue sect, followed by a single strike that annihilated a formidable opponent of the Qinkuan realm. Everyone felt as though they were in a dream. Two individuals once regarded as inconsequential had delivered such a tremendous shock today. This battle had unequivocally propelled Shen An's name throughout the southern Zhu region. Everyone recognized that Murong Tian was far from a waste. The Qin family's decision to withdraw their engagement was short-sighted in the extreme. Moreover, it became evident that Lingfu Mountain was not as decrepit as previously believed. Not only had the leaders of the three peaks reached the pinnacle of the Tianling realm, but Shen An of Qingyun Peak had also slain a powerful adversary of the Qinkuan realm. Even the high elders of the Tianxue sect refrained from acting recklessly in his presence. Thus, the name of Shen An, the Lord of Qingyun Peak, resonated like thunder. Chapter 143. Master, are you boasting again? Within a certain cavern in the Da'an dynasty, in the dim glow of candlelight, a multitude of figures clad in black gathered, bowing their heads towards an elderly man with a bald head who stood at the forefront. The old man was draped in a loose blood-red robe, his robust physique accentuated by a menacing tiger tattoo adorning his bronze skin. "Great priest, what shall we do now?" Someone ventured forward to inquire in a hushed tone. The bald elder's gaze was icy. "A pitiful lot you are. The failure in the Kangwu realm is one thing, but not only did you fail to incite conflict between Lingfu Mountain and the Tianxue sect, but that fool Li Jin also lost his life for nothing." The assembly fell silent, their heads lowered in trepidation. However, there is still some merit. At least a Qinkuan realm elder from the Tianxue sect has perished, and we have gleaned insights into the hidden strengths of Lingfu Mountain. They have indeed kept their capabilities well concealed, and if we had acted without adequate preparation, we would have fallen prey to these cunning old foxes. The old man's eyes flickered with a glint of satisfaction. He then spoke gravely. "The sect leader has issued orders. The affairs of the Tianxua sect will be handled by those on that side. Our task is to deal with Lingfu Mountain. How do we proceed? It is said that Shen An has boasted that he pays no heed even to the Nirvana realm, and his flying dagger is truly bizarre, slaying Qian Kuan realm practitioners as easily as one would butcher a dog. Someone hesitantly interjected. According to reports from Lingfu Mountain, Shen An is merely at the Body Refinement Realm. His formidable prowess is attributed to numerous trump cards left for him by a powerful Nirvana realm expert. That flying dagger is surely one of them. Such an extraordinary spirit weapon, without cultivation to wield it, would undoubtedly be constrained. The sect leader and the others have analyzed it for several days. If Shen An were truly that formidable, he would have surely slain Su Yuan at the time. The reason he did not is that he simply could not locate Su Yuan. Moreover, when he killed Sun Tzu and prepared to kill Yin Yun, he first pinned their shadows down with his dagger before seizing the opportunity to strike. The old man's gaze was sharp. I surmise that the flying dagger requires certain conditions to kill. First, Shen An must see the target, and second, the dagger must pin the target's shadow. Without these two conditions, that flying dagger is rendered useless. The crowd exchanged glances, some skeptical. Could it truly be so simple? Sensing their disbelief, the bald elder snorted coldly. Whether it is true or not will soon be revealed. Let the people from Lingfu Mountain prepare for action. Our sect has been lying low for many years. It is time to continue the grand endeavor we left unfinished a decade ago. A cold smile crept onto the elder's face. After years of obscurity, if they truly believed they could still charge blindly as before, they were gravely underestimating their capabilities. With just half a year until the year's end, they would ensure that the people of the Da'an dynasty experienced an unforgettable new year. At Lingfu Mountain, atop Qingfu Peak. Master, what talisman are you drawing this time? Yu Jingyuan inquired curiously as he watched Zheng Sanshan. The courtyard was already cluttered with yellow paper, the number of drawn talismans unknown. I am assisting you in deducing the Mountain River Celestial Sword Talisman, Zheng Sanshan replied, his eyes bloodshot, suggesting he had not slept for several days. Mountain River Celestial Sword Talisman, Yu Jingyuan grimaced. Master, but you are not proficient in either the Mountain River Talisman or the Celestial Sword Talisman. How can you deduce this? You brat. How do you know I cannot draw the Mountain River Talisman? Zheng Sanshan retorted, striking Yu Jingyuan on the forehead with his brush, his anger palpable. Just stating the truth. Yu Jingyuan shrank back, speaking in a quieter tone. Your talent is limited. It took you most of your life to grasp the Wind Talisman S3 forms. Why bother with the Mountain River Talisman? Can't you just take a good rest? You know nothing. This is called late blooming. But Elder Shen achieved it in his 30s, while you are already in your 40s and look like you're in your 60s. You brat. Today I shall hang you up and beat you. Zheng Sanshan exclaimed in frustration, grabbing a nearby ruler and chasing after Yu Jingyuan, who hurriedly ran aside, shouting, Master, I only want you to rest. Qingyun Peak is filled with monsters. We cannot keep up with them. Why exert this effort? Nonsense. I'm not inferior to Shen, and if he can slay Qian Kuan realm practitioners, why can't I? Not to mention Qian Kuan realm. If you find a Nirvana realm expert, I could slay them too. Master, you are boasting again that we don't have that capability. Accept your fate. Smack. Zheng Sanshan caught Yu Jingyuan, delivering a ruler to his backside, filled with frustration. How dare you say that? Look at Murong Tian. He has already reached the late stage of the returning origin realm that I have put in so much effort to cultivate you, and you are still at the initial stage of returning origin. Can't you put in some effort to learn from others? Master, you can't defeat Elder Shen either, can you? I, unfilial disciple. Dare you speak back? Come here. Smack. In the forging city, at the Iron Hall, the dull sound of hammering resonated as Shen An wiped the sweat from his brow. Surveying the sword blanks below, already taking shape to his satisfaction, he was nearly proficient. Next, he would officially begin forging swords for his disciples. He retrieved the materials he had long prepared from his storage ring, including the costly haunching iron. Using this iron as the primary material, supplemented by the Qian Kuan realm sheep whip, he would hammer it 3 times, quenching it with spiritual liquid, vermilion ink, wolf saliva, and other substances. Thus, it would take approximately 10 days to complete. Once prepared, Shen An wielded the Qing Feng to lift the large piece of Hanqing iron, the Nirvana divine fire instantly engulfing it. The massive iron block glowed red at a visible rate. With black smoke billowing forth, once heated, the shaping would commence. Shen An took a deep breath, swinging the large iron hammer down upon the glowing red iron block. Clang! Sparks flew as the iron block dented. In that instant, two more muffled sounds echoed. Shen An's hammer, in concert with Qing Feng, even left behind afterimages as it struck the Hanqing iron in rapid succession. Meanwhile, a blind child outside tapped his finger against the wall. His ears attentive, carefully listening to each hammer strike and the changes it brought to the Hanqing iron as dusk deepened. The child remained, standing on the stones, quietly observing through the day. Clang! With the final resounding strike of the day, the child's finger also came to a decisive halt. Today's forging session concludes here. 9,000 strikes. The first 3,000 focus on driving out impurities, the middle 3,000 on refining, and the last 3,000 on shaping. Each must be balanced with precision, allowing not the slightest error. Once the initial sword blank is completed, supplemented by, Shen An wiped the sweat from his brow, raising his voice slightly as he spoke. While he spoke, he used Qing Feng to place the rough sword blank into a large vat filled with various liquids. Sizzle! The glowing red iron plunged into the water, producing bubbling sounds. The child listened intently, fearful of missing any detail, until his stomach growled audibly. Shen An heard it clearly, shaking his head slightly as he retrieved some food from his storage ring and approached. Chapter 144. Wasn't it said that whether or not to send it doesn't matter? The blind child, upon hearing approaching footsteps, immediately revealed a look of anxiety, jumping down from the wall and attempting to flee. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew him back a few steps, and Shen An stood before him, presenting the meat bun with a gentle demeanor. "Are you hungry?" The child sniffed the enticing aroma wafting towards him, his stomach growling even louder. Yet he remained vigilant, adopting a fierce expression, and picked up a stone from nearby, growling like a wild wolf. Observing the child's gray-white, lifeless eyes and his fierce demeanor, Shen An sighed inwardly. He wondered who could be so cruel as to reduce a child to such a state. "Child, you need not be this way. I harbor no ill intentions," Shen An said, crouching down to meet the blind child's gaze. Speaking gently, "Could you tell me how you came to be like this?" "Humph." The child bared his teeth, appearing fierce. Yet Shen An could sense the profound fear and terror hidden beneath that fierceness. It was precisely this terror that compelled him to mask his vulnerability with ferocity. "May I take a look at your eyes? Perhaps I can help." As Shen An spoke, he tentatively extended his hand towards the child's head. "Humph." Sensing the approaching hand, the child suddenly erupted, roaring like a beast defending its territory, that he lunged forward, attempting to bite. Hiss! Shen An felt the child's teeth clamp down on his wrist, inhaling sharply. Instinctively, he considered using Qing Feng to push the child away, but quickly suppressed that thought, fearing harm might come to him. After all, it was merely a bite, no significant harm done. Enduring the pain, Shen An extended his other hand toward the blind child, attempting to maintain a gentle, playful tone. "My meat isn't very tasty. How about trying this instead?" Smack! The child not only rejected the offer, but also knocked the bun to the ground, hastily fleeing to the side, quickly disappearing from view. Shen An stood there in disbelief, glancing at the bun that lay discarded on the ground, then at his bitten wrist, slowly shaking his head that if this were the behavior of a mischievous child, he would surely be angry. However, faced with a child who had been blinded and had his tongue severed, he found it impossible to feel anger. The child's extreme reaction stemmed from deeply ingrained trauma, permanently etched in his memory, leading to an unshakable fear that he could not accept kindness from others, terrified that such kindness might suddenly transform into malice. "Vile human traffickers," Shen An muttered, shaking his head, feeling a surge of loathing. No matter where one went, there were always such despicable scum. Such a person deserves to die. After Shen An stood up and applied ointment to his bite wound, he turned and departed. The sword forging for today had concluded. He would let the spiritual liquid soak the sword embryo overnight and return tomorrow to continue. As he walked along the streets of the Revival Spirit City, He began to feel troubled once more. For the past few days, he had been deep in thought, yet he had not determined what gift to prepare for his second disciple. He lacked any notable martial arts techniques to offer. Both the 10,000 Poisons Heart Sutra and the Heaven-Slaying Blade technique were unsuitable for her cultivation. Perhaps I should inquire about her preferences? Shen An mused, stroking his chin, only to shake his head shortly after. No, that would make it seem as if I, as a master, lack sophistication and do not understand my disciple at all. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes brightened. What if I have that foolish boy Murong Tian send some items as a test? Upon considering this, he felt it was a feasible plan, clapping his hands in agreement to procure some items. Allowing Murong Tian to deliver them first to gauge her interest that if she took a liking to any of them, he could present her with something even more valuable as a master-esque gift that would overshadow Murong Tian's offerings. Meanwhile, in the Wolf Abyss, the sky was shrouded in gloom, exuding an air of desolation that on the Great Wall, 300,000 wolf warriors stood guard, their malevolent aura soaring to the heavens, atop the city gate. Xiao Aohai donned black armor, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the sea of clouds. Your Highness, it has been several days, yet there has been no trace of the demon sect nearby. Could the information be false? Xian Yuzi, clad in plain garments, inquired with a furrowed brow. I am uncertain. This information was extracted from the mouth of the ancestor of the Shangguan family. Regardless of its authenticity, we cannot afford to be careless, Xiao Aohai replied, shaking his head that a decade of guarding the border had accustomed him to such days. What of the Baiyu army? Have there been any updates? Xian Yuzi pressed on. The former shook his head again. Not a single clue. As if the demon sect does not exist at all? His voice grew solemn, his expression serious. However, the more tranquil it is, the more it indicates that the demon sect has grand ambitions. For 10 years, the ambitions of the Ping Tian dynasty have never ceased, and if the demon sect truly resurfaces, it is likely to bring about another storm of blood and slaughter. Xian Yuzi sighed, his brow furrowed, and turned to him. Since the demon sect has yet to reveal its whereabouts, might it not be better for your Highness to return with me to Lingfu Mountain and see if Master Shen can heal your injuries? Upon hearing this, Xiao Aohai sighed and shook his head. How difficult it is, my injury is not of the body, but of the foundation of the universe within me. Without restoring that, I cannot return to the realm of the universe. Let us give it a try. Moreover, I have received word that Master Shen has decided to accept the county princess as his disciple, and the initiation ceremony shall take place soon. As her father, should you not prepare a gift for her? Xian Yuzi suggested with a smile. Xiao Aohai was taken aback, and then looked at him helplessly. Last time, Elder Lu took a quota from me for Jingxue to become a registered disciple at Qingyan Peak. What are you eyeing this time? Ha ha ha. Your Highness, you underestimate Xian too much. Xian Yuzi laughed heartily, shaking his head. With Master Shen's adoptive father present, what could possibly surpass the gifts bestowed by the Nirvana Venerable? Whether to give or not is of little consequence. I merely wish to find an opportunity to break through. Xiao Aohai was startled upon hearing this. You are about to enter the realm of the universe? Xian Yuzi smiled slightly, gazing at the distant quiet valley, and mused. It is long overdue. Having been hindered by inner injuries for so many years, I have accumulated strength. This time, I do not know to what level I may ascend. Listening to his words, Xiao Aohai nodded seriously. To break through the realm of the universe, one must gather the energies of heaven and earth and endure the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, it should not be attempted in such a perilous location. In that case, I shall return as well to see how that girl Jingxue is faring. MHM. Xian Yuzi smiled and then blinked. Actually, that 500-year-old emerald bamboo in your residence is quite exquisite. Master Shen would surely appreciate it. Xiao Aohai. Wasn't it said that whether to give or not was of little significance? Chapter 145. If love lasts long, why concern with day and night in the medicinal herb garden behind Qingyan Peak? Ah! Master, why must I go and deliver gifts to my junior sister? Murong Tian scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Simpleton, Jingxue has taken care of you for so many days, and now that she can finally walk, Are you not considering giving her something in return? Shen An scolded the young man with a light tap on his head. Moreover, she is your junior sister. What harm is there in presenting her with a token of your affection? Oh, then what should I give? Tian rubbed his head and inquired with a blink. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged, that if everything must be arranged by your master. Would that not show a lack of sincerity on your part as a senior brother? Shen An replied, with his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining an air of calm. Idiot, ponder yourself that if you manage to present something that Jingxue likes, be sure to inform your master. Having said this, he turned and left to rest in his room. The recent days had exhausted him, what with the endless hammering. His hands were sore to in the medicinal herb garden. Only Tian and Bai Li Yijian, who lay on a wicker chair humming a tune, remained. After a period of deep contemplation, Tian finally spoke to the elder. Senior Bai Li, what do you think I should gift my junior sister? Bai Li Yijian squinted slightly and replied nonchalantly. You may either directly ask your junior sister or simply choose something you believe she would like, until she finds something appealing. This suggestion left Tian in a quandary. His master had just mentioned the importance of sincerity. Would directly asking not negate that sincerity? Yet, what should he give? Never mind. I shall buy a variety of items to ensure one of them is to her liking. Tian stroked his chin, making a silent resolution, and then set off down the mountain. Yes, the evening breeze grew gentle, and the sky darkened. Shen An awoke from his slumber and had only taken a few steps outside when he heard the sound of wheels rolling over the dirt path in the distance. Squinting, he saw a youth in black clothing pulling a cart filled to the brim with goods up the mountain. The cart was overflowing, creating a stark contrast with the somewhat slender figure of the boy in front. Moreover, the cart was small, and the goods were nearly spilling out on either side. This scene resembled a tricycle attempting to haul a semi-trailer. Shen An was taken aback, his expression one of incredulity. What is that foolish boy up to now? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and continued on his way down the mountain, needing to check on the sword embryo's refining progress. Meanwhile, Tian, tugging the heavily laden cart, made his way toward the bamboo grove in the medicinal herb garden. As he approached, he called out, Junior sister, come out quickly. Your senior brother has brought you gifts. At his call, Xiao Jingxue emerged from the bamboo grove. Upon seeing the cart full of items, the girl revealed an expression of confusion. Senior brother, what are all these? Tian scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. These are all things I bought from down the mountain. There are more in my storage ring. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and with clattering sounds, one basket after another of wooden boxes fell to the ground, leaving Xiao Jingxue somewhat dazed. Junior sister, see if there is anything you like. The youth opened the boxes, revealing a myriad of items within. Each type had been purchased in abundance. There were fruits, jewelry, clothing, paintings, and dolls. Senior brother, where did you get so much money? Xiao Jingxue was taken aback. Tian scratched his head again. Ever since our master put the other two families out of business. My family's medicinal herb business has flourished in Revival Spirit City, so I asked my father for 100,000 gold to use. Xiao Jingxue blinked and opened a nearby box, upon discovering it stuffed with various colored belly bands. Her cheeks flushed. Senior brother, why did you suddenly buy so many things? You are about to become Master's formal disciple. As your senior brother, I must present you with some gifts, don't you think? As he spoke, Tian unloaded another basket from the cart, opening it to reveal an assortment of lanterns. Oh, are these lanterns? Xiao Jingxue's eyes brightened suddenly as she leaned closer to lift a lotus-shaped lantern. I noticed the new year is approaching soon, so I bought them while they were still cheap. They will likely rise in price by then. Do you like lanterns, junior sister? Tian asked, to which the girl felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. Wasn't this a bit too early? The new year was still half a year away, and here he was buying festive goods in advance. Releasing lanterns was a custom of the Graydon dynasty. During the new year, the citizens of every city would release lanterns onto the rivers, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and the prayer for light, serving as a means to make wishes. Silly senior brother, do you even have space to hold all these lanterns? Xiao Jingxue responded with both joy and exasperation. Tian felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't know which kind you would like, so I bought one of each. The former shook her head helplessly as she examined the lantern in her hands, her eyes lighting up with affection. I haven't released lanterns in the Graydon Dynasty since I was very little. The last time I released lanterns was when I was 6. After that, I was poisoned and began a long quest for cures. Xiao Jingxue murmured, a hint of nostalgia in her gaze, that as she continued to inspect, she suddenly noticed a line of small characters at the bottom of the lanterns. It read, "If love lasts long, why concern with day and night?" The girl froze, and her cheeks quickly flushed a deep crimson. "Junior sister, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Murong Tian asked, his tone laced with concern. Xiao Jingxue gently shook her head and turned to inquire, "Senior brother, did you write the words on these lanterns?" "Not at all. The seller of the lanterns mentioned that the phrases are lifted from the verses of scholars. It is said that some of them were leaked from the Furong Pavilion not long ago, which stirred quite a commotion in the literary world at the time." Listening to the youth's words, Xiao Jingxue's gaze inevitably dimmed. It seemed she had overthought the matter. After all, her senior brother's foolish disposition, fixated solely on sword practice, left little room for such contemplations, let alone the crafting of poetry. "Junior sister, what is written above? Allow me to take a glance." Murong Tian leaned forward, his curiosity piqued as he peered at the lotus lantern. "No." Xiao Jingxue hastily concealed the lantern behind her, breaking into a rare playful smile. The typically gentle and demure girl mischievously remarked, "I only desire this. As for the other items, you should swiftly return them, senior brother, that I have no liking for them, so don't waste your money. I just managed to bring them up. The shops are closed by now, that if you don't want them, I shall deliver them to Master S' room." Xiao Jingxue found herself both amused and exasperated. The other items could be discussed, but what use did a man like Master have for women's accessories? Garments, or even a belly band? Foolish senior brother, Master would never want such things. You might as well gift him some spiritual herbs. The girl mimicked Shen An's manner, lightly tapping the black-clad youth's head. "Oh, then I shall deliver them to Elder Lu later." Murong Tian nodded, realizing too late, and leaned in further to catch a glimpse of the lotus lantern behind Xiao Jingxue. "Junior sister, let me see what is inscribed on that lantern." "No, just one glimpse." "Foolish senior brother. Who told you not to look when you bought it? Now you wish to see? It's too late. Just one look." Under the night sky, dotted with stars, the gentle moonlight cascaded softly, illuminating the profiles of the young men and women frolicking in the bamboo courtyard. Bai Li Yijin sat languidly on a chair in the medicinal garden, leisurely observing the pair as they chased each other, occasionally indulging in some dirt. The evening breeze was serene, dispersing the heaviness in the air as the night deepened gradually. The following morning, Murong Tian, pulling a cart laden with goods, arrived at Qinghuan Peak. Upon learning that it was a gift from Elder Shun to his master, Ling Feishuang did not hesitate to assist him in hauling the items up the mountain. After Murong Tian departed, the two gazed at the box filled with garments, jewelry, and belly bands, falling into silence. "Master, Elder Shun, does he still harbor ill intentions?" Ling Feishuang hesitantly spoke. "Ahem, it's best not to pry into adult matters. Just tidy up and place them in my room." Lu Yinqin's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Ling Feishuang cast a strange glance at her master, nodding in agreement that a year ago, when Elder Shun visited the mountain, her master did not exhibit such a demeanor. Observing the baskets of items, Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. This fellow, though often quite frivolous, had shown thoughtfulness today with his gifts, even if they were not particularly precious. In the Iron Hall of Fulling City, the resounding clang of hammering echoed as Shen An, bare-chested, wielded the hammer repeatedly against the sword molds on the platform, fully engrossed. After another 9,000 strikes, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Outside the courtyard walls, the blind child still lay in the corner, an untouched basket of buns growing cold beside him. Realizing that the clanging had ceased, the child understood that today's forging session had concluded, and he hopped down from the wall to leave. Watching him vanish, Shen An sighed and shook his head. This child was far too guarded. Even when aware that others bore no ill will, he would not allow anyone to approach. The day is waning. I should return to see if that foolish boy Morong Tian has made any progress. Casting a glance at the sky, Shen An washed away the sweat in a small room within the iron hall, donning a pristine white robe before departing. That as he ascended the mountain, he soon heard the distant sounds of clashing bamboo swords. From afar, he spotted Morong Tian and Ling Fei Shuang, each wielding a bamboo sword, deftly maneuvering and exchanging blows. Lu Yinxin was seated beside the training ground, sipping tea while observing their swordplay. This lad has barely settled in and already begun sword practice. Shen An shook his head, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he approached. As he drew closer, he noticed that Lu Yinxin had donned a new azure robe today, adorned with a delicate silver hairpin featuring tiny bells. Compared to her usual understated elegance, she appeared even more exquisite and captivating today. Elder Lu seems to be in good spirits today, donning new attire. Lu Yinxin turned her head slightly, her ruby lips parting in a gentle smile. Do you find it appealing? Shen An surveyed her appearance, stroking his chin as he replied, You look lovely. As he spoke, he inwardly scoffed at the garishness of her new attire, which seemed a far cry from her previous understated elegance, the hem decorated with ink bamboo designs. He wondered what kind of eye could appreciate such gaudy clothing. While her previous plain azure robe accentuated her ethereal beauty, it was distant and unapproachable, whereas this ink bamboo ensemble lent her a more down-to-earth charm, making her beauty akin to a picturesque scene. The attire is quite nice. Lu Yinxin smiled softly, gesturing towards the chair beside her with a warm expression. After a long day of forging, why not take a seat and rest for a while? How did you know? Shen An paused in surprise before sitting down. The Lord of Qingyun Peak. Shen An, with hair as white as snow and clad in white garments, possesses an ethereal presence. It is not difficult to recognize. Lu Yinxin replied with a soft smile. Your daily visits to the Iron Hall are well known throughout Fuling City. Have I truly become so renowned? Shen An chuckled awkwardly, realizing why the townsfolk had been looking at him with such respect lately, although there had been witnesses to his earlier encounters with the heads of the Sun and Lu families. It was unlikely that the entire city knew his appearance, that it seemed that the events surrounding the Tianxua sect had circulated widely. It appears this lad is recovering quite well. Shen An turned his gaze towards Morong Tian, who was practicing swordplay with Ling Fei Shuang, speaking softly, then furrowed his brow in confusion. What realm has your disciple reached now? Surely it is beyond the initial stage of the returning origin realm. Indeed, it is more than that, but do not envision her abilities as excessive. She is merely at the late stage of the spirit realm. The unique nature of her cultivation means that the longer she suppresses it, the more beneficial it will be for her future breakthroughs. Lu Yinxin stated indifferently. Shen An's eyelids twitched, the late stage of the spirit realm. Merely, if old Zheng and the others heard this, they would be dismayed for days on end. After years of arduous cultivation, he had not anticipated being overtaken by a junior. And what of you? What realm do you currently inhabit? Lu Yinxin asked, glancing at him with her captivating eyes. Me? I'm at the late stage of body refinement. Shen An chuckled, locking his gaze on hers as he spoke earnestly. Do you believe me? I do not. Her response was as predictable as ever, and Shen An shrugged indifferent. Although you are a naturally frail body, there exist opportunities in this world for transformation, such as the ascending dragon pool in the spiritual realm. Since your adoptive father treats you so well, improving your constitution should not be too difficult, right? Lu Yinxin inquired, her gaze fixed on him. It is not difficult, but I am unwilling, Shen An replied with a wry smile. The late stage of body refinement is quite satisfactory. Living a peaceful life on this modest Qingyun peak is rather appealing. I have little desire to engage in the treachery and life and death struggles of the outside world. Though he spoke thus, he felt a sense of helplessness within. The system forbade him from improving his constitution, claiming it might attract unwanted attention, and he had no choice in the matter. After all, his life was paramount. Although he lacked a realm, the numerous trump cards granted by the system rendered that distinction nearly moot. For instance, with the attributes of the Wind Child, he could now match a practitioner of the Earth Spirit realm without relying on any skill cards or the immortal slashing flying blade. Simply using his existing mental strength in other words, he was already akin to an Earth Spirit realm warrior. Do you not wish to explore the greater world outside? What if one day you want to step out for someone? Lu Yunqin suddenly spoke, her eyelashes fluttering. For whom could I possibly do that? Shen An replied thoughtfully. Aside from these two disciples, I have nothing else as long as they remain here, so shall I, if they gain the strength to venture out. I will not hinder them. Lu Yunqin's delicate brows knit slightly. Why must it be solely for your disciples? Could it not be for others? For whom you? Shen An suddenly turned, jokingly suggesting, if it is you who wishes for me to step out, then I might consider it. Otherwise, I prefer to remain lazy. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yunqin's gaze faltered, her cheeks tinged with a blush, and she fell silent. The atmosphere between them grew momentarily quiet until, after a long pause, she shifted the subject. Are you free in 7 days to accompany me down the mountain? What is the purpose of going down the mountain? To release lanterns, Lu Yunqin replied softly. Shen An was taken aback. Isn't the lantern festival held at the year's end? Why choose this moment? Will you accompany me? I will. As his thoughts returned, Shen An observed the black-clad youth before him. Upon confirming that the boy's injuries had nearly healed under Xiao Jingshue's care, he nodded slightly. Do not rush that I instructed you to present a gift to Jingxue. How have you progressed? Have you given her something she cherishes? Disciple has procured quite a few items. Yet my junior sister only accepted a lantern, claiming she hasn't set one alight in a long time. Judging by her demeanor, she appears to genuinely appreciate it, Morong Tian replied. A lantern, you say? Shen An mused, stroking his chin and nodding thoughtfully. Master, how should I proceed with my cultivation? Explore on your own, comprehend the sword path, and break through to the earth spirit realm. He waved his hand dismissively. Follow me. I shall take you to a remarkable place. Remarkable place? Morong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly trailed behind. The two arrived at a slightly secluded area of Qingyun Peak, where Shen An waved his hand, conjuring a portal of mystical light that emerged from thin air, exuding an extraordinarily unusual aura. From the distance, a figure in the medicinal garden, by Li Yijian, abruptly stood up, gazing into the distance with a serious expression. What a rich aura of the great Tao, he exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face. For the aura was not only dense but also vast, as if it contained all the myriad paths of the world within. Is this yet another disturbance caused by Master Shen? He pondered, shrugging before returning to his seat in the medicinal garden. What is this, Master? Although Morong Tian did not fully understand the suddenly appearing portal of mystical light, his eyes gleamed with fervor, sensing a potent aura of sword energy emanating from within, pure and invincible. Take this 5 gene of enlightenment pills inside. I shall summon you on the day of the disciple ceremony, Shen An said, producing a porcelain jar filled with the 5th grade enlightenment pills he had previously refined. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Morong Tian embraced the porcelain jar and stepped into the Dao mansion. As the youth vanished, Shen An waved his hand once more, causing the portal of mystical light to disappear. Entering this realm would grant him enlightenment and cultivation enhancement, and with the 5 gene of 5th grade enlightenment pills, it should significantly aid this foolish boy's training. Once the bone-corroding poison within Xiao Jingxue was resolved, he would allow both of them to cultivate within. The foolish boy's admiration level has already reached the maximum level of 10. To obtain further rewards, I must formally accept Jingxue as my disciple, Shen An contemplated while making his way toward the medicinal garden. Before he had traversed halfway, Yu Jiuan approached, covering his nose. Greetings, Elder Shen. What has happened to your nose? Shen An remarked in surprise, pointing at the blood streaming from it. The latter chuckled awkwardly. I've been a bit fiery recently. Let us not dwell on that. The sect leader has returned and is currently gathering the peak masters in the main hall for a discussion. I was sent to inform you, Elder Shen. Very well. Upon hearing that Xian Yunzi had returned, Shen An nodded slightly and rode the wind away to while Yu Jiuan watched his departing figure, a hint of gloom on his face, wiped the blood from his nose, and then proceeded down the mountain. Inside the Spirit Rune Hall, all 4 peak masters had gathered, aside from Shen An, with Xian Yunzi seated at the head, awaiting silently. In addition to Qingluan and Qingsu peaks, One peak was the main peak of spirit runes, which was also the sect leader's peak that by summoning Shen An. Xian Yunzi had effectively elevated Qingyun Peak to the same status as Qingluan and Qingsu peaks. It could be said that henceforth, it would no longer be the 5 peaks of spirit runes, but rather 6 that before long. A figure clad in white entered the hall. "Greetings, sect leader. Elder Shun has arrived. Please take your seat," Xian Yunzi said with a smile. Gesturing invitingly, Lu Yinxin and the others nodded slightly, finding nothing amiss in this gesture. After all, Shen An's displayed strength was undoubtedly the most formidable within Spirit Rune Mountain. Inviting him to the discussion was entirely reasonable. "I have summoned several peak masters here today to discuss matters regarding the recent demonic sect activities." As Xian Yunzi spoke, Zhao Cheng, sporting a small mustache, interjected, "Do we have any leads?" Xian Yunzi shook his head. "No discoveries have been made. It seems the demonic sect anticipated our encirclement and has already withdrawn." Turning to Lu Yinxin, he added, "Regarding the insect cave mentioned by Elder Lu, I have found no evidence of any abnormalities. That valley appears entirely normal, with no traces of poisonous insects." Upon hearing this, Lu Yinxin and Shun An exchanged glances, both frowning. The appearance of the thousand-eyed insect was no coincidence. The insects from the extreme north could not have appeared in the Da'an dynasty without reason. Zheng Sanshan, with bloodshot eyes and a disheveled appearance, seemed to have recently suffered greatly that he frowned and asked, "What about the sect leader's return?" "I have returned to prepare for a tribulation breakthrough and also wish to participate in Elder Shun's disciple ceremony," Xian Yunzi replied. Glancing over at Shen An, "A breakthrough?" The others were taken aback, their expressions brightening. The sect leader was about to ascend to the Qinkuan realm. This meant that aside from the reclusive ancestor, Spirit Rune Mountain would soon have its second Qinkuan realm powerhouse. Although there are 30,000 wolf riders and the southern king stationed in the wolf abyss, the tribulation's grandeur is inherently perilous. It is wiser to return first, Xian Yunzi continued, his expression turning grave. "I have summoned you all to remind you to remain vigilant. The demonic sect excels at concealment and may very well be lurking at the foot of our mountain in Fuling City. Instruct the disciples of each peak to report any suspicious individuals immediately. Do not take this lightly." "Yes, sect leader." The peak masters and elders responded solemnly, bowing respectfully. Only Shun An felt somewhat helpless. Unlike other peaks, which boasted hundreds or even thousands of named disciples, Qingyun Peak had but 2. He had little to report. After Xian Yunzi mentioned several precautions, he dismissed the assembly. As Shen An prepared to leave, he inquired, "The Southern King will personally attend the disciple ceremony. The gift for the princess is a 500-year-old emerald bamboo." 500 years? Shen An was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his hands with delight. The emerald bamboo was a precious treasure, not only excellent for alchemy, but also an exceptional material for weapon forging. Bamboos were inherently resilient, and 500-year-old spiritual bamboo was even more so. Additionally, he wishes to ask if you have a way to help him restore the damaged Qinkuan aura. Upon hearing Xian Yunzi's subsequent words, Shen An raised an eyebrow. Damage to the Qinkuan aura was no ordinary injury. It could not be remedied with mere pills. Qinkuan realm experts earned their title because their tribulation allowed the essence of heaven and earth to form a Qinkuan cave, which served as the vessel for their entire cultivation. Damage to the Qinkuan cave could prove quite troublesome. "I should be able to give it a try." Shen An hesitated, aware that even the Nirvana divine fire could not heal injuries of this nature. However, he had previously drawn a Qinkuan realm whip from a lottery, which might contain sufficient Qinkuan aura. He wondered if it could be effective. "Should." Xian Yunzi frowned, slowly nodding. "Very well. The Southern King is currently at the royal residence retrieving the emerald bamboo. Once he arrives, you will assess the situation for him. Do not feel pressured." "Understood." Shen An cupped his hands that he had initially intended to refine that whip into a weapon for Murong Tian. But now that there was a 500-year-old emerald bamboo, it was of little difference, and even more suitable for sword forging. "Go ahead." Xian Yunzi waved his hand. Shen An nodded and was about to exit when he suddenly recalled something and turned back to remind, "Sect leader, since you are about to break through, it would be wise to keep it discreet." Do not disclose the exact time and place. The Shengwan family has been known to collude with the demonic sect, and we cannot guarantee that there are no unscrupulous individuals within Spirit Rune Mountain that we must not allow any disturbance during your seclusion. Shen Yunzi was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion. His expression grew solemn as he pondered before gently nodding in agreement. Understood. After Shen An departed, he remained seated in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he made a decision and rose to leave. Outside the hall, just as Shen An stepped out, he encountered Zheng Sanshan, who was waiting at the entrance. Seeing his disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and comically haggard appearance, Shen An couldn't help but chuckle. Old Zheng, have you been up to no good lately? Looking so bedraggled? Spare me the nonsense and fetch me some calming and restorative pills, Zheng Sanshan retorted, casting him a sidelong glance and reaching out for the request. Noticing his outstretched hand, Shen An cleared his throat and replied, Old Zheng, while we have a good relationship, you know that refining pills is no simple task. IT requires not only materials, but also time and effort. Then return my golden-scaled fish and 5-spirit duck, or I'll summon 10 male actors to the Qingwan Peak, wailing and calling out your name. Zheng Sanshan decided to play hardball, turning Shen An's own tactics against him. After all, he had no money left to spare. And if he lost face, so be it. Old Zheng, you can't be unreasonable. And why would you call people to Qingwan Peak? Shen An looked at him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Just tell me if you will give them to me or not. Zheng Sanshan extended his hand again, showing a fearless attitude. Fine, fine. How much do you want? Shen An sighed, realizing he had brought this upon himself. What? Zheng Sanshan paused. Do pills come by the pound? Just take a look and see, Shen An replied. Will 2 pounds suffice? He pulled out a porcelain jar. Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from the jar, Zheng Sanshan felt a refreshing coolness sweep through his mind, alleviating much of the fatigue that had accumulated over the recent days. That IT must be a 4th-grade elixir. He found himself momentarily stunned, glancing at the jar on the ground, and then at Shen Anze, who appeared utterly bewildered, as though it truly is sold by weight. While he was lost in thought, Shen Anze had already departed in a flash, leaving behind a lingering remark. Old Zheng, don't say I haven't looked after you. This jar of elixir is a limited edition, and I no longer have any left. After this, you won't be able to drink it again. Limited edition? Zheng Sanshan blinked his aged eyes. Wait, what did he just say? Drink. Why use the word drink? After pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, he shook his head and chose to dismiss the thought. After all, with the medicinal aroma surrounding him, it was undoubtedly genuine elixir, just as he was about to store the jar of medicine in his storage ring. The voice of Shen Yuzi suddenly resonated from behind him. Elder Zheng, are you still here? Just wait a moment. I have something to instruct you. Zheng Sanshan turned around and clasped his hands in greeting. What is it, sect leader? Please instruct me. You see, Shen Yuzi leaned closer to his ear, quietly relaying certain matters. By the afternoon, news had spread throughout Lingfu Mountain. Sect leader Shen Yuzi was about to break through to the Qingwan realm. A revelation that invigorated the spirits of all the disciples of Lingfu Mountain. The presence of an additional Qingwan realm powerhouse would further affirm the strength of Lingfu Mountain. However, it was said that only Elder Zheng from Qingfu Peak knew the location and timing of the sect leader's seclusion, while others remained entirely in the dark. Meanwhile, Shen Anze had decided not to return to Lingfu Mountain for the next couple of days, advising Xiao Jingxue to rest well and not overexert herself. While he remained in the Iron Hall, honing his sword embryo, the little blind boy continued to appear at regular intervals, as usual rejecting any goodwill from him, leaving immediately after finishing his blacksmithing. As evening descended, with the gentle evening breeze flowing, within the main hall of Qingfu Peak, the ground was strewn with talisman papers, the mingling scent of red ink and medicinal fragrance permeating the air. Zheng Sanshan and his disciple both stared at the jar of yellow liquid, enveloped in silence. That Yu Jiwan shot an odd glance at his master, his tone laced with suspicion. Master, is this truly the elixir you obtained from Elder Shen? It is indeed what he personally gave me. The fragrance of this medicine leaves no doubt. Zheng Sanshan felt a tinge of frustration. Despite the robust aroma, the appearance was rather unseemly. Jinyuan, disciple is here. What commands do you have, master? Zheng Sanshan took a spoonful of the medicinal liquid from the jar, turning to reveal a benevolent smile. You've been tired lately. Drink some elixir to replenish your strength. Master, I'm not tired. You should drink it. Yu Jingyuan looked at the spoonful of yellow liquid, forcing a strained smile in response. Enough with the nonsense. If I instruct you to drink, then you shall drink. Ultimately, Yu Jingyuan, with a face of sheer despair, reluctantly swallowed the spoonful of yellow liquid, his expression resembling one who had just consumed bitter melon. Disciple, how is it? Does it have any effect? It does. Yu Jingyuan managed to muster a smile that was even more unappealing than the bitterness itself. Although the elixir was sweet upon entry and indeed effective in relieving fatigue, he couldn't shake off an indescribable feeling that made him somewhat nauseous. As long as it works. Zheng Sanshan nodded in satisfaction, relieved that Shen An had been somewhat generous this time, not deceiving him. Peak Master, Hall Master, Yan Li has come to pay a visit and is currently awaiting you in the Great Hall. Just as he was about to sample the elixir himself, a voice announcing the visitor broke through the moment. Yan Li? Zheng Sanshan was taken aback. He hadn't heard much from this individual recently. Ever since being defeated by Shen An, he had been too ashamed to show his face, seldom venturing outside. Why was he suddenly seeking him today? With that thought, he set down the spoon and made his way to the Great Hall. There, the shifty-eyed Yan Li had already taken a seat. Upon seeing Zheng Sanshan approach, he immediately displayed a smile and stepped forward to greet him. Elder Zheng, it has been a while. I hope you have been well? Quite well. Hall Master, is there something of importance that brings you to Qingfu Peak today? Yu Jingyuan interjected, his tone indifferent. Yan Li's expression turned serious, and he spoke in a low voice. I have been languishing in despondency lately, upon hearing that the sect leader is about to enter seclusion to undergo tribulation. I felt it was time I contributed something to the sect. May I inquire as to where the sect leader will be in seclusion? I can dispatch a number of disciples from the law enforcement hall to guard the area. Upon hearing this, Zheng Sanshan's gaze sharpened, narrowing his eyes at Yan Li. Elder Zheng? Yan Li noticed his silence and furrowed his brow, calling out tentatively. Zheng Sanshan shook his head. There is no need for the Hall Master to concern himself with this matter. The sect leader's breakthrough is a grand affair. And in the face of the heavenly lightning tribulation, he may inadvertently be harmed. Elder Zheng need not worry. Our law enforcement hall will not approach, but will remain nearby to prevent any malicious individuals from drawing near, allowing for timely preparations. He spoke with an expression of displeasure. Do you suspect that I would obstruct the sect leader's tribulation? Yan Li snorted coldly and rose, seemingly angered. Elder Zheng must think me quite despicable. After all, I have been in the mountain for 8 years. How could I harbor such unworthy intentions? Moreover, as you mentioned, what could a mere Guanyuan realm cultivator like me do against the heavenly lightning tribulation? Zheng Sanshan slowly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the strength of the Guanyuan realm would not even allow him to approach the thunderous tribulation. Since Elder Zheng does not wish for my law enforcement hall to contribute to the sect, so be it that I take my leave. Yan Li flared his sleeves and turned, seemingly in a huff. Watching his retreating figure, Zheng Sanshan's gaze flickered, just as Yan Li was about to step out of the hall. He called out loudly, Hall Master Yan, please wait. At the entrance, Yan Li stood with his back to Zheng Sanshan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In the iron hall of Fuling City, Shen An continued his blacksmithing, the clang of metal echoing far and wide. The incessant sound of rain created a chaotic backdrop, while a child perched on the courtyard wall, drenched to the bone, furrowed his brows, straining to listen. The rain had persisted for 2 consecutive days, with no sign of abating. The noise of the rain mingled with distant rumblings of thunder that in such an environment, the child's ability to discern the rhythmic strikes of the hammer was significantly hampered. Nevertheless, he persevered, diligently attempting to distinguish the depth of each blow amidst the cacophony of rainfall. Shen An, in the midst of his work, cast a glance outside. This little blind boy possessed remarkable tenacity, coming to listen to his blacksmithing each day without fail, regardless of the weather. Curiosity piqued within him. What could drive this child to harbor such a fervent obsession with clandestinely learning the craft of a blacksmith? An ordinary person blind and devoid of any cultivation, would likely never rise to prominence as a renowned blacksmith. Even if he were to forge a spirit tool, it was doubtful anyone would seek him out. After all, who would squander precious materials on a blind boy to forge? As the final strike resonated, Shen An lifted the sword embryo and immersed it in the cauldron for spiritual liquid tempering. Cough! Cough! The child on the wall seemed to understand that the blacksmithing had concluded for the day. After suppressing a couple of coughs, he jumped off the wall and left. Is he unwell? Shen An frowned, using a gentle breeze to observe the child skillfully navigating through the alley. The boy coughed intermittently as he walked, his complexion pale, with the continuous downpour and a slight chill in the air. It seemed he had caught a cold. Shen An furrowed his brows and inquired among the Iron Hall's occupants, only to learn that Zhang Yizha had already departed from Fuling City, reassigned to the northern domain. After some hesitation, he chose to follow the direction the little blind boy had taken. This child was frail. According to Zhang Yizha, he had been sleeping in a dilapidated shelter and lacked the means to purchase medicine. Ignoring his plight could lead to a sudden worsening of his cold, potentially threatening his life overnight. Shen An stealthily trailed behind, moving without a sound. The child darted through the alley, making several circuits before finally stopping at the entrance of a narrow passage. Listening intently, seemingly unaware of any pursuers, he relaxed slightly and entered the damp, crumbling alley. Such vigilance? Shen An's brow furrowed deeper. From any perspective, this child seemed excessively cautious. Cough, cough. The little blind boy coughed as he stepped into a rickety shelter that barely shielded him from the rain. He retrieved a broken bowl that had long been set aside, containing only a small amount of spoiled rice. After weighing it in his hand, the child hesitated, his throat bobbing several times before ultimately shaking his head. He pinched a small amount with his fingers and placed it in his mouth, chewing for a long time before swallowing. Once finished, he returned the broken bowl to its original spot, despite his blindness. His gray-white, lifeless eyes remained fixated on the rain outside. Gurgle. That meager portion of spoiled rice was hardly sufficient to satiate his hunger, yet he lacked the strength to venture outside in search of leftovers. His stomach grumbled incessantly. He felt an uncontrollable urge to finish the remaining food in the bowl. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he stepped out of the decrepit shelter, tilting his head back and opening his mouth. Rainwater cascaded from the eaves, dripping into his mouth. The little blind boy swallowed the rainwater with a desperate thirst, as if this was the only way to quell the gnawing hunger in his belly. Witnessing the actions of this 7- or 8-year-old child, Shen An couldn't help but be moved. Letting out a long sigh within his heart, he gently waved his sleeve, discreetly mixing a drop of the fasting elixir into the rainwater, allowing it to trickle into the boy's mouth. The child furrowed his brows, his nose twitching as he smacked his lips, suddenly displaying a remarkable change in expression that he immediately dropped to the ground, frantically clawing at his throat. After heaving for a long while, he was unable to expel anything in a fit of desperation. He groped for a nearby broken brick, striking it against his stomach with force, and continued to claw at himself. Ugh! It was only after expelling the meager remnants of his recent meal mingled with rainwater that he finally heaved a sigh of relief, though he immediately fell back into a state of alertness, straining to catch any sounds nearby. Huh! A child bared his teeth and growled, his expression fierce as he clung tightly to a piece of broken brick. Observing this scene, Shen An's mouth fell slightly agape. His brow furrowed deeply. What ordeal had this child endured to be driven to such a state of vigilance? Already weakened from exposure to the cold, having consumed copious amounts of rainwater, the little blind boy's body had become exceedingly frail. Had it not been for the indomitable spirit within him, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Shen An sighed heavily, shaking his head as he approached. There was no other choice. If he did not intervene soon, this small creature might not survive the night. Ha! Upon hearing footsteps approach, the little blind boy roared, wildly swinging the broken brick. Shen An waved his sleeve, summoning a gentle breeze that bound the child in place, then stepped forward, speaking softly. Do not be afraid. I have come to heal you. With that, disregarding the child's desperate struggles, he placed a medicinal pill into his mouth and personally administered acupuncture to refine the drug's potency. Once fully refined, color visibly returned to the boy's face. You, just as Shen An had dismissed the breeze. And before he could finish his sentence, the child lunged at him like a rabid dog, biting down fiercely on his hand. Ouch, he winced. Although he had cultivated his physique, the flesh could not endure such a bite. If he were to circulate his chi in defense, it would certainly shatter the child's fragile teeth. He shook his head, ultimately choosing not to retaliate. Do not fear. My name is Shen An, the master of Qingyun Peak at Lingfu Mountain. I mean you no harm. Shen An allowed the child to continue biting his hand, adopting the gentlest tone possible. Upon hearing Shen An, the little blind boy paused, eventually releasing his grip. Perhaps he lacked the strength to flee. Or perhaps he realized that facing the master of Qingyun Peak, escape was futile. This time, he did not dart away as usual, but curled up in a corner, his eyes void of life. Shen An stepped closer, gently inquiring with a warm demeanor. Little one, can you write? Might you tell me your name? The child stared blankly for a long while, his dead gray eyes fixed on Shen An, before slowly extending a finger, dipping it in the rainwater, and writing 2 characters in the mud. Tianla. Chapter 150. All right, I will teach you. Gazing at the 2 characters inscribed in the earth, Shen An fell into deep contemplation. His brow furrowed tightly. Tianla. One could surmise that the parents who bestowed this name hoped for him to embody a cheerful and optimistic spirit. Who could have imagined that he would suffer so grievously, devoid of any semblance of childhood joy? Not only was he robbed of happiness, but he could barely articulate a word, nor could he perceive anything around him. Such a reality starkly contrasted with the name Tianla. Where are your parents? Shen An asked softly. Tianla offered no response, merely huddling in the corner, enveloped in silence, showing no inclination to write. Could you recount what has transpired in your life? Perhaps I may be able to assist you. Shen An spoke without anger. Continuing to at this, Tianla visibly raised his head slightly, but soon let it droop again. Do you feel it unnecessary, or do you doubt my capabilities? Shen An smiled gently, crouching down to meet his gaze, speaking softly. Tianla shook his head, seemingly unwilling to divulge more. Ah, I see. Shen An nodded slightly, stroking his chin. If you do not require my assistance, I shall not press you. However, as a healer, I may be able to treat your eyes and your mutism. Would you consider it? Tianla continued to shake his head, his expression wary. Observing his demeanor, Shen An pondered for a moment before speaking again. It is not free. I shall require payment, and it will be quite costly. However, I can allow you to defer payment until after your recovery. I hear you have a fondness for the sound of metalworking. If your sight is restored, I could teach you the craft of forging weapons, which may enable you to earn a considerable income, allowing you to settle your medical debts in due time. What say you? Offering free treatment might seem suspect, but if it involved payment, it would appear far more reasonable. Upon hearing this, Tianla suddenly looked up, clearly intrigued yet still cautious, withholding his agreement. Will you truly resign yourself to a life shrouded in darkness, unable to see or speak? Even if you possess aspirations, you will be powerless to pursue them. Shen An continued, guiding him gently to these words. Tianla's expression wavered, his teeth clenched as if battling an internal struggle. Indeed, as the other had stated, his current condition left him barely alive, let alone capable of undertaking more. That he hesitated, then wrote another line in the dirt. Can you let me see now? Shen An shook his head. Having already assessed the situation, the boy's eyes were beyond repair. Restoration would either require advanced surgical techniques involving transplantation or a gradual process of nurturing to dispel the deathly energy from his eyes, supplemented by high-quality medicinal pills. However, this would undoubtedly take time, at least 6 months to a year. It cannot be done. He spoke softly. Tianla's expression dimmed noticeably as he lowered his head. Yet, until your vision is restored, I can temporarily serve as your eyes, guiding you to witness the mountains and rivers, the tides and clouds, until you can see for yourself. The child froze, clearly captivated by the prospect, but he wrote another line in the dirt. Why do you wish to help me? Who are you? Evidently, his suspicions lingered. He could not fathom why anyone would extend such assistance without ulterior motives. Shen An shook his head with a smile. As I mentioned before, I offer my help out of a healer's compassion. Once you are well, you shall owe me for the medical expenses, as you possess nothing at present. He slowly stood, gently reiterating his name. I am Shen An, the master of Qingyun Peak at Lingfu Mountain. If you wish to accept my treatment, come with me now. The vastness of the world will be yours to explore, and you may pursue whatever you desire, and if you refuse, I shall not compel you. Yet, in this world, all that you shall ever see will be darkness. Perhaps one day, you may perish in this alley, and no one would know, let alone pursue your dreams. Master of Qingyun Peak, Shen An. Tianle lowered his gaze, his heart waging an internal battle that he cared little for the state of his eyes or his mutism. What stirred him was the deeper implication of Shen An's words. Restoring his sight and voice would grant him the right to aspire for more, to achieve greater things. For instance, cultivation. As the footsteps gradually faded, Tianle clenched his fists, grappling with his inner turmoil. Ultimately, just as the footsteps were about to vanish around the corner of the alley, he sprang to his feet, stumbling as he pursued. Perhaps in his haste, coupled with the rain-slicked ground, he slipped. Just as he was about to fall, a pair of warm hands caught him, accompanied by that familiar gentle voice. It seems you have made your decision. Shen An crouched down, gently wiping the rainwater from the child's face, speaking softly. Can you tell me why you are so determined to listen to the sound of metal working? Tianle nodded slightly, grasping his hand. Shen An initially feared he would bite him again, but soon realized that the child was not inclined to do so. Instead, he carefully traced characters in Shen An's palm with his cold fingers. My father said that when I forge the mightiest blade in the world, he will come to take me home. Shen An was taken aback, staring blankly into the child's gray eyes, watching as rainwater streamed down his cheeks. For a moment, he forgot to summon the breeze to shield them from the rain, and droplets soaked his white robe. No wonder this boy was so fixated on listening to the blacksmiths outside. The mightiest blade in the world. He did not know the name of the most formidable weapon in existence, nor who had crafted it. Yet, to forge a weapon that surpassed it seemed an endeavor nearly impossible to achieve in the present day. The child's father likely had no intention of ever returning to find him. This was merely an excuse. Yet Shen An refrained from voicing his inner thoughts, instead gently ruffling the child's hair and softly stating, Very well, I shall teach you. Tianle nodded emphatically, determination radiating from his youthful countenance. Let us go home to Qingyun Peak. Shen An smiled slightly, taking the child's hand as they made their way toward Lingfu Mountain, their figures gradually fading into the night's embrace, walking further away. Tianle felt the refreshing breeze around them, isolating them from the rain. And inexplicably found solace within. He was uncertain whether the path he had chosen was right, but he understood that only by following this path could he hope to pursue his aspirations. As for why he placed his trust in the person beside him, perhaps it was because he was none other than Shen An, the master of Qingyun Peak, renowned for his devotion to his disciples, who had once laid waste to the heavenly snow-sex mountain gate and slain formidable adversaries for the sake of his beloved apprentice. Chapter 151. Are my eyes large or not? After providing Tianle with a fresh set of gray garments, Shen An took the liberty of cutting a piece of black cloth at the tailor's, using it to cover the boy's eyes. From now on, I shall teach you the art of forging. You may consider me your half-master, and for the time being, you shall be an honorary disciple at Qingyun Peak. When you are well, should you wish to address me as master, you may do so. If not, you are free to leave at any time. Shen An spoke gently. He had never judged his students by their innate talent. Let us go home. He smiled softly, guiding the child's hand as they walked in the direction of Lingfu Mountain. Hearing the words, go home, Tianle's heart quivered, and he nodded solemnly that he could not fathom why he felt no aversion towards the person beside him, but rather found him to be quite amiable. After much contemplation, he concluded that perhaps it was because this individual was the only one who, instead of berating him after being bitten, had squatted down to converse with him. Look! Ahead lies the gate of Lingfu Mountain, crafted from azure stone, standing at a height of 7 zhang. Beside it flows the Tongling River, from which several streams within the city of Fuling are diverted. Be cautious not to fall into the river. Follow the mountain path upwards. At the end lies the main peak where the sect leader resides, flanked by the Qingxi and Qingling peaks, with Qinghuan and Qingfu peaks nearby. Our Qingyan peak is situated a bit higher. Although Elder Zhao from Qingxi Peak is notoriously stingy, he is nonetheless a good person. Many disciples from impoverished backgrounds have received his assistance. Although they often end up enticed into working for free at Qingxi Peak, in his words, it is an investment in labor, a means to save costs. Qingling Peak is exclusively for female disciples. Elder Mu is kind-hearted, and her disciple, Xiaochun, while somewhat reckless, possesses a warm-hearted nature. Should you find yourself in need, feel free to seek her help. Shen An led Tianla along the mountain path, sharing various tales about Lingfu Mountain and the sights they encountered along the way. He described the lush greenery of the mountains, soaring majestically into the clouds, and the turbulent river teeming with fish larger than humans. One must be wary, lest they fall in and be devoured. He also mentioned that the paths of Lingfu Mountain were paved with azure stones, and that beneath the bed of the Qingfu Peak Master lay a deposit ticket worth 1,000,000 gold, along with a bag of pine nut candy. Tianla listened quietly as Shen An spoke at length, his mind gradually painting a picture of what Lingfu Mountain was like and the nature of its inhabitants. This was the first time someone had taken the time to describe such details to him since his blindness, recounting so many beautiful sights. And then there is Qinghuan Peak. Master Lu is my pillar here at Lingfu Mountain. But you are not permitted to embrace her, that if you must embrace someone, then do so with her disciple. Although Ling Shitzi has a rather aloof temperament, she is very considerate towards you younger disciples. If you encounter any bullying or need a sparring partner, do not hesitate to seek her out. As Shen An continued to lead Tianlu up the path, they unexpectedly encountered Su Huan, who was descending the mountain to procure medicinal herbs. The old fellow gazed at Shen An with a bemused expression, then glanced at the frail child beside him, whose eyes were covered. Elder Shen, who is this? This is my newly accepted disciple at Qingyan Peak, named Tianla. Old Su, I would appreciate it if you could help me register him later. After saying this, Shen An paid no further attention to the dazed Su Huan, continuing to speak to the child at his side. The person speaking earlier is Su Huan, the head of the medicinal herb hall. He has eyes as small as a turtle's, making him easily recognizable. Turtle? Tianla tilted his head slightly, writing in Shen An's palm. It means tortoise. Observing the two figures, one large and one small, receding into the distance, Su Huan found himself momentarily stunned. How had he forgotten to descend the mountain to purchase herbs? Now, as he rushed to do so, he had stumbled upon yet another matter. Had Shen An truly become so lethargic that he could not even be bothered to register his own disciple? Moreover, what on earth was Shen An thinking? Why could he not recruit ordinary disciples? He had already taken in a first disciple, Murong Tian, who had been covertly accepted due to the benefits received from the Rock Plum Hall. Then there was the second disciple, Princess Qingxue, who bore a bone-corroding poison, making her cultivation exceedingly difficult. And now, he had accepted a new disciple, seemingly a blind child, one with blocked meridians and poor aptitude, and another afflicted with bone poison. Now he had taken in a frail blind child? Shen An's standards for accepting disciples were indeed unique. Ahem, shaking his head, Su Huan chose not to dwell on it and continued down the mountain path. Greetings, Head Su. The disciples guarding the mountain gate greeted him respectfully upon his emergence. Su Huan cleared his throat twice, forcefully opened his eyes wide, and spoke with authority. I have a question for you, too. The two disciples exchanged glances and clasped their hands in respect. Please, Head. Su Huan leaned in closer, fixing his comically exaggerated gaze upon them. Are my eyes not very large? The two disciples were left utterly bewildered, exchanging confused glances. Speak quickly. Are they large or not? To be honest, or else I'll send you to the medicinal herb hall to toil in the fields. Under Su Huan's relentless pressure, the two disciples reluctantly nodded, clutching their chests as they begrudgingly uttered the word large. Satisfied with their answer, Su Huan beamed, his eyes narrowing into mere slits as he smiled. Good. You are honest children. Consider it a reward to assist Elder Shun with registering his new disciple. He chuckled as he patted the shoulders of the two mountain-guarding disciples before merrily making his way down the mountain. The two disciples exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Master, you have returned?" In the martial arts arena of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Jingxue beamed with joy as she approached the slowly advancing figure on the mountain path. "Jingxue," Shen An expressed surprise. "What brings you to the martial arts arena?" "My senior brother has gone missing. I searched all day and could not find him." "Could something have happened to him?" Xiao Jingxue's brow furrowed with concern. "Ahem, he has been sent to another location for training. You need not worry. He will return on the day of the disciple acceptance ceremony." Shen An coughed a couple of times, feeling slightly embarrassed that he had forgotten to inform his second disciple, causing her unnecessary worry. "Oh, I see." Xiao Jingxue sighed in relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. Only then did she notice the child whom Shen An was holding by the hand. Upon seeing the black cloth covering his eyes, she could not help but inquire with curiosity. "Master, who is he?" "He is my newly accepted disciple. He will be residing here at Qingyun Peak from now on." "Jingxue, could you please prepare a room for him? Little junior brother?" Hearing this, Xiao Jingxue's face lit up with joy as she immediately knelt down, her skirts lifting as she curiously examined the child. Although Tianla could not see, he sensed someone squatting down to observe him, which made him feel a bit anxious that he tightened his grip on Shen An's hand, striving to maintain a composed expression. Upon noticing the child's sunken cheeks and frail form, Xiao Jingxue's eyes filled with sympathy and pity. "I am Xiao Jingxue. I will be your second senior sister from now on. Little junior brother. What is your name?" She gently reached out to stroke the child's head, speaking softly. Yet the child remained silent, turning instead to look at Shen An spoke softly. "His name is Tianla, which means joy in heaven." "Tianla." Xiao Jingxue murmured the name, then inquired with confusion, "Why does little junior brother seem to dislike speaking?" "It is in his nature to be reticent." Chapter 152. I, Zheng, possess an indomitable spirit. "Ah?" Xiao Jingxue appeared taken aback. Shen An smiled gently and crouched down to Tianla's level. "Tianla, she is your second senior sister. You also have an elder brother named Murong Tian, who will become the illustrious Da'an Sword Immortal. From now on, we are all family." Tianla nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, take your little junior brother to familiarize himself with Qingyun Peak. His eyesight is not good, so be sure to guide him closely." Shen An turned to Xiao Jingxue. Giving her a reminder, she nodded and reached out to take the little junior brother's hand. However, Tianla instinctively stepped back, tightly gripping Shen An's hand, which caught Xiao Jingxue off guard. Shen An felt a mix of helplessness and sympathy. He crouched down once more, his voice gentle and earnest as he spoke to Tianla. "Do not be afraid. If your second senior sister or elder brother dares to bully you, tell me, and I will handle them for you." Tianla, however, grasped Shen An's hand and cautiously began writing on it. "I am tired." Shen An was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "All right, you may rest in your elder brother's room for now." Saying this, he led Tianla to Murong Tian's room, ensuring he was settled on the bed. Before falling asleep, Tianla clutched Shen An's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Perhaps it was due to his arrival in a strange environment. Fearing that if he fell asleep, Shen An might vanish as well, in this vast Qingyun Peak, he only trusted one person. Tianla must have been deprived of proper rest for a long time. Lying on the comfortable bed, he soon began to breathe evenly. Yet, he still held tightly onto Shen An's hand, unwilling to release it. Xiao Jingxue stood nearby, her mouth slightly agape, unsure of what to say. The little junior brother before her seemed to approach everything with extreme caution. The wariness and composure that should not be present on the face of a child of 8 or 9 years old evoked an indescribable sorrow within her. "Master, what about little junior brother?" Xiao Jingxue hesitated, asking softly. Shen An shook his head slightly and recounted how he had encountered the child while foraging in the city, detailing the unfortunate events that had befallen him. When she learned that her little junior brother was not only blind, but had also had his tongue cruelly severed. Xiao Jingxue covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the sleeping child on the bed. Her eyes filled with compassion and pity that a child of such tender age had endured such a tragic fate, which truly tugged at the heartstrings. Had it not been for their master's chance encounter in the city, he might have quietly passed away on some stormy night, with no one the wiser to his existence. By the way, do not share too much with Murong Tian. He is straightforward and may inadvertently touch upon little junior brother's painful memories. Shen An recalled something and offered a caution. Xiao Jingxuan nodded gently, acknowledging his words. All right, go prepare dinner. That'll be by the time little junior brother wakes. He will likely be hungry again. Shen An waved his hand dismissively. Although Tianla had refined the medicinal power upon arriving at Qingyan Peak, it was only fitting to prepare a grand feast to entertain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxu couldn't help but blush. Master, I am not skilled in cooking, and my senior brother is also not here. Shen An was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at his hand, which was tightly clenched, and found himself in a bit of a quandary. This simply wouldn't do. He couldn't be the one to cook every time Murong Tian was absent. Could he? The culinary skills of the disciples in the Lingfu Mountain kitchen were far from exceptional. Who could he enlist to prepare the meal? He stroked his chin, and suddenly a spark of inspiration lit up his mind. That's right. Old Zheng's culinary skills seemed quite commendable, and the kitchen disciples at Qingfu Peak were all personally trained by him. Moreover, he had heard that Qingfu Peak had recently acquired a batch of 5 spirit ducks to keep on the mountain. Since the third brother had just arrived, he ought to enjoy a hearty meal. Jinxue, go to Qingfu Peak and ask Elder Zheng to lend a hand and prepare a feast that didn't need just by some spiritual fowl. Have him bring one over. Huh? Xiao Jinxue's lips parted in surprise. But would Elder Zheng agree? The spiritual fowl they purchased is locked up in their courtyard, with a grand formation guarding it's impossible to catch one. She felt somewhat helpless. What was her master thinking? As the master of a peak, would he really lower himself to become a cook at Qingyan Peak for a day? No worries, take this 1 pound of 5th grade enlightenment pill with you, and let him come over swiftly. Shen An waved his sleeve, and a small porcelain jar appeared on the ground. Xiao Jinxue was taken aback, not expecting her normally frugal master to be so generous today. All right. Not long after, in the main hall of Qingfu Peak. What? Shen An thinks I, Zheng Sanjian, am what? To go to Qingyan Peak and be a cook for him? Your Highness, please, this is utterly out of the question. Although I, Zheng, am humble, my integrity remains intact. After all, I'm the master of a peak. What is it to work for him without pay? Master said, if you are willing, this 1 pound of 5th grade enlightenment pill shall be your remuneration. Xiao Jinxue placed the porcelain jar on the floor. Enlightenment pill. Zheng Sanjian raised an eyebrow. What effect does it have? It maintains clarity in the sea of consciousness and enhances comprehension. Zheng Yuan. Go prepare. Prepare what? Yu Zhenyuan was taken aback. Zheng Sanjian directly knocked him on the head, exasperated. What are you saying? Go catch ducks and fish, and take pots and spatulas to Qingyan Peak. Oh! Yu Zhenyuan looked dejected. Hadn't his master just been talking about integrity? Where had that integrity gone? While arranging his disciple, Zheng Sanjian rubbed his hands and cheerfully approached Xiao Jinxue. Your Highness, is it just for today? What about tomorrow and the day after? In the law enforcement hall, within a dim chamber, Yanli stood in the room, flanked by the deputy hall master, Zhou Qi. The former coldly tapped 3 times on a square brick on the wall. Soon, the brick trembled and popped out. Upon it lay a black beast pouch. He picked up the pouch, narrowing his eyes as a flicker of murderous intent flashed within, after hiding his identity for so many years. Today the headquarters finally remembered him. He was not simply the hall master of Lingfu Mountain, but the leader of the demonic sect, the Green Serpent Altar. Xian Yuzi, all these years you have treated me as an outsider. Even when Shen An had yet to reveal his adoptive father's prowess, you all favored him, allowing another altar master to remain sidelined for so long. You will come to regret this. He gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Beside him, Zhou Qi's expression was equally grim. For all these years, Yanli had targeted Qingyan Peak with the intention of driving Shen An away, so he could become the master of Qingyan Peak and recruit disciples for the demonic sect openly. However, this group led by Xian Yuzi stubbornly clung to old ties, allowing a mere late-stage body refinement cultivator to remain master for so many years, a waste of resources. Nevertheless, after waiting for so long. The opportunity had finally arrived. The day Xian Yuzi entered seclusion to transcend tribulation would be the day he struck down the master of Lingfu Mountain, although both of them were only at the return to Origin Realm. The beast pouch contained 2 pinnacle heavenly spirit realm demon beasts. By then, Xian Yuzi would be stretched thin and bound to meet his demise. Chapter 153. Dinner Evening. In the bamboo courtyard of Qingyan Peak. The three sat around, with Tianla sniffing the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The chicken soup is ready. Zheng Sanjian, with a somewhat sooty face, cheerfully set down the dishes, looking no more dignified than a waiter from the Shankeling in Fuling City. Donned in an apron, Yu Jinyuan squatted at the entrance of the bamboo courtyard, watching his master serve the dishes, then cast a glance at Shen An, who sat nearby, serene and composed, his hair white yet youthful. His expression was one of melancholy. Both were masters. Both were peak leaders. How could the disparity between them be so vast? His own master had neither money nor high-level techniques or symbols. The only thing he had left seemed to be that mouth, harder than a diamond. Just previously, he had boasted about being able to slay the Nirvana Venerable when Elder Shen said this at Tianshua's sect. It was because he had just cleaved a strong Qian Kuan realm cultivator in two, and no one would doubt him. But what did his own master have? He could be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a demonic cultivator in the Earth Spirit realm while boasting about slaying in the Nirvana realm. Who would believe that? Yu Jinyuan shook his head, feeling dejected as he plucked grass at the bamboo courtyard's entrance. He glanced at the young man in a white robe and golden cloak, who was said to have been specially invited by Elder Shen to oversee the medicinal garden, and sighed inwardly. Alas, even someone overseeing the medicinal garden had more grace than his own master. When would his master stand tall at least once, so he could bask in his glory as a disciple? Elder Shen, is there enough food, or should we prepare more? Zheng Sanjian rubbed his hands, a beaming smile on his face. It's enough. Shen An nodded in satisfaction. Previously unnoticed, old Zheng's culinary skills were indeed impressive, surpassing even Murong Tian. What about tomorrow? Zheng Sanjian looked at him with eager anticipation. No need for tomorrow. At this, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After testing the effects of the enlightenment pill, it was indeed potent. That 2 pounds of medicine could easily buy more than 10,000 spiritual fowls. However, I do have something I would like to ask you and use Shitsi to help with the day after. As Shen An changed the subject, Zheng Sanjian's eyes brightened once more. Meanwhile, Yu Jinyuan felt somewhat helpless. Master, I need to enter the symbol tower to comprehend symbols the day after. What nonsense! Everything I do is for your sake. The symbol tower is always open. This enlightenment pill is a marvelous thing. If you take it before entering the tower, won't you achieve twice the result with half the effort? Zheng Sanjian turned to scold, that Yu Jinyuan felt resigned. Shen An watched the 2 masters and disciples with a faint smile. The day after would be the day he had agreed to release lanterns with Lu Yinqin, and preparations needed to be made. Yu Shitsi, stop squatting at the door and come eat. He lightly tapped the table, calling out, Oh, thank you, Elder Shen. Yu Jinyuan nodded, clapping his hands as he stood up, that he felt increasingly restless lately. He had once been the epitome of steadiness among other disciples of Lingfu Mountain. Yet now he found himself feeling discontented every few days. Just as Zheng Sanjian and his disciples settled down, 2 graceful figures flew in from the mountain path. They were none other than Lu Yinqin and Ling Feishuang. Shen An was taken aback. What brings you here? We heard from the disciples below that Elder Zheng and Yu Shitsi were moving the iron pot from Qingfu Peak to Qingyan Peak. So we thought we would come and see what was happening. It seems we arrived just in time. Lu Yinqin smiled gently. Xiao Jinxue obediently shifted her seat next to Tianla, and after Lu Yinqin smiled and nodded at her, she settled down. The last time I tasted Elder Zheng's cooking was many years ago. I didn't expect to have such a culinary delight today. She glanced at Zheng Sanjian, who was clad in an apron, and smiled lightly. Tianla, the one beside me is Elder Lu from Qinghuan Peak, and next to her is senior sister Ling, whom I mentioned to you. The blindfolded child stood up, bowing respectfully to the 2. This. Both Lu Yinqin and Ling Feishuang were somewhat taken aback. This is Tianla, the newly accepted disciple of Elder Shen, whom he took in while strolling through Fuling City. He is naturally reticent, and today's meal was personally prepared by Elder Shen at great expense. If it weren't for his high price, I wouldn't have casually cooked. Zheng Sanjian coughed a couple of times, feigning authority that he could afford to be shameless in front of Shen An, who was even more shameless than himself, but in front of Lu Yinqin. He had to salvage some of his dignity. Naturally reticent, Lu Yinqin paused, and then her beautiful eyes flickered as she scrutinized the blindfolded child. Upon closer inspection, her brows furrowed slightly, her expression turning grave. This was a Wuqing Huangdi. She had not expected Shen An to discover such an extraordinary physique that if not for her own uniqueness, she certainly would have found it difficult to recognize this child-esque constitution. Lu Yinqin subtly glanced back at the cold-faced Ling Feishuang beside her. She had not anticipated that Shen An's vision was so sharp, bringing one of the world's most extraordinary physiques to Qingyun Peak. What a pity! She looked into Tianla's eyes, silently shaking her head, then smiled. No need for formalities, since he is your disciple. We are all family now, that if you are ever bullied, feel free to seek assistance from your senior sister Ling. Ling Feishuang responded with a cool. Tianla nodded, and with Shen An's help, took his seat once more. All right, everyone, let us eat. As he felt his throat roll, Shen An smiled lightly and spoke softly. Come, little junior brother, you are too thin. Eat more meat. Little junior brother, this fish is also very delicious. You should give it a try. Xiao Jinxue spoke gently, continuously serving dishes for Tianla. When she noticed Tianla struggling to use his chopsticks, unable to grasp the food for quite some time, her eyelashes fluttered, and a hint of pity crossed her eyes. She simply put his chopsticks down, smiled warmly, and said, Little junior brother, let me feed you. Tianla was momentarily stunned, his mouth slightly agape. Perhaps it was the sudden influx of people in this place that rendered Tianla perpetually anxious. His palms slick with perspiration and his hands trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Shen An wore a gentle smile, never once loosening his grip on Tianla's hand, holding it firmly. After Xiao Jinxue fed Tianla a piece of fish, she deftly placed a piece of Wuling duck meat into Shen An's bowl. Master, you must be tired lately. Please eat more. All right. Shen An nodded with a look of gratitude, observing this scene of affectionate mentorship. Zheng Sanshan clenched his fist before his mouth, clearing his throat to signal his disciple. Ahem. Yu Jinyuan, who had been devouring his meal, looked up at the sound. What's wrong, master? Did a fish bone get stuck in your throat? Witnessing Yu Jinyuan's obliviousness, which had oddly begun to resemble Murong Tian's simplicity, Lu Yinqin and Xiao Jinxue stifled their laughter. It was hard to imagine this was the same person who had stood composed with his hands behind his back during the sex grand competition. The elder brother of Lingfu Mountain. You little rascal, I'll deal with you when we get back. Zheng Sanshan shot a glare at Yu Jinyuan, who looked utterly bewildered. Come now, dear nephew Tianla, eat a bit more. This elder's culinary skills far surpass those of your master. To alleviate the awkwardness, Zheng Sanshan cheerfully served dishes to the child beside Shen An. Lu Yinqin offered a soft smile, also picking up her chopsticks. Gently saying, Tianla, your master's favorite dish is this Baiyu pork, do give it a try. Tianla appeared somewhat taken aback. Though he could not see, he could clearly hear the abundance of meat piling up in his bowl. Junior brother, try this piece of Wuling duck. As Xiao Jinxue once again gently fed him a morsel, Tianla felt a sudden tightness in his chest, his blindfold slightly dampening, sensing the child's trembling hand. Shen An smiled softly and tightened his grip a little more. The evening breeze was gentle, and the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars. Outside the medicinal herb garden, Bai Li Yijian lay watching the scene unfold, clicking his tongue before surreptitiously grabbing a handful of soil to eat. After their meal, Zheng Sanshan and the others took their leave. Shen An accompanied Lu Yinqin to the mountain's edge, where they exchanged glances. Shen An, at the hour of the dog the day after tomorrow, I shall await you at the river mouth on 13th Street in Fuling City. You must come. With those words, Lu Yinqin gracefully descended the mountain. The hour of the dog the day after tomorrow. Shen An stroked his chin, nodded, and yawned as he returned to the peak. There was little pressing on his agenda lately, so he could afford to delay. With a day left, he could prepare adequately. After this dinner, Tianla's vigilance lessened considerably, yet he still dared not wander freely. Aside from Shen An, he had gradually begun to accept Xiao Jingxue, but he could feel that his senior sister genuinely cared for him. Looking after him in every way, in the alchemical chamber, Shen An was refining a medicinal pill to slowly nurture Tianla's eyesight, all the while attentively explaining the process to Xiao Jingxue, who sat beside Tianla. Quietly observing him concoct the elixir. The following morning, Shen An intended to descend the mountain to forge iron, but was unexpectedly approached by Zheng Sanshan with an air of mystery. "Old Zheng, what brings you to Qingyun Peak so early in the morning?" Zheng Sanshan glanced around to ensure they were alone. Leaning in closer and lowering his voice. "Today, you must accompany me to the small grove behind the spirit symbol mountain. This matter must not be publicized." "The small grove?" Shen An raised an eyebrow, stepping back to regard him with a mixture of curiosity and unease. "Come now, old Zheng. Our relationship isn't quite at that level, just the two of us in the wilderness. No, there are also Elder Mu and Elder Zhao. The more people, the worse it gets, doesn't it?" Shen An's expression turned peculiar. "The more people there are, the less likely there will be any loose ends. This matter is of great importance. You must not take it lightly." Zheng Sanshan's expression grew serious. Seeing his demeanor, Shen An quickly grasped the situation, his gaze flickering as he made a guess. "Is the sect leader going to break through today?" Zheng Sanshan nodded solemnly. "It's possible that those with ulterior motives may appear. We must not let them slip away." Shen An nodded slightly. "Understood. By the way, you mentioned needing my help the day after tomorrow. What is it for?" Zheng Sanshan suddenly recalled this, rubbing his hands together and smiling. "Well, I can help, but could you refine a few pounds of returning essence pills so that Jingyuan can break through quickly?" Shen An glanced at him. "Refining pills is no trouble. Your disciple is my disciple. I can make some pills as long as you cover the cost of the materials." Zheng Sanshan had initially shown a look of gratitude, but his expression twitched when he heard he needed to provide the materials. "What I need your assistance with is quite simple. Let me explain." Shen An hooked his arm around Zheng Sanshan's shoulder and whispered into his ear. Not far away, Xiao Jingxue observed her master and Elder Zheng with their arms around each other, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise. It seemed, aside from Elder Lu, her master had the best rapport with Elder Zheng, spending the most time together. She raised her eyes to the sky, shaking her head slightly. The day was overcast, and it appeared that a heavy rain was imminent. She needed to check on junior brother Tianla, ensuring he wasn't frightened. Thunder rumbled. Just as she turned to head toward the bamboo courtyard, the sky erupted with thunder, dark clouds rolling in. Torrential rain began to pour, drenching Lingfu Mountain in a veil of mist. The rain coming down incessantly. In the law enforcement hall, Yanli and Zhou Qi glanced at the suddenly thundering sky, exchanging glances before stepping outside. Their footsteps grew fainter as they headed toward the back mountain of Lingfu. There, in a secluded valley, the vegetation thrived. Zhao Cheng sat upon a bluestone, stroking his prominent mustache, squinting as he observed his surroundings. "Oh, old Zhao, are you here alone? Where's Elder Mu?" Nearby, as the rain was blown aside by the gentle breeze, Shen An and Zheng Sanshan approached, the latter wearing a glum expression. "Elder Mu is on the other side, keeping watch. You two should hurry to your positions. Guarding the east and west. The thunder is about to strike." Zhao Qing nodded in response. The two of them acknowledged each other before heading to their previously agreed-upon spots. The rain continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping and even intensifying. The sky erupted with deafening thunder, and occasionally, a bolt of lightning would pierce the clouds, illuminating the somber mountainside, as if the heavens were brewing something. Not long after Shen An and the others departed, Zhao Cheng's gaze fell upon two figures reappearing in the distance. "Greetings, Elder Zhao." Yin Li and Zhou Qi simultaneously bowed respectfully. "Has Hall Master Yin also arrived?" Zhao Cheng remarked in surprise, glancing in the direction where Zheng Sanshan had left, feeling a hint of confusion. Yin Li and Zhou Qi were merely in the returning essence realm. What could they do under a thunder tribulation? By the sect leader's orders. "We have come to patrol the vicinity. The disciples of the law enforcement hall have already positioned themselves around the valley. Zhao Qing nodded. Thank you, Hall Master Yin. Given your limited cultivation, it would be prudent not to approach the central area to avoid being inadvertently harmed by the thunder tribulation. Understood. Yin Li and Zhou Qi bowed once more before making their way into the valley. A flicker of coldness flashing in their eyes as they turned their backs to Zhao Qing. Watching their retreating figures, Zhao Qing narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. The sect leader was undergoing a tribulation. What did old Zheng need the law enforcement hall for? If something truly went awry, wouldn't they merely be spectators? As he contemplated, his brow furrowed, and he cast a deep glance in the direction the two had vanished, then flipped his hand, producing a sound transmission talisman. Old Moo. Old Moo. The situation has changed. Old Zheng has disclosed the full details that if you see any members of the law enforcement hall, keep a close eye on them. The sound transmission talisman transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the rain boom. The thunderclap resounded deafeningly as a bolt of lightning the size of a water barrel suddenly streaked across the sky, crashing into the center of the valley, the surrounding vegetation charred beneath the spreading sea of lightning. It has begun. Elder Mu observed the lightning strike with a focused gaze. Stowing away the sound transmission talisman at the same time, Yin Li and Zhou Qi gradually crept toward the center. Zhou Qi frowned. It a bit too easy for us to be let in like this. Do you suspect this matter is a deception? Yin Li shot him a glance. Speaking coolly, considering the might and terrain of this thunder, it is undoubtedly the Qian Kuan Thunder Tribulation. Lingfu Mountain is now merely a gathering of fools. Far from its former glory, it cannot possibly detect our years of concealment. Zhou Qi hesitated, but eventually nodded slightly. The two of them stealthily advanced toward the heart of the valley, in the center of the valley. Amidst the turbulent sea of thunder, the vegetation lay scorched, and the earth trembled. Another massive thunderbolt, infused with overwhelming celestial might, descended, crashing upon the figure seated cross-legged within the sea of lightning. The two narrowed their eyes, attempting to get a clearer look. However, the dazzling and continuous lightning rendered the figure exceedingly vague, making it impossible to discern. Once we ascertain it is Xian Yunzi, we will act immediately. Yin Li's gaze turned icy, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 155. Behave, stay still, and do not move. The eyes of both men shimmered with murderous intent as they fixated on the figure bathed in lightning ahead. They were waiting for the lightning to dissipate to see if the person inside was indeed Xian Yunzi. Yet, things did not go as planned. Every time the lightning seemed about to fade, another bolt would strike from the sky, spreading anew. Minutes turned into half an hour. Zhou Qi displayed signs of hesitation. The Qian Kuan Thunder Tribulation consists of 9 strikes, and 5 have already fallen. That if we wait until all 9 have passed, it will be too late for us to act. Let us wait a bit longer. Yin Li replied solemnly, opting for caution. Crack! Another bolt of lightning sliced through the heavens, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The overwhelming pressure of heaven and earth enveloped the mountains, making it difficult for them to breathe even from their position outside the valley. He has spitting blood. The person inside is spitting blood, Zhou Qi suddenly exclaimed, his voice lowered with excitement. Yin Li fixed his gaze and felt his breath quicken. Beneath the flashes of lightning, a hazy figure erupted in a mist of blood, its vitality waning. Clearly, it had sustained injuries from the relentless onslaught of heavenly tribulations. Qing Shi, if you do not strike now, when will you? Zhou Qi whispered urgently that if they allowed the individual to pass through the tribulation and recover from their injuries, it would be exceedingly difficult to act thereafter. Yin Li's eyes flickered as he observed a more ferocious bolt of lightning descending. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act. Let us move. Both men simultaneously struck their beast pouches at their waists. In an instant, a piercing hiss echoed through the air as 2 enormous pythons, one emerald green and the other obsidian black, emerged, roaring as they lunged towards the center of the valley, aiming to devour the figure bathed in the lightning. With the lightning crashing from the firmament, the 2 pythons executed a pincer maneuver, and under the combined assault, the figure seemed to have no avenue for escape. We are about to succeed. Yin Li and Zhou Qi's faces lit up with joy, astonished that they could so easily take the life of Xian Yuzi while he was vulnerable during his tribulation. Oh, so you have chosen to act after all. I thought you too could endure. Suddenly, a familiar voice tinged with mockery reached their ears. Yin Li's expression changed dramatically as he turned sharply. Shen An, accompanied by a gentle breeze and untainted by dust, was smiling at them. This is not good. A chill gripped their hearts as they turned back to the center of the valley, their pupils constricting in shock. The lightning that was poised to strike the figure had now transformed into two chains of lightning, tightly coiling around the gaping maw of the giant python. As the lightning gradually dissipated, the figure became fully visible to them. It was not Xian Yuzi. I have been prepared for you two for quite some time, you cunning little creatures, that you think such petty tricks could deceive me. Zheng Sanshan snorted coldly, and amidst the shifting lightning, it morphed into swirling gales of azure wind. At the same time, with a single wave of his hand, he dispersed the surrounding lightning, scattering it into numerous runes. It's an illusion array. The two men's pupils dilated. An array capable of simulating celestial might and earthly terrain was undoubtedly of the 6th tier. Zheng Sanshan had not only broken through in cultivation, but had also improved his mastery of talismans from the 5th tier to the 6th. Hiss! The two giant pythons writhed, attempting to escape the bindings of the fierce winds. Yet, with the support of the array, how could Zheng Sanshan allow them to succeed, being at the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm himself? With the enhancement of talismanic techniques, it would be exceedingly simple for him to slay the two beasts. Wind talisman, sweep away the remnants of clouds. Zheng Sanshan bellowed, making a sweeping motion in the air. Summoning a blue talisman, in an instant, a tempest erupted, and azure wind blades, sharp as crescent moons, transformed into a swirling torrent, engulfing the two pythons. The sound of clashing echoed as, despite their tough hides, the relentless onslaught of the azure wind blades led the two serpents to emit anguished cries, their blood gushing forth. When the storm subsided, only severed segments of serpentine bodies remained, blood pooling on the ground. Witnessing this, Yin Li and Zhou Qi were struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated Zheng Sanshan's strength to escalate so rapidly. It was now astonishingly effortless for him to slay beasts of the pinnacle celestial spirit realm. Elder Zheng, this is all a misunderstanding. I had no idea where these two serpents came from. Yin Li feigned a smile as he discreetly reached towards his waist. Zheng Sanshan snorted. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I would believe such nonsense? With a swift flick, Shen An unleashed a wind blade that severed Yin Li's outstretched arm at the shoulder. Ah! Yin Li screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his severed limb. His expression twisted in pain. You truly are a fool. He was clearly stalling for time, Shen An remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the embarrassed Zheng Sanshan. With a single motion, he summoned Yin Li's severed arm to him. The fingertips were already clasping a black pill, exuding a faint, foul odor. Oh, a 6th-tier miasma pill. Old Yin, did you truly think that shattering this pill would allow you to escape from my grasp? Shen An clicked his tongue, stowing the pill in his storage ring before once again unleashing a wind blade. Hiss! Blood gushed forth again as Yin Li's remaining arm was severed, still clutching a pill in its grasp. There is truly no need. Even if you use it, you cannot flee. After all, I am here to be obedient and do not move. Shen An skillfully stored the pill away for the second time, speaking as if soothing a child. Shen An. Yin Li gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes fixed hatefully upon the calm middle-aged man. Damn it. Even if using it wouldn't allow me to escape, you should at least let me try. Zhou Qi, already pale as death, saw both of Yin Li's arms severed and turned to flee. Yet, barely a step taken, a massive golden brick plummeted from above. Bang! The cultivator at the returning Yuan realm was instantly flattened into a pulp. Cunning little creature. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Cheng and Elder Mu stood atop the enormous golden brick, their expressions icy. Upon seeing the brick, Shen An's eyes gleamed. Goodness, a low-grade Earth-tier spirit artifact forged from gold. The Qingxi Peak is indeed wealthy. Yinli, my sect has always valued camaraderie among fellow disciples, but you in the law enforcement hall have caused much strife that I have long viewed you with disdain. And I advise you to surrender without resistance, Elder Mu stated, stroking his beard with a cold demeanor. Faced with the gathering of the four peak elders, Yin Li's face darkened, realizing he was doomed today. Ha ha! You shall soon join me. When my demonic sect emerges, I will ensure that blood flows like rivers upon your spirit talisman mountain. With a maniacal laugh, he suddenly gritted his teeth, preparing to bite down on a hidden poison capsule. However, before he could, a white figure zipped past. Bang! Yinli was left dazed, his head lolling to the side as a mouthful of teeth shattered, his jaw dislocated. I have long anticipated your attempt at self-destruction. I advise you to save your efforts. Even if you poison yourself, I can still save you. So do not torment yourself, Shen An stated, hefting a massive iron hammer used for forging, his tone indifferent as he punctured Yin Li's energy sea and crouched down to rummage through his belongings. The poison powder hidden beneath his toenails, the silver needles concealed in his hair, and even the razor-thin blades tucked into his collar were all uncovered by Shen and Zheng Sanshan, and the others watched. Mouse agape, as Shen An expertly stripped Yinli bare. How was he so adept in this area? Did he frequently witness others resorting to various means of self-destruction? Chapter 156. Do you want these snakes? I have stemmed your blood. You won't die anytime soon. Be good. Shen An wore a harmless smile, striking Yin Li's knees with his hammer, shattering them. Pain surged through Yin Li, who groaned and convulsed, losing consciousness. The three peak masters exchanged glances, with Zhao Cheng tentatively stepping forward. Elder Shen, when did you study law enforcement? Law enforcement? Shen An blinked in surprise. I have never been. Then how did you? The three of them cast dubious glances at Yin Li, who had been stripped of everything, baffled as to what other means of self-destruction he could employ. Oh, I learned it from books. Shen An replied casually. Ridiculous. In my previous life, I had seen countless methods of self-destruction in various films and dramas. I have not only seen pigs run, but also caught one. It was imperative to capture a member of the demonic sect. I certainly could not let him self-destruct. Moreover, the ability to command beasts of the pinnacle celestial spirit realm undoubtedly indicated a leader-level figure within the demonic sect, possessing knowledge far beyond that of a mere pawn from the Shangguan family. Those disciples from the law enforcement hall are already organizing a pursuit, but most seem unaware of the situation. They were genuinely called in for protection. Zhao Cheng explained, collecting the golden brick while glancing at the pile of flesh. Elder Zheng, your array is the most formidable. Take him back for questioning afterward. Understood. Zheng Sanshan nodded. By the way, your illusion array has dissipated. Why is the sky still? Elder Mu furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak. Only then did Shen An notice that the sky remained dim, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. Oh, the sect leader is undergoing tribulation at Qingyun Peak. Elder Lu is there to oversee. Zheng Sanshan replied casually. I see. The others nodded in understanding. But Shen An suddenly froze. Where? At Qingyun Peak. Zheng Sanshan blinked, explaining, with the Qingyun Great Array in place, it can alleviate some pressure for the sect leader. Goodness! Shen An immediately turned and ran, considering the intensity of the tribulation. It might obliterate his own medicine. The three watched him dash away in a hurry, exchanging puzzled glances. Yet soon, their expressions shifted again. The hurried Shen An returned, pointing at the severed bodies of the two serpents. Do you want these snakes? If not, I'll take them. Thank you, esteemed peak masters, for your generous offering. Before the three could respond, Shen An expressed his gratitude, waving his hand to collect the snake meat and departing on the wind. As the rain fell in gentle drizzles, the three exchanged glances, somewhat disheveled. Wait, they did want it. Those were remnants of celestial spirit beasts, worth a substantial sum, who claimed they did not want it. Old Zheng, you killed these snakes. Zhao Cheng looked to Zheng Sanshan, hoping to accompany him to Qingyun Peak to claim some of the snake meat, at least a share in the spoils. However, Zheng Sanshan raised a hand, speaking with righteous indignation. Ah, There is no need for further discussion, esteemed peak masters. Though these snakes are precious, Elder Shen has worked diligently, and I have no objections to him taking the remains. The two were left dumbfounded. Diligently, they had clearly witnessed that Zheng Sanshan was the one who single-handedly dispatched those two serpents. If the two of you desire the serpent, you may seek Elder Shen, that I shall take my leave now. Zheng Sanshan did not linger. Carrying the unconscious Yin Li away, a smirk on his lips, ha. Two old geezers come to bash someone with bricks and still hope to share the serpent's meat. Shen An has already taken the serpent. And I can always go to Qingyan Peak for a meal. These two old fellows can forget about it. With two such large serpents, there's enough to last quite a while. Let that brat Zheng Yuan eat a bit more to enhance his cultivation. With that thought, Zheng Sanshan vanished into the rain, leaving behind Zhao Cheng and Elder Mu, both wearing expressions of bitter amusement. They exchanged glances, shook their heads, and turned to depart, since even Zheng Sanshan, who had slain the two serpents, had no interest. It was futile for them to seek Shen An, for in light of his temperament, he would not part with even a single hair. Best to return to the peak, wash up, and rest. At Qingyan Peak, thunder rumbled deafeningly. Do not be afraid, junior brother. I am here. Xiao Jingshu gently reassured Tian Lu. Covering his ears, he nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, that in truth, the roaring thunderstorm did not frighten him at all. Rather, it instilled a sense of security that IT felt as though, amidst such a cacophonous and perilous environment, no other dangers could arise. That in the medicinal garden, by Li Yijian reclined in a chair, watching the lightning and thunder. The 9 calamities of the universe. What a formidable display. The one undergoing tribulation possesses some awareness, retreating far to avoid impacting the herbs and spiritual medicines here. Having passed the 9 calamities, the universe coalesces into the Qian Kuan cave heaven. From this point, the spiritual essence transforms into divine power, compressing the expanse into mere inches. It can be said he has shed half of his mortal coil. Bai Li Yijian mused, swaying the chair, his eyes closing in a brief slumber. Meanwhile, in a remote area behind Qingyan Peak, Xian Yuzi stood amidst the thunderous sea, his white robes fluttering yet untouched by the tempest, shielded by an enigmatic force. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a formidable pressure of heaven and earth emerging for but a moment before retracting into his gaze, returning to an ordinary demeanor. Mid-stage of the Qian Kuan realm, Xian Yuzi exhaled, his expression serene. Years of accumulation had culminated in this moment of breaking through to the mid-stage of Qian Kuan. As anticipated, congratulations, sect leader Xian, on reaching half a step beyond the mortal realm and entering the Qian Kuan domain. From a distance, Xiao Ao Hai spoke with a smile, his eyes reflecting a tinge of nostalgia. Once, he too was a formidable force within the Qian Kuan realm, and now he was left with merely the Tianling realm, his strength continually waning. Congratulations, sect leader. Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes were calm as she gently voiced her congratulations. Xian Yuzi smiled, descending from the air to stand upon the ground. This time, I owe my gratitude to the prince and Elder Lu for their protective assistance. Otherwise, I would not have been able to focus on the tribulation. The fish from Elder Zheng's side have nearly taken the bait. I asked the prince to personally conduct the interrogation. Very well, Xiao Hai nodded, his expression becoming serious, that he had only just arrived secretly at Ling Fu Mountain today, and had yet to see his daughter before rushing to provide protection. The royal family possessed a unique set of interrogation techniques that could leave a person mentally disoriented, causing them to unwittingly reveal the truth, that if they could use this to grasp the true movements of the demonic sect, they could set a trap and ensnare all the members of the sect. Observing Xian Yuzi, who walked with a restrained aura, effortlessly harmonizing with the world in his every gesture, Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes shimmered. Now that Ling Fu Mountain hosted 2 individuals in the Qian Kuan realm, along with one from Qingyan Peak, dealing with the demonic sect should not pose a significant challenge. Others might fail to perceive it, but she recognized that the white-haired youth in golden robes overseeing the medicinal garden was far from an ordinary person. In fact, he was a Nirvana master. Surely, this individual was someone sent by Shen An's adoptive father. However, he could not be Shen An's adoptive father himself, for that flying dagger was not something a mere Nirvana realm practitioner could wield. With Shen An guarding Ling Fu Mountain, she felt reassured enough to depart. Chapter 157. Heart Interrogation Palm. As the group approached the entrance of Qingyun Peak, they spotted Shen An arriving swiftly, his expression hurried. Elder Shen, why the haste? Xian Yuzi inquired. Sect leader, you are lacking in integrity. You have requisitioned my Qingyun Peak for tribulation without even informing this peak's master. Shen An feigned a pained expression, glancing into Qingyun Peak. Observing his demeanor, Xian Yuzi and Xiao Ao Hai exchanged helpless glances, while Lu Yunxin stifled a smile, gently interjecting. All right, sect leader, the location you chose is quite remote and will not affect the flowers and plants in your garden. If necessary, you can ask him to compensate you with some spiritual herbs or artifacts worth several 100,000 gold. Shen An blinked, turning to Xian Yuzi. Sect leader, the spiritual herbs or artifacts should be worth 30,000 gold. Which would you prefer? The latter was taken aback. Turning to Lu Yunxin in disbelief. Was the barren land behind the mountain truly worth such an amount? Were these two partners trying to swindle him? Ahem, Xian Yuzi coughed twice, leaning in with a touch of mystery. Elder Shen, you wouldn't want that matter to come to Elder Lu's attention, would you? As he spoke, he winked at Shen An, wearing an expression of, you know what I mean. Shen An was momentarily speechless, casting a glance at him. Fine, he still held leverage over him. He could not allow this to slip out and ruin tomorrow's rendezvous. Alas, what can I say? My heart is solely devoted to the sect, since it is the sect leader's need. I, Shen, shall act without hesitation. It is merely borrowing land for tribulation. Why discuss remuneration? I am not that petty. He raised his head, adopting a righteous demeanor. However, Lu Yunxin furrowed her brows, curiously inquiring, what is it that I should not know? Ahem. Just a trivial matter, a trivial matter. The two coughed simultaneously, speaking in unison. Lu Yunxin was taken aback, her beautiful eyes flickering with curiosity. All right then, what is the situation over at Elder Zheng? Xian Yuzi, regaining his composure, shifted the topic. Upon mentioning serious matters, Lu Yunxin had no choice but to suppress her curiosity. Shen An recounted the misconduct of the vice leaders of the law enforcement hall, revealing their connections to Tianling realm beasts. A Tianling realm beast? That should be on par with the demonic sect's altar masters that I never expected these two to have been infiltrating Ling Fu Mountain for so many years. Xian Yuzi's gaze sharpened, casting a fearful glance at Shen An. Had it not been for Elder Shen's casual reminder at the time, I might not have realized that Ling Fu Mountain harbored inner demons from the demonic sect. Since the two have already been eliminated, let us ask the prince to conduct the interrogation. The three turned their gazes to Xiao Ao Hai, who nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. At Qingfu Peak, within a hall adorned with symbols, the walls were hastily covered in talismans, while Yu Jinyuan diligently filled in the details with a specially crafted brush. Meanwhile, Yen Li was shackled by chains around his legs and neck, imprisoned at the center of the hall, clad only in a pair of shorts hastily donned for modesty. Having regained consciousness, he bared his teeth and barked at Yu Jinyuan. Yu Jinyuan, I advise you to grant this hall master a quick end. Otherwise, the moment I escape, I will be the first to kill you, and then your master. Dare you release me for a one-on-one duel? Yu Jinyuan merely dug at his ears, feigning ignorance. After all, Elder Shen had provided a few pills. He was not worried about the old man biting his tongue in despair. You coward! The Ling Fu Mountain is filled with cowards, resorting to tricks and schemes, using traps to deceive me. What kind of righteous sect are you? Afraid to kill me, are you? Yen Li laughed maniacally, saliva flying. Save your breath. I am not your master, and I am not so easily provoked. Yu Jinyuan turned back, unable to help but mutter under his breath. Creak. The door swung open, and Zheng Sanshan, Shen An, and the others entered. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yu Jinyuan promptly ceased his actions, cupping his hands in greeting. Zheng Yuan, you may step out. Zheng Sanshan gestured lightly. Yes. Yu Jinyuan nodded, turning to leave and closing the door behind him. Xiao Ohai, spotting the middle-aged man among the group, who stood with arms crossed and an imposing demeanor, Yen Li's heart sank. The altar master of the demonic sect's green serpent, who had not appeared during the great battle, had unexpectedly been a spy within Ling Fu Mountain for so many years. Speak. What are the recent plans of your demonic sect? Relinquish the information early to spare yourself suffering. Although aware that members of the demonic sect were notoriously tight-lipped, Xiao Ao Hai still felt the need to utter these formalities. Want to know? Dream on. Yen Li laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. My lord, do not waste your breath on him. This type should be subjected to punishment. Pierce each of his 10 toes with needles, and then slowly chisel them in with bricks. Shen An interjected from the side, and no sooner had he spoken than the others felt a sharp pain in their own toes. Xiao Ao Hai, Xian Yuzi, and Zheng Sanshan exchanged glances, their eyes twitching. This was the first time they had heard of a punishment that could evoke such a visceral sensation just by listening. Cold sweat broke out on Yen Li's forehead, and he involuntarily shrank his toes inward, but he swallowed hard and said, My lord, you are the professional here. Perhaps if you interrogate him more, you will extract the truth. No need for such trouble. Xiao Ao Hai shook his head slightly. Stepping forward, his inner spiritual essence surged as he struck Yen Li's forehead with a mighty blow. Bang! The sound rang out like a morning bell, sharp yet muffled. Yen Li's eyes rolled back, his pupils gradually losing focus, as if his mind had been affected by the impact. This is a unique method of interrogation used in the military, known as the heart interrogation palm. With one strike, it specifically targets the mind, causing the struck individual to become mentally disoriented, thereby greatly increasing the success rate of the interrogation. Shen Yuzi explained from the side. Shen An looked on with a peculiar expression. Was this not inducing a severe concussion? I ask you, what was your purpose in infiltrating Ling Fu Mountain? After a single strike from Xiao Ao Hai, he spoke in a voice as thunderous as a storm. Yen Li's pupils were unfocused, and he spoke with a certain dullness. However, after a prolonged silence, he could not utter a single coherent sentence, stuttering as if he were desperately trying to restrain himself. Xiao Ao Hai frowned. Once again, these high-ranking members of the demonic sect were obstinate. Their minds resolute, as for the disciples of the sect, although their resolve was not as steadfast, they remained tight-lipped. Those who could hold on to their inner secrets under the questioning palm were certainly not ordinary individuals. A few among them were somewhat better, yet every high-ranking member of the demonic sect exhibited this behavior, which only served to prove that they had been systematically trained. This was also the reason why they perceived the members of the demonic sect as akin to dead soldiers. As Yen Li's gaze began to clear, Xiao Ao Hai raised his hand once more. Slap. Chapter 158. Standing out, Yen Li's recently cleared eyes once again lost their focus, becoming vacant and devoid of spirit. I ask you, what is your purpose for infiltrating Ling Fu Mountain? I am following the orders of the High Priest. Following the orders of the High Priest, slap. I ask you, what is your purpose for infiltrating Ling Fu Mountain? Accompanied by one slap after another, Shen An exchanged glances with Zheng Sanshan and others, slightly parting his lips. This was simple yet brutal. After an entire hour of relentless strikes, Yen Li finally managed to respond to the first question. I am following the High Priest's orders to monitor Ling Fu Mountain's movements, and at the right moment, to seek an opportunity to cause a rift within Ling Fu Mountain. I ask again, who else within Ling Fu Mountain is an undercover agent? Slap. As soon as Yen Li hesitated in his response, his eyes regained clarity. Xiao Ao Hai delivered another slap. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside. Sect Master, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall have completed their interrogation. They are unaware of any matters, and their backgrounds have been verified. Nothing seems amiss. The group left the space for Xiao Ao Hai and turned to exit. Good. Since there is no connection to the demonic sect, take good care of them. However, during this period, do not allow them to leave Ling Fu Mountain. Keep a close watch. Understood. The disciple accepted the order and retreated to AT that moment. Xiao Ao Hai also stepped out. The others couldn't help but inquire if there had been any new developments. The former shook his head. No. If we continue this way, he will truly lose his wits. Let's wait half an hour before resuming. I see. The others nodded in understanding. By the way, Elder Shen, regarding your acceptance of Jing Shui as a personal disciple, I am immensely grateful. This 500-year-old jade bamboo shall serve as a token of her apprenticeship, in addition to some century-old spiritual plants and 1 million gold coins that I hope Elder Shen will not find it displeasing. Xiao Ao Hai presented a storage ring. speaking respectfully. Your Highness is too kind. My acceptance of Jing Shui as a disciple is not motivated by material possessions, but rather by her excellent character, diligence, and filial piety. Shen An hurriedly clasped his hands, simultaneously concealing the storage ring in his robe. Zheng Sanshan, watching from the side, cast a sidelong glance at him and quietly scoffed. Who would believe that you do not desire such material gains? Hesitating for a moment, Xiao Aohai inquired with a worried expression regarding the bone-corroding poison within Jing Shui. Upon hearing his words, Shen An smiled slightly and replied, Your Highness need not worry. I will find a way to resolve it. Xiao Aohai's expression relaxed upon hearing this, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes. The burden that had weighed upon his heart for so many years could finally be alleviated today. Elder Shen, what of your Highness's injuries? At this moment, Xian Yuzi spoke up. Xiao Aohai could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Shen An responded solemnly. It is said that your Highness's injury pertains to the foundation of the Qian Kuan cave realm, not merely a physical wound. Ordinary treatments will not suffice. However, I may possess an item that can help replenish the Qian Kuan energy within your Highness. Oh! Xiao Aohai's gaze flickered with anticipation. Although Xian Yuzi could also aid in replenishing the Qian Kuan energy, doing so would undoubtedly compromise his own realm and impact the cave realm. Hence, they had not considered this avenue. Now, hearing that Shen An truly had a solution, his eyes brightened. Cough, this item is special. Your Highness, please follow me. Shen An cast a glance at Lu Yunqin beside him, coughed twice, and spoke. Xiao Aohai nodded, following him to a nearby area. Xian Yuzi, Zheng Sanshan, and Lu Yunqin all furrowed their brows, wondering what secretive treatment required them to be kept in the dark. Though curious, they did not dare to intrude while Xiao Aohai was present. When the two returned, Xiao Aohai's demeanor was noticeably awkward. After coughing twice, he turned back to continue watching Yen Li. Shen An, what exactly did you tell His Highness? Zheng Sanshan was the first to lose patience and stepped forward to inquire. Shen An glanced at him, clicking his tongue. Old Zheng, are you sure you want to know? You tell me. Do you truly wish to know? Just tell me already. Beg me. Zheng Sanshan felt an urge to strike him, but thought better of it, as he knew he could not win. This fellow, projecting an air of otherworldly wisdom before his disciple, how could he be so shameless in front of himself? Truly worthy of being a sword instructor. Ignoring the darkening expression of Zheng Sanshan, Shen An bowed to Xian Yuzi. Sect Master, since there is nothing further here, I shall return to Qingyun Peak. Should anything arise, please send someone to inform me. Very well. Go ahead. Xian Yuzi nodded with a kind smile. As he was leaving, Lu Yunqin also took her leave, specifically reminding Shen An to remember to arrive on time tomorrow, to which he nodded in agreement. Within the symbol hall, Yen Li had just begun to regain a semblance of clarity when he saw Xiao Aohai push the door open. The latter entered, holding a wooden box with an air of mystery. Curiously opening it, when the large object inside was revealed, Yen Li's heart tightened and a look of terror spread across his face. Xiao Aohai, do not act recklessly. I warn you, a man may be killed but not humiliated. I will never yield. Seeing him in such a panic, Xiao Aohai was taken aback, and then a thought struck him. He picked up the large object from the box and approached him, speaking calmly. So this is what you fear. If that is the case, I advise you to sincerely divulge the information. Otherwise, should I utilize this item, it will undoubtedly result in a river of blood, one that you cannot withstand. Xiao Aohai, how could you, as the illustrious king of the south, resort to such despicable means? Yen Li's legs clamped tightly together. Furious and humiliated, he shouted, Do not come any closer. If you do, I will scream. Scream all you like, even if you shout until your throat breaks. No one will come to your aid today. Xiao Aohai laughed coldly, advancing toward Yen Li with the enormous object in hand, his gaze descending. Yen Li's eyes brimmed with indignation, even when his arms had been severed. He had not shed a tear, yet now, 2 lines of tears streamed down his face. A look of resignation painted across his features. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Xian Yuzi and Zheng Sanshan standing at the threshold, their eyes wide with shock at the scene within the symbol hall. Pardon the intrusion. Shen Yuzi coughed lightly, preparing to close the door to AT that moment. Yin Li, seeing them as a savior, shouted excitedly, Sect Master. Do not leave! Save me! Elder Zheng, you must stop him. He is a beast! Slap! A resounding slap fell, and Yin Li immediately quieted, his gaze becoming vacant. Xiao Aohai hurriedly stowed the object away, casting an embarrassed glance toward the doorway. Sect Master Xian. Elder Zheng, this item was sent by Elder Shen. It is not what you think. Please do not misunderstand. MHM, we understand. We absolutely will not speak of this. The two exchanged knowing looks. It truly was Elder Shen who sent it to me. Do you not believe this, King? Not a chance. They responded in unison, leaving behind a remark. Your Highness, take it easy. We shall return in an hour, before closing the door and departing. Xiao Aohai felt utterly frustrated, unable to voice his grievances. He glared at the dazed Yin Li, kicking him with vigor. Ah! Hearing that heart-wrenching scream, Zheng Sanshan and Shen Yuzi exchanged glances outside, both sighing and shaking their heads. Truly, a veteran of the military, His Highness's methods were indeed distinctive. May this approach yield results and extract some useful information. P.S. Fellow cultivators, today is the weekend, the brothel. Tomorrow will be 4 updates. Chapter 159. Qingxua City, the method of transformation. A night swiftly passed, and by the time the blazing sun began its descent on the following day. During the hour of Shun, Xiao Aohai had finally managed to extract some information from Yin Li. Firstly, he revealed that there were only he and Zhou Qi as undercover agents within Lingfu Mountain, with no others. Secondly, their original plan entailed assisting Zhou Qi in seizing the position of the Peak Master of Qingyun Peak, subsequently merging it into the 6th peak of the 5 peaks. Once they had ascended to a higher echelon, they would gain greater insight into Lingfu Mountain's movements and secrets, allowing them to gradually sow discord among the hearts of the people, rendering Lingfu Mountain a sect that all would shun. Should the sect competition result in Murong Tian's utter defeat, he would not truly expel him from the mountain, but rather would administer a beating followed by a sweet reward that he would impart some nefarious techniques to Murong Tian, emboldening him to compete against Tianshua's sect. To AT that point, with elderly Jean of Tianshua's sect collaborating, a battle between the two sects would ensue. After all, Murong Tian was Shun An's disciple. Even if Shen Yuzi had suspicions, they would not fall upon him, but rather upon Shun and in the event of a conflict between the two sects. It would be a bloodless victory, leading to Lingfu Mountain's eventual demise. Upon learning this information, Shen Yuzi and Zheng Sanshan exchanged a glance, both feeling a deep sense of dread. And oh wonder this fellow had consistently targeted Qingyun Peak. It turned out he harbored such intentions that in truth. Had it not been for the unexpected rise of Qingyun Peak during the sect competition, this individual might have very well succeeded. After all, having infiltrated for 8 years without revealing a single clue was truly chilling to contemplate. Without Shun An's assistance in their treatment breakthroughs, a conflict with the Heavenly Snow sect would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable consequences. Your Highness, is it still possible to continue questioning him in this condition? Inside the Fu Hall, both Zheng Sanshan and Shen Yuzi wore expressions of hesitation that in the center. Yin Li, bound by chains, stared blankly, drool hanging from his mouth, appearing utterly daft. This fellow must have undergone specialized training in this regard. Otherwise, not even a practitioner at the returning origin stage could withstand a night of the heart-seeking palms interrogation, let alone someone of the heavenly spirit stage. Xiao Aohai's gaze flickered, pausing before he spoke. I cannot be certain if he will truly lose his sanity if we continue. But we must press on. The sooner we uncover the information about the demonic cult, the better. With that, he raised his hand once more. Seeing this, Shen Yuzi and the other sighed, casting sympathetic glances at Yin Li. I ask you again, what are the demonic cult's recent schemes, and where is your high priest hiding? Our cult has cultivated the 1,000-eyed insect from the extreme north. It seeks to devour a pool of flesh to evolve, subsequently using this power to annihilate Lingfu Mountain. The 1,000-eyed insect. The three exchanged serious glances. Such a vicious plan, to devour a pool of flesh. This insect, said to thrive on slaughtering its kind, possesses 1,000 eyes upon maturation. capable of devouring warriors to enhance its strength while also being able to parasitize and control powerful fighters. However, relying on such an insect for rebirth, they found it hard to believe. How does it achieve rebirth? Xiao Hain Kiridage. The cult leader provided the high priest with a secret method to transform demons, enabling a perfect fusion with the insect, thereby enhancing its power. The trio's pupils constricted. The method to transform demons. The high priest of the demonic cult already possesses late-stage capabilities of the Qianquan realm. If he merges with the thousand-eyed insect, which has consumed numerous warriors, there might indeed be a chance for rebirth. From which city does your demonic cult plan to strike? And when will you act? Under Xiao Ao Hai's stern questioning, Yen Li's expression jolted, and he spoke vacantly. From Qingxue City, the time is. The three leaned in attentively, but just as he was about to reveal the timing, an unexpected change occurred. Yen Li suddenly began to convulse, his face contorting in agony. Ugh! For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to his eyes, but in the next instant, blood poured from his 7 orifices, and with a final cry, his neck slumped. Xiao Ao Hai quickly furrowed his brow and reached to check his breath. His expression darkened as he turned to look at Xian Yuzi and the others. He is dead. It seemed someone placed a restriction on his consciousness. Once these questions were posed, it triggered automatically. Zheng Sanchen's gaze flickered as he sighed. Regrettably, I am not well versed in mental arrays. Otherwise, I would have detected it sooner. No matter. We have still gained some intelligence. At the very least. We now know that the demonic cult intends to use Qingxue City to nurture the thousand-eyed insect. Their stronghold may be there. I will personally send word to His Majesty, urging him to dispatch the Heavenly Snow Army to investigate discreetly. Xiao Ao Hai waved his hand, glancing at the now lifeless Yen Li, shaking his head slightly. Let us hope we can locate the demonic cult's lair soon. Xian Yuzi also spoke. Qing Yun Peak. Master, why are you descending the mountain at this time? Will you return for dinner tonight? Xiao Jingxue inquired curiously, glancing at the darkening sky. I have matters to attend to down the mountain, and will not return for dinner tonight. Shen An waved his hand, simultaneously reminding her, you must continue practicing the Xianmen 13 needles that I taught you a few days ago. Also, remember to read that book on artifact forging to Lao San. Mark any sections he doesn't understand, and I will explain them when I return. Understood, Master. Please take care. Xiao Jingxue nodded, watching her master leave the mountain gate. But on the way, Shen An glanced at the increasingly gloomy sky, shaking his head inwardly. Just a moment ago, the sun shone brightly, and now it seemed rain was imminent. Such weather truly was unpredictable. Peach leaves sharp, willow leaves cover the sky. Humming a tune, Shen An leisurely descended the mountain. Taking a moment to tidy his attire, feeling quite pleased that to be punctual, he had come down several points early. He certainly could not afford to be late. Meanwhile, inside the law enforcement hall of Lingfu Mountain, a group of disciples was confined within, temporarily barred from going outside. However, at a certain moment, Wang Hu, who had been calmly meditating inside, suddenly froze, his expression turning blank. His sudden stupor coincided with Yen Li's death. The other disciples watched as Wang Hu abruptly stood and walked toward the door, frowning. Wang Shixiang, what is wrong with you? Wang Shixiang. The disciple stationed outside noticed the abnormality and hurriedly stepped forward to block him. Wang Hu, the sect leader has issued an order. To clear your suspicions, you are not allowed to leave. Otherwise, you will be treated as a traitor. In the face of the guard's stern admonition, Wang Hu appeared vacant, showing no reaction as he continued to walk step by step towards the exit. Stop him! The guard disciples exchanged glances and immediately gathered their spiritual energy to act. However, a sudden flash of darkness flickered in Wang Hu's eyes as he opened his mouth that a thumb-sized toad sat within, exhaling waves of black mist that swiftly spread. The moment the black mist touched them, all the disciples present trembled, collapsing to the ground, their faces turning pale. Protected by the black mist emitted by the toad, Wang Hu effortlessly passed through the restrictions of the hall without triggering any alarm. With a dazed expression, he navigated the familiar path, seemingly possessing an extensive awareness avoiding the gaze of all patrolling disciples. Chapter 160. The Incident in the Law Enforcement Hall. Approximately half an hour later, Ling Feishuang passed by and noticed the absence of guards outside the hall, her brows furrowing as she rushed inside to investigate. Upon seeing nearly 100 disciples sprawled on the ground, their faces ashen and frothing at the mouth, her expression grew grave, and she immediately notified her master and Hall Master Su of the Spirit Medicine Hall. When they arrived, the 100 disciples had already suffered severe weakening of their heart veins, with poison threatening to spread to their internal organs, leaving them with little hope of recovery. Wang Hu is missing. Lu Yinqin's expression changed. He has been gone too long. Elder Lu need not pursue. Your strength is high. Quickly assist me in suppressing the poison within these disciples, or it will be too late. Su Huan halted her, his expression serious. The other disciples from the Spirit Medicine Hall. Follow me to rescue them. Ling Shiji, quickly go to Qingyun Peak and summon Elder Shen. Understood. Ling Feishuang nodded coldly, turning to leave. Boom. Thunder rumbled ominously in the darkened sky as large raindrops fell like a curtain of pearls, pouring down in torrents. Ling Feishuang hurried through the rain, but upon reaching Qingyun Peak, she learned that Shen An had already descended the mountain. Shiji, you seem in a hurry. Has something happened? Xiao Jingxue, holding Tianla, inquired. The former recounted the events from the law enforcement hall, and upon hearing that so many were poisoned and on the brink of death, Xiao Jingshue's beautiful eyes narrowed with concern. Shiji, although my knowledge of medicine is limited, I should be able to assist in some way. Good, follow me? Ling Feishuang nodded slightly, turning to leave. Xiao Jingxue crouched down, gently advising the child with his eyes covered in black cloth. Tianla, something has occurred at the mountain gate. Wait for Shiji at Qingyun Peak, and do not wander. I will return shortly. Though Tianla could not see, he sensed the urgency of the situation and nodded slightly. The rain fell fiercely and powerfully onto the ground as he sat quietly beneath the bamboo eaves, listening intently, occasionally tapping his fingers on the ground, seemingly mimicking the rhythm of the raindrops. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall, Xiao Jingxue looked at the disciples with ashen faces, frothing at the mouth, and her brows furrowed. This is the poison of the Jin Su toad, a creature from the extreme north. How did it end up here? Do you recognize this poison? Your Highness? Su Huan inquired in surprise, already drenched in sweat as he struggled to stabilize the disciples' conditions but unable to eliminate the poison. My master showed me a book called Record of Strange Insects, which contains details about this poisonous creature. The Jin Su toad not only releases highly toxic mist, but also possesses the ability to bind spiritual energy. It seems Wang Hu used this poisonous mist to silently slip past the formation's restrictions. Does your Highness have a remedy? Su Huan asked urgently. The former hesitated slightly. My master did teach me how to handle this poison, but it requires extremely high skill. A single mistake could... Please do not hesitate, Your Highness, that if you go down the mountain to find Elder Shen, it may already be too late. The lives of these 100 disciples now rest solely in your hands. Su Huan spoke anxiously. Just do your best. Jingxue, what is the first of the 5 principles of Qingyun Peak that your master has taught you? Lu Yinqin interjected gravely. She was not well-versed in medicine and dared not act recklessly. Xiao Jingxue lowered her gaze slightly, murmuring, the first principle, never give up, always believe in yourself. So if you continue to hesitate and doubt yourself, they will have no chance of survival. When your master returns, how will you explain this to him? Lu Yinqin continued earnestly. Hearing this, Xiao Jingxue finally calmed down, taking a deep breath and raising her head with determination. All right, I will stabilize their heart veins now. Observing the girl finally resolve herself, she took out her silver needles and began to administer treatment to the poisoned disciples, while Lu Yinqin sighed softly. This girl has many admirable qualities, but her overly gentle nature and lack of confidence hold her back. Perhaps the years of suffering from bone poison have accumulated pain, leading her to frequently doubt herself. In contrast, Murong Tian, despite his lack of talent, possesses a stubborn tenacity, and it is precisely this tenacity that has enabled him to accomplish what others deemed impossible. Elder Lu, please assist in suppressing the toxicity within the others. Having treated only one person, Xiao Jingxue was already drenched in sweat, that in contrast to Shen An's swift and composed technique, while executing the 13 acupuncture needles of the mysterious gate, she had to be far more cautious. Hesitant to pierce the skin carelessly. Go ahead and administer the needles without hesitation, Lu Yinxin encouraged, nodding slightly as she unleashed powerful spiritual energy to assist the poisoned disciples present. Time passed excruciatingly slowly, marked by the intensifying sound of thunder, until Xiao Jingxue finally completed the acupuncture for all 100 individuals, with Su Huan overseeing the attentive care from the Spirit Medicine Hall. Boom! The relentless thunderstorm enveloped Lingfu Mountain in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Exhausted, Xiao Jingxue sank to the ground, her face ashen and drenched in sweat, dark veins faintly appearing and disappearing on her pale neck. Her gaze fell upon a deceased young disciple not far away, and she bit her lip, guilt rising within her. That it was a mistake. Her error had exacerbated the disciple's poisoning, leading to his bloodshed and demise. Tears welled in her eyes as self-doubt crept in that if only she could emulate her master. Why, after spending so much time by her master's side, was she still unable to perfectly eliminate this toad poison? Did she truly deserve to be a disciple of Qingyun Peak? Just as she was engulfed in doubt, Lu Yinxin approached gently, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Jingxue, you have done more than enough. There is no need for self-reproach. But someone still died, Xiao Jingxue murmured softly. If it were anyone else, they might not have been able to save so many lives while the bone-corroding poison was raging. Your master would not blame you for this, Lu Yinxin reassured her. The young girl lowered her head in silence. Her lips pressed tightly together. At the entrance of the hall, Xian Yuzi and Xiao Ao Hai had been standing there for quite some time, observing his daughter enduring the excruciating pain of the bone-corroding poison while saving so many lives. Xiao Ao Hai's eyes sparkled, his heart filled with pride that he gazed at the dazed girl in the hall, whispering to himself, Shen An, oh Shen An, entrusting Jingxue to your care may be the wisest decision I have ever made. Master. The time, Ling Feishuang wiped the sweat from her face, gently reminding her. Lu Yinxin was momentarily taken aback before raising her head to look. The sky was dim, and there was little time left before the hour of Su Hall Master. I leave this matter in your capable hands, she said hastily before departing from the enforcement hall, hurrying down the mountain. Jingxue, go back and rest, Xiao Ao Hai said, stepping forward to gently pat his daughter's shoulder. She looked up, surprised to see her father, but her spirits were low. She merely nodded softly and turned to leave. Her junior brother had yet to eat, and she needed to return to care for him. Chapter 161. 1,000 Stars. 2 pangs of melancholy in the bustling city of Fuling, beneath a shop by the riverbank on 13th Street. Shen An held a flower lantern, glancing at the sky with a slight frown. It is already 2:15. Why hasn't Elder Lu arrived yet? Could she have been delayed by some unforeseen circumstance? He paced back and forth, stifling a yawn. Sir, would you still like your lotus seed porridge? It has gone cold. A vendor selling lotus seed porridge cautiously reminded him from behind. Yes. Please, I would appreciate it if you could wait a moment longer. She should arrive shortly, Shen An replied warmly, placing some coins on the counter, seeing that he had been waiting for quite a while and appeared patient. The vendor ventured to say, though I am new to this Fuling city, I have traveled extensively over the years, and I dare say, you must be waiting for a romantic interest, am I correct? Shen An was momentarily taken aback, bursting into laughter as he turned to inquire. What makes you think I am waiting for a romantic partner? Come now, if it were merely a friend, would you truly have braved the rain to wait here for so long? The sky is darkening now. If the person you awaited were not significant, you would have left in frustration by now. In my opinion, sir, that young lady probably has no feelings for you. Otherwise, she would have come to meet you by now. How can she bear to let you wait alone like this? It is only those who do not care who can forget such an appointment. I advise you to be cautious and not be deceived. You are a good person, but you may not be suited for each other. I have seen many such examples over these years. The vendor seemed to have unlocked a floodgate of words, continuing unabated. Those who have been deceived in love and finances, some even driven to suicide, sir, it would be wise for you to face reality and let go. listening to the vendor's wise words. Shen An could only shake his head and smile. She is different from others. There must be a reason for her absence, that I can wait a little longer. It is nothing. I have heard similar sentiments from those I have encountered. Yet they ended up deceived and heartbroken. The vendor scoffed, his expression skeptical. Shen An merely smiled and refrained from arguing. His gaze pierced through the rain, suddenly fixating on a figure walking aimlessly down the street. As if driven by some unseen force, soon disappearing around a corner. Was that Wang Hu, the disciple of Yen Li? He shouldn't have been released. Why was he here in Fuling City, moreover, judging by his demeanor? It appeared as though he was under some form of control. Could it be the work of the demonic sect? Shen An's eyes flickered with concern as he glanced at the empty bridge under the relentless rain. Fearing Wang Hu might vanish entirely, he hastily pursued him. Sir, this is the last bowl of lotus seed porridge. I had planned to close up after selling out, and I've already waited an hour for you. The vendor continued grumbling, only to suddenly fall silent. The shop entrance was now empty. The middle-aged man in white who had stood there had vanished without a trace. The vendor shook his head, muttering, alas, still not resolute enough that if one cannot withstand such a trifling test, perhaps it is for the best. If that young lady is indeed delayed, it spares her from entrusting herself to someone unworthy. As he shook his head, he began to pack up his stall, preparing to close for the night. Just as he was about to shut the door, a green oil paper umbrella came into view, beneath which stood a graceful woman with striking features. Dressed elegantly in azure. Shopkeeper, I have heard that your newly opened lotus seed porridge is brought from the northern Ming dynasty. I wonder if there is any left, as I would like to purchase a portion. Oh, do you enjoy lotus seed porridge, young lady? It is for someone else. For a romantic interest? Indeed. As the sky darkened, though the thunder had ceased, the rain continued to fall in a steady drizzle, soaking the cobblestone path. Shops along the street began to close their doors, and Lu Yinqin stood at the entrance of a shop, delicately holding a steaming bowl of lotus seed porridge, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings with anticipation. Initially, her eyes sparkled with hope, but as the warmth of the porridge gradually faded, she stood beneath the shop's rain curtain, holding up an oil paper umbrella, waiting silently. The light rain persisted without pause, until, through the thick clouds, the dim glow of the moonlight pierced through, illuminating the bridgehead, yet still, no one appeared. Could it be? He is unwilling to wait a mere quarter of an hour, she murmured, her gaze shifting from hopeful to markedly calmer. A faint hum resonated from the white lotus flower mark on her forehead, its call causing her brows to knit together. It seems time is running short, with a slight shake of her head. She placed the now-cold lotus seed porridge on a rain-sheltered table and stepped toward the riverbank, that a flickering candlelight lantern, resembling a lotus flower, appeared exceptionally warm under the night sky, before setting the lantern afloat. She turned back to glance at the empty bridgehead, the deserted street exuding a sense of solitude. She waited for a quarter of an hour, finally fluttering her eyelashes and allowing her gaze to rest upon the lantern in her grasp. Murmuring to herself, perhaps something unexpected has delayed him as well. Her eyes lowered slightly, reading the inscription on the lantern. Flowers fall with the breeze. Water flows on its own. A single yearning, two places of melancholy. This affection cannot be extinguished. It descends from the brow, yet rises to the heart. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips as she shook her head gently. I wonder which talented individual from Furong Pavilion penned this. It is quite fitting for the moment. Though I cannot discern if this yearning leads to two places of melancholy or merely one. The lotus lantern danced upon the water's surface, swaying with the currents, imbued with spiritual energy. It would at least withstand the rain. Yet whether it would drift into the vast sea remained uncertain, left to fate. Perhaps it would become stranded by an unknown brook, or perhaps it would be overturned by the waves. Or perhaps it would be discovered by fishermen or playful children in the water. Lu Yinqin raised her umbrella, casting one last lingering glance at the distant mountains that had stood for many years. Her eyelashes fluttering before she silently departed. Beneath the rain, the woman in azure turned back every few steps until she reached the city gates, the bridgehead still empty of any figures, shaking her head gently. She stepped out of Fuling City, heading into the distance. Meanwhile, not far away in a towering mountain, Master, what on earth are you doing with these lanterns? Yu Jinyuan looked dejectedly at Zheng Sanshan, who was crouched on the ground fussing over the lanterns. The rain around them had been completely warded off by the formation, unable to reach this place. What do you know? These are not mere lanterns. They are good yuan pills and Wu Dao pills. Resources for your breakthrough. If it weren't for you, would I be squatting here painstakingly inscribing symbols on these lanterns? Zheng Sanshan scolded with exasperation, then glanced at the sky, stroking his chin to estimate the time. The hour is nearly upon us, disciple. Quickly help me light the fire and release all these lanterns. Oh, in the dim night sky, amidst the gentle patter of rain, a brilliant light suddenly rose from a nearby mountain field, outside Fuling City. The woman in azure paused momentarily, abruptly turning around one by one. The lantern swayed upward, illuminating the entire night sky like countless stars. The woman's beautiful eyes momentarily widened in surprise, before she broke into a gentle smile, softly murmuring, "So lovely. P.S. The neighborhood will experience a power outage at 9, so I must head to an internet CAF to type. The 4th chapter may be delayed a bit, kisses." Chapter 162. Will there be disappointment? In the wild, Shen An observed Wang, who stumbling slowly ahead. His steps unsteadied, at a frown creased his brow. It seemed something had indeed transpired within Lingfu Mountain. Otherwise, how could Wang Hu have ventured out? Behind him, the area was ablaze with light, lanterns ascending into the night sky like a dream. Shen An gazed at the lanterns and, after a moment's hesitation, chose not to alert the enemy, but to continue following the man ahead. Lanterns could be released at any moment, but missing the news from the demon sect could cost countless lives. Weighing the gravity of the situation, he resolved to stay close to Wang Hu to ascertain his destination, whether he was merely relaying information or had ulterior motives. At the very least, he needed to uncover who was controlling this man from behind the scenes that he followed until they had walked far beyond the borders of Fuling City, the stroke of midnight. Wang Hu finally halted beside a secluded ravine. He opened his mouth, revealing an ugly little toad perched on his tongue. In an instant, he suddenly appeared desiccated, as if all his vitality had been drained. Collapsing to the ground, eyes dimmed, devoid of life. The speed of this transformation left Shen An momentarily stunned. The toad leaped from Wang Hu's mouth, its body swelling significantly, festooned with festering sores that a peculiar black pupil opened on its back. Shen An's eyes narrowed at a thousand-eyed insect. No wonder he had wondered when this toad had acquired such a blood-sucking ability. It turned out it was parasitized by a thousand-eyed insect. Ribbit, as the toad croaked and prepared to leap into the water, it was suddenly seized by a pair of large hands. Shen An, encircled by a gentle breeze at his fingertips, isolated the toxins entirely. He gazed at the toad infested with the thousand-eyed insect, his eyes flickering, thoughts swirling. The demon sect truly acted with utmost caution. Having traveled this far, no one had come to aid Wang Hu, instead opting to use this toad to relay messages back. The direction of this river Shen An peered into the distance, frowning slightly. That leads to Qinshua City. It seems the demon sect undoubtedly has operatives within Qinshua City. The question remains how many of their higher-ups are present. He murmured softly, preparing to crush the toad in his hand that was host to the thousand-eyed insect, when he abruptly paused. A flicker of inspiration urged him to store the toad in a box. The thousand-eyed insect consumes its own kind to enhance its strength. After 100 eyes, it becomes exceedingly difficult to kill. Perhaps keeping this insect will prove useful in the future. Shen An muttered to himself, then glanced at Wang Hu's lifeless body, sighing and shaking his head. You can only blame your poor choice of master. After burying the body on the spot, he no longer hesitated and hurriedly turned to fly back into the city. Although he hadn't captured any members of the demon sect, unexpectedly acquiring a living thousand-eyed insect was a small gain, and the clue pointed toward Qinshua City that he would inform the sect leader upon his return. In Fuling City, on 13th Street, a figure clad in white hurried through the night. Noticing the empty surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. Has he still not arrived? Shen An shook his head, intending to return to Lingfu Mountain shortly to investigate the matter. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly spotted a bowl of cold lotus seed soup on the table. Gulp, he rubbed his stomach and unexpectedly remarked, "This innkeeper is quite honest. They know that you get what you pay for." And they left the food behind. That was just right. He was a body refining realm practitioner and hadn't eaten anything since descending the mountain, so he was feeling rather hungry. It truly lives up to the reputation from the Northern Ming dynasty. The taste is delightful sweet. Shen An sat on the steps of the shop, unceremoniously devouring the lotus seed soup that I said delicious. A gentle voice sounded beside him. Very delicious, Shen An instinctively responded, then paused, turning to look. Next to him, Lu Yinqin, dressed in simple, elegant attire, gazed at him with soft eyes. You have been waiting here all this time? Shen An was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the enchanting woman before him, that if I had left, would you have been disappointed? Yes. Shen An nodded without hesitation. Lu Yinqin seemed somewhat satisfied by his response. Sitting down beside him on the steps, the lotus flower mark on her forehead standing out prominently. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, murmuring, if you hadn't come, I would have been disappointed too. At that moment, Shen An finally sensed something unusual about the person beside him, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow, activating his spiritual vision. Upon doing so, his expression changed slightly. Your cultivation has entered the upper 3 realms? Didn't you say that your cultivation method is special and requires you to suppress your realm? Why is it that at this moment Lu Yinqin smiled gently, gazing at him quietly as she spoke softly? In this world, there are things worth pursuing and things not worth pursuing that if you can come, then it is worth it. Her figure gradually became ethereal, her beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of regret. Shen An looked at her fading form, momentarily stunned. This was the technique of creating a doppelganger, something only attainable at the Void Realm. Shen An, whenever you decide to leave the mountain, remember to come find me. Yinqin, Shen An furrowed his brow, wanting to grasp the hand of the woman beside him, but it transformed into countless specks of starlight, dissipating into the air, leaving only a gentle voice gradually fading away. I will always wait for you. Shen An grasped at nothingness, frozen in place. The doppelganger's disappearance indicated that the original body had already ventured thousands of miles away. She has left this place. Although he had anticipated this day would come, he hadn't expected it to arrive so abruptly. Looking at the desolate, empty street around him, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. No one had truly failed to keep their promise, yet he could not bring himself to feel joy. Not far away, in the wilderness, 2 individuals crouched in a damp clearing. Smack. Master, this is the 78th mosquito I've killed. When will Elder Shen arrive? Yu Jingyuan spread his hands, somewhat helplessly. You understand nothing. No wonder you cannot compete with Master Muro. I've heard he practices swordsmanship persistently even in heavy rain, constantly reciting that heaven will bestow a great responsibility upon this person. It must first torment their will and labor their bones. You can't even wait for someone here in the mountains? Zheng Sanshan scolded, exasperated, growing increasingly irritated with the boy. Master the disciple is trying very hard, okay? Whenever I have free time, I go to the symbol tower to comprehend symbols and study formations and prohibitions. You always see the efforts of others, but you don't see your disciple's efforts, Yu Jinyuan muttered. And what if Elder Shen has forgotten you? Are we really going to wait here all night? Zheng Sanshan paused, casting a thoughtful glance down the mountain path. You underestimate your master's position in his heart, don't you? What kind of relationship do we have? He cannot forget me, no matter what. Just wait a little longer. He will definitely arrive shortly. Yu Jinyuan sighed, uncertain of where his master's confidence came from. An old man daring to compare himself with Elder Lu. Elder Shen should be with Elder Lu now, strolling hand in hand, or perhaps even resting together, while his own master remained here like an unfortunate soul in the dark, dragging him along. The 4th chapter is complete, fulfilling my promise. Quick praise me. There are mosquitoes in the internet staff that have bitten me to death. QWQ, Chapter 163. Descending the mountain to forge, Shen An gazed into the distance, letting out a slight sigh. Looking for you, at least leave an address. In this vast world, where should I search? Shaking his head to dispel his emotions, he hurriedly headed toward Lingfu Mountain, that he needed to quickly inform the sect leader about Wang Hu and the news regarding Qinxua City to prevent the innocent citizens from suffering calamity. When Xin Yuzi learned that Wang Hu had been unexpectedly intercepted by Shen An, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least the news had not leaked. The demon sect should temporarily remain unaware that they had pried information about Qinxua City from Yen Li. However, the news of Yin Li being captured would undoubtedly reach the demon sect, as his tribulation would not go unnoticed. They could only hope that General Bai Yu and his men would swiftly arrive at Qinshua City to seal and eliminate the threat. Shen An casually inquired about Lu Yunqin, to which Xin Yuzi replied that she had already expressed her intention to bid farewell, and Ling Feishuang was also aware. During Lu Yunqin's absence, her disciple was temporarily in charge of Qinghuan Peak. Moreover, Shen An had learned about the numerous disciples poisoned within the law enforcement hall. Upon discovering that Xiao Jingxue had utilized the 13 needles of the Xianmen and her medicinal skills to save so many disciples, he felt a deep sense of relief. Seeing disciples flourish was undoubtedly the greatest reward for a teacher. That as for the so-called methods of transforming demons mentioned by Yin Li, Shen An was not particularly clear on that either. In fact, he had returned to inquire with by Li Yijian, who also shook his head in uncertainty. The transformation of demon beasts into human form could be achieved if their cultivation reached a certain level or if they possessed transformation pills. While there were indeed methods to transform humans into demons, they still intrigued him. After a night of uneventful rest, Shen An retired early. The next day dawned bright and sunny. As he opened the door, he was taken aback to see Zheng Sanshan standing outside with a glum expression. "Old Zheng, what brings you here? Did you sleep well last night?" "Quite well." Shen An blinked. Zheng Sanshan gazed at him gloomily, resembling a young girl who had been deceived in matters of wealth and love. "Didn't you say you would come find me after the lanterns were released? I waited for you in the rain all night. Where were you?" Shen An couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. I forgot, my apologies." Zheng Sanshan grew even more frustrated, extending his hand. "The promised reward is to be doubled as compensation for deceiving me with our relationship." "Why talk about compensation?" Shen An laughed and moved to casually throw an arm around his shoulder. The latter, however, swiftly evaded, his gaze hauntingly deep. "We have no connection. Do not attempt to get close to me. Go and curry favor with Elder Lu instead." Shen An awkwardly retracted his hand, realizing that he had indeed wounded this old man's feelings the previous night. However, in the heat of the moment, he had not considered the ramifications of his actions. "Very well. I shall cover the alchemical pills for Master Yu's disciple. I assure you he will progress more swiftly into the Earth Spirit Realm." After a round of coaxing, Zheng Sanshan finally departed from Qingyun Peak, satisfied. Just as Shen An turned back, he spotted Tian Lu and Xiao Jingxue standing not far away. It must be said that his memory was remarkably sharp, even without his sight. He could navigate the routes of Qingyun Peak with clarity within a single day. In the beginning, he might have stumbled as he walked, but now, without looking at his feet, one would never suspect him of being blind. "Master." Xiao Jingxue lowered her head slightly upon seeing Shen and noticing her downcast demeanor. He understood it stemmed from the guilt she felt over the incident involving the bone-corroding poison that had led to a death in the law enforcement hall the previous day. It had been too late last night, and he had not thought to seek her out. "Jingxue, what troubles you? You seem quite melancholy. Has someone upset you? Speak to me. I shall ask your senior brother to teach him a lesson." Shen An approached with a gentle smile. "Master, if you had been present yesterday, none of my fellow disciples would have perished. Xiao Jingxue continued to avert her gaze, her tone laden with self-recrimination. "Silly girl, there is no need to dwell on this. I have only taught you the 13 needles of the mysterious gate for a few days. To achieve such results under the influence of the bone-corroding poison is commendable. Do not blame yourself." Shen An shook his head with a smile. Speaking softly, "Look, you are not even 20 yet, and in terms of medical skills, you already surpass Hall Master Su, who has studied medicine for decades. Without your intervention, perhaps not a single person in the law enforcement hall would have survived yesterday. But if I had been more adept in my techniques, yesterday's events could have been averted." Xiao Jingxue still appeared hesitant. Shen An sighed, finding his disciples' temperaments increasingly peculiar. The eldest was as stubborn as a mule and unafraid of death. The second was plagued by self-doubt, a gentle soul who tended to shoulder others' burdens and responsibilities. And the youngest, Shen An glanced at Tian Lu, a mere 8 or 9 years old, yet as serious as an adult, suspicious and cautious. His intention in bringing him to Qingyun Peak was not solely for instruction, but rather out of compassion for the boy's unfortunate circumstances. "Jingxue, have you conveyed the 5 tenets of Qingyun Peak to the youngest?" Shen An assumed a serious expression. Xiao Jingxue shook her head gently. Then please recite them for him now. After a moment of hesitation, she began, First, never give up. Always believe in yourself. Second, do not oppress the weak. Do not misuse what you learn at Qingyan Peak. Lest I personally expel you, regardless of your status as a county princess. Third, respect your masters and value the bonds with your peers. Do not harm or plot against one another, or you will be cast out from Qingyan Peak. Fourth, the master is always right, and senior and junior brothers must never be bullied outside. Once she had recited these 4 points, Shen An emphasized an additional aspect. Furthermore, should there come a day when your master or your senior brother becomes incapacitated or reduced to merely the body refinement stage, you must harbor no disrespect. Thus, regarding the first tenet, you must firmly remember it and avoid self-doubt. Shen An spoke earnestly. Xiao Jingxue bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tianlu, having waited in silence, finally expressed his curiosity by writing, What about the fifth? The latter turned to Shen An and blinked, asking, Master, have you decided on the fifth tenet? Ahem, not at the moment, that I will inform you once I have settled on it. Shen An replied nonchalantly. Stifling a yawn, he then took Tian Li's hand and began their descent down the mountain. I am off to forge a weapon for your senior brother. I shall return after some time. For now, I entrust Qingyan Peak to your management. When I return, I will evaluate your needle techniques, so practice diligently in the meantime. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxue felt a rush of anxiety and nodded. Yes. Master. Shen An waved his hand dismissively, leading Tianlu as they gradually disappeared along the sunlit mountain path. Meanwhile, the royal family received news from Qinxue City and promptly dispatched the Baiyu army to encircle the city. There are still 2 more chapters to come later, but rest assured they will be written. Chapter 164. The Celestial Blue Sword in Fueling City. Within the Iron Hall, the sound of clanging echoed incessantly. Shen An, bare-chested, wielded the hammer, striking the sword blank repeatedly. Unlike the previous black iron hue, the sword had now transformed into a verdant blue color. The 500-year-old jade bamboo had been melted into this sword using the Nirvana divine fire. With this precious material incorporated, the sword's grade had risen to at least mid-grade in the profound tier, if not higher. After all, jade bamboo was far more suitable for forging than the yang whip from the Qingyan realm. Yet, Shen An was not fixated on this alone. He aspired to forge a weapon of earth tier. Unfortunately, his current limitations as a third-grade weapon master restrained him from achieving such craftsmanship. Thus, during these days, apart from hammering the spiritual weapon, he immersed himself in studying various texts on weapon forging, delving into ancient techniques that in addition to creating a spiritual weapon for Murong Tian, he also practiced on several discarded sword blanks. Day by day, 7 days passed swiftly. Shen An had not left the Iron Hall, laboring tirelessly in the sweltering heat, reading and hammering. Tianlu, instead of lounging on the wall as usual, listened attentively nearby. Shen An even allowed him to grasp the hammer and try his hand at forging. Alas, being but a child, he struggled even to hold the hammer. Shen An considered this and decided to have him first build his physical strength. Thus, alongside hammering and reading, a new task was added: to refine body tempering pills for Tianlu and teach him a foundational body tempering technique that on the 8th day, as Shen An observed his proficiency panel, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. During this time, he had read to the point of neglecting his sleep, coupled with relentless practice and self-reflection, finally elevating his weapon mastery to level 4. Compared to the rewards bestowed by the system, he relished the sense of accomplishment derived from his own studies and practice. That pride was something the system's lottery could never provide. That on the 9th day, he successfully integrated the jade bamboo into the sword. Upon completing the final polishing and sharpening, the sword emitted a faint tremor, its azure luster gradually receding. Shen An held the verdant blue long sword in his hand, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Though it took quite some time, I managed to achieve the lower tier of earth grade. That foolish boy should appreciate it. He plucked a strand of hair from his head and gently laid it upon the sword's edge. Without a sound, and with no exertion of force, the hair split effortlessly upon contact with the blade. That it was a true demonstration of cutting hair with a single blow. Yet, if that were all, it would hardly qualify as a spiritual weapon of earth tier. Shen An crouched down, picked up the two strands of severed hair, and gently rubbed them together. The severed strands transformed into more than a dozen nearly invisible fine threads. Imbued with sword chi. Inherent sword chi. This meets the basic requirements for a treasured sword. Shen An nodded to himself that he named this sword the Celestial Blue Sword, and aside from its inherent sword chi, its most notable feature was its remarkable resilience. Forged from jade bamboo, it would sustain no chips even when clashing against superior earth-tier swords. After scrutinizing the sword for some time, Shen An finally tucked it away and turned to the child, laboriously lifting the hammer. Squatting up and down, Tianlu, to what level have you progressed in your body tempering technique? He set down the hammer, wiped the sweat from his brow, and extended 3 fingers. The 3rd level? Shen An was taken aback. The body tempering technique comprises a total of 9 levels, and reaching the 3rd level already indicated that his internal vitality was equivalent to the initial stage of body tempering. Shen An couldn't help but smile wryly. In less than half a month, he had already reached the initial stage of body tempering. If he were to have another month, wouldn't he be on par with Shen An's own cultivation? With that thought, he took another look at Tianlu, his gaze growing more profound. Through the course of refining pills for him, he had subtly discerned something extraordinary about the boy, his innate talent. Typically, ordinary individuals would struggle to fully absorb and refine regular medicinal pills, with a significant portion dissipating. Yet upon witnessing Tianlu, Shen An was astonished to find that when the pills entered his body, their effects seemed to be sealed, never dispersing into the external environment. That it was as if his body were a flawless, unblemished vessel, devoid of any leaks. The pills had no means of escaping, only waiting to be refined. Because of this, the efficacy of the pills was perfectly realized within him. Such a physique was undoubtedly extraordinary. Lost in thought, Shen An resolved to explore literature on this subject when time permitted. Well done. Keep up the good work. He patted the child's shoulder and then led him away from the iron hall. With the spiritual weapon completed, he now needed to prepare 7-grade detoxification pills for Xiao Jingxue over the next few days, which he planned to gift her during the upcoming apprenticeship ceremony. That on the way, Tianlu hesitated before finally voicing the question that plagued his mind, writing down, "Did you take me as your disciple simply because you pitied me and wished to heal me?" Shen An shook his head, speaking softly. "There are countless people in this world deserving of pity. How could one person like me manage them all? I have told your senior brother that I do not choose disciples based on talent, but rather on character and destiny. Your daily presence here to observe my weapon forging speaks volumes of your eagerness to learn, and while your plight tugs at my heartstrings, the desire to heal you, among other factors, is too intricate to articulate. I heard from my senior brother that you were previously unwilling to take second senior sister as your disciple. Why then are you willing to accept me into Qingyan Peak?" Tianlu wrote again. Shen An was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. The reason he had not accepted Xiao Jingxue as a disciple was, quite frankly, because he was unable to cure the poison afflicting her and feared it would bring trouble. He worried that he was unworthy to serve as a teacher, which was why he had not agreed at that time. Had he already been a 7th-grade alchemist, capable of taking on a talented and diligent student backed by the Dan royal family, only a fool would have refused. However, he merely perceived Tianlu as an ordinary patient, and seeing him so alone and helpless stirred the thought of bringing him back to Qingyan Peak. Moreover, he had no obligation to take him back. His words merely implied that if Tianlu wished to seek treatment, he should accompany him, that if he was willing to come, he would treat him. If not, so be it. It was that simple. That it was not as if he felt compelled to rescue a pitiful soul. He was not that merciful. As he had previously stated, there were countless pitiable souls in the world, and he could not tend to them all. It must be fate, Shen An said softly, without elaborating further. Tianlu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded gently, silently following him up the mountain. Chapter 165. The ceremony of accepting disciples. Qingyan Peak was particularly lively today, with several peak masters gathered, and the king of Shen An also present. Not for any other reason, but because today marked the official day for Princess Qingxue to pay her respects to Shen An as her master. Li Yijian reclined on a chair in the medicinal field. Although he did not go to the Qingyan Grand Hall, he had certainly taken in the scene from afar. He clicked his tongue and glanced at the young man in black, who was gleefully holding the Tianqing sword. "Foolish boy, Have you reached the Earth Spirit Realm after not seeing you for many days? Murong Tian chuckled foolishly and scratched his head. I don't know what happened, but my cultivation has been progressing rapidly lately. Much faster than usual, and my comprehension of swordsmanship has also become seamless. Bai Li Yijian could not help but want to retort. Of course, your master made quite a stir that day, encompassing 3,000 paths. If you didn't improve, wouldn't he have beaten you to death? By the way, senior, where is my master? Murong Tian asked in confusion. After he gave you the sword, he went into the alchemy room and hasn't come out all day. Bai Li Yijian replied nonchalantly. Stretching his body, he felt as if he was about to take root in the medicinal garden's chair. Although the scenery of Qingyun Peak was delightful, staying in one place for too long could become tiresome. Foolish boy. Put this box into your storage ring. I shall go and witness the ceremony as well. As his words fell, he transformed into a golden light and disappeared into Murong Tian's ring. The latter scratched his head and opened the box beside the wrought-tan chair, only to be filled with confusion. Why on earth did Bai Li Sr. fill a box with dirt? Though perplexed, he obediently complied, stowing the box away, and hurried off to the alchemy room. The king of Shen An and the others had already arrived. Why was his master still unresponsive? In the alchemy room, Shen An appeared somewhat pale, continuously manipulating the Nirvana divine fire to refine within the cauldron. Crafting a 7th-grade detoxification pill was still not as effortless as making ordinary pills by hand. He required the aid of the cauldron. The overnight refinement nearly drained him, as the flames dissipated. A smooth, white pill floated within the cauldron. Shen An let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow and placing it into a jade box. Fortunately, I made it in time. He silently felt a sense of understanding as to why the system imposed restrictions on accepting disciples that if he were to take on too many at once. Would he not be utterly exhausted between forging the Tianqing sword and refining the 7th-grade detoxification pill? He had hardly found a moment of respite in the past month, having scarcely slept, relying solely on pills to restore his spirit. Unless he intended to become a hands-off master after accepting disciples, merely going through the motions while neglecting them entirely, but that was not his style. He was a responsible individual. Other systems reward their hosts generously, with all sorts of pills and spiritual tools drawn directly, without requiring the master to refine them personally. Why can't you learn from them and see how generously they offer opportunities for lottery draws? It is the host who teaches disciples, not this system. This system is allowing the host to experience the satisfaction of being a hands-on master. It merely assists. Please do not set your expectations too high. Shen An twitched at the corner of his eye. Satisfaction was hardly the right word, but indeed, the items he painstakingly refined and gifted to them felt far more rewarding than those drawn from the system. Had he not labored for his disciples, he might not have grasped the true essence of being a master, that it was akin to a small tree. Water given by others might last only a day, and then the tree would grow into a towering giant on its own. Compared to watering it daily, pruning its branches, and warding off pests for many years until it finally became a magnificent tree, the sense of fulfillment was entirely different, should the former be felt. There might be a twinge of regret, but it would not be a matter of great concern. However, should the latter be cut down, one would likely feel as if their heart were bleeding. Ultimately, the emotions invested were vastly different. This is no mere system for cultivating good disciples. This is a system for nurturing good masters, Shen An sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile as he turned to open the door. The moment he opened it, he saw Murong Tian pacing anxiously outside, scratching his head in distress. Master, you have finally come out. Hurry to the Qingyun Grand Hall. Everyone has arrived. Upon seeing him emerge, Murong Tian hurriedly spoke. He had arrived long ago, but seeing the alchemy room door tightly shut, he did not dare to intrude, only anxiously pacing outside. Though both his master and Bai Li Sr. praised him for his innocent heart, he still understood the necessary decorum. Everyone is here? Shen An was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the high sun, then smacked his forehead and took off. Master, don't forget to bring your disciple. Murong Tian, seeing the white-robed figure fly into the distance, momentarily stunned, then sprinted after him. Foolish boy, your master is likely blaming you for not breaking through to the Earth Spirit Realm after cultivating for so long. By Li Yijian's voice resonated leisurely, enjoying the spectacle from within the storage ring. Hearing this, Murong Tian pondered seriously while running, feeling it made a great deal of sense that no, he must not disappoint his master. Next time he entered, he would definitely strive to break through to the Earth Spirit Realm faster. Seeing the boy genuinely believe this, Bai Li Yijian could not help but chuckle softly, waving his sleeve as he spoke gently. Foolish boy, let me help you a little? As golden light surged forth, Murong Tian's speed suddenly increased, and before he could react, he tumbled headfirst into the grass beside the mountain. Senior. Murong Tian climbed up, spitting out the grass in his mouth, and spoke in annoyance. Bai Li Yijian's lips twitched, feeling a bit embarrassed. Qingyun Grand Hall. They're here, they're here. Elder Shen has arrived. Xiao Chun, standing at the door, spotted Shen An flying in on the wind and turned to greet the elders. Everyone looked toward Shen An, who, clad in white, gracefully landed outside the hall. Inside, the hall was filled with guests. Aside from a few, the rest had reddened noses, as if they had just bled. Shen An was taken aback, pointing at their noses and asking, "What happened to you?" The crowd exchanged glances at Zheng Sanshan, then spoke in unison. "Recently, we've been feeling hot." Zheng Sanshan coughed twice, pretending to know nothing. "Since Elder Shen has arrived, let us take our seats. Princess, once Murong Tian arrives, we can serve tea," Xuanyuzi said with a smile. Normally, accepting disciples did not require such grand arrangements, but this was the disciple-accepting ceremony for the daughter of the king of Shen An, coupled with Shen An's current prestige, so they naturally came to witness the event. As Murong Tian, still with a few strands of grass stuck to his head, rushed to the hall's entrance. The ceremony officially commenced. Xiao Jingxue knelt, offering a cup of hot tea, respectfully saying, "Master, please enjoy your tea." Shen An looked at the girl kneeling before him and smiled with appreciation, slightly nodding as he lifted the teacup. "Good." After drinking this cup of tea, Xiao Jingxue, like Murong Tian, became his direct disciple. That he would take on the responsibility of being a role model, and she would regard him as both teacher and father. "Come, Jingxue, this is a gift from your master. Open it and take a look." After finishing the tea, Shen An smiled and presented a jade box to Xiao Jingxue. "Yes, master." The latter nodded and in front of the assembled guests opened the jade box. As a radiant, fragrant white pill emerged. All eyes were drawn to it, and they gazed in astonishment, especially Su Huan, who gaped in disbelief at Shen An the scent of the medicine and the radiant glow. It was a 7th-grade pill. Disheartened, the foolish lad seemed even more exhilarated, insisting that he would seek Ling Feishuang out again for sword practice. A true case of masochism. That evening, under Shen An's watchful care, Xiao Jingxue swallowed a detoxification pill, beginning the arduous process of expelling the toxins that had lain dormant in her body for many years. Throughout the night, Shen An remained steadfastly by her side, not leaving even for a moment. It wasn't until dawn broke that a wave of dark energy suddenly surged from her body. The pale skin of her neck was marred by a network of dark veins, densely packed and utterly terrifying. That a far greater agony than any previous episode gripped her, causing the young girl to furrow her brow in pain, drenched in sweat. The excruciating torment of expelling the bone-corroding poison was extraordinary. Shen An even personally administered needles to safeguard her heart pulse, preventing injury during the detoxification process. This suffering lasted 3 full days, during which she nearly lost consciousness multiple times due to the pain, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered to be by the dawn of the 4th day. The dark veins on her body finally vanished entirely, and no more dark energy emerged. That was a complete disappearance, not merely retreating within. "Master." Xiao Jingxue opened her eyes, her gaze misty with tears. She looked at her master and senior brother, unsure of what to say. The bone-corroding poison that had plagued her for years had been entirely purged today. She felt a surreal sense of disbelief, the lightness within her rendering her somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within her began to stir, and without needing to suppress it, she could immediately break into the Guiyuan realm. There's no need for further words. Focus on recuperating for a few days. Do not rush into breaking through to the Guiyuan realm. Once you have rested sufficiently, I will accompany you and your senior brother to the Taoist abode for cultivation. Shen An exhaled in relief. Smiling gently, that he then turned to look at Murong Tian, hinting, now that your junior sister is free from the constraints of the bone-corroding poison, coupled with her years of accumulation, it won't be long before she surpasses you. Her senior brother. From now on, let her protect you. Murong Tian felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this. That simply wouldn't do. How could a junior sister protect her senior brother? Besides, he had just promised Xiao Jingxue that he would protect her. How could he allow her to protect him instead? Absolutely not. He must hasten his breakthrough to the Earth Spirit Realm. Master, do you still have any Gathering Earth pills? Noticing the evident urgency on Murong Tian's face, Xiao Jingxue stifled a laugh, while Shen An playfully flicked his forehead. There's only one left. If you can't break through, then figure it out on your own. Yes, I will not disappoint you, Master. Murong Tian replied earnestly. Shen An couldn't help but chuckle as he stepped out of the room. Gazing at the rising sun and listening to Murong Tian's tender inquiries toward Xiao Jingxue, he sighed deeply. With the bone-corroding poison resolved, the burden on his shoulders had lightened considerably. The days ahead would be devoted to diligently teaching his disciples.